Chapter 191. After everyone took out their own mechas, Shin Kai-yun and Shin Lily also took out the SSS mechas that Empress Sichuan gave them. Seeing the two SSS mechas that the brother and sister took out one after another, they immediately attracted the envy of everyone. Shin Kai-yun took out an SSS mecha that held a spear and had an ice-colored body. After the ice-colored mecha came out, its super brain AI automatically locked onto Shin Kai-yun. Then he half knelt down and stretched his palm in front of Shin Kai-yun, saying in a cold but respectful way, "Master, my name is Bing-wan, and I am very happy to fight with you." Shin Kai-yun kissed her fingers, and then introduced himself with a smile in his tone. "Hello, I am Shin Kai-yun, and it is also my honor to fight with you." Looking at Shin Kai-yun, who was affectionate with the new mecha, Shin Lily also held the space button of her mecha. Then he took out a mecha that held a long sword and had a fiery red body with anticipation. As soon as she came out, she also half knelt in front of Shin Lily. But unlike the fiery appearance, the voice of this mecha was as cold as ice. "Master, my name is Xingchen, and I am happy to fight with you." "Thank you, Xingchen, my name is Shin Lily, and it is also my honor to fight with you." Shin Lily stretched out her hands and shook Xingchen's fingers, which were thicker than her waist. After introducing themselves, Shin Lily and Shin Kai-yun looked at each other from a distance, then nodded together, and then entered the mecha cabin separately. As soon as she entered the mecha cabin, Shin Lily saw Xingchen's super brain AI. Xingchen on the virtual screen was a girl of about 15 years old, wearing a fiery red combat uniform and holding a machete in her hand. She looked like a killer who was ruthless and taciturn. After another greeting, Shin Lily closed her eyes and established a mental link between her mental power and Xingchen's AI. Then Xingchen's voice rang out in the control cabin of the mecha. "Mental system, connected. Energy system, sufficient. Power system, normal. The mecha has completed its self-inspection. Everything is normal. Please prepare for battle, Master. Xingchen, start the energy and prepare for battle." Shin Lily checked the whole body of the mecha with her mental power, and spoke only after she had a rough idea in her mind. "Yes, Master," Xingchen said respectfully. The mecha started the energy system, and as the converter converted the energy of the energy stone into the energy on the mecha, the energy was converted into the power of the mecha. Shin Lily's preparations before the battle were complete. After everyone on the scene was ready, Shin Kai-yun's next command came out from the wireless headset. "Captain, open the front hatch of the spacecraft, over." "Received, opening the hatch, over." "Received, over." As the hatch of the spacecraft gradually opened, the SSS Zerg outside the spacecraft raised its claws more excitedly and attacked the energy shield of the spacecraft. Looking at the huge scorpion Zerg in front of him, Shin Kai-yun did not rush directly, but first used the radar detector of the mecha to scan the specific information of this Zerg. After the scan, lines of basic information about this Zerg gradually appeared on the virtual screen of the mecha. Type: Zerg Mutant Federation Name, Middle East Golden Scorpion Level, SSS Length, 1598 meters Width, 358 meters Note: the Middle East Golden Scorpion has a brutal personality and is prone to fall into anger, attacking all creatures around it, including its own side. After reading the information, Shin Kai-yun issued the second order. Heavy Armor Mecha Soldiers, cover Sniper Mecha Soldiers, Sniper Mecha Soldiers, use sniper rifles to attack the head remotely, main attack Mecha Soldiers harass at close range to make up for damage, and attract Zerg firepower by the way, over. Heavy Armor Mecha Soldiers, understand, over. Sniper Mecha Soldiers, understand, over. Main attack Mecha Soldiers, understand, over. After everyone replied, Shin Kai-yun's eyes were sharp and he said, "Go! Attack!" After that, Shin Kai-yun took the lead in controlling the mecha and rushed to the front first. He jumped up holding the spear, and hit the Zerg's head with a heavy blow. This sneak attack without martial ethics was too successful in angering the Middle East Golden Scorpion, which was like a bomb. Hiss! The Middle East Golden Scorpion hissed angrily, stopped attacking the spaceship, and turned to chase Shin Kai-yun. Shin Kai-yun, the old man, was not stupid. He controlled the mecha to run faster than a rabbit, and waited until he ran to a distance that would not affect the spaceship. He stopped, and then kept harassing the Middle East Golden Scorpion, circling around its huge body, and occasionally stabbing it with a gun. The main attack mecha that came later also cooperated with Shin Kai-yun. As long as the Middle East Golden Scorpion was about to catch up with him, it would immediately attack to attract firepower. The body of the Middle Eastern Golden Scorpion is very hard. Except for Shin Kai-yun's mecha, other people's mechas can only leave a faint mark on it. Fortunately, the Zerg this time is the Middle Eastern Golden Scorpion. As long as you attack it, it will be angry, and as long as it is angry, it will catch you and attack. If it were other Zergs, this tactic of attracting firepower would never be so successful. Shin Kai-yun and other main attack mechas are harassing the Middle Eastern Golden Scorpion desperately. The sniper-type long-range mechas are not idle either. They are also holding sniper ion guns and attacking the head of the Middle Eastern Golden Scorpion. Unfortunately, the attack power of their mechas is not strong. Although they caused some damage, they angered the Middle Eastern Golden Scorpion even more, increasing the pressure on the main attack mecha soldiers. Overall, it is not worth the loss. Shin Kai-yun also realized that this style of fighting was a bit like killing 1,000 enemies, but losing 800 of his own, so he issued another order. Little sister, their lethality is not enough, you come and snipe its head from a distance. Over. Understood, over. Shin Lily was not proficient in firearms. Although she didn't know if she could do it, at this time, there was no other way except her SSS mecha, which could kill with one shot. So even if it didn't work, it had to work. The long sword of the Shinshin mecha instantly transformed into a sniper beam gun, and then Shin Lily controlled the joystick and aimed the scope at the head of the Middle Eastern Golden Scorpion. It was just that the Middle Eastern Golden Scorpion's shaking body made Shin Lily hesitate to press the trigger button. Looking at Shin Kai-yun, who was hit again, Shin Lily's eyes were red with anxiety, and her lips were about to be bitten. Second brother. Chapter 192. Just when Shin Lily's emotions collapsed to the extreme, a pair of sleeping animal eyes in her soul suddenly opened slowly. These were a pair of dark green mysterious pupils, which looked even more ancient and vicissitudes against the background of the surrounding darkness. It seemed to see Shin Lily's predicament, and its eyes shook slightly. Then Shin Lily inexplicably predicted the next move of the Middle Eastern Golden Scorpion. She naturally raised her hand and pressed the trigger button, and a terrifying beam cannon quickly shot towards the head of the Middle Eastern Golden Scorpion, 1 meter in front. Seeing the beam cannon deviating from the target, everyone thought that Shin Lily had missed the target, and even Shin Kai-yun thought so. When he was about to comfort his sister, the Middle Eastern Golden Scorpion suddenly took a step forward and prepared to attack the person in front of it. And Shin Lily's beam cannon just arrived, and it pierced its head in an instant. The body of the Middle East Golden Scorpion twitched, then it fell down without a breath, and began to fall into the depths of the universe. The surrounding mecha soldiers were all stunned by this bizarre scene. After a long time, Shin Kai-yun suddenly screamed and woke everyone up. Fuck, a Zerg crystal core worth 100 million federal coins. Save it! Hearing this heart-wrenching voice, the people around him woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly chased after the insect corpse. Shin Lily in the mecha cabin was also confused by this scene, but she knew that this could not be an accident. She definitely predicted it just now. And this familiar ability made her think of Baizé without much guessing. Could it be that she had Baizé's ability? Could she know the past and predict the future? Then would she win the lottery? Shin Lily's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to open the light brain and try it on the lottery website, but she lost 1,000 federal coins. Ha! Shin Lily put her hand on her forehead, thinking she was really crazy. I guess it was just luck just now. After all, everyone has a strong sixth sense. After the daydream, Shin Lily stopped struggling and turned to chase Shin Kai-yun. He was beaten so many times just now, and he still didn't know what to do. He actually ran after the Zerg crystal core. When everyone successfully got the Zerg crystal core and returned to the spaceship, Shin Kai-yun was grabbed by the ear by Shin Lily again and was given a loving education. Little sister, can you give your second brother some face? Look, there are so many people. Shin Kai-yun took a breath of cold air in pain, and there was no more majesty of commanding everyone just now. The onlookers were all happy, watching the brother and sister playing. Hearing Shin Kai-yun's words, they deliberately looked elsewhere. It proved with actual actions that they were not watching. Just don't raise your ears so high, it will be more convincing. Mission, please continue. We didn't see anything. After the crisis was resolved, the captain's face returned to a smile, and he couldn't help but start a joke. When Shin Kai-yun heard the captain's words, he was unhappy. He looked at the captain as if he was looking at a heartless man and accused him. Captain, it's not so quick to kill the donkey after it has done its work. Ha ha! Everyone couldn't help laughing again. Shin Lily was also amused and lost her temper. After shaking her head and laughing, she let go of Shin Kai-yun's ear. Time passed in the laughter of everyone. The 5th Legion, which was supposed to take an hour to arrive, also arrived more than 10 minutes earlier. As the warships of the 5th Legion gradually approached, the captain opened the front hatch in advance to let the Federal soldiers who came to rescue pass. Soon, 2 rows of well-trained Federal soldiers stood in the front cabin. When Shin Lily saw the officer leading the 5th Legion, she became excited. She wanted to rush over and act like a spoiled child, but she was too embarrassed to disturb him when she saw him handing over things to the captain. So she could only pout and wait obediently. After Shin Tian arranged the work, he immediately looked at Shin Lily standing in the crowd. Even though Shin Lily had changed a lot now, Shin Tian still spotted his baby daughter at a glance. "Ollie, come here." Shin Tian looked at Shin Lily with a smile in his eyes, and opened his arms to wait for his baby daughter. "Dad." Shin Lily smiled widely, and threw herself into Shin Tian's arms. Shin Tian's serious expression softened. He held his precious daughter in his arms, and asked in a gentle and doting voice, "Ollie, have you missed your father in this month?" "Yes, I have lost several pounds in this month without seeing my father." After Shin Lily came out of her father's arms, she hugged his arm, and said coquettishly. Looking at his daughter whose face had become rounder, Shin Tian smiled and pinched her cheeks, doting on her without exposing Shin Lily. "Dad, I miss you so much too." Shin Kai-yun, who was hiding from his sister, rushed over excitedly when he saw Shin Tian coming. But before he got close to a distance of 1 meter, he was blocked by Shin Tian with his big palm, and frowned and said disdainfully, "How old are you? Don't you know anything?" Shin Kai-yun, ? Looking at Shin Lily, who was 1 year younger than him, Shin Kai-yun dared not be angry or say anything. In the end, he could only stand aside with grievance, watching the father and daughter being affectionate and filial. After the things on the spaceship were dealt with, Shin Tian took his baby daughter to return to the battleship. But after taking a step, he remembered that there seemed to be a son here. So Shin Tian looked back at his son, who was squatting in the corner, and almost moldy. He squinted his eyes, and almost wrote disgust on his face. After sighing, Shin Tian shook his head and shouted, "Second child, let's go home." "Hey! Here I come!" Shin Kai-yun no longer hid in the corner, and drew circles. He quickly got up excitedly, and prepared to leave the spaceship with his father and sister. But before leaving, Shin Kai-yun suddenly stopped again. Then he turned around and threw the Zerg crystal core to the captain, and said with an expression as if he was holding back something, "This SSS Zerg crystal core, divide it equally among those who have contributed this time." After saying that, Shin Kai-yun turned around and left, so fast that he was afraid that the captain would not want it. The captain held the Zerg crystal core in surprise, and was stunned for a long time. After a while, he shook his head, and said with a smile, "Both of them are good children." Chapter 193. Out of the captain's sight, Shin Kai-yun was so heartbroken that he choked and covered his chest. 100 million federal coins were just given away like this. Shin Lily took in the scene just now, and gave her second brother a thumbs up and praised him. "Second brother, you did the right thing. I see that many parts of their mecha are broken. With the Zerg crystal core, they should have the money to repair it." Shin Kai-yun nodded, which was also the reason why he gave the Zerg crystal core away. "It makes sense, but it still hurts." Shin Tian, who was standing aside, listened quietly to the brother and sister's speech, and roughly understood the reason. He reached out, and rubbed the brother and sister's heads at the same time, and smiled proudly. "My son and daughter are both great." Shin Kai-yun and Shin Lily were both embarrassed by the praise. Especially Shin Kai-yun became shy, with a proud look in his eyes, and a big arc at the corner of his mouth. It can only be said that no matter how powerful a person is, in front of his parents, he is just a child who needs love. The warship carrying Shin Lily and others from the capital of Sirius stopped at the gate of the Shin family. Shin Tian gave a few instructions to the officers, who saw him off, and then got off the warship with his 2 children. As soon as he got off the warship, Shin Tian saw Guan Yu rushing towards him excitedly. He was busy during this period, and his wife must have missed him. Looking at his beautiful wife, Shin Tian's eyes were full of affection, and a big smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He opened his arms with great anticipation, ready to welcome his wife's little body. But the next second, his beloved wife passed by him. Shin Tian, eh? He turned his head stiffly and found that his wife was hugging Shin Lily with surprise, with a satisfied and happy look on her face. Shin Tian looked at his empty arms, then glanced at Shin Kai-yun next to him, and finally chose to withdraw his arms in loneliness and coldness. Guan Yu didn't notice Shin Tian's actions at all. At this moment, she was hugging her baby daughter with satisfaction, and couldn't help but kiss her little face. "You little conscienceless, you didn't know to come back to see me for a month. Are you missing your mother to death?" Guan Yu smiled on her face, and nodded Shin Lily's forehead coquettishly. "Hee hee, no way, Mom, I miss you too. Look, this is a gift I prepared for you in the Empire." While talking, Lily took out an ice blue bead bought last time shopping from the space button and handed it to Guan Yu like a treasure. Although this bead was bought at a street stall, she later soaked it in liquid medicine for a long time. Now it not only has a calming effect, but also has a refreshing fragrance. Looking at this bead pendant woven with a rope, Guan Yu took it with surprise. After looking at it in her hand for a while, she kissed Lily with more joy and said, "Thank you, Ollie, Mom likes it very much." Hee, as long as Mom likes it. Lily shyly covered her face with her hands. "Ollie, where is Dad's gift?" Tian coughed and asked as if nothing had happened. Guan Yu looked at Tian with amusement, who obviously wanted it very much but pretended not to care. "Oh, by the way, there is also Dad's." Lily flipped through the space again, and then took out another bead pendant. "This is for Dad." Lily handed the pendant to Tian, and said in a sweet and coquettish voice, "Thank you, Ali. Dad likes it very much." Tian took the gift and rubbed Lily's hair lovingly. Shen Kaiyun, who was standing by, saw that his parents loved Lily even more because of the gift. He suddenly realized it in his heart. Then he also took out the things he bought last time from his space button and handed them to Tian and Guan Yu respectively. "Mom and Dad, this is my gift for you." Shen Kaiyun raised his mouth very confidently. When Tian and Guan Yu heard this, they looked at Shen Kaiyun with some surprise, and then looked at the gift he gave. Shen Kaiyun was holding 2 books in his hand, and handed them to Tian and Guan Yu respectively. The one handed to Tian was how to become a male god in the heart of a girl, and the one handed to Guan Yu was how to successfully pick up a little milk dog. Tian and Guan Yu's faces turned black at the same time. Guan Yu sneered and looked at Shen Kaiyun with a smile. "Are you sure it's a book for us?" Lily looked at the 2 eye-catching books, and couldn't help looking at Shen Kaiyun with sympathy. She knew that her second brother must have taken the wrong one. But looking at the anger on her parents' faces, Lily always felt that her second brother would definitely not be able to escape from today's mixed doubles. Shen Kaiyun raised his chin proudly, and nodded with certainty, but after waiting for a while, he didn't hear his parents' praise, and he realized that something was wrong. Looking down at his gift, Shen Kaiyun's heartbeat almost stopped. He raised his head carefully, looked at Tian and Guan Yu innocently, and smiled. "Dad, Mom, do you believe that I took the wrong gift? These 2 books were asked by my classmates to bring me." Before Shen Kaiyun could continue to explain, Guan Yu interrupted directly. "The truth is not important anymore, son. I only know that your pocket money for this month is gone." Guan Yu smiled kindly. Shen Kaiyun opened his eyes wide, and was about to beg for mercy, when he was interrupted by Tian again. "Son, we haven't trained together for a long time. Dad is free today, so I will train with you for a while." Tian smiled and strangled Shen Kaiyun's neck, dragging him directly to the training room. Shen Kaiyun wanted to ask his sister for help, but was afraid that he would be beaten even worse later. In the end, his lips moved for a long time, and he accepted his fate. "Mom, will my brother be okay?" Lily looked at Shen Kaiyun, who was dragged away like a virgin, and asked with some sympathy. "It's okay, your dad and the others are just playing for a while." Guan Yu touched Lily's little head comfortingly, then remembered something and said, "By the way, Cece and the others are in the garden. Do you want to go over there to accompany your friends first?" "Cece and the others are here?" Lily's eyes lit up with excitement. Guan Yu nodded gently. "Great, Mom, I go over first, bye." Lily said goodbye to Guan Yu and ran to the garden excitedly. As for her brother, she had long forgotten about him. Chapter 194. As soon as Lily arrived at the garden, she saw Lin Cece and the others chatting in the pavilion. She wanted to go over and say hello, but she thought of something and stopped again, took out a small mirror and looked at her face. Looking at this little face that looked like a different person, Lily's mouth curled up a sly smile, and suddenly a bad idea came to her mind. She took out a plate of fruits she had prepared from the space button. After making sure that the dress was fine, Lily took small steps and walked towards Lin Cece and the other 3 weakly. On Lin Cece's side, they were surrounding Tang Dongwang and marveling at him. "I say, Tang Pang Pang, did you go for medical beauty without telling us? How come you look like a different person?" Lin Cece held a beast king egg in her arms, and looked at the little milk dog boy beside her nonchalantly. The little boy had delicate features and skin as fine as porcelain. With the flowers around him, he looked like a masterpiece of Cupid. Tang Dongwang glanced at Lin Cece unhappily, then took out a small mirror with a little melancholy, and looked at his thin self in the mirror. "It's better to be fat. This is too thin. If you lose more weight, you will become a bone-like spirit like Li Li." Tang Dongwang pinched his little face, which still had a little baby fat, and said with some worry. Shinlili, who had just brought the fruit, almost stumbled when she heard this. What the hell is a bone-like spirit? Is it the sister of the white bone spirit? Shinlili rolled her eyes in her heart, but when she saw that everyone had already discovered her, she resisted the urge to complain. Her face returned to the expression of a little white flower, and she greeted everyone delicately and weakly. Hello, my name is Guanli, and I'm here to give you some fruit. Lin Cece, Zhou Wanfeng, and Zhang Yuanhao were a little surprised by Shinlili's appearance, but they all behaved calmly and nodded politely. Lin Cece had no interest in delicate and weak girls. After greeting her, she lowered her head to take care of her Beast King eggs. The temperature of the incubation bag was a little low. The Star Network said that it should be adjusted to 36 degrees to make the egg baby feel the warmth of motherly love. Zhou Wanfeng was not interested in anyone, but only in the energy gun in his hand. He just bought this gun and had not tried it yet. He didn't know how it felt. Thinking of this, a trace of expectation flashed in his icy eyes. Zhang Yuanhao looked at Shinlili with some suspicion. Is there such a person in my aunt's family? Among the people present, only Tang Dongwang was amazed. He stared blankly for a long time, and couldn't help but blurt out, "This is the little fairy." After saying that, Tang Dongwang realized what he said, and his face flushed instantly. He scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly, and then greeted Shinlili shyly. Hello, my name is Tang Dongwang. Shinlili saw that no one recognized her, and laughed secretly in her heart. She pretended to be a lady, and looked at Tang Dongwang dignifiedly and weakly. This is Brother Dongwang, right? I often hear my cousins mention you, but why do I remember that my cousin said that Brother Dongwang is a little fat? She called me Brother Dongwang. So gentle and cute. Mom, I want to fall in love. Tang Dongwang's heart was beating wildly. A little nervous and a little shy, but when he heard the goddess say that he was fat, he immediately retorted, Don't listen to their nonsense. Do you think I'm fat? I've always been so thin. Really? Then I believe Brother Dongwang. Shinlili raised her hand to cover her lips, smiling like a white lotus. Tang Dongwang saw the goddess smile, and he also smiled foolishly. Lin Cece and others looked up at Tang Dongwang, and they were all speechless. Who was still complaining about being thin just now, but now he is starting to dislike being fat again. Zhang Yuanhao also looked at Tang Dongwang with disdain, and then looked at Guanli, who appeared out of nowhere. Why did he feel that when this girl called him cousin, he felt very familiar? It felt like seeing his own scumbag cousin. The more he thought about it, the deeper Zhang Yuanhao's eyes became, and Shinlili, who was chatting with Tang Dongwang, felt scared. She secretly glanced at her cousin, and saw him playing with his laptop with his head down. She was relieved. It must have been her illusion just now. And Zhang Yuanhao looked down at the chat box between him and his aunt on the virtual screen. After seeing the message that Guan Yu had just sent, he understood something instantly, and the corners of his mouth immediately curled up in a playful way. Haha, you are quite playful. I hope you can hold on longer, cousin. Zhang Yuanhao sneered in his heart, but his face became more gentle and kind. Your name is Guanli, right? Why haven't I heard my aunt mention such a person? Zhang Yuanhao interrupted Tang Dongwang, who wanted to continue chatting with Shinlili. This obviously picking a quarrel stunned everyone around, especially Tang Dongwang, who was a little unhappy. Want to be a hero to save the beauty, but dare not provoke Zhang Yuanhao, a vixen with 800 eyes. Shinlili's eyelids trembled, and her skin was inexplicably tense. She swallowed her saliva, and then said delicately, You are Yuanhao's cousin, it's normal that you haven't heard of me. I have always been in the Empire, and rarely come to the Federation. Zhang Yuanhao raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Oh, is that so? No wonder, I was wondering why you are so much gentler than Cousin Li. We are both cousins. Shinli's eyes dodged, and she said awkwardly, Yes. Really? But I think Cousin Li is also very gentle. Zhang Yuanhao sneered in his heart. But he continued with a smile on his face. Then you may not understand Ollie. Let me tell you, she is lazy and greedy, stays in bed every day, and is so crazy about handsome guys that she can't walk. Yes. Really? I think you are wrong, cousin. Cousin Li is not that kind of person. She is obviously very gentle and cute. Shinli's forehead was bulging with veins, suppressing the urge to beat someone up, and explained with gritted teeth. Alas, it seems that you really don't understand. Let me tell you, she is a tigress. When she gets fierce, she is so scary that even the kids next door can be scared to tears. Zhang Yuanhao said with a smile. When he mentioned the tigress, he even emphasized his voice. Lin Cece looked up at Zhang Yuanhao with some displeasure, when she heard the bad words about Shinlili. Don't be angry, don't be angry, I can't be angry when I'm acting. Shinlili tried to hypnotize herself, but the anger that was suppressed to the extreme suddenly exploded, like a volcano rushing to the sky. Zhang Yuanhao. Who do you say is a tigress? Shinlili's eyes were fierce, and her little tiger teeth were a little itchy, looking at her cousin. Oh, why don't you pretend? My dear cousin Shinlili? Zhang Yuanhao looked at the angry Shinlili with a smug and annoying expression. This reversal made Lin Sisi, who wanted to refute for her sister, stunned. Ali? Sister Lili? Lin Sisi and Tang Dongwang looked at Shinlili in shock at the same time. Even Zhou Huafeng couldn't help but look up at Shinlili, and then continued to look at his beloved energy gun. Tang Dongwang was even more heartbroken after he reacted. Where is such a gentle goddess? How could she suddenly become the insect-killing Sister Lili? Whoa! So in this short 10 minutes, our poor young master of the Tang family went through the whole process of falling in love and breaking up. Chapter 195. Shinlili realized that she was exposed, and her anger was instantly extinguished by a basin of ice water. She carefully looked at the expressions of the four people. Her cousin sneered complacently, Tang Dongwang was a little skeptical about life, and Zhou Huafeng didn't care. Only Lin Sisi narrowed her eyes, as if she was about to beat someone up. Shinlili was frightened and shivered, then hurriedly smiled in a flattering way. Ah ha ha ha, I haven't seen you all for a long time, so I thought of giving you a surprise. How about it? Do you feel surprised? Sister Lili, keep this kind of surprise for yourself next time. Tang Dongwang almost cried. I thought I met a gentle goddess, but who knew it was Shinlili who was wearing a gentle skin? This feeling is probably like the goddess of my heart. The bird she took out is bigger than him. Ahem, got it. Shinlili coughed awkwardly, then quickly changed the subject. By the way, why are you all here today? Is there something going on? There are two things. One is that everyone wants to see you, and the other is a little hard to say. Tang Dongwang calmed down and started talking about business. Luckily, he was carefree, so he quickly put the bad things behind him. What is it that even you find it hard to say? Shinlili's curiosity was aroused. You have to know that the four people present are not only the heirs of the major families, but also the ceiling of the young generation of the Federation. If even they find it difficult, it must be a very serious matter. Hey, wait for Shen Kaiyun to come, and talk about it together. By the way, why hasn't your second brother come yet? Tang Dongwang asked with some doubt. Shinlili thought of Shen Kaiyun, who was forced to train, reached out, and touched her nose and said, This matter is a bit difficult to say, but wait a minute, I will rescue my second brother first. After that, Shinlili turned on the light brain, clicked the virtual screen a few times, and began to contact Shen Tian. Tang Dongwang and others raised their eyebrows, looked at each other with some gossip, and then looked at Shinlili together. The video was connected quickly, and as soon as it was connected, Shen Kaiyun's screams, like a pig being slaughtered, came out from the virtual screen. Then Shen Tian's kind voice sounded. Ollie, do you have something to do with Dad? Shen Tian looked at his precious daughter on the virtual screen gently. Dad, I have something to do with my brother. Can I ask him to come to the garden? Shinlili said sweetly. Okay, I ask your brother to come right away. Shen Tian nodded in agreement without hesitation. Okay, thank you, Dad. Goodbye, Dad. After saying goodbye, Shinlili hung up the laptop. Then she looked up and found 4 pairs of eyes full of gossip. Shinlili blinked in confusion and asked, Why are you looking at me? No, we are not looking at what you are doing. We are looking at what Shen Kaiyun is doing. So what exactly did he do? The gossip in Tang Dongwang's eyes was burning. From the screams of Shen Kaiyun just now, it must be that he did something embarrassing, which made Shen's father angry. Ahem, don't look at me, it's really hard to say. Shinlili quickly shook her head and refused. Seeing that they couldn't get anything out of Shinlili, the few people curled their lips with some regret. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Shinlili also breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the Beast King egg in Lin Sisi's arms. The egg was fiery red in color, and there were some golden lines on the egg. You could tell it was not an ordinary egg without looking at it for a long time. Sisi, is this a Star Beast egg? Shinlili asked curiously. Lin Sisi nodded, raised her hand and stroked the eggshell, and then explained, This egg was entrusted to us by the female Star Beast King before she died on the day we were surrounded by the Zerg last time. When talking about that time, Shinlili's expression was not very good. After all, that day could be regarded as her black history. Thinking of a crazy and perverted Zerg, Shinlili's face darkened instantly, just like constipation. I just hope I won't meet him again in the future. Such a perverted middle school student should stay wherever he wants. Shin-Lili shook her head, then looked at the Star Beast egg and asked, "It's been a month since that happened, right? Isn't the Star Beast King coming to pick up his cub?" When this was mentioned, Lin Cece immediately remembered it, and quickly put the egg in Shin-Lili's arms. Shin-Lili, ? Cece, what are you doing? Shin-Lili was stunned holding the Beast King egg that was forced into her. I almost forgot something important. Ali, please help check this egg quickly. It seems that there is something wrong with its mental power, so it can't break the shell. Lin Cece frowned, and said with some distress. She has also taken care of this egg for a month, and she has long regarded it as her own family. Hearing this, Shin-Lili did not dare to delay, and immediately input AMU's mental power into the Star Beast egg to check the situation. As soon as the spiritual power entered the eggshell, Shin-Lili realized the seriousness of the matter. The spiritual power and vitality of the little life in this egg are gradually disappearing. If Shin-Lili finds it later, I am afraid it will become a dead egg. Shin-Lili looked up at everyone and said seriously, "It's a bit serious, but fortunately it was discovered early and can be treated." That's great. How to treat it? Start now? Lin Cece asked nervously, looking at the Beast King egg. Shin-Lili nodded and said, "Let's start now. It will take about an hour." "Cousin, do you need my help?" Zhang Yuanhao asked hurriedly. He also helped to check the egg before, but he could only vaguely perceive that the spiritual power of this egg seemed to be gradually weakening, and no one else found anything abnormal. "No, cousin, I can do it alone. Then I will start the treatment, and don't let anyone disturb me during this period," Shin-Lili told several people. "Well, don't worry, Ali." The 4 people nodded seriously at the same time. Shin-Lili felt relieved immediately, and nodded to them. She placed the Beast King egg in the middle of the table, then closed her eyes, and slowly input her mental power into it. As soon as she entered the eggshell, Shin-Lili's consciousness followed her mental power, and came to the curled-up little cub. Chapter 196. This is a bird-like Star Beast cub, and its body has basically developed. Normally, it should have been able to break out of the shell. But at this moment, due to the problem of mental power, its consciousness automatically fell into a deep sleep. In this way, the speed of mental power and vitality loss is delayed. However, this method, which only treats the symptoms but not the root cause, can only delay time temporarily. If it still cannot break out of the shell by the time, the cub will suffocate and become a dead egg. "Ollie, do you need my help?" AMU sensed that Shin-Lili was using his mental power, and then asked with concern. "It's okay, it's not a big problem, I do it." Shin-Lili shook her head. She already knew the problem of this little cub. In simple terms, the orbits of mental power are disordered and conflicting, which leads to the consumption of its vitality. As long as the orbits of these mental powers are readjusted, there will be no problem. The whole process is quite simple, but it takes a little time. "Okay, call me if you need anything." AMU was relieved when he knew there was no problem. "Yes, thank you, AMU." Shin-Lili started to use her mental power to adjust the running track of the little cub's mental power. Adjusting the running track of mental power is a bit like unraveling a tangled ball of wool, and the process is a bit tedious and complicated. But in the end, looking at the neat and tidy mental power track, Shin-Lili still felt a sense of accomplishment. Shin-Lili checked it carefully again, and after confirming that there was no problem with the mental power track, she exited the mental space of the little cub. Looking at the little cub, who had recovered, Shin-Lili's mouth curled up into a honey-like smile. Thinking that the little cub has not been born yet, there are so many disasters. So Shin-Lili couldn't help but bless. "The little guy is born soon, and I wish you peace in the future." After saying that, Shin-Lili left directly, so there was no golden light. Suddenly appeared in front of the little cub, and formed an ancient totem on its forehead. If there were people from the Beast God Temple, they would probably be shocked. This is clearly the blessing of Baizé Beast God. After the spiritual consciousness returned to his body, Shin-Lili opened his eyes, and then what came into his eyes was the expectant eyes of several people. Shin-Lili first returned the Star Beast egg to Lin Cece, then smiled and nodded. "No problem, and it will probably be born in a few days." "That's great, Ali, thank you." Lin Cece looked at the egg in her arms, and said excitedly, "It's okay, my second brother hasn't come yet?" Shin-Lili asked with some doubts. When they mentioned this, the faces of several people became a little strange, and then they pointed behind Shin-Lili in tacit agreement. Shin-Lili turned her head curiously, and saw a pig-faced man holding a mirror and looking at himself in the mirror. "Poochie, ha-ha." Shin-Lili looked at Shin Kai-yun with a swollen face, and couldn't help laughing. Although it was miserable, it was also very funny. Shin Kaiyan looked at Shin Lily with a swollen face and said unhappily, "Little sister, if you keep laughing like this, you will lose a second brother who loves you." "No, second brother, if you don't drink a healing potion, why do you still have a pig-faced man?" Shin Lily laughed so hard that she almost got a stitch in the side. "Alas, Dad said that you can only drink the healing potion during dinner, so I have reason to suspect that Dad is jealous that I am more handsome than him." Shin Kaiyan took the mirror and touched his face with heartache. "Don't be narcissistic. Who told you to give Mom that kind of book, and in front of Dad? You can still breathe now, so you should thank Dad for not killing you." Shin Lily laughed without any sympathy. When he talked about this, Shin Kaiyan began to feel pain all over again. The next second, he took out the 2 books from the space button, almost gnashing his teeth, and threw them to Tang Dongwang and said angrily, "Next time, don't ask me to bring such messy books." Everyone looked at the titles of the 2 books, seemed to understand something, and couldn't help laughing. Tang Dongwang quickly put away the 2 books, coughed with a guilty and embarrassed look, and said, "I didn't read these. My sister knew that I had classmates in the Empire, so she asked me to help bring them." Shin Kaiyan rolled his eyes at Tang Dongwang, and then stretched his hand in front of him. Jokingly and unhappily, he said, "Medical expenses, please pay for it." Tang Dongwang was a little bit in the wrong, so he simply transferred 1 million federal coins to Shin Kaiyan's account. Hearing the sound of the 1 million arriving, Shin Kaiyan swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that he could really get medical expenses. And it was a full 1 million federal coins. In an instant, Shin Kaiyan's waist and legs didn't hurt, and his face was even more smiling like a big chrysanthemum. "Master Tang, next time you come to me for this kind of thing, I'm a professional." Shin Kaiyan had a pig-headed face with a swollen nose and face, and he blinked his eyes that were swollen like big light bulbs while speaking. Tang Dongwang shuddered, and pushed Shin Kaiyan away, saying, "Let's talk about it next time. Now that everyone is here, let's talk about business first." "Okay, Master Tang, you speak, we are listening." Shin Kaiyan entered the dog-licking mode, and his attitude was extremely good. Shin Lily looked at her second brother, who was obsessed with money, and couldn't help shaking her head and laughing. After the 5 people were seated, Tang Dongwang told his purpose. "The thing is, my family discovered an S-level energy mine at the junction of the Federation and the Sirius Empire. It was discovered by the people of the Jiaolin clan during mining. Now they want to take the mine alone under the pretext that this is the territory of the Jiaolin clan. Anyway, after a series of wrangling, my Tang family and the Jiaolin clan agreed that each side would send a mecha team to hold a competition, and whoever wins the mine will own it." Tang Dongwang explained the reason. When it comes to the Jiaolin clan, Shin Lily and Shin Kaiyan's faces became strange. However, they did not interrupt Tang Dongwang, but continued to listen carefully. The competition requires 6 people, and the time is set for next Saturday, at the border between the Empire and the Federation. Because it requires mecha soldiers under the age of 18, and the time is too short, my family can't find a satisfactory mecha master for the time being, so I thought of you. I wonder if you are willing. Tang Dongwang scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Shin Kaiyan and the others are of course no problem. Not to mention the relationship between Tang Dongwang and them. Just because the opponent is the war faction of the Empire, this wave of hatred value has been maxed out. By the way, if you are sure to participate, if you win, my Tang family will give each person 10 billion federal coins as a reward, and if you lose, everyone can also get 100 million federal coins. Tang Dongwang almost forgot this, and said it by the way. Everyone, shock. Chapter 197. After hearing Tang Dongwang's last words, Shin Kaiyan, who was already obsessed with money, was no longer a good person. Even Zhou Huafeng stopped wiping his gun. 1 billion federal coins were enough for him to buy his dream gun. Lin Cece couldn't hold back. 1 billion federal coins were enough for her to buy her dream car. Zhang Yuanhao was fine, but he couldn't help but be tempted. 1 billion federal coins were enough for him to buy a lot of rare medicinal materials. Shin Lily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. 1 billion federal coins were enough for her to buy all the materials for mecha beginners. Shin Kaiyan was even more useless, and he started to breathe heavily. 1 billion federal coins, he probably couldn't spend them all until he graduated. So under the evil temptation of money, several people's eyes glowed green at the same time, and they all looked at Tang Dongwang. "I go." Zhou Huafeng nodded with a sharp and cold look. "I go too." Lin Cece nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Everyone is going, but I don't go. That's definitely not good. Let's go." Zhang Yuanhao adjusted his frameless glasses with reserve. "Go, go, go, you must go. By the way, my current physique is Super SSS. Is there any increase in the amount of the reward? Shin Kaiyun began to blink at Tang Dongwang with his pair of light bulb eyes again. Fuck. You're super SSS. Tang Dongwang was shocked by Shin Kaiyun's physique and didn't hear the last sentence at all. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and his tone was sour. Zhang Yuanhao and others couldn't help but look at Shin Kaiyun in surprise. Keep a low profile, don't copy me, I'm just a legend. Shin Kaiyun proudly lifted his hair, with a twisted smile on his swollen purple face. This scene was very scary, very eye-catching, and very stupid. Tang Dongwang twitched his mouth, and inexplicably, he couldn't be jealous of Shin Kaiyun anymore. I always felt that being jealous of him was a very degrading thing. Tang Dongwang rolled his eyes in disdain, then looked at Shin Lily and asked, "Where is Sister Lily? I remember your physique was only a level before. My mental power is now Super SSS, and my physique is SSS." Shin Lily said casually without caring at all. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Except for Shin Kaiyun, the other four people's jaws almost dropped. Among them, Lin Cece's reaction was the biggest. She ran over and hooked her elbow around her neck and screamed, "Shin Lily, are we still good sisters? You actually secretly became a god behind my back." "Aw? No way, it's okay, aren't you also SSS?" Shin Lily felt that there was nothing to be excited about. But we didn't jump to level 3 in 2 months. The most important thing is that even Shin Kaiyun has upgraded. Lin Cece was very resentful. "Today I finally understand that you two siblings are here for Versailles." Tang Dongwang couldn't help but feel jealous. "It's good that my cousin's physique has improved. She can help more in the future." Zhang Yuanhao thought of something and smiled happily. Shin Lily didn't need to guess much to know what Zhang Yuanhao meant. She glanced at her cousin, but didn't say anything. Seeing Shin Lily's tacit attitude, Zhang Yuanhao curled his lips in a rare good mood. "Yes, Li Li and Shin Lao Air's physique has improved, so we have more hope for this competition." Tang Dongwang nodded with satisfaction. Shin Lily didn't expect that she was also included. She looked at Tang Dongwang with some surprise and asked, "Do I want to participate too? But I just learned mecha not long ago, I'm afraid I will be a drag, or I'd better find someone else." "No, just Li Li." Tang Dongwang decided directly. "Is it really okay to be so casual?" Shin Lily frowned with some worry. "Of course not casually. First, the 6 of us are familiar with each other. If we change to a stranger, it will affect our cooperation," Tang Dongwang explained. Lin Cece and the others also nodded and agreed with this point of view. "Second, there is still a week left, and the 5 of us can take turns to train Li Li on the Star Network. She doesn't need to be too strong, as long as she can attack and escape." Tang Dongwang looked at his 4 friends. Lin Cece and the others nodded and agreed to the proposal. The third and most important point is that it is difficult to find SSS mecha soldiers under the age of 18. Even if they are found, they are no different from beginners. So since we have to find a mascot anyway, why not find Li Li? Tang Dongwang said the most crucial point. Lin Cece and the others, So the last sentence is the key point, right? Shin Lily, who was regarded as a mascot, laughed instead, and did not feel that she was looked down upon. If she could get 1 billion federal coins as a mascot, she could come more often until the Tang family went bankrupt. The crowd discussed for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, everyone prepared to go back. Because they had to go to class tomorrow, Tang Dongwang and the others had to rush back to the military academy on the warplane. After building a special optical computer group, Tang Dongwang and the others said goodbye to Shin Lily and her brother and sister. "If there is anything, just chat in the group. If there is no problem, we will have classes during the day and train online at night this week," Tang Dongwang reminded him before he left. "No problem, you are the boss and I will listen to you." Shin Kaiyun made an okay gesture. Tang Dongwang rolled his eyes speechlessly and ignored Shin Kaiyun. After taking Cece and the others to his luxury car, he started to rush to his own space station. After seeing off Lin Cece and the others, Shin Lily also went back to her room to pack her luggage. Military schools are different from ordinary schools. They require students to live on campus. They can only go home on weekends, Sundays, or holidays. Sometimes, if the school arranges field exercises, students may not be able to return on weekends and Sundays. So it is best to prepare your luggage in advance, but you can also shop online on campus, so you don't have to worry too much about missing anything. Shin Kaiyun also had this idea, so after the brother and sister returned to the villa, they went back to their rooms separately. Chapter 198. After returning to the room, Shin Lily let Ahua and the others out, and then took out a large number of space buttons and placed them in the middle of the bed. Looking at the various space buttons on the bed, Shenlili actually couldn't remember what was in them. Some of these space buttons were given by the White Tiger clan, some by the Emperor and Empress Sichuan, some by Bai Zhou, and some by other relatives and friends. Shenlili first cleared out 6 larger space buttons, and then installed them one by one according to the classification. 1 space button for mecha materials, 1 space button for potion materials, 1 space button for food, 1 space button for daily necessities, 1 space button for Horcrux materials, and 1 space button for Shinkaiyun. Because there were too many things, even the 3 little ones started to help with the classification. After almost 2 hours of sorting, Shenlili and the 3 little ones finally sorted them out. After packing up the space buttons, the 3 little ones and Shenlili were so tired that they collapsed on the bed. At this time, Shinkaiyun's voice calling for dinner sounded outside the door. Shenlili took a deep breath, stood up and thanked the 3 little ones. Awo, Amu, Ashui, you have worked hard today. Let's go back to the spiritual space first. Yes. The 3 little ones nodded at the same time, and then turned into 3 spiritual powers of red, blue and green, and returned to Shenlili's spiritual space. Shenlili strung all the space buttons together with a silver necklace, then hung it around her neck, and began to walk out of the bedroom. As soon as she opened the door of the room, Shenlili handed a space button that she had sorted out to Shinkaiyun and said, "Second brother, these are what I don't want. You can take them." Shinkaiyun's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that coming to invite his younger sister to dinner would bring him such a benefit. "Thank you, younger sister." After Shinkaiyun thanked him, he twisted the space over. When his mental power penetrated into it, he saw a large pile of various potions, several Horcruxes, various weapons for people or mechas, and even a luxurious magnetic levitation car. Shinkaiyun widened his eyes and swallowed nervously. It was estimated that all these would be worth nearly 1 billion yuan. Little sister, are you really going to give these to me?" Shinkaiyun's voice trembled, and he couldn't believe it. "Well, if you think it's too much, you can also give some to your eldest brother," Shenlili said indifferently. She basically kept all the materials, and only these finished products were piled in the space button, which took up a bit of space, so she simply stuffed them all into her second brother. When he heard that he was going to share it with his elder brother, Shinkaiyun immediately put away the space button, and then said stingily, "Not much, not much, not much at all, little sister. If you still don't want it next time, you can give it to me." Shenlili rolled her eyes at Shinkaiyun and said, "These are given by others and cannot be sold, so I can share them with you. In the future, I will sell them on the Star Network when I make them myself, and you can only get dividends. Dividends are not bad, then next time someone gives you something, and you don't want it, just give it to me." Shinkaiyun smiled happily and said, "It is indeed a bit inappropriate to sell things given by others, but it is good to give them to your second brother." Shenlili thought about it, and nodded in agreement. Seeing that his sister agreed, Shinkaiyun suppressed his excitement, and led the way diligently. This enthusiastic attitude made Shenlili speechless. The second brother is the heir of a big family after all. Why is he more greedy than Su Lily, who has lived on the garbage planet for 10 years? When the brother and sister arrived at the restaurant, they found that the Shen family had gathered together for a rare occasion, including Shen Mujiang, who was busy in the army all day. When she saw her grandfather and eldest brother, Shenlili immediately shouted in surprise, "Grandpa, eldest brother, you are back too. My precious granddaughter is back today. How can Grandpa not come back?" Shen Mujiang waved his hand happily, motioning Shenlili to sit next to him. "Ali has become much more beautiful." Shinkaiyun smiled warmly. Shenlili sat next to her grandfather, smiled at the eldest brother opposite, and said, "He, eldest brother is also much more handsome. Everyone is here, let's eat." Guan Yu was in a good mood today, and the whole person was rarely gentle. Even Shinkaiyun got a bowl of rice from her mother. The family had dinner in the laughter of the whole family. After dinner, Shenlili was called to the study room by Shen Mujiang. "Ali, you will have classes tomorrow. I heard that old man Song Qing arranged 5 departments for you. Do you want Grandpa to help you turn down a few?" Shen Mujiang said distressfully. Shenlili pondered for a while, and finally decided to shake her head and said, "No, Grandpa, the medicine department and the soul weapon department will help me study the upgraded version of the mental healing potion. The mecha manufacturing department is my hobby. Not to mention the single soldier department. In the era of the Zerg, weakness is the original sin. As for the command department, I believe Grandpa also knows that with my talent, I can't be just a soldier in the future, and I can't be just a researcher safely." Shen Mujiang looked at his granddaughter who knew everything, and felt even more distressed. "Yes, born in the Shin family, with such a talent, how can you be free? When Shin Lily decided to return to the Shin family, she was already bound by countless chains. When she was willing to become a federal soldier, the chains on her body were even more shackled. When Shin Lily was the little white tiger Guanli, she could laugh and make trouble without restraint. But after returning to the identity of Shin Lily, her words, deeds and actions were related to the fate of too many people, including their life and death, happiness and misfortune. Looking at Shin Lily, who was still a child but overly mature in mind, Shin Mujiang's eyes were wet, but he smiled proudly. "Ollie, you will always be Grandpa's pride." Shin Lily came over with emotion, hugged Shin Mujiang's arm, and said sweetly, "Grandpa, you are also a role model for Ollie." "Haha, good, good." Shin Mujiang was coaxed by his precious granddaughter, and was overjoyed. The sadness just now had long been forgotten. Seeing that her grandfather was no longer sad, Shin Lily smiled. Then she changed the subject mysteriously and said, "Grandpa, do you want to know how Li Jing was made?" Chapter 199. Shin Mujiang raised his eyebrows when he heard this, thinking that it was his precious granddaughter who was going to show him how to refine Li crystal. So he nodded and cooperated curiously and asked, "Grandpa doesn't know, can you tell Grandpa, Ali?" Shin Lily smiled mysteriously, blinked her eyes, and said, "Grandpa will know in a while. You are keeping Grandpa in suspense." Shin Mujiang smiled, and doted on Shin Lily's forehead with his fingertips. Hee, don't worry, Grandpa. Did you bring the Zerg crystal core from the Legion?" Shin Lily asked. "Yes." Shin Mujiang took out a space button and handed a piece of paper with notes to Shin Lily. "Ali, this is the number of Li crystals that the Legion wants. The number is quite large. You can refine it slowly. Don't worry," Shin Mujiang reminded with concern. Shin Lily nodded, then took the paper and the space button, wrote down the contents on the paper, and put it back into his space button. "Grandpa, now is the time to witness a miracle. Ahua, Amu, Ashui, come out and see Grandpa." After Shin Lily finished speaking, she summoned the three little ones. Then three honest and cute little tigers with wings appeared on Shin Mujiang's desk. Seeing these three little tigers, Shin Mujiang's eyelashes trembled slightly. Although he had long guessed that his granddaughter had a spiritual body, he couldn't help but be a little surprised when he really saw it. Spiritual bodies are not rare in the 5 major families, but only one person in each generation will have a spiritual body. What Shin Mujiang didn't expect was that his generation of the Shin family would have 2 descendants with spiritual bodies at the same time. This feeling of joy and confusion is probably like a family with only one child for generations, and suddenly a pair of twins appear. There will be joy and shock. With mixed feelings, Shin Mujiang stretched out his hand in front of the 3 little ones and said, "Hello, little guys, hello. Hello, Grandpa Shin." The 3 little ones put their paws on Shin Mujiang's palms cutely, and then whimpered at him in a baby voice. Although he didn't understand what the 3 little ones were saying, Shin Mujiang probably guessed what they meant. He looked at the little cubs kindly, and couldn't help but reach out and touch the little heads of the 3 little ones. The 3 little ones did not resist, and Ahua rubbed Shin Mujiang's big palm with enjoyment. "Grandpa, why don't you look surprised?" Shin Lily was a little confused. Looking at Grandpa's expression, it seemed like he often saw spiritual bodies. What's there to be surprised about? Shin Mujiang looked at his granddaughter in confusion. "Oh, they are spirits." "Grandpa, shouldn't you feel shocked and unbelievable?" Shin Lily said, demonstrating a shocked expression. The granddaughter's exaggerated performance made Shin Mujiang laugh. He shook his head and said lovingly, "Your second brother also has a spirit. It is also a little tiger. I think the name is Aksu." "Second brother also has a spirit?" Shin Lily didn't need to perform this time. She was shocked directly. "Not only your brother, but all 5 major families have one. Even your father has one, but he is not a tiger, he is a 2-tailed cat. His name is you." Shin Mujiang seemed to think the news was not shocking enough, and casually said another one. Shin Lily's pupils suddenly dilated, feeling as if she had eaten a sperm whale, so shocked. When she looked at Shin Mujiang again, Shin Lily's eyes had changed. She couldn't help but doubt her life and asked, "Grandpa and Big Brother, do they have it too?" "Grandpa has it, but your Big Brother doesn't." Shin Mujiang smiled and shook his head. "Why doesn't Big Brother have it? Is Big Brother adopted by parents?" Shin Lily held her face with both hands, and couldn't help but imagine in horror. For example, Big Brother is actually the orphan of a comrade in arms, and then adopted by his kind parents. Or that is the legitimate son of a family, who was afraid of being murdered, so he was temporarily sent to the Shin family for foster care. Or else Big Brother could be a little beggar picked up by parents outside, and later adopted because they thought he was cute. Shin Mujiang almost laughed at his granddaughter's words. He said angrily, if Caillou heard this, he would beat you, and Grandpa would not stop him. Shin Lily touched her nose guiltily and said, don't everyone have it? It's a bit strange that only my eldest brother doesn't have it. Shin Mujiang shook his head and explained, Caillou perfectly inherited your grandmother's ability, so the Shin family's spirit body and your mother's bloodline can no longer inherit it. What abilities does Grandma have? Shin Lily knew that she had a grandmother named Luo Shuhua, but she had passed away for many years, so she didn't know much about her. When talking about Luo Shuhua, Shin Mujiang's eyes softened, and he said with a tone that showed longing, Shuhua's ability? It's very good and not very good. Let's not talk about it. Ollie, you haven't refined Li Jing for Grandpa to see yet. Grandpa is waiting anxiously. Seeing that her grandfather didn't want to talk about this topic, Shin Lily sensibly changed the subject and said, okay, Grandpa, wait a moment. After that, Shin Lily handed the space button filled with Zerg crystal cores to Ahua and said, Ahua, it's up to you. No problem. Ahua nodded, holding the space button and wagging his tail happily. Then Ahua began to chew the Zerg crystal core in front of the two of them. When Shin Mujiang first saw Ahua chewing the crystal core, his expression was a little confused, but he was still very calm. But when Ahua ate several boxes and didn't stop, his expression began to become strange. Ollie? Is it okay for the little guy to eat like this? Will the spirit body be damaged? Shin Mujiang frowned and asked worriedly. Grandpa is fine. Ahua only eats the violent spirit power in the Zerg crystal core, so it just looks like he eats a lot. Shin Lily looked at Ahua chewing the crystal core and explained with a smile in his eyes. Oh, that's good. Shin Mujiang breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at his granddaughter and asked curiously, Ollie, why haven't you started to refine Li Jing yet? I'm already refining it. Shin Lily blinked innocently. Shin Mujiang looked at Shin Lily, who didn't move her feet, hands, or even her mental power. For the first time, he was angry and said to his granddaughter, Grandpa is not old yet, and you're already fooling Grandpa. You haven't done anything yet. Ah! Grandpa, you don't think it's me who's refining Li Jing, do you? Shin Lily finally reacted. If it's not you, is it this little guy? Shin Mujiang rolled his eyes at Shin Lily, pointed at Ahua and asked back. Who knew that the next second, Shin Lily nodded and said affirmatively, yes, it's Ahua. Shin Mujiang, This was the first time Shin Mujiang wanted to download an anti-fraud app. Chapter 200. The grandfather and grandson just stared at each other for a long time. Until Ahua burped, stood up and jumped to the corner of the study, sniffing and turning around. Then he took out a big box specially for Li Jing with satisfaction, and put it in the place he liked. Ollie, what is Ahua doing? If you want to go to the toilet, go to the toilet. This box is specially for Li Jing. It's a waste to use it as a toilet bowl. Shin Mujiang saw this scene, and said with some pain, this box is specially made of space stone and SSS level isolation materials. The cost of one box is 10 million federal coins. Although his Shin family is not short of this money, it still hurts a little. Grandpa, Ahua is just pretending to be Li Jing. Shin Lily blinked her big eyes, and said innocently, Shin Mujiang, This is the second time he wants to download the anti-fraud app. Shin Mujiang's lips moved a few times, but he still couldn't bear to talk about his granddaughter. After he sighed in his heart, he gave up. Forget it, as long as his granddaughter is happy, let alone being a toilet bowl, even if it is a useless flower pot, he can accept it with a smile. Of course, just ignore the 2 lines of tears on his face. Looking at Ahua, who opened the lid of the box, and was about to go to the toilet. The corners of Shin Mujiang's mouth twitched, and then he quickly looked away. At least he couldn't see it, so he felt less distressed. Grandpa, why don't you look at Ahua? Shin Lily saw that her grandfather seemed to be in a trance, and couldn't help reminding him. After all, Ahua was about to create Li Jing, and it would be a pity to miss it. Shin Mujiang closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, then turned his head, and smiled at his granddaughter, saying, Look, Grandpa will watch it now. Isn't it just to see 10 million federal coins being wasted? He is the Marshal of the 5th Army of the Federation. If he is not afraid of the Zerg, how can he be afraid of this? Shin Mujiang covered his chest, ready to rub it in time when it hurts. Ahua's 4 little claws stepped on the edge of the box several times in a row, and made sure he stood firmly. In Shin Mujiang's eyes, he squatted on the box of Li Jing. Then tens of thousands of Li Jing were pulled out by Ahua. After his stomach was empty, Ahua sighed with some comfort. Then he flew up and kicked his legs, closed the box containing Li Jing, and continued to gnaw the Zerg crystal core. Shin Mujiang witnessed how Li Jing was refined. The whole person was stunned as if struck by lightning. Thinking of the mental healing potion that Li Jing had made, which he had drunk once before, Shin Mujiang finally couldn't help but let out 2 old tears in his heart. Grandpa, isn't Ahua awesome? Shin Lily didn't notice that Shin Mujiang was about to cry, and there was still a bit of pride in her tone. Heh. Shit. Oh. No. Awesome too awesome. Shin Mujiang's mind was full of Li Jing, who was still steaming, so even his words were a bit stuttering. Hee. Shin Lily had a shy smile on her face, and was a little embarrassed by the praise. However, thinking that she had to go to the military academy tomorrow, she planned to go to bed early. So Shin Lily said goodbye to Shin Mujiang. Grandpa, it's getting late, I'm going back to my room to sleep. Shin Mujiang forced a smile and nodded, watching his precious granddaughter go out. He immediately turned on the light brain and contacted a person he had marked as a debt collector. Hey! Shin Mujiang, it's so late, why are you contacting me? On the 3D virtual screen, the Marshal of the Third Army, Zhang Xiaochuan, looked at Shin Mujiang with some disdain. Yesterday he asked Shin Mujiang to prepare some mental healing potions, but the old man was so stingy that he said he would consider it. TSK hypocrisy, isn't it just to get more benefits? Xiaochuan, I remember you wanted to ask me for some mental healing potions, right? Shin Mujiang's tone was full of vicissitudes of life. Zhang Xiaochuan raised his eyebrows. This stingy guy actually took the initiative to talk about this matter. It seems that there will be drama today. So his attitude softened and said, that's right, so will you give it to me? How much do you want? Shin Mujiang said calmly. Zhang Xiaochuan swallowed his saliva, and felt that something was wrong with Shin Mujiang today. However, if you don't take the benefits, you'd be a fool. I want 100,000 mental potions. Of course, I won't take them for nothing. I bring you 200,000 Zerg crystal cores, which are enough to refine more than 500,000 mental potions. In addition, I send you 150,000 medicinal materials. If you can, I send someone over today. Zhang Xiaochuan was afraid that Shin Mujiang would not agree, so he showed his greatest sincerity. Just after he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaochuan was still a little afraid that Shin Mujiang would not agree, and wanted to add some more chips. After all, mental healing potions have always been scarce in the Legion. If he disagrees, it's not a surprise. But the next second, Shin Mujiang actually nodded and said, okay, you can arrange someone to come and get it. Zhang Xiaochuan, The atmosphere was obviously a perfect one, but the 2 people on the call were silent for no reason. Zhang Xiaochuan looked at Shin Mujiang, who was so reasonable, and he really had the illusion of seeing a ghost. His facial features twisted for a long time, and then he asked awkwardly, well, I will arrange someone to come and get it tomorrow. Mujiang, we have known each other for decades. Tell me honestly, are you in trouble? Do you need my help? Although it was just a question, Zhang Xiaochuan was 80% sure that Shin Mujiang, the old man, must have encountered something. However, seeing that he gave the medicine so readily today, he could reluctantly help him relieve his mood. After hearing what Zhang Xiaochuan said, Shin Mujiang finally raised his eyes, and he suddenly looked at Zhang Xiaochuan with a serious expression. Such focused attention made Zhang Xiaochuan inexplicably nervous, and his whole body moved uncomfortably for a few times. But he felt that he seemed to be a bit embarrassed, so he coughed deliberately, and then pretended to be impatient. You should say it, I'm very busy. If you don't talk, I hang up. Have you ever drunk mental healing potion? Shin Mujiang suddenly asked a question that was irrelevant. I have drunk it. What's so strange about it? It's strange if you haven't drunk it. Zhang Xiaochuan looked at Shin Mujiang inexplicably. Oh, then I'm relieved. Bye, old man, I'm going to sleep. Shin Mujiang seemed to have figured it out. His face relaxed, and then he raised his hand to turn off the light brain. What are you relieved about? Zhang Xiaochuan was confused. Just when he wanted to ask clearly, the virtual screen went black. Zhang Xiaochuan, who was far away in the Third Army, was so angry that he almost crushed his laptop. This old man is so annoying. Whoever cares about him next time will be a pig. Chapter 201. The next day, because there were many things to prepare, Shin Lily and Shin Kaiyun came to the 5th Military Academy early. Although it was still early for class, there were not only the brother and sister at the school gate. There were also many students who were returning from outside, and they were also returning to school one after another. When Shin Lily and his sister first arrived, the Military Academy students were a little bored because of the queue. They were immediately amazed by their looks. Several students even took photos of the two secretly and uploaded them to the campus network. Almost as soon as the photos were posted on the campus network, this pair of handsome men and beautiful women instantly aroused discussion among students. She is so handsome that she is being chased. Who is this beautiful woman? How could she be walking with the second brother of my goddess Li? I'm so embarrassed. Could she be the girlfriend of Li Bao's second brother? The wind blows her underwear and balls cold. Don't guess randomly. It would be embarrassing if she is Shin Kai-eun's sister again. She walks too coquettishly and easily falls. It's definitely not this time. Look at her hair color and eyes. This is clearly the symbol of the imperial people. The first place in the kindergarten to grab food. Don't guess. It's Shin Lily herself. I heard it when I was swiping the door control at the school gate just now. As soon as this comment came out, the entire campus network was silent for a few seconds. Then the comment area exploded directly. Comments of wow were constantly being posted. At the entrance of the military school, students are queuing up at the school gate to swipe the door control, waiting for the school's main brain system to confirm their identities before they are allowed to enter the military school. When it was Shin Lily's turn, she raised her hand and used her computer to scan the access control system at the entrance of the military academy, and then a mechanical sound rang out. Identity confirmed, Shin Lily, a freshman at the 5th Military Academy, please come in. The students around who heard the voice all looked at Shin Lily in surprise. Although they may not know Shin Lily, they have basically heard of this name. Isn't this the one who saved countless classmates when surrounded by the Zerg? For a moment, many admiring and fascinated eyes looked at Shin Lily. Among these people, there was also a pair of brother and sister wearing tattered clothes. Because the brother and sister had no space buttons, they could only drag a large bag of luggage and line up at the school gate. This poor appearance also caused the students around to roll their eyes in disdain. The sister's clothes were okay. At least there were no patches. The brother's clothes had several patches, as if they were made from different tattered clothes. Brother, that is Shin Lily. She is so beautiful. Xiao Anan, who was dark and thin, looked at Shin Lily's back with envy. Anan is also very beautiful. Xiao Yu stretched out his scarred palm and touched Xiao Anan's hair. Xiao Anan looked back at her brother and couldn't help but smiled sweetly. As a result, she bumped into a female classmate in front of her without paying attention. Before Xiao Anan could react, she was pushed out by her disgust. Xiao Yu caught his sister who almost fell, looked at the girl with cold eyes, and raised his hand to attack. Xiao Anan quickly held Xiao Yu's hand, shook her head at her brother, and then apologized to the girl in front. Sorry, I didn't notice it. Apology is useful. Why do we need the police? You stained my clothes, pay money? The female student kept pestering. I bumped into you, but your clothes are not dirty. Xiao Anan had a headache, knowing that she had run into someone who was looking for trouble again today. If you, the people from the Sin Star, bumped into you, then you are dirty. The female student looked at the brother and sister with disgust. When the students around heard that they were from the Sin Star, they instantly lost their desire to help. The better ones just watched the excitement from the side, and some angry young people helped the female students to speak. There were also some students who didn't know the truth and couldn't help asking the students next to them, aren't people from the Sin Star not allowed to come out? How come they seem to have been admitted to the military academy? Yes, I remember that the Sin Star is a planet where serious criminals are imprisoned, and once you enter the Sin Star, it is impossible to get out. The students next to him were also confused. I don't know the specific reason, but there is only one possibility for those who can come out of the Sin Star. They may not be serious criminals, but the children of serious criminals. If they are particularly talented and pass some tests, they will have the opportunity to study in military academies. As long as they get military merits, they don't have to go back to the Sin Star. A student who knows a little bit about the inside story explained. No way, do we have to go to the same school as the children of criminals? This is too disgusting. How good can the children of criminals be? What if they hurt us? Don't worry about that. They dare not hurt us unless they want to go back to the Sin Star. That's good, that's good. Facing the malice around him, Xiao Yu's eyes were red and his lips were bleeding. If it weren't for his sister's palm suppressing him, he really wanted to kill these flowers in the greenhouse. Why? It's so unfair. If you can choose your birth, who would want to be the child of a sinner? Who would want to be born on the Sin Star, which is even more scarce than the Garbage Star? Who would want to live in the Garbage Mountain every day, looking for some leftovers and lingering? Thinking of the days on the Sin Star, which were worse than mice, and thinking of his sister's happy smile after leaving the Sin Star. Xiao Yu finally gritted his teeth and held back his violence. It's okay for him to go back to the Sin Star, but he can't drag his sister back to that terrible place. So he suppressed his murderous intent and looked at the female student in front of him, who was looking for trouble, and said, "How much money? We will compensate you." "Humph, who cares about your dirty money? I have changed my mind now. As long as you lick the dust off my shoes, I won't bother with you." The female student raised a contemptuous smile at the corner of her mouth, as if she was looking at two lowly mice. The students who were eating melons around were a little unhappy when they heard this. This female classmate was really too insulting. Even if they were the children of sinners, it was a bit too much. But Xiaoyu didn't get angry. In the past, he had eaten much dirtier things than this in order to survive. Now it's just a little ash. For his sister, it's worth it. Xiaoyu's eyes were gloomy. Just as he took a step forward, he was stopped by Xiao Anan. "Brother, let's go back to the Sin Star." Xiao Anan's skinny little hand held his brother's scarred palm, and said with a forced smile on his face. Xiaoyu looked at his sister's skinny little face, and thought of Shenlili, who seemed to be loved by God. His heart suddenly became sour. He was a useless brother. He wanted to give his sister the same life as that girl. But he seemed unable to do it. No matter what he did, he couldn't do it. Chapter 202. Just when Xiaoyu was desperate, and Xiao Anan was ready to compromise, a pleasant female voice sounded. "My two classmates, I think you seem to be blackmailed. Do you need me to call the police for you?" Shenlili looked at Xiao Anan and his sister gently with a smile on her face. It turned out that the movement here attracted Shenlili's attention, so she and Shen Kaiyun turned back. As a result, they saw this insulting scene. Shen Kaiyun stood behind his sister and watched the show with interest. TSK. It's rare that his sister can get angry. There's a good show to watch. Xiao Anan looked at Shenlili in surprise, and forgot to speak for a while. Xiaoyu looked at Shenlili in surprise, and his lips moved a few times, but he couldn't spit out a word for a long time. Seeing that the brother and sister did not answer, Shenlili looked at the girl who was trying to scam her and said, "My classmate, do you know how many school rules you have violated today? The first is extortion, the second is bullying classmates, and the third is gathering to cause trouble. I won't tell you about the rest one by one. Do you think if I tell the teacher about these things, will you be punished with a serious offense? Or will you be expelled directly?" Shenlili's face was not angry, and her tone was very gentle, but it made the girl who scammed her shudder all over. "I'm sorry, classmate Shen, I was wrong." The girl who scammed her shuddered and quickly apologized to Shenlili. She knew that if she continued to make trouble, she would not only offend Shenlili, a popular figure in the 5th Military Academy, but she might also be expelled directly from the military academy. "It's not me you should apologize to," Shenlili said with a hint of meaning. The girl who hit the car gritted her teeth, apologized to Xiao Anan and her brother and sister, and ran out of the crowd. Looking at the woman who ran faster than a rabbit, Shenlili knew that she did not realize her mistake. After shaking her head and sighing, Shenlili looked at the classmates around her and said, "Don't judge right and wrong without experiencing the suffering of others. Since they have joined the military academy, you are classmates now and comrades in the future. In my impression, only the weak will point the knife in their hands at their classmates. So are you weak?" Hearing Shenlili's words, the classmates around him quieted down, and they were all thinking about the meaning of Shenlili's words. Some students came to Xiao Anan and his sister after they understood and apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't help you just now." Xiao Anan looked at the students who apologized in front of her and said flattered, "It's okay, I don't blame you, and thank you for understanding." The student who apologized heard this, and for some reason, his eyes reddened. After bowing again, he turned around and left silently. After a start, the students around apologized one after another. Shenlili looked at Xiao Anan and his sister with a smile, who were surrounded by classmates and apologized, and were a little overwhelmed. "Brother, let's go." Shenlili turned around and prepared to leave. "Well, let's go. We still have to go to the office to find the Dean of Academic Affairs to get our dormitories and school uniforms." Shen Kaiyun followed Shenlili and walked towards the Academic Affairs building while talking. Not long after Shenlili and his sister left, Xiao Anan and Xiaoyu finally came out from the encirclement of their classmates. They wanted to thank Shenlili, but they couldn't find anyone. "They've left," Xiaoyu said with mixed feelings. In his perception, no one is kind except his sister. But today he found out that he seemed to be wrong. Maybe there are such people in this world, but he just had bad luck before and couldn't meet them. "I haven't thanked them yet." Xiao Anan sighed with some regret. "There will be a chance in the future." Xiaoyu rubbed his sister's hair to comfort her. In the office, Shen Kaiyun pointed at Shenlili and looked at the Dean of Academic Affairs in front of him with an unconvinced face. "Teacher, this is unfair. My sister lives in a single-family villa, but I live in a 4-person dormitory. Isn't this too double standard?" Faced with the student's doubts, the Dean of Academic Affairs calmly asked, "My classmate, are you the first in the freshman entrance examination?" Shin Kai-yun's momentum instantly waned, and after a long while, he opened his mouth and said honestly, "No." The Dean of Academic Affairs nodded, and then asked, "Do you have the rank of the 5th Corps?" "No." Shin Kai-yun's shoulders shrunk another inch. The Dean of Academic Affairs nodded, and finally asked, "Then do you have the highest honor medal of the Federation?" When it came to the last one, even the Dean of Academic Affairs was a little envious, not to mention Shin Kai-yun, who was still a student. Woo woo woo. "I was wrong, the dormitory is the dormitory, teacher, don't say anything more." Shin Kai-yun said with tears in his eyes, aggrieved. If he continued to listen to this, his self-esteem would be shattered into dust, and he would never be able to get it back. Shin Lily, who was listening to the conversation between the two, covered her face with a look of social death for some reason. After leaving the office, Shin Lily looked at Shin Kai-yun, who was still a little depressed. Finally, she couldn't help but comfort him. "Second brother, if you don't want to live in the dormitory, you can come and live with me." The dormitory assigned to Shin Lily was a 2-story villa, which was enough for her and Shin Kai-yun to live on 1 floor each. Shin Kai-yun touched Shin Lily's head and said, "Thank you, little sister, but I have made an appointment with my brother to live together." "Your brother?" Shin Lily glanced at Shin Kai-yun in confusion. "Hee, we are good brothers who grew up together. Come on, brother will take you to meet him." Shin Kai-yun smiled, and was a little impatient. Shin Lily was also a little curious, so she followed Shin Kai-yun to the male dormitory area. The student dormitories of the 5th Military Academy are divided into 3 large areas, the male dormitory on the left, the female dormitory on the right, and the teacher dormitory in the middle. Teachers live in small villas, while students' dormitories are high-rise. There are about 3 dormitories of more than 150 square meters on the 1st floor, and each dormitory has 4 rooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. Although they are not separate, each student has an independent bedroom, which is enough space to protect their privacy. Along the way, Shin Lily also met many classmates she knew. After everyone smiled and greeted, they separated. When she saw Yi Qingqing, Shin Lily wanted to say hello. But after a closer look, she was almost stunned. Yi Qingqing and Han Shou were holding hands and chatting. Shin Lily looked at Yi Qingqing's happy smile on the left and Han Shou's restrained, but doting eyes on the right. What else is there to understand in an instant? I can only say that it's over. Shin Kai-yun's little fangirl has been taken away by someone. Shin Kai-yun, who was standing by, was smiling and trying to greet the two, but Shin Lily covered his mouth fiercely. Shin Kai-yun, ? Chapter 203. After Yi Qingqing and Han Shou walked away, Shin Lily finally breathed a sigh of relief and let go of Shin Kai-yun's mouth. "Little sister, why are you covering my mouth?" Shin Kai-yun looked at his sister in confusion. Shin Lily looked at his second brother with complicated eyes, and said sympathetically, "Second brother, your little fangirl is gone." "What little fangirl? Which little fangirl of mine are you talking about?" Shin Kai-yun was confused. He has so many little fangirls, so which one is his little sister talking about? Shin Lily, Suddenly, he didn't sympathize at all. "Bah! Big scumbag." Shin Lily looked at Shin Kai-yun with disdain, then snorted coldly and walked towards the boys' dormitory by herself. Shin Kai-yun, ? He looked at his sister, who was inexplicably angry. "I just feel that women's hearts are like needles in the sea, and even the weather can't change as quickly as she does." Shin Kai-yun shook his head helplessly, and hurriedly followed. Soon the two arrived at the dormitory building where Shin Kai-yun lived. The building was about 99 stories high, with luxurious decorations inside. There were also several large sofas, and a coffee table in the lobby. Shin Lily and the others did not stay in the lobby for long, and took the suspended elevator directly to the dormitory numbered 6603 on the 66th floor. Shin Kai-yun used his optical brain to scan the sensor at the door. Accompanied by an electronic sound of welcome home, the door of the dormitory opened by itself. Shin Kai-yun wanted to let his sister go in first, but he saw 2 figures rushing over from the corner of his eye. Before Shin Lily could make any move, Shin Kai-yun stopped them with 1 child in each hand. "Damn! Shin Kai-yun, I heard you went to the Empire to play. You didn't even take us with you." Yang Xiaobo looked at him like a traitor. "And why did you come back only today? We almost suspected that you were favored by a beauty in the Empire, and stayed there, and never came back." Gao Zixiang teased ambiguously. Ahem, be serious, my sister is here today. Shen Kaiyun coughed and tilted his head to reveal Shen Lili behind him. Gao Zixiang, ? Yang Xiaobo, ? The two tilted their heads in confusion and saw Shen Lili, who looked like a fairy. Yang Xiaobo and Gao Zixiang, shock. The two young men looked at each other stupidly, and then disappeared at the same time. Seeing the two people who went back to the bedroom in seconds, Shen Lili looked at Shen Kaiyun in confusion and said, "Second brother, what are they doing?" Shen Kaiyun looked at them with disdain, and the two left the direction, and then said to Shen Lili, "Don't worry about them, come in and sit down." Shen Lili nodded, and just sat down in the living room. Yang Xiaobo and Gao Zixiang came out of the bedroom. At this moment, both of them changed into a set of neat clothes, and then one held a flower, and the other held a gift. "Hello, Sister Shen, I am your brother's best friend. My name is Yang Xiaobo, and I am very happy to meet you for the first time." Yang Xiaobo handed the flowers to Shen Lili and introduced himself in a gentlemanly and polite tone. "Hello, I am also your brother's best friend. My name is Gao Zixiang, and I am very happy to meet you." Gao Zixiang also smiled and handed the gift to Shen Lili. Shen Lili raised her eyebrows and looked at Yang Xiaobo and Gao Zixiang with some amusement in her heart, who seemed to have changed into different people. She politely accepted the flowers and gifts, then smiled and nodded to the two of them and said, "Thank you, Brother Zixiang, Brother Xiaobo. Just call me Lily or Ollie. I am also very happy to meet you." Seeing Shen Lili accept the gift, Yang Xiaobo and Gao Zixiang's nervous mood also relaxed. It seems that the sister of a good friend will not be difficult to get along with. After that, the few of them sat together and chatted for a few more sentences. Shen Kaiyun suddenly asked curiously, "Where is our roommate?" "Here he is, he should be in the room." Yang Xiaobo remembered that he had heard the door of the bedroom next door open, so there should be someone inside. "I have met the new roommate, he is a little difficult to get along with, and he is quite cold." Gao Zixiang thought of the classmate with cold eyes that could kill people. He couldn't help but shudder silently. "TSK, you are too timid, after all, you are classmates who will be together for 4 years in the future. What are you afraid of?" Shen Kaiyun looked at the two of them with contempt and laughed. Click dash. The sound of the bedroom door opening was heard. "Here he is, the new roommate." Gao Zixiang winked. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Shen Lili, looked over curiously. They saw a brother and sister coming out. Why were they brother and sister? That's because Shen Lili and Shen Kaiyun had just met them not long ago. They were the brother and sister of Zui Xing, Qiao Anan and Qiao Yu. Seeing so many people in the living room, Qiao Anan was stunned with surprise, and Qiao Yu's face suddenly turned cold. However, when he saw Shen Lili among the people, his coldness froze for a moment, and then his face softened a lot. Although he couldn't be said to have become friendly all of a sudden, at least he didn't create a cold atmosphere anymore. He nodded politely to Shen Lili, and actually took the initiative to say hello for the first time. Shen Lili was still confused for a while before she finally confirmed that he seemed to be saying hello to her, and then she nodded and greeted him back. Unlike her brother's indifference, Qiao Anan looked at Shen Lili with some surprise and said, "Hello, we meet again. My name is Qiao Anan. Can I meet you?" Shen Lili thought this brother and sister were quite interesting, so she smiled and nodded and said, "Okay, my name is Shen Lili, you can call me Ollie or Lily." Qiao Anan didn't expect Shen Lili to be so approachable, and the smile on her face became even bigger. "Hee, then I call you Ollie, you can also call me Anan Ollie, I like you so much. Can you add a light brain number?" Qiao Anan looked at Shen Lili with sparkling eyes, as if she had met her idol. "Of course Anan, you're cute too." Shen Lili naturally wouldn't reject a cute girl. But when she saw Qiao Anan's brand new optical computer, Shen Lili's eyes were a little surprised. If she remembered correctly, this optical computer seemed to cost about 100,000 federal coins. Qiao Anan naturally noticed Shen Lili's gaze, and she smiled a little embarrassedly. "When we were in Sin Star before, we didn't use optical computers. This one was lent to us by a soldier uncle named Shen Tian. He said that we couldn't live without an optical computer outside." "Huh? Shen Tian? Anan, you're not talking about this person, right?" Shen Lili was a little surprised, and pulled out the photo of her father from the optical computer. Chapter 204. "Huh? That's him. Does Ali know Uncle Shen? My brother and I almost died on Sin Star, and he saved us." Qiao Anan was instantly excited when she saw the photo. The man in the photo was the soldier uncle who saved her and her brother. When hearing the name Shen Tian, Shen Kaiyun couldn't help but look over. Yang Xiaobo and Gao Zixiang were even more surprised, looking at each other and thinking secretly. It can't be such a coincidence? Xiao Yu also looked at Shen Lili, thinking that she also had the last name Shen, and couldn't help but have another guess in his heart. It's just that he didn't say it actively because of his withdrawn personality. Faced with Xiao Anan's question, before Shen Lili had time to answer, Yang Xiaobo enthusiastically helped to answer it. Sister Anan, they are the son and daughter of your soldier uncle. Yang Xiaobo pointed at Shen Lili and Shen Kaiyun. Xiao Anan looked at Shen Lili with some surprise and asked, Really? Ali is actually Uncle Shen's daughter. Shen Lili nodded and said, Well, if you didn't recognize the wrong person, then he is indeed the father of me and my second brother. Huh? Then why did Uncle Shen say that I look like his daughter? Ali, you are so beautiful, you don't look like me at all. Xiao Anan still remembered that more than a month ago, when Uncle Shen saw her, he was stunned for several seconds. I almost thought his daughter had come to the Sin Star. Looking at the skinny Xiao Anan, Shen Lili naturally understood what was going on, so he touched his nose with some sighs. Xiao Anan now is indeed quite similar to when she just came back to the star. After she explained the reason, Xiao Anan was a little embarrassed. Then she felt a little distressed and held Shen Lili's hand and said, I didn't expect you to have this experience. If Ali doesn't mind, I will protect you in the future. Looking at the girl who was even more fragile than her, Shen Lili's eyes gradually softened, and she held her hand back and said gratefully, Thank you, Anan. The two little girls smiled at each other, and then started chatting on their own. Because they were too involved in the chat, they also ignored Xiao Yu, who was supposed to send his sister back to the dormitory. It was still Shen Kaiyun, who saw Xiao Yu standing there alone. Inexplicably, he was reminded of his own experience of being forgotten by Shen's father and rotting in a corner. I don't know if it was out of sympathy or a desire to compensate for my past self. Shen Kaiyun pulled Xiao Yu over and started introducing them to each other. My name is Shen Kaiyun, and these are my good brothers Yang Xiaobo and Gao Zixiang. What's your name, brother? Xiao Yu looked at Shen Kaiyun quietly for a while, and finally lowered his eyelashes, and said in a cold voice, as if he was compromising, Xiao Yu. It's a nice name, so we call you to Xiao from now on. Shen Kaiyun put his arm around Xiao Yu's shoulders, and made a decision on his own. Although Xiao Yu didn't say anything, it was obvious that the temperature around him had dropped by many degrees. He didn't like the name, but his lonely personality made him not actively refuse it. So the name to Xiao was accepted by the other three people. Xiao Yu's face became even colder when he heard his three roommates calling him to Xiao. On the boy's side, although it was Shen Kaiyun and the other two who were talking, Xiao Yu didn't even move his lips the whole time. But Shen Kaiyun and the others were not awkward at all, and the three boys were chatting enthusiastically together. Xiao Yu was not interested in the awkward chats of the few people. At this moment, he was staring straight at the hand on his shoulder that belonged to Shen Kaiyun. His eyes were full of coldness, as if he wanted to freeze a hole in his hand. Xiao Yu didn't like to get close to people, but Shen Kaiyun had been sticking to him like a dogskin plaster since just now. Thinking that Shen Kaiyun was Shen Lili's second brother, and the son of their life-saving benefactor, Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to slap that hand away. Shen Kaiyun also discovered this unexpectedly and raised his eyebrows playfully. Instead, he became even more aggressive, hugging his shoulders and touching his head. Xiao Yu was so angry that he had a dark face the whole time, trying to endure Shen Kaiyun's harassment. This pitiful look of wanting to hit someone, but being hesitant made Shen Kaiyun laugh. It was not until Xiao Anan and Shen Lili said they were going back that Shen Kaiyun felt guilty and stopped harassing. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and then his deep and clear eyes looked at his sister quietly. Xiao Anan knew what her brother meant without Xiao Yu saying anything. She shook her head and smiled. No need, brother, I can go back with Ollie. Xiao Yu looked at the two girls holding hands in front of him, and finally lowered his eyelashes to cover the emotion in his eyes, and said, Okay. After obtaining the consent of her brother, Xiao Anan excitedly took Shen Lili, and said goodbye to everyone. After leaving the dormitory building, Xiao Anan and Shen Lili walked and chatted with many classmates in the surprised eyes. Anan, how did you and my father know each other? Shen Lili couldn't help asking curiously. Uncle Shen, this story started more than a month ago, when my brother and I were still in the Sin Star. Xiao Anan thought for a while, and then fell into memories. Sin Star is where the Federation imprisons serious criminals, or temporarily detained death row prisoners. The people in Sin Star are all vicious thugs or cruel snakes and scorpions. In addition, the planet's resources are scarce, and even cannibalism is not uncommon. And once you enter Sin Star, it is impossible to get out. But there is a special group of people who can get the opportunity to leave Sin Star by gaining military merits. This special group of people is the children of criminals born on Sin Star. After the children of criminals are born, they will be sent to the shelter of Sin Star and raised by the federal government. The federal government will also decide their future based on their talents. Those with average talent will stay in the shelter, and after turning 18, they can freely choose whether to join the federal army. If they join the army, they can get enough military merits based on their contributions, in exchange for the opportunity to leave the Sin Star. And those with high talent, such as Xiao Anan and Xiao Yu, can also get the opportunity to study in military school. But it is also this opportunity that has brought endless pursuit to the brother and sister. Since getting these two places, the brother and sister have encountered danger again, and the last time, they almost couldn't see this world. If Shintian hadn't happened to pass by and saved the brother and sister in order to deal with someone, I'm afraid there would be no Xiao Anan and Xiao Yu in this world. Chapter 205. After listening to Xiao Anan's narration, Shin Lily couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If she was on the Sin Star instead of the garbage star with Grandma Wen, I'm afraid that when she just returned to the Interstellar, she would not even be able to survive. Seeing that Shin Lily's face was a little bad, Xiao Anan hurriedly asked with concern, "Ollie, are you scared?" "Yeah." Shin Lily nodded honestly, then took Xiao Anan's arm with pity and asked, "Anan, were you scared before?" Xiao Anan smiled, and said with stars in her eyes, "I'm not afraid, because I have a brother." "So that's it, you and your brother have a really good relationship." Shin Lily thought of Xiao Yu, who also put his sister on the top of his heart, and couldn't help but envy her. But she wouldn't be jealous, because she also has two very good brothers. The eldest brother is very gentle and considerate, although the second brother is sometimes unreliable. Shin Lily knows that Shin Kaiyun is also the best brother in the world. "Yeah, my brother is really good, so I hope I can be his bride in the future," Xiao Anan said with stars in her eyes. "Be a bride? Aw?" Shin Lily was still thinking about her two brothers, so her brain hadn't reacted yet. After repeating it once, she realized something was wrong. When she thought about it carefully, she was almost shocked. "Anan. That brother. Well, brothers and sisters. You can't fall in love. And you can't be my brother's bride." Shin Lily swallowed her saliva in shock, and then said in a stuttering voice. Shin Lily was afraid that her words were too much, and she was so confused that her tongue was almost tied. Xiao Anan looked at Shin Lily, whose face was almost wrinkled like a bitter gourd. She couldn't help but chuckled. "I know, but he is not my biological brother." Shin Lily was relieved to hear that he was not her biological brother. Then she said in a bad mood, "You could have said this earlier, you almost scared me to death." Hee hee. Xiao Anan was amused by Shin Lily and laughed. After relaxing, Shin Lily couldn't help but ask curiously, "Then why do you have the same surname as your brother?" "Because I was abandoned when I was just born. It was my brother who picked me up and took me back to the orphanage. He also raised me with his own hands, so the people around me assumed that I was my brother's sister, and even named me with the surname Xiao." Xiao Anan seemed to be telling someone else a story, and she didn't feel miserable at all. But Shin Lily rubbed her little head distressfully, comforting and encouraging. "It's all over, I believe in and will be very happy in the future." "Yeah, thank you, Ali, as long as my brother is here, I am very happy, but he seems to really only treat me as his own sister," Xiao Anan said a little depressed. "Huh? And it is so cute, Xiao Yu hasn't agreed yet?" Shin Lily said a little surprised. Xiao Anan shook her head dejectedly, and said to Shin Lily a little aggrievedly, "Actually, I haven't confessed to my brother yet, mainly because I am afraid of being rejected by him and afraid of causing trouble to him. After all, well, in the Sin Star, even being alive is a luxury. Only she, the sister protected by her brother, can waste time thinking about some unrealistic fairy tales. As long as Xiao Yu's sister is safe and sound every day, he will feel satisfied. Only she, the sister, has been thinking greedily. One day, she can become the one who can always be with her brother. Do you plan to keep it like this?" Shin Lily looked at the sad Xiao Anan, not knowing how to comfort her, and could only sigh and ask. She has never been in love, so she doesn't know what it feels like to love someone. But Shin Lily thinks that it should be the same as her love for Mecha. If she is asked to break up with Xing Chen now, she will indeed feel suffocated by the heartache. Shin Lily thought of this, and couldn't help touching the Mecha space button hanging on her chest. The cold touch of the space button gave her a sense of security. Very good, the Mecha is there, and she feels very happy. Hearing Shin Lily's words, Xiao Anan snorted proudly and said, "Of course not. I plan to accumulate enough military merits to escape from the Sin Star with my brother, And then, I will go to him to confess my love as soon as possible. Xiao Anan clenched her fists while speaking, and a flame of love ignited in her eyes. That's not bad, it will definitely be very romantic at that time. Shen Lily said with some anticipation. Hey, that's for sure, Ali, you must come to cheer me up at that time. Xiao Anan's face raised a happy smile. It was as if the breeze blowing through the peach blossoms, even the smell brought a touch of sweetness. Okay. Shen Lily agreed with a smile in her eyes. Although she didn't understand what it felt like to love someone. But seeing Xiao Anan smiling so happily, she couldn't help but feel happy for her. By the way, Ali, do you have someone you like? Xiao Anan finished talking about her sweetheart. I couldn't help but wonder if a goddess like Shen Lili would have someone she likes. Someone she likes? Shen Lili first thought of Bai Zhou, and the second thought of Guan Jing, but she didn't expect the third one to be Aries. Although Aries' face is really good looking, as long as she thinks of his middle school Yandra personality and his identity as a Zerg, Shen Lili can't help but shudder. Then she quickly shook her head in horror and said, no one I like. Looking at Shen Lili's horrified reaction, Xiao Anan's head was full of question marks instantly. She seemed to have asked, is there anyone you like? Why do I always feel that Ali heard it as, is there anyone I'm afraid of? Seeing Xiao Anan's expression full of question marks, Shen Lili didn't have the nerve to tell her own embarrassing story. So she changed the subject with a guilty conscience and said, the girls' dormitory is almost here. I take you up there. Xiao Anan was sensible, so she said sympathetically, okay, thank you, Ali. Yeah. Shen Lili smiled and nodded, and then said Xiao Anan to her dormitory. Fearing that she would be bullied because of her identity as a Sin Star, Shen Lili stayed for a while. Until she agreed with Xiao Anan to take a single soldier class together in the afternoon. Shen Lili was relieved and walked towards her villa. The villa arranged for Shen Lili by the 5th Military Academy was actually in the center of the teachers' area next to the girls' dormitory. It was very close, only a few minutes away, so Shen Lili quickly arrived at the place where she would live for the next 4 years based on the address on the optical computer. A 2-story villa numbered 66. Chapter 206. As soon as Shen Lili walked to the gate of the villa, the AI of the access control system automatically sounded. Welcome home, master. After the voice fell, the outer wall door opened automatically. Shen Lili couldn't help but be surprised for a moment, then walked in, and then looked around curiously. The first thing that came into view was an exquisite villa with a rural style, surrounded by lush trees, and it seemed to be far away from all the hustle and bustle of the city. Looking at the exquisite and luxurious gardens around, Shen Lili secretly smacked her lips in her heart. If this was her own home, it wouldn't be so surprising. But if this was just a dormitory in the military academy, it would be a bit too luxurious. This weird and high-end treatment made Shen Lili's eyes narrowed. For some reason, she always felt that the 5th Military Academy was digging a hole for her. After thinking for a while, Shen Lili, who still had no clue, shook her head and said secretly, forget it, we will fight against the enemy and cover the water with earth. And what bad intentions could the Military Academy have? After thinking about it, Shen Lili began to appreciate the scenery in the courtyard while walking to the door of the villa. Before she could use the light brain to scan the access control, the door of the villa opened automatically. Shen Lili looked at it with some doubts, and found that there was a robot butler inside the door, who was bowing slightly to her respectfully and said, welcome, master. The robot butler was about half a meter tall, and looked a bit like a small astronaut, and his limbs were as flexible as a robot. Shen Lili was slightly stunned, and asked with some surprise, who are you? Dear master, hello, I am Shupa, the campus butler, and I will take care of your daily life in the next 4 years. The robot butler's cute voice was full of respect. Shen Lili was silent for a while looking at this robot butler, who only reached her waist. Suddenly squatted down, and looked at it with a sharp gaze. A robot that can talk normally and act independently. Want to dismantle it? Master, if you damage public property without permission, you need to pay compensation. Shupa seemed to see what Shen Lili was thinking, and the big eyes on the screen of his head blinked innocently. It's okay, I have money. Shen Lili's fingers couldn't help but move. Just when she was about to go further, Shupa's cute voice sounded again. In addition to compensation, another semester's credits will be deducted. Shupa reminded her very kindly. Shen Lili, very good, she was threatened by a robot today. Shen Lili took a deep breath, forced a smile and said, I was just joking. Shupa is so cute, how could I be so cruel to tear you apart? Master, Shupa has a lie detector function, and it has detected that you are lying. Shupa said honestly without any tact. Shen Lili, Is this robot really here to take care of me? Lily put her palm on her forehead and sighed. Shiopa, turn off the lie detector function. Okay, master, I am turning off Shiopa's lie detector function. You need to wait for 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, Shiopa's lie detector function has been turned off. Is there anything else you need help with? Shiopa said cutely. Take me around the villa and introduce the layout of the room. Lily looked at the exquisitely decorated villa and couldn't help wanting to take a look. Okay, master, please follow Shiopa. Shiopa said. He led the way in front and introduced every place carefully to Lily. This is the living room. The master can receive friends here. Shiopa started to introduce it right away. Lily nodded and then followed Shiopa, listening to its detailed and cute introduction. This is the bedroom. The master can adjust the bedroom environment here. There are currently 648 options. The master can choose at will. Shiopa pointed to the small virtual screen on the wall and introduced it seriously and diligently. Lily curiously clicked on a light rain mode, and then the environment in the bedroom switched to a bamboo forest, and the sound of raindrops sounded around. After switching several more, Lily lost interest, and then followed Shiopa to the study, kitchen, bathroom, pharmacy, training room. Looking at the villa with so many complete rooms, Lily's heart suddenly became uneasy. I always feel that this is like the little benefit given before cheating people. Lily suddenly looked at Shiopa and asked, does the school arrange a campus butler for each student? No, there is only you, the master, at present. Shiopa answered honestly. Then who asked you to come? Lily asked again. That is a person of great talent, ambition, astronomy, geography, extraordinary, able to write peace in the world, and able to ride a horse to determine the fate of the world, beautiful and wise, the embodiment of heroism and righteousness, more handsome than Pannon, more beautiful than a pear blossom, and a principal who is loved by everyone and seen in every car. After Shiopa said a lot of nonsense, he finally said 2 important words. Lily, Very good, the principal's filter is broken. Lily supported her forehead, and then said to Shiopa with a headache, It's okay, you can go out. Okay, master, friendly reminder, you have a total of 1 compulsory class and 4 optional classes today, and Shiopa wishes you a happy class. After saying that, Shiopa went out in a flash as if he was afraid of being beaten. Lily was left alone, messy in the wind. She now seems to understand a little bit the principal's intention to arrange a robot for her. After shaking her head countless times today, Lily opened the course schedule on the optical computer and looked at today's courses. The 5th Military Academy has a total of 7 departments. Potion Refining Department, Horcrux Creation Department, Mecha Manufacturing Department, Combat Command Department, Mecha Individual Soldier Department, Logistics Support Department, Weapon Research Department. Military school students usually choose 2 or more departments, mainly because the Mecha Soldier Department is a compulsory course, and no military school student can avoid it. But students can freely decide whether the Mecha Soldier Department will be the main department or the secondary department. For the main department, the final exam must be passed once, and for the secondary department, you can retake the exam until you pass. In addition, students like Lily, who choose more departments, can freely choose whether to attend classes in the remaining departments except the Mecha Soldier Department. Of course, whether you go or not, you have to do your homework. In addition, if you fail the final exam, in addition to receiving the tutor's parent care package, you must stay in school to retake the exam until you pass. Chapter 207. After studying the course schedule, Lily was somewhat surprised to find that none of her 5 departments had classes that overlapped today. Lily raised her eyebrows unexpectedly, lowered her head and pondered for a while, and finally decided to try all 5 departments' classes. It's not that she is diligent, but Lily wants to see if taking classes in the classroom will be better than taking online classes. The reason is that the Horcrux department is too difficult. She has obviously been taking online classes for the Horcrux department for a month, but she is still a little confused until now. And today's Horcrux class is a practical class. It should be better to experience it by hand than to take online classes. After making a decision, Lily looked at the time on the optical computer. There are still 2 hours before the first command class, which is enough for her to decorate the villa before going to class. Lily did it right away. She used her mental power to check all corners of the villa and confirmed that there was no surveillance. Lily was relieved and summoned Ahua and others in the mental space. Ollie, you're at school. Awo just came out of the spiritual space and excitedly flew into Lily's arms, acting cute and coquettish. Lily hummed and gently touched Ahua. Then she smiled at the 3 little ones and said, This is where we will live for the next 4 years. Ahwa Amu Ashue, do you have any ideas for decoration? Awo looked around the bedroom environment and pointed to the big windowsill and said, Ali, I want to build a nest there so that I can see the moon while sleeping at night. Okay, Amu Ashue, do you want to build one together? Shinlili looked at Amu and Ashue and asked. Okay. Amu nodded. Whatever. Ashue said indifferently. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Shinlili planned the big windowsill in the bedroom as a place for the 3 little ones to sleep. Then she specially bought 3 of the most expensive and comfortable pet nests on the Star Network and placed them on it. After the bedroom was decorated, Shinlili took Ahwa and the others to decorate the alchemy room and training room. During this period, Shiopa came to help, but Shinlili was a little afraid that Shiopa would reveal the existence of Ahwa and the others. So she set the confidentiality mode in its system, and no one except her could tell the secret of the villa. After the whole villa was decorated, Shinlili looked at the light computer, and the 2 hours were almost over. Awo, Amu, Ashue, are you staying in the room, or going to class with me? Shinlili was ready to go out, so she turned around and asked. Go together. The 3 little ones didn't like to be separated from Shinlili, and they said decisively. It turned into 3 spiritual powers, and returned to Shinlili's spiritual space. Looking at the 3 clingy little ones, Shinlili shook her head and laughed. Then, under Shiopa's reluctant gaze, she left the villa and walked towards the command department building. The 7 major departments of the 5th Military Academy each have a 6-story building. The first floor of the command department building is the practice room, and the 2nd to 5th floors are the freshman to senior classes. Each floor is divided into 4 classes, A, B, C, and D, and the top floor is the teacher's office. As soon as Shinlili arrived at Class A of the command department, Shin Kai-yun pulled her to the seat next to him. Then Shinlili found that in addition to Shin Kai-yun, Xiaoyu was also there. Shinlili was a little surprised, but she still greeted Xiaoyu politely. Brother Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's face was a little sullen because of Shin Kai-yun, but after seeing Shinlili, it softened visibly. Seeing Shinlili greet him, he also nodded politely in return. Not long after the two greeted each other, the teacher of the command department came. The class of the command department was still the same. In addition to learning various military tactics, it was to watch various big men and historical videos of commanding battles. After waiting for an hour after class, Shinlili said goodbye to Shin Kai-yun and Xiaoyu, and went to the freshman Class A in the pharmacy building. Originally, Shinlili wanted to sit with Yi Qingqing, but after asking around, she found out that she didn't pass the exam for Class A, and was assigned to Class B. Shinlili had no choice but to sit alone and find an empty seat to wait for class. This class of the pharmacy department is about refining S-level potions. Other students basically need to spend a whole class to refine them. Only Shinlili had refined the potion in less than 10 minutes. This terrifying speed immediately attracted the envy of the students in the pharmacy department, and the attention of the pharmacy instructor. And the protagonist Shinlili just wanted to say that if you stay in the pharmacy department of the Legion for a few days, you will probably be able to achieve this speed. So in the envious eyes of everyone, Shinlili calmly handed the potion she had refined to the instructor. The instructor of the pharmacy department took Shinlili's potion and put it on the detector. After a while, the quality report of the potion appeared on the 3D virtual screen of the detector. Seeing the data that were almost 100%, the instructor of the pharmacy department, in addition to some emotion, wanted to choose Shinlili as the head of the pharmacy department again. Student Shin, you are talented and strong. You deserve to be the head of the pharmacy department. Why don't you just accept it? The pharmacy instructor said with expectation. In fact, when he was taking online classes before, he had offered an olive branch to Shinlili, but unfortunately she always disagreed. Sorry, instructor, you also understand my situation, so I can't be the head student. Shinlili decisively refused. Although the head student sounds very glorious, it is actually just like the class monitor in the previous life, worrying about this and that in the class. It is not suitable for Shinlili, who has chosen several departments. Fortunately, the instructor of the pharmacy department is not unreasonable. After sighing, he didn't mention it again. After the get out of class in the pharmacy department, Shinlili hurriedly slipped away. It's not that she cares much about the Horcrux course, but the resentful look of the potion teacher made her have goosebumps all over her body. She was obviously a naive and pure beautiful girl, but she felt like a scumbag who abandoned her husband and children when he stared at her. If the potion course was as easy as drinking water for Shinlili, then the Horcrux course was definitely her nightmare. At this moment, Shinlili was holding a Zerg crystal core in one hand and a carving knife in the other. She used the carving knife to gesture for a long time, but still had no idea where to start. The function of the Horcrux is to nourish and upgrade the mental power, and relieve the trauma of the mental space. It is not like Shenlily's mental power potion, which will scrap a crystal core at a time, and it can't even improve mental power. The Horcrux created by the Zerg crystal core can be used for a long time if there is no external damage. The method of creating a soul weapon is a bit like refining a formation plate in the world of cultivation, except that one uses spiritual power to carve a formation plate, and the other uses mental power to carve a Zerg crystal core. But both have one thing in common, that is, they must be done in one go. If you stop in the middle, then the Zerg crystal core will also be wasted. Chapter 208. Compared with the array plates in the world of cultivation, the soul weapons used to enhance spiritual power are even more troublesome. First, the violent spiritual power in the crystal core must be expelled, which is simple for Shenlily. The only difficult part is to carve array patterns on the Zerg crystal core according to the array diagram in the textbook. Finally, they must be combined into arrays to form an array diagram that circulates forever. And the higher the level of the soul weapon, the more complex its array patterns and array diagrams. Shenlily remembered that the soul weapon instructor once said this during the online class. The highest level SSS soul weapon has tens of thousands of array patterns and dozens of array diagrams. Compared with the SSS soul weapon, the primary soul weapon carved by Shenlily actually has only a dozen array patterns. But for Shenlily, who has no foundation in soul weapons, it is just like a chef who is used to making Chinese food and suddenly has to learn to make Western food. In short, it is bald, very bald. Ollie, don't be anxious, take your time. Jiang Yao, the genius soul master who had already carved the primary soul weapon, comforted her softly. Well, thank you, Yao Yao, Shenlily said gratefully. Then she looked at the soul weapon that Jiang Yao had refined with a sour look, and finally took a deep breath. She picked up the carving knife and began to carve on the Zerg crystal core. It was smooth at the beginning and barely okay in the middle, but when it came to forming the formation diagram later, the crystal core exploded. Fortunately, Shenlily's mental power level was high, and as soon as she felt the tendency to explode, she immediately wrapped the crystal core with mental power. Although this wave of operations did not hurt the students around her, the deafening explosion was enough to make the students around her exhausted. After 1 or 2 times, the students around her avoided Shenlily's position as if they were avoiding the plague. The terrifying sound was repeated for more than 10 times, and finally even the instructor of the Horcrux department couldn't stand it anymore. He walked to Shenlily's side and wanted to see her operation. But after watching for a long time, even the instructor of the Horcrux department began to be confused. Shenlily's operation was correct, even better than other students, but for some reason, she couldn't form a formation diagram on the crystal core. The instructor of the Horcrux department was a little panicked. If he couldn't even find the problem of the student, then he would lose face. He swallowed nervously, and suddenly his eyes moved and thought of something, and quickly turned on the light brain. He secretly recorded the process of Shenlily creating the Horcrux, and then sent it to his teacher. A certain Horcrux master far away on Pluto was drinking tea leisurely with his friends. As a result, the prompt sound of the light brain suddenly rang. Master, your stupid disciple Xiuqi has sent me another message. Lin Sanqing paused while drinking tea, and apologized to his friend as if compromising. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, please wait for me a moment. Brother Lin, I'm sorry, you go ahead and do your work. Yi Chuanfeng sipped his tea with a smile, but his ears perked up. After Lin Sanqing nodded slightly, he turned on the light brain and checked the message sent by his disciple on the virtual screen. Stupid disciple, teacher, please save me. This student is poisonous. Lin Sanqing frowned and clicked on the video again. He saw Shenlily in the video, who was seriously carving the Zerg crystal core. Her focused look made people sigh that this was definitely a diligent and good student. Lin Sanqing liked studious juniors, so he nodded with admiration. But the next second, the smile on Lin Sanqing's mouth disappeared. Shenlily in the video carved a Zerg crystal core and exploded a Zerg crystal core, carved a Zerg crystal core, and exploded another Zerg crystal core. Lin Sanqing's mouth twitched, and he covered his forehead with a headache. His apprentice was right. This little girl is indeed poisonous. Brother Lin, what happened? Do you need my help? Yi Chuanfeng heard the explosions coming from the virtual screen, and his heart was as curious as a cat scratching. Lin Sanqing naturally would not offend his friend, so he shared the virtual screen. Brother Yi, please help me take a look. Lin Sanqing smiled helplessly. Yi Chuanfeng couldn't wait any longer, and when he looked up, he found that it was just a little girl who was carving a crystal core. Although he was a little disappointed, he still watched patiently. Then we saw the famous scene of Shinlili, carving one and exploding one, carving one and exploding another. Ha ha ha. Yi Chuafeng was amused by the confused expression on the little girl's face, and laughed uncontrollably. Then he couldn't help but tease. I think this little girl shouldn't waste her time in the Horcrux department. Just go to the weapon research department. She is a natural blasting expert. Lin Sanqi nodded and thought so too, just about to tell his apprentice. As a result, his apprentice seemed to know the master's thoughts in advance, and sent the identity of this little girl to him the next second. Stupid apprentice Yujio. Teacher, this is Shinlili who has developed a mental healing potion. She can't transfer to another department. Lin Sanqi. Brother Yi, I'm afraid you can't transfer to another department. This little girl is Shinlili, the one who invented the mental healing potion from the Shin family. Lin Sanqi swallowed his saliva, and said with some fear. Ever since the emergence of a mental healing potion in the pharmacy world, there are so many bigwigs in the Horcrux world who are almost jealous. If he decides to let Shinlili transfer to another department, not to mention that his teacher will expel him from the school, it is estimated that there will be no place for him in the entire Horcrux world from now on. After all, there are so many old monsters in the Horcrux world who are looking forward to Shinlili inventing a more powerful Horcrux, like she invented the mental healing potion. Yi Chuafeng is also a master in the Horcrux world, so he naturally understands the seriousness of the matter, and he can't laugh now. The key to whether their Horcrux masters can slap the pharmacists in the face lies in this little girl. Thinking of this, Yi Chuafeng's face also became serious and said, watch it again. If it doesn't work, let's ask the Grandmaster to help us take a look. Lin Sanqi nodded solemnly, and played the video of Shinlili creating a Horcrux several times. It seems that Shinlili's mental power is counteracted by the mental power of the Zerg, which caused the explosion. Lin Sanqi frowned and said uncertainly. From the video, it is indeed so. So it is even more headache. If I met such a student in the past, it would be the best way to persuade her to change departments directly, because this kind of person is definitely a big loser in the Horcrux department. Yi Chuafeng also began to have a headache. He even couldn't help but regret that he shouldn't have come to his friend for tea today. He should have said goodbye and ran away when his friend picked up the video. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten into this situation. Teaching a Horcrux loser to refine a Horcrux is no less than Zhuge Liang helping a Du to ascend to power. It's useless no matter how awesome you are. Chapter 209. Lin Sanqi also understood this truth, so his head hurt even more. He said, as if to comfort his friend or himself, who made this person Shinlili? What else can we do? Let's rescue her again. What if a miracle happens? Just like no one thought that she could invent a mental healing potion. Yi Chuafeng sighed, nodded silently, and gave a conservative suggestion. Okay, let Shinlili use a small amount of mental power first and try again. That's the only way. Lin Sanqi nodded helplessly in agreement. Then, they sent the problems they found, and the suggestions to their own apprentice. At the other end, Shinlili had already carved a whole trash can of Zerg crystal cores. It also made the students around her sit farther away from her silently. Shinlili looked at the last crystal core in her hand, frowned and carved again, and this time the carving action was also more cautious. But the result was the same as before. These Zerg crystal cores were like a virgin, who would rather die than surrender. She would rather die than live in disgrace, and would never want to become her Horcrux. After the last crystal core was destroyed, Shinlili threw it into the trash can in annoyance. Then she sighed deeply, and finally calmed down. The students around were relieved when they saw this, and returned to their seats, and began to carve Zerg crystal cores seriously. Some of the students couldn't help but complain. I'm almost dying from all the torture. I doubt Shinlili has no talent for Horcruxes at all. In the far corner of the classroom, one of them couldn't help but complain. Remove the doubts. The crystal core in the trash can is enough to prove it. His deskmate whispered in agreement. But I heard that she is not a genius in potion? Why is she so obsessed with the Horcrux system? With her talent, even if she succeeds in refining a Horcrux, it will probably be a low-level Horcrux, and the quality will probably be very low. The deskmate who spoke first was puzzled. I don't know about this. Hearing the discussions around her, Shinlili's face was a little gloomy, and she began to doubt whether she really had no talent for Horcruxes. The Horcrux department instructor was also very anxious when he heard it, but fortunately, his light brain vibrated after a while. When he opened it, it turned out that it was indeed his teacher who sent a message. The best teacher in the world, her mental power is in conflict with the energy of the Zerg crystal core. Since she can't switch to another system, let her try with a small amount of mental power. Horcrux instructor, The energy of the Zerg crystal core is incompatible with it. In a sense, isn't that a big loser of the Horcrux department? The Horcrux instructor resisted the urge to vomit blood, wiped his face with his hand, coughed, and suddenly said to Shinlili, "Student Shinlili, I saw that your operation was correct, but you overlooked the most important point." Shinlili heard the voice, and turned her head in confusion, only to find that the instructor was standing behind her. "Teacher, did I overlook something?" Shinlili asked humbly. "Your mental power is incompatible with the energy of the Zerg crystal core, so your formation diagram cannot coexist with the crystal core." The Horcrux instructor did not beat around the bush, and said directly with some regret, "Are they mutually exclusive?" Shinlili lowered her head, and pondered for a while. She recalled the scene when her uncle taught her to refine S-level potions. At that time, the spiritual power of the Zerg crystal core had been avoiding her approach, but she was borrowing off with spiritual power at that time. And the spiritual power she had just carved and reorganized was also all with spiritual power. What if it was replaced by Amu or Ashue? Shinlili's eyes lit up, and she took out a bunch of Zerg crystal cores from her own space, and then picked up the carving knife without saying a word and carved them quickly. The classmates around her couldn't help but wail when they saw this. It started again. The Horcrux instructor wanted to say the next sentence, but saw Shinlili so seriously carving the Zerg crystal core. Finally, he opened his mouth and stood aside silently to watch. When Shinlili was about to finish carving the array pattern, and was about to form the array diagram, the students around seemed to have anticipated the ending. After a deep sigh, they blocked their ears in advance. Who would have thought that after a long while, there was no explosion this time? Everyone was confused for a while, then they thought of something and opened their eyes wide in shock, looking at Shinlili in disbelief. Has the Horcrux been refined? The whole class, including the Horcrux instructor, looked at Shinlili's palm with such doubtful and shocked eyes. There was a Zerg crystal core with a complete array diagram lying there. No, it should be said to be a Horcrux from now on. But this Horcrux that attracted everyone's attention was not cherished by its owner, but was thrown aside casually. At this moment, Shinlili seemed to be crazy, and took other Zerg crystal cores, and began to carve. As the number of Horcruxes gradually increased from 1 to 2 to the third, the Horcrux department instructor's face froze, and his body could not help but tremble. If Shinlili looked like a loser just now, which made him feel sorry, then now she was so talented that he felt scared. It would take at least several days for an ordinary Horcrux master to carve a Horcrux, and that was when he was fully committed. But what did Shinlili do? She carved one in just over 10 minutes, and even the manufacturers anywhere were not as fast as her. Just as the Horcrux department instructor was roaring inwardly, the bell for the end of get out of class happened to ring. Shinlili woke up from her dream, and withdrew from her mad state. Then the whole person's eyes went black in an instant, and her spirit seemed to be sucked dry by a ghost, and she withered. Shinlili's fingers trembled as she picked up the 5 carved Horcruxes, and a relieved smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, in the eyes of everyone's admiration, she completely fainted. The students and the Horcrux instructor were all stunned for a second, followed by a burst of exclamations, and the sound of tables and chairs being moved. After a while, everyone in the classroom reacted and hurriedly sent Shinlili to the school doctor. The movement in the Horcrux department naturally alarmed other people in the military academy. Song Qing, who was in the principal's office, handling official business, learned that it was Shinlili who fainted. He stood up in panic and ran to the school doctor's office, praying nervously in his heart. This little ancestor must not get into trouble. Chapter 210. In the ward, Shinlili lay on the bed with a pale face. There were 2 doctors beside her bed, examining her. Outside the ward, Song Qing and Shin Xiuxiong both looked at the instructor of the Horcrux department unkindly. The Horcrux instructor who had just sent away the students stood aside with a guilty look on his face. "Shaolin, explain it." Song Qing had a smile on his face, but his eyes stared at the Horcrux department instructor as if he was looking at a dead person. Shin Xiuxiong did not speak, but the murderous aura in his eyes was as terrifying as if it had materialized. Lin Chung swallowed nervously, then bowed quickly and apologized. "Principal, Teacher Shin blames me for this matter. I'm sorry. I was so shocked at the time that I forgot and stopped Shinlili from continuing to carve Horcruxes. If I remember correctly, Shin is just a freshman. Can she still shock you?" Song Qing narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Shin Xiuxiong said in an unkind tone, "Teacher Lin, my Ollie has never come into contact with Horcruxes before. You said she shocked you. This excuse is not very good. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, it was too much to shirk responsibility." Lin Chung had a lot of pain in his heart, so he could only take out the 5 Horcruxes and hand them to the 2 of them. Then he opened the video of Shenlili refining these 5 Horcruxes. This video was originally intended to be sent to the teacher by Lin Chung, hoping to shock him. I didn't expect it to become his evidence to prove his innocence. Principal, Teacher Shen, you will know that I am not lying after watching it. Lin Chung felt a little emotional and shared the video. After watching the video, Song Qing and Shen Xiaoxiong looked at each other in disbelief, and only then did they understand Lin Ye's mood a little. Song Qing pondered for a while, and then said to Lin Chung, although you did not mean it, it was your carelessness that led Shen to the medical room, so your salary this month will be deducted, and your year-end bonus will be reduced by half. These fines are regarded as compensation for Shenlili. Teacher Lin, do you have any objections? No, thank you, Principal. Lin Chung was relieved when he heard the punishment. Although the mistake he made was not a big mistake, it was a serious fault in the military academy. Even if he was dismissed from the military academy, it would be completely fine. Since the principal said so, Shen Xiaoxiong had no objection, but his face was still a little bad for Lin Chung. Lin Chung shrank his neck in guilt, and tried to reduce his presence. This useless look made Shen Xiaoxiong snort, then turned his head to pay attention to the ward and ignored him. The 3 waited outside for a while, and the door of the ward opened again. The old school doctor took off his gloves and walked out, saying, "It's okay, just that her mental energy was too much. I just gave her a bottle of mental healing potion, and now she has almost recovered." "Thank you, Dr. Su." Song Qing and the other 2 said gratefully. "Well, you go in and take a look, I have to do other things." Dr. Su nodded slightly, and then left with his assistant. After saying goodbye to Dr. Su, Song Qing and the other 2 walked into the ward. Shenlili, who was lying on the bed, had woken up and was looking at the ceiling with despair. After all, she couldn't escape. After all, she drank the mental healing potion. Woohoo! She is no longer clean. Shenlili was heartbroken. A crystal teardrop passed through the corner of her eyes, taking away her clean moral integrity. When Shen Xiaoxiong came in, he saw his precious niece, who looked pale, weak and haggard. He immediately frowned and walked over with concern, asking, "Ollie, how are you? Are you feeling better?" "Uncle, I'm fine, just a little tired." Shenlili smiled weakly. "That's good, I almost scared Uncle to death." Shen Xiaoxiong patted his chest with his giant palm, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Shenlili looked at his uncle, who was stronger than a bear, and smiled without saying anything. After the 3 of them took turns to show their concern, they were ready to leave. Before leaving, Song Qing took out the 5 Horcruxes and handed them to Shenlili, his tone full of pride. But he also said with a little blame, "Student Shen, you are the most talented and hard-working student I have ever seen, but your body is the greatest treasure. You should take care of your body next time, understand?" "Thank you, Principal, I understand." Shenlili nodded obediently. "Well, you have a good rest, we will leave first." After Song Qing finished speaking, the 3 of them left the ward together. Principal, second uncle, Teacher Lin, goodbye. Shenlili, half lying on the bed, waved to several people. After watching several people leave, Shenlili looked down at the Horcrux in her palm. This is the Horcrux she just carved with Ah Shui's mental power. But she hadn't tried AMU's mental power yet. As soon as Shenlili took out the carving knife, she remembered the principal's words again. Frowning and hesitating for a while, Shenlili finally put the carving knife back. "Forget it, let's try it later." After thinking about it, Shenlili lay back on the bed and started to take a nap. There are mecha classes and individual classes in the afternoon, so it's better to have a good rest now. Shenlili's ward was calm, but the military academy was about to explode. Especially the big guys in the Horcrux world, they were about to fight for the qualification to teach at the 5th Military Academy. Pluto, Horcrux Master Association. Since watching the video of Shenlili creating a Horcrux, almost all the Horcrux Masters have thought about accepting apprentices. Especially after knowing this person, Shenlili, who invented the mental power treatment potion. The big guys fell directly. Let's not talk about Shenlili's talent, strength, and family background, just for her terrifying innovation ability. Who knows if she will invent something more powerful than the mental potion in the future. Then, as Shenlili's master, they will be so proud, okay? The more they thought about it, the more excited they were. At this moment, the Soul Weapon Masters gathered in the association's office, arguing with each other like old men and women in the vegetable market. "Zheng Yuan, how long have you not carved a more advanced soul weapon? You still have the nerve to compete with me for an apprentice." The old man with white hair and beard said with a red face. "That's better than you, the Sea King teacher." How many apprentices have you accepted? Can you teach more? Zheng Yun snorted and mocked. Don't fight, I have the highest talent, and I am the most suitable to be Shenli's master. Lin Yebei saw that everyone was arguing so vigorously, and he couldn't help but join in the fun. Bah, you are the least suitable one. The old man with white hair and beard and Zheng Yun turned their heads to look at him, and cursed in unison. Chapter 211. Mr. Zheng, Mr. Qi, you shouldn't bully me like this. Why can't I do it? Lin Yebei said aggrievedly. Qi he sneered and said sarcastically, I remember your eldest disciple Luo Ning is now the second leader of the Free Alliance, right? Lin Yebei, a good military school student can be trained by you to become a star pirate leader. Where do you get the face? You still want to accept new disciples? Lin Yebei lowered his head silently, and muttered in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. He pursues poetry and distance. Can I stop him? Don't just talk about the eldest disciple, let's talk about the second disciple Xinghe, a good Horcrux and a genius, but after learning, he ran away with the little goblin of the Mermaid Empire. Zheng Yun was dissatisfied for a long time, and couldn't help but complain. Lin Yebei lowered his head even lower, but still said, Life is precious, money is more valuable, if it is for love, the master can be abandoned. Isn't this quite romantic? There is also a third apprentice, this one is the most promising. He directly established a new Horcrux association, and he thinks we are all a bunch of old antiques, who don't know how to adapt. One of the elders of the Horcrux association said something meaningful. Lin Yebei swallowed his saliva, and finally dared not say a word. The third apprentice is indeed a person who even he wants to strangle to death when he sees him. He has done everything he can to betray his master and destroy his ancestors. Seeing this, everyone hummed with satisfaction, and then continued to argue. After arguing for a long time without any result, everyone looked at the first president of the Horcrux Association. President, you decide, who among us is the most qualified to teach Shenli? Qi he glanced at Zheng Yun provocatively. They were the only two strongest people on the scene, so they also had the greatest chance. Zheng Yun was not to be outdone, and glared back, then stared straight at the president of the Horcrux Association. The president of the Horcrux Association glanced around at everyone, then lowered his eyelashes, and said, Let's go with Lin Yebei. Qi he, Zheng Yun, Lin Yebei, ? He looked up in confusion, pointed at himself in disbelief and said, President, are you sure? Aren't you afraid that I will train another little fourth child? He only raised 3 seedlings in total, 2 of which were crooked, 1 was half crooked, and it seemed that it was about to be crooked. Thinking of his 3 debt-collecting apprentices, Lin Yebei suddenly lost the mood to accept apprentices. At present, there is still an apprentice who shouts break the old and build the new all day long, which is already bad enough. What if he trains another little devil? Then he would have to give up his life. If you teach another little fourth child, I believe you don't want to know the consequences. The president of the Horcrux Association naturally understood this, so the look he gave Lin Yebei was as cold as the abyss. Lin Yebei didn't dare to say anything. He knew in his heart that the president was definitely not joking. If he taught Shenli the wrong way, what awaited him would definitely be more terrible than Jie. Qi he and Zheng Yun didn't quarrel this time. Instead, they tacitly helped to persuade him, President, no, this is too frivolous. The disgusted expressions on their faces could already show how unreliable Lin Yebei was. Seeing that everyone disagreed, the president of the Horcrux Association spoke up and explained lightly, The road of the Horcrux world has come to an end. What we need is not geniuses, but geniuses, and when it comes to cultivating geniuses, I believe no one can compare to Lin Yebei. Zheng Yun and Qi he choked, and finally sat back strangely, not saying anything. They didn't say anything, but Lin Yebei was not happy. President, I think it's better to forget it. I'm really not suitable to teach apprentices. You should let others come. Lin Yebei was so scared that he was trembling, but he still tried to struggle. The president of the Horcrux Association just glanced at him and said, When will the fines of your apprentices be paid? You are qualified to speak here. Lin Yebei, Evil apprentice. Lin Yebei sighed, and closed his eyes in compromise. The elders of the other Horcrux associations were no longer angry when they saw this, but felt relieved one by one. He was also very kind to explain to some newcomers, who didn't understand the situation in detail the origin of Lin Yebei's fine. Lin Yebei's eldest apprentice, and second apprentice, kicking out the others, are definitely the top geniuses in the Horcrux world. Unfortunately, the eldest disciple felt that staying in the Federation was like being a frog in a well, so he followed the Star Pirates. The second disciple was also a love-brained person, and ran away with the spies of the Mermaid Empire, and also brought the Federation's Horcrux technology to the Mermaid Empire, resulting in the leakage of the Federation's secrets. The Federation, which could not find the real owner, could only blame the loss on his master Lin Yeping. Therefore, the wronged Lin Yebei was burdened with a high debt, and if he did not pay it back, he would have to spend his life in prison. Although the disciples he raised were a bit difficult to describe, his strength in Horcruxes was still worthy of recognition, so the Horcrux Association helped to pay the debt out of love for talents. But the condition was that Lin Yebei could only stay in the Horcrux Association to work for the rest of his life. It was unfair to say that he was also wronged, but who let these be his own disciples? The master should bear the responsibility for the trouble caused by the disciples? So the candidate for Shenlili's future teacher was peacefully chosen. Except for Lin Yebei, who was a little bitter, the other Horcrux bosses were still quite satisfied. Even after the meeting, the big guys patted Lin Yebei on the shoulder and encouraged him. Yebei, the future of the Horcrux department is in your hands. I have high hopes for you. When Shihi left, he raised his chin and said reservedly, if Shenlili doesn't understand something, you can ask me. After that, Shihi snorted and left proudly. Zhang Yun felt a little regretful. After all, she was very optimistic about Shenlili as a disciple, but the president had decided so he had his reasons. While looking at Lin Yebei, she sighed 3 times in a row, and finally left with a worried look on her face. Lin Yebei, I'm going to take in a disciple, not to marry a young girl. As for the expression of looking at flowers and inserting cow dung? Lin Yebei rolled his eyes speechlessly, then turned on the light brain to check the information of the new disciple sent to him by the president. I just hope that this little four will be good, his old bones can't stand the tossing. Chapter 212. 5th Military Academy, Ward. When Shenlili woke up, she found that someone had added her computer number. She looked at me and said, I am your future great Horcrux teacher Lin Yebei. Come on, apprentice, let's conquer the stars and the sea together. Doesn't she know whether she has a teacher or not? In this day and age, people don't lie to others without any care. Shenlili pouted, got up and tidied up the ward. It was almost time. She said goodbye to the doctor and walked towards the building of the Mecha department. The arrival of Shenlili, a freshman in the Mecha department Class A, did not cause much sensation. For students in the Mecha department, male gods and goddesses are all floating clouds, and only Mecha is true love. Shenlili also relaxed in this learning atmosphere. She picked a seat and sat down quietly, waiting for class. As soon as the bell for the Mecha department rang, the instructor of the Mecha department also came in, but he did not start the class. Instead, he smiled and said to the Excellency, I will give you a class today. Please applaud and welcome me now. After understanding the instructor's meaning, the students of the Mecha department were all excited, and the applause was like thunder. Shenlili's eyes were also shining with excitement, and she clapped her hands vigorously. She was secretly glad that she came today, otherwise she would have almost missed the master-level class. The students of the Mecha department thought so too, and looked at the door in surprise, waiting for the mysterious master. So in the expectant eyes of the students, an old man finally walked into the classroom slowly. He stood behind the podium, with a kind expression, and introduced himself to the students below. Hello, students, I am Wei Changjia, the Mecha Master of the 5th Legion. I will use this class to answer your questions about mechas. If you have any questions about mechas, you can ask boldly. Wei Changjia scanned the students below while talking, but after looking around carefully twice, he didn't see the little guy he wanted to see. He frowned in confusion, wondering why Shenlili didn't come to class today. The little guy likes mechas so much, so it shouldn't be absent. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Wei Changjia came here specially today to see his future little apprentice. If he missed it, wouldn't he come here in vain today? And Shenlili didn't recognize Wei Changjia either, mainly because the old man was not wearing work clothes today, and dressed like a successful person at the party. One is a cleaning man, and the other is the extremely noble Horcrux Grandmaster. There is really no way to see the two as the same person. Wei Changjia didn't even think that the fairy-like Shenlili now was the little girl a month ago. So the sleeping dragon met the phoenix chick, and the two of them happened to not recognize each other. Respected Grandmaster, please tell me, is there really such a god-level mecha? One of the students asked impatiently. It seems that I can only go to Shenlili after class. Wei Changjia sighed and began to answer the student's question seriously. Yes, and each of the 5 major legions is one. Wei Changjia said lightly. Respected Grandmaster, I heard that only the heirs of the 5 major families can control the god-level mecha. Why is that? Don't we ordinary people have a chance? Another student asked. This question involves the secrets of the 5 major families. I can't reveal more, But these 5 god-level mechas were obtained by the ancestors of the 5 major families at a huge price. So it's not that only the people of the 5 major families have the opportunity to control them, but the god-level mechas only recognize their direct bloodline. Once outsiders control them, there is only one way to go. After Wei Chungjie finished speaking, he sighed. Although Wei Chungjie was not from the 5 major families, as a mecha master at their level, some things were already tacitly understood. I see. Although the student who asked the question did not fully understand, he also understood something. Dear Grandmaster, we obviously have god-level mechas. Why have we never seen them appear on the battlefield? Another student asked in confusion. Because the Zerg is invincible, and the god-level mechas are only a deterrent. If the god-level mechas appear in the future, the entire universe will be in crisis, so you should be glad that the god-level mechas have not appeared on the battlefield yet. Wei Chungjie did not mind revealing some secrets in advance. From the moment the military academy students entered the military academy, they were qualified to know some things. Dear Grandmaster, why are the Zerg invincible? Although the Zerg are relatively strong, they are not to the point of being invincible. Some students immediately became dissatisfied. Wei Chungjie just smiled and didn't refute or explain the reason. He just lied and said, when you join the army, you may know it. The student who asked the question choked up, thinking that it was just like a parent lying to him that he would know it when he grew up. The other students didn't have time to care about his feelings and asked their own questions. Wei Chungjie patiently answered the students' various questions one by one, which benefited many students who didn't ask questions. Even Shinlili asked a few questions about the materials of the mecha. After listening to Wei Chungjie's answer, he was immediately enlightened and prepared to experiment in the evening. Soon the bell for the end of get out of class rang, and Wei Chungjie and the instructor of the mecha department walked out of the classroom together. Su, let me ask you, is there a student named Shinlili in your class? Wei Chungjie quickly asked the question that he had been holding back for a whole class. Su Huizhou was a little confused when he heard this question. He stared at Wei Chungjie for a while before saying, yes, Shinlili was there just now, sir. Didn't you talk to her? Huh? Did you? Wei Chungjie was also dumbfounded. He was very sure that he didn't see the little girl just now. It's the little girl with white hair sitting in the last row. Su Huizhou reminded. Wei Chungjie recalled suspiciously that there was indeed a little girl with white hair in the last row of the classroom just now. He also stayed focused for a second because of the other party's overly outstanding appearance. But the other person's face was completely different from the thin, well-behaved and cute Shinlili in his impression. Xiao Su, are you sure? I'm looking for the Shinlili from the Shin family. Wei Chungjie still didn't believe it. Su Huizhou nodded with certainty. It's her. Wei Chungjie was speechless for a while, then hesitantly asked, did she have plastic surgery recently? Master, you are really a joker. Su Huizhou laughed. Then he explained the reason to Wei Chungjie in detail. Chapter 213. After understanding the reason, Wei Chungjie coughed awkwardly, and then told the mecha department instructor, please ask Shinlili to come to the office. I have something to say to her. Okay, sir. The mecha department instructor did not ask any more questions, but nodded respectfully in agreement. Even in his heart, he was a little envious of Shinlili. Being able to get a private meeting with the Grandmaster meant that he appreciated her. Maybe he would be lucky enough to be accepted as a disciple by the Grandmaster. TSK, the more he thought about it, the more sour it became. On the other side, Shinlili had just walked out of the classroom when she received a message from the mecha department instructor. She came directly to the office without thinking much, and after knocking on the door politely 3 times, the old man's voice came from the room. Come in. Shinlili's pupils shrank, and a trace of disbelief flashed in her eyes. If she heard it correctly, it seemed to be the Grandmaster. Swallowing her saliva nervously, Shinlili raised her hand and opened the door, and saw the old man sitting at the table. It was indeed him. After Shinlili confirmed her thoughts, she walked to the old man without any timidity, bowed slightly, and said, hello, respected Grandmaster. Wei Chungjie looked at Shinlili in front of him, as if he saw the figure of another girl in her. He raised a slightly bitter smile and said, call me Grandpa Wei, your grandparents and I are classmates. Although Shinlili was a little confused, she still called sweetly, Grandpa Wei. Wei Chungjie's expression was filled with relief. He smiled and pointed to the chair in front of him and said, sit down, don't be polite to me, just treat me as your grandpa. Shinlili nodded somewhat flattered and sat down as he said, Grandpa Wei, what's the matter with you calling me here? Shinlili asked with some confusion. She knew that it was the Grandmaster who called her here when she didn't see Teacher Su in the office. Wei Chungjie didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Do you want to learn mecha? Shin Lily's eyelashes trembled when she heard this, and then she looked at the Grand Master with some surprise. But soon she lowered her eyelashes again, and said with a firm tone, I want to. I always want to. Okay, if you are willing, then from today I will be your mecha teacher, and I will teach you all I have learned in my life. I wonder if I have this honor, Ali. Wei Chongjie looked at the girl in front of him with a smile on his face. The kindness in his eyes was not inferior to that of his own grandfather. Shin Lily suppressed her excitement and asked with some stammering, Why? Are you so nice to me? Yes. From the moment she entered the room, Shin Lily felt that the Grand Master in front of her was a little too nice to her. It was not the kind of flattering flattery, but the feeling of wanting to be nice to her from the bottom of his heart. Looking at the excited and vigilant little guy, Wei Chongjie's smile deepened. He knew that if he didn't explain, the little guy would probably be uneasy for a long time. Just think of it as me repaying a favor. Your grandfather once saved me, but he wanted to take you as a disciple. It has nothing to do with him, but it's because of you. Wei Chongjie said in a kind tone, but with a hint of pride. After listening to this, Shin Lily was relieved, and then she knelt down and solemnly performed the 3-bow and 9-kowtow ceremony to pay respect to her master. Teacher, I will trouble you from today, Shin Lily said solemnly. Wei Chongjie stood up and helped Shin Lily up with heartache, and then in her expectant eyes. He also nodded solemnly and said, Okay, from today, Shin Lily is my apprentice, Wei Chongjie. After becoming a disciple, Wei Chongjie had to rush back to the 5th Corps, so he added Shin Lily's light computer. Then he left a lot of mecha information and a thick notebook, and hurriedly followed the soldiers, who came to pick him up. Ollie, if you don't understand, leave me a message. I will reply to you as soon as I see it. Wei Chongjie did not forget to remind him at the moment when the battleship closed the hatch. I know, Grandpa Wei, don't worry. Shin Lily wanted to call her teacher, but she thought that Wei Chongjie liked to hear this title more, so she quickly changed her words. Wei Chongjie smiled with satisfaction, turned around and followed an officer. As Shin Lily waved goodbye, she felt that Grandpa Wei was strangely familiar. After watching the warship go away, Shin Lily suddenly remembered the old man holding a broom in the military mecha department. Shin Lily, who suddenly realized, couldn't help but smile. It turned out that Grandpa Wei was the legendary sweeping monk. When the warship was completely out of sight, Shin Lily turned around and prepared to go back to the dormitory. The prompt sound of the optical computer suddenly rang again. Master, you have a message requesting to add a friend. Shin Lily clicked on the message without thinking much, and then saw the note for adding a friend. I really am your Horcrux teacher. Shouting emoticon, looking at the collapse between the lines, Shin Lily's hand, which was about to click reject, stopped in the air again. Could this person be real? Shin Lily thought uncertainly. Remembering that he said his name was Lin Yebe last time, Shin Lily pondered for a while, and sent a video request to Lin Cece's light brain. The holographic video was quickly picked up by Lin Cece, and she asked with a little doubt in her voice, Lily, what's wrong? Cece, do you know a soul weapon master named Lin Yebe? Shin Lily thought that Cece's family was a soul weapon family, and if there was such a soul weapon master, she should know him. Hearing this name, Lin Cece shuddered suddenly and asked in surprise, This person is my second grandfather. Lily, why are you asking about him? Shin Lily didn't know what to say, so she directly showed the friend adding page to Cece in a split screen. When Lin Cece saw that Lin Yebe wanted to take Lily as his apprentice, the corners of her mouth twitched for a while, and she hurriedly said as if she had seen a ghost, Refuse, 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 Lily listen to me, don't agree. Shin Lily looked at Lin Cece in confusion and asked, Cece, is there anything wrong with your second grandfather? He himself is fine, but all the apprentices he taught have problems. Lin Cece couldn't help but complain when she talked about him. Lin Cece was afraid that her little sister would fall into the trap, so she told the story of Lin Yebe and his 3 villain apprentices. Shin Lily listened to the story of the eldest apprentice and the second apprentice. Obviously, she should feel sad for Lin Yebe, but for some reason, she just wanted to laugh. Shin Lily coughed awkwardly and couldn't help but ask curiously, What about the third apprentice? The third apprentice is Lin Ning. He is not a bad person. When Lin Cece talked about this person, the expression on her face was also a bit hard to describe. Chapter 214. Lin Ning is the third apprentice of Lin Yebe, and he has 2 villain apprentices as a lesson. Lin Yebe did not let his apprentice go this time, but brainwashed him every day, telling him to put the Federation first and sacrifice his family for the sake of the public. Later, Lin Ning did become a very patriotic person as Lin Yebe wished, but because he was too patriotic. So he couldn't stand the Horcrux Association, which taught students like a production line, and felt that this was killing the children's talents. For this reason, Lin Ming also created a new Horcrux Association, although the association had few people. But this incident was a slap in the face for the people of the old Horcrux Association. Therefore, it is conceivable that the relationship between the two Horcrux associations is as bad as fire and water. After listening to Cece's story about Lin Yebei, Shenlili not only did not dislike it. There was a hint of interest on her face, and she said, "It's actually quite interesting." Lin Cece. Why did she suddenly feel that the more she persuaded, the worse it got, and it seemed to have aroused the curiosity of her little sister. Damn! She was going crazy. Lin Cece wanted to shake her little sister at this moment to make her bewitched mind clear. But she couldn't interfere too much with her little sister's decision, so she could only sigh and say, "Lili, from my point of view, being my second grandfather's apprentice is definitely a deep pit, so you understand what I mean?" Lin Cece looked at Shenlili nervously, waiting for her answer. Shenlili didn't answer in a hurry, but suddenly asked, "Is your second grandfather good at Horcruxes?" Although Lin Cece didn't understand why Shenlili asked this, she still replied honestly, "The second grandfather is a Horcrux master. If he wasn't good, he would have been put in a sack and beaten to death long ago, just because he trained 2.5 villain apprentices." "That's fine, Cece, I've decided. I want to worship him as my master." Shenlili's expression became even more excited when she heard that the other party was a master of Horcruxes. Lin Cece, Lili, this is really a deep pit. Why don't you think about it again? Lin Cece tried to persuade her little sister to turn back. "Cece, if someone told you before you fell into the pit that fighting the Zerg Queen was a deep pit that you couldn't win, and told you not to go, would you listen?" Shenlili asked with a smile. "No." Lin Cece refused without thinking. She hadn't tried yet. How could she know that she couldn't beat the Zerg Queen? Shenlili chuckled and said, "So Cece, let me go for a walk. Even if it's a deep pit, you have to fall into it once before you know the pain." The little sister knew there was a tiger in the mountain, but she chose to go to the tiger mountain. Lin Cece really didn't understand, but she was shocked. Finally, she sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, if the second grandfather cheats you, just contact me. I have someone who can cure him." "Thank you, Cece. That's it for today, goodbye." Shenlili smiled and said goodbye to the little sister. After hanging up the video on the light brain, Shenlili looked at Lin Yebei's friend request and approved it without much hesitation. "Lin Yebei, hello, little apprentice. I am the master recommended to you by the Soul Artifact Master Association. I hope you don't dislike it." After passing the friend verification, Lin Yebei couldn't wait to send a message. He was even afraid that if Shenlili knew about the 3 apprentices, she would resist him, and his tone was particularly cautious. Shenlili had never met Lin Yebei, so she didn't know much about him. But from his attitude towards his 3 apprentices, we know that he will definitely be a good master. When the apprentices made mistakes, he did not directly drive them out, nor did he sever ties with them, but kept them under his tutelage. For this reason, being Lin Yebei's apprentice is actually a blessing for Shenlili. After thinking, Shenlili smiled and carefully edited a message and sent it. "Shenlili, hello teacher, your words make me very nervous. I should thank you for letting me become your apprentice. I feel very honored for this. In addition, I have heard about the things of my senior brothers. Because I don't know the specific situation, I can't say more, but apart from them, I personally think you are a great and reliable teacher." Shenlili's sincere and touching words instantly moved Lin Yebei on the other side of the optical brain, and his eyes were filled with tears. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Xiao Si is not a troublemaker, he is a caring little girl. After the conversation started well, Lin Yebei also relaxed and asked Shenlili some questions about Horcruxes. After confirming the learning progress of his apprentice, Lin Yebei sent Shenlili a lot of books and notes. "Apprentice, you should learn these first, and contact me if you don't know." Lin Yebei gave detailed instructions. Because he was still busy carving Horcruxes to pay off his debts, he hurriedly said goodbye to his new apprentice. Shenlili said goodbye to Lin Yebei with a smile, and then looked through the materials and notes he sent over. When he turned to the notes of the 3 senior brothers, Shenlili was slightly stunned, and opened the notes of the 3rd senior brother first. As a result, the first sentence that came into her eyes made Shenlili's pupils shrink, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Is there a connection between the spirit body and the Horcrux? Can ordinary people have their own spirit body? What form can the spirit body take? Shenlili didn't know how to describe her shock, but she was like a hungry scholar at the moment, greedily flipping through the notes of this strange senior brother. Shin Lily was not in a hurry to go back to the dormitory. She found a place to sit and started reading the shocking note. I don't know how much time has passed. Even the individual soldier class in the afternoon, Shin Lily also asked for leave. Shin Shuxiong thought that it was his niece's body that was still uncomfortable. While passing it in seconds, he also expressed concern. Shin Lily replied perfunctorily for the first time, and after saying something to Qiao Anan, she continued to read the notes eagerly. When it was close to dusk, Shin Lily finally finished reading the notes. She turned off the light brain and looked up at the gorgeous and dazzling sunset. But her eyes were empty, and she was obviously thinking about something, not paying attention to the beautiful scenery in the sky. What can I say about the notes of this third brother? It's crazy and wishful thinking. But anyone who has read it will be addicted. Shin Lily likes the wild imagination in it, and also admires the third brother for working hard for such a crazy goal for 20 years. But can ordinary people really have spiritual bodies? Shin Lily thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. But she didn't dare to think too much. If she thought about it anymore, she would have to use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed outside tonight. Shin Lily got up, patted her cold buttocks, and then walked towards her dormitory. Chapter 215. As soon as she returned to the villa, Shin Lily was somewhat surprised to find that Xiupa had prepared dinner for her. Looking at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, Shin Lily asked in confusion, Xiupa, how do you have money to buy food? Shin Lily remembered that she had not had time to bind her bank account to Xiupa, so it should have no money. Hearing Shin Lily's question, Xiupa blinked, stretched out his hand to open the small storage box on his belly, revealing a few scattered energy stones inside. Then he explained very obediently, Xiupa has a salary of 3 energy stones every month. If you save a little every month, you only need to spend 2. The remaining 1 is Xiupa's savings. Today is the first time Xiupa meets the master, so I want to treat the master to dinner. Xiupa's cute baby voice actually does not have a trace of human emotion. But Shin Lily was still moved to the point of crying. She half leaned over and hugged this half-meter-tall little robot. Then he rubbed its head and said, Thank you, Xiupa. It's our first meeting, and I have a gift for you. After that, Shin Lily took out hundreds of high-level energy stones from the space button and forcefully stuffed them into its storage box. Master, this is too much. Xiupa was a little overwhelmed, looking at the full storage box. These energy stones are enough for its 10-year salary. It didn't know what to do, and the more it thought about it, the more anxious it became. The CPU was running too fast, and black smoke couldn't help coming out of its head. Shin Lily was startled, and quickly used the international method of saving electrical appliances, patting its head hard. Seeing that it finally returned to normal, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's okay, your master has money. Shin Lily bound her bank account to Xiupa while speaking, and then specially showed it. The balance of the account was hundreds of millions of digits. Looking at the countless zeros, Xiupa's mouth on the screen almost opened into the shape of a European character. Master, you are so rich, Xiupa said with his eyes wide open in surprise. Shin Lily rubbed Xiupa and chuckled generously. I have opened up payment permissions for you. In addition to living expenses, Xiupa can also buy what you want. Thank you, master, you should eat first, the food is getting cold. Xiupa was so happy that fireworks were set off on the screen. Thinking that the master had not eaten yet, he quickly helped her fill a bowl and put it on the main seat. Well, thank you, Xiupa. Shin Lily sat down and was about to eat, and the light brain reminded that someone was visiting. Shin Lily turned on the surveillance at the door, and saw that it was Shin Kaiyun, so she helped him remotely open the door, and also gave him the authority to enter and exit the villa. As soon as Shin Kaiyun entered the living room, she found Xiupa, and immediately became jealous. Damn, the 5th Military Academy is so hypocritical that it's almost famous in the Federation. Little sister, you live in a villa, but you even have a campus housekeeper to serve you. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Shin Kaiyun sighed. You can also buy a nanny robot yourself. The school doesn't forbid you to use one. Shin Lily looked at Shin Kaiyun's useless look and immediately said with some disdain. It costs a lot to buy a nanny robot, especially a nanny robot that can cook, which costs up to tens of millions of federal coins. Shin Kaiyun sat down at the table while talking, and said to Xiupa like a big boss, Housekeeper, help me get a bowl of rice too. Xiupa ignored him, and just looked at his master. Shin Kaiyun laughed when he saw this scene, and then said in a teasing tone, A robot has such a stubborn temper, isn't he afraid of being dismantled when he goes out one day? Freshman Shin Kaiyun threatened the campus housekeeper, and deducted 1 credit. Xiupa's voice suddenly changed from a baby voice to a serious and cold voice. Ha ha ha, little sister, you see that robots can joke these days. Shinkai-yun rolled his eyes at Shupa and laughed without believing it at all. Ding! Shinkai-yun, you have been deducted 1 credit. It was not until the optical brain suddenly received the information of deducting credits that the smile on Shinkai-yun's mouth finally froze. With an expression of disbelief on his face, he looked at the deduction notice on the light computer screen, and then turned his head stiffly to look at the campus steward. Finally, the corners of his mouth twitched for a long time before he finally accepted the reality. Shin-Lily didn't expect that Sherpa had this function, and she was amused and laughed. I have heard that the status of the campus steward is second only to the teacher. It seems that it is true. Shinkai-yun looked at his deducted credits and complained with some heartache. Sherpa, help my second brother get a bowl of rice. Shin-Lily was happy and considerately asked for a bowl of rice for the injured second brother. Okay, master. Sherpa's voice returned to a sweet baby voice, and he immediately helped Shinkai-yun get a bowl of rice. Such a familiar double-standard taste almost broke Shinkai-yun's defense again. It's okay that his family treats him and his sister with double standards, but now even robots are starting to treat them with double standards? Shinkai-yun spent his first dinner at the military academy in depression. After dinner, the two went directly to the training room to start tonight's mecha training. Are we going to the Star Network for holographic training today, or training in the dimensional battlefield? Shin-Lily turned her head and looked at Shinkai-yun and asked. Of course, it's the Star Network. Come on, I take you to have fun today. Shinkai-yun thought of something, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He couldn't wait to take out a holographic Star Network cabin. Then he quickly opened the hatch, lay down in it smoothly, and logged into the Star Network world in seconds. Shin-Lily's lips flattened, and he always felt a bad premonition. However, no one will die in the Star Network world, so there is nothing to be afraid of. After comforting herself, Shin-Lily also took out the Star Network cabin and then lay down in it. Welcome to the Federation Star Network. As the soft female voice sounded, Shin-Lily opened her eyes again and followed Shinkai-yun to the outside of a forest. What are we doing here? Shin-Lily thought she would go to the mecha battlefield, but she ended up in the forest. Hee hee, keep it secret when you follow me. Shinkai-yun raised his mouth mysteriously, with a wretched smile on his face. After that, he took out an SSS-class mecha from the system backpack, entered the cockpit, and began to check himself, so that he could determine in advance whether there was any problem with the mecha. Shin-Lily, who really couldn't understand what Shinkai-yun was up to, could only curl her lips and start preparing her own mecha. The last virtual mecha was completely scrapped, so Shin-Lily could only buy another mecha on the Star Network. After browsing the Star Network mall for a while, she picked an SSS-class mecha with data similar to Xingqian. Then, he spent 1 million federal coins to buy this virtual mecha. After taking out the virtual mecha, Shin-Lily entered the cockpit neatly and began to check it. After a few minutes, the brother and sister confirmed that there was no problem with the mecha, and then they set off into the forest one after the other. Chapter 216. Tropical Forest Dungeon. At this moment, somewhere in the middle of the forest, there are 2 mechas, one red and one blue. Hiding in the dark, watching secretly, the mecha team in front attacked the alien beast boss. The red mecha was Shin-Lily, who had been hiding with her brother for a long time. Finally, she couldn't help asking, Second brother, are we going out to fight the boss with him? Originally, Shin-Lily thought that Shinkai-yun was going to take her to fight the alien beast together. As a result, it has been more than half an hour since the beginning, and she has been squatting here watching others fight the boss. It's almost there, wait a little longer. Shinkai-yun stared at the low-health boss in the distance and perfunctorily said to his sister. Shin-Lily, She rolled her eyes at Shinkai-yun helplessly, and could only hold back her temper and continue to watch the battle in front. There are a total of 10 mecha teams fighting the boss, each with about 5 or 6 people. There are also many people who are hiding in the dark like Shinkai-yun, if you don't count those who turn on the stealth mode. Shin-Lily counted, and there are probably more than 100 people. After looking at the people, Shin-Lily turned his eyes to the alien beast boss. In the holographic copy on the Star Network, after killing the alien beasts and Zerg, you can get some rewards. The rewards will be automatically exploded after killing the prey. The rewards usually include Star Network coins, or mecha materials, or some potion materials. Anyway, there are all kinds of them. The higher the level of the prey, the better the materials will be, and the more rewards you will get. And the alien beast boss in front of him, to some extent, is actually a little fat sheep, so it also attracted the siege of everyone. At this moment, the health bar of this S-level monster boss has been reduced to 92%. If another 8% of its health is taken away, it can be killed and rewarded. But because of its low health, the boss has now turned on the violent mode, and its strength has been upgraded to SS level. Although it is difficult to kill, the fruits of victory can be harvested immediately. It also makes the surrounding mecha soldiers attack the boss more frantically. Even some mecha soldiers hiding in the dark can't hold back. They all jumped out and joined the attacking team. The soldiers who attacked the boss first despised these people who took advantage of the situation. But because the previous battle had already consumed most of their physical strength, most of the mecha soldiers could only choose to swallow their anger for these bandit-like mecha soldiers. There are also some strong mecha teams that don't indulge them. When attacking the boss, they will occasionally sneak attack them. But most of the attacks still fell on the boss. After all, no one would throw away a big watermelon for a few rotten sesame seeds. After watching for a long time, Shinlili suddenly understood what Shinkayun wanted to do. She swallowed nervously and asked in disbelief, "Second brother, don't tell me that you are going to grab the boss." The act of grabbing the boss, whether in reality or in the game, is easy to arouse public anger. As long as she thought of the consequences of being hunted by everyone, Shinlili shuddered inexplicably in advance. Shinkayun's mecha looked over and made a stick gesture to Shinlili and said, "Little sister, congratulations on your correct answer. As a dear brother, I remind you in friendship that it is best to prepare to escape now." After saying that, Shinkayun's mecha suddenly stood up, then held a beam gun in both hands and fired at the boss. The boss, who was only left with a trace of blood, was killed in an instant. The air around him was instantly quiet, and all the mecha soldiers on the battlefield were staring at Shinkayun's direction at this moment. Shinkayun looked at the extra items in the system backpack with satisfaction. He also took out the most precious mecha material in front of everyone and showed off. "Oh, the materials that the boss exploded are good, but it's a pity that they are ours. You can only be jealous. Come on, little sister, this most expensive one is for you," Shinkayun said, while throwing the alloy ball to Shinlili, who was still a little dumbfounded. When countless pairs of murderous eyes were focused on her, Shinlili finally reacted. Then, with a twitch in the corner of his mouth, he looked at Shinkayun and said speechlessly, "Second brother, we are of the same origin. Why are you so anxious to fight each other? Even if it is training, there is no need to be so exciting at the beginning. Little sister, you have misunderstood me. I am doing this for your own good. Besides, your brother has something else to do and will leave first. Bye," Shinkayun said, and ran into the forest as if his boat was on fire. Just when Shinkayun ran away, a terrifying beam cannon instantly blasted a 5-meter deep pit where he had just stood. Shinlili carefully looked in the direction of the battlefield and saw countless mecha soldiers, who were swearing and rushing towards her quickly with terrifying murderous intent. "Die, little thief. Take my shot. Don't run away if you dare. Are you waiting to be beaten up if you don't run away?" Shinlili screamed, quickly put the alloy into the system backpack, and then controlled the mecha to run desperately in the direction of her brother. At the same time, there were countless guns and cannons behind her, hitting Shinlili as if they were free. Because the attacks were too dense, Shinlili could only jump up, twist her waist, and roll over, using these exaggerated movements to avoid the attacks behind her. Faced with these lingering pursuits, Shinlili's escape skills have also improved visibly. After all, her qualifications and strength are there. Although she was a little flustered at the beginning, as long as she got familiar with it, few people could catch up with her. I don't know how long she ran away, and there were only a few people left behind her. Most people saw that they couldn't catch up, so they were too lazy to waste time chasing. When there was only one person left among the soldiers chasing her, Shinlili didn't run away. She stopped, panting heavily, and said to the person behind her with admiration, "You chased me so far for an alloy ball. Fuck, do you think I want to chase you? This is the only material I need to repair the mecha." The mecha soldier who was chasing him also stopped, panting heavily. It was not difficult to hear from the hoarse male voice that he was about to collapse. Chapter 217. Shinlili looked at him with awe, and then threw something at him. The mecha soldier was startled, thinking that Shinlili was going to attack him by surprise, and that what he threw was probably a weapon. He was about to dodge, but he accidentally saw the whole picture of the thing. Isn't this the alloy ball that he has been dreaming of, and he is willing to chase for 8,000 miles to get it? He didn't have time to be surprised, and he quickly caught it as if he had found a treasure. "Why did you give it to me?" The hoarse male voice suddenly became awkward. It was not difficult to hear in his voice that he was a little shy and a little moved. Shinlili secretly rolled his eyes, as if he had seen through the world, and said, "Just think of me as tired. I'm going offline, bye." "Hey, wait, at least make friends? The hoarse male voice shouted anxiously. Hearing this, Shenlili did not stop, but went offline faster. Shenlili didn't believe that a man who had chased her for 8,000 miles really wanted to be friends with her. He added me as a friend now. It must be to make it easier for me in the future. Haha, I'm not stupid, I won't be fooled. Shenlili disappeared in a flash, leaving the mecha soldier who was still there. He murmured with some regret, I really want to be friends with you. After coming out of the Star Network world, Shenlili was ready to strangle Shin Kai-yun. As a result, as soon as she got out of the Star Network cabin, she found that her next door was already empty. It turned out that Shin Kai-yun had slipped away at some point. Shenlili, in terms of shamelessness. Lao Lu only respects you, Shin Kai-yun. Master, it's already very late now, you should go to bed. Xiapa, who had been guarding the Starnet cabin, saw Shenlili finally come out and hurriedly persuaded her responsibly. Shenlili, who was still gritting her teeth, had to suppress the urge to skin someone alive, and reluctantly said to Xiapa gently, Okay, I know. After taking 3 deep breaths, Shenlili finally spit out the anger in her body. After cleaning herself up a little, she lay on the bed and went to sleep. 5 days passed like this, and it was Saturday. In the past few days, Shenlili, apart from beating up Shin Kai-yun, basically went to a mecha practical class for the individual department every day. In the evening, she followed Tang Dongwang and the others to play dungeons and bosses on the Starnet. Because the escape training on the first day was too successful, Shenlili basically spent the next few days getting familiar with commonly used weapons and some simple mecha combos. The rest of the time outside of mecha training, Shenlili almost stayed in the bedroom or study, reading the books and notes given to her by Lin Yebei and Wei Chongjie. During this period, Zhang Qingyan also came over via video to test the learning progress of his granddaughter. After getting satisfactory results, he also uploaded a large number of medicine books and notes of celebrities on the optical brain. Shenlili didn't think too much, and collected every book as if it were a treasure. It is not easy to fully understand these books. Shenlili mainly relied on Baidu on Star Network and hands-on practice in the laboratory to completely store this knowledge in her mind. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door sounded, and then Shin Kai-yun's urging voice came from outside the door. Little sister, it's almost time to get up. Dongwang Cece and the others will be here in half an hour. Shin Kai-yun knocked on the door much more gently this time. After all, the lesson of earache last time was still reminding him. Hearing the voice of his second brother, Shenlili slowly opened his eyes, and was confused for a while before he remembered. Today, he and Tang Dongwang and others will set off to the 2nd Legion to participate in the competition with the Imperial Dragon Clan. Got it, I get up right away. Shenlili said hoarsely, scratched her hair that was a mess, got up and walked to the bathroom. After washing up, Shenlili came to the restaurant, and after sitting down, she found that only the second brother, mother, and she were there today. Mom, Dad, and Big Brother? Shenlili asked curiously. It seems that I haven't seen them since I came back last night. Your father and brother are on a mission, and they are probably not here this week. Guan Yu is used to it, and explained casually. So that's how it is. By the way, Mom, my second brother and I are going to Helkastar today. We probably won't be back until tomorrow afternoon. Shenlili thought that she was going out with Shin Kai-yun soon, so she reported to Guan Yu in advance. Guan Yu thought her son and daughter were going out to play, and asked with a smile on her face, Are you going to play with Dongwang? I guess so. Shenlili blinked and said guiltily. She didn't want Guan Yu to worry, so she could only fool her mother. Go ahead, have fun. Guan Yu didn't think much about it, and gently told her daughter a few words. Then she looked at Shin Kai-yun again, and said with a warning in her voice, Protect your sister well. If I know that she has lost a hair, be careful of your skin. Shin Kai-yun rolled his eyes secretly when he heard this, and then agreed unhappily while eating, while humming. After breakfast, Shin Kai-yun and Shenlili hurriedly said goodbye to Guan Yu, and then took the hovercraft to the space station. As soon as they arrived at the station, the brother and sister boarded the battleship of the 3rd Legion seamlessly. Sister Lily, Kai-yun, we are waiting for you too. Tang Dongwang had been waiting at the door of the battleship. When he saw the two of them, he hurried over to greet them enthusiastically. Behind him was an old man in a tuxedo. After seeing the brother and sister, he bowed respectfully and said, Master Shen, Miss Shen, good morning. Good morning, Uncle Tang, and you are too polite, just call us by our names. Shin Kai-yun took his sister and returned the greeting. This old man is the chief steward of the Tang family. Many of the young masters and young ladies of the Tang family have grown up under his care, so his status is actually second only to the direct descendants of the Tang family. Master Shin, Miss Shin, I am sorry to bother you. I will not delay your important business. You can chat first. Butler Tang bowed respectfully again. Shin Kaiyun smiled and nodded, then looked at Tang Dongwang and asked, Wan Feng, Cici, and cousin are here? They are all in the meeting room. You two are the only ones missing. Come with me. We still need to discuss the competition. After Tang Dongwang finished speaking, he led the way. Shin Kaiyun and Shin Lily did not dare to delay and hurriedly followed. Chapter 218. In addition to Shin Lily and the other 6 participants, there was also Tang Lin, the marshal of the Second Corps, who was in charge of this competition. Grandpa Tang. As soon as Shin Lily and her brother and sister entered the conference room, they greeted their elders. Tang Lin nodded cheerfully and said to the brother and sister, Sit down. The brother and sister nodded and sat down as he was told. After everyone arrived, Tang Lin did not rush to speak, but looked at the 6 young people present with pride in his eyes. Tang Dongwang, Lin Cici, Zhou Wanfeng, Zhang Yuanhao, Shin Kaiyun, Shin Lily. These 6 young people, any one of them, are the pillars of the Federation, especially the little girl from the Shin family. Tang Lin looked at them one by one with satisfaction, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that they, the old guys, were almost at the age when they had to admit their age. After thinking about it with mixed feelings, Tang Lin finally began to explain the situation of this competition. This competition is held in the Yellow Sand Star region, which is the front line of the battlefield. Needless to say, it is dangerous. Even the official soldiers of the Federation cannot guarantee that they can come back 100% completely. So I hope that you will compete under the premise of ensuring your own safety. If your life is in danger, you must remember to give up immediately. This is not a request, but an order. Tang Lin looked at the 6 people sternly. Shin Lily and the others looked at each other, and then nodded solemnly. Tang Lin smiled with satisfaction, and then continued, The content of this competition is also simple. Well, don't get me wrong, it is simple to say. As long as the mecha team that persists longer and kills the most Zerg under the attack of the Zerg Tide, it will be the winner. See, does it sound simple? After he finished speaking, Tang Lin blinked his eyes, thinking that he was very humorous. Only the 6 teenagers were silent, and Tang Dongwang asked in disbelief, Grandpa, are you sure it's a swarm of insects? There are only 6 of us, can we resist it? Tang Lin nodded firmly and said, Don't worry, 1 hour will definitely be no problem. That's not what I meant, Grandpa, we are just children, are you sure we killed a swarm of insects, not us? Tang Dongwang cried. It is said that ants bite elephants to death, and this competition is exactly a reenactment of this scene. Tang Lin was unhappy when he heard this, and snorted coldly and said, Grandson Dongwang, look at your little achievement, the Empire's mecha team is not afraid, and our Federation's mecha team should not be afraid. Don't you think so? Tang Lin looked at the other people. Zhou Wanfeng thought about the 1 billion federal coins, and finally nodded coldly. Lin Cici nodded frantically. She felt that killing the insect swarm was more exciting than the 1 billion federal coins. Shin Kaiyun was purely for the 1 billion federal coins, so let alone the insect swarm, even the mother insect can be destroyed by you. Zhang Yuanhao seemed to be joining in the fun, so he didn't want to do anything and nodded indifferently. Shin Lily was partly for the 1 billion federal coins, and she also thought it was good to go and broaden her horizons. Seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, Tang Lin's smile deepened, and then he looked at his useless grandson with disdain. What else can Tang Dongwang do? He could only shut up honestly. Grandpa Tang, isn't the time of the insect swarm unpredictable? What if we can't compete at that time? Shin Kaiyun was worried that his 1 billion federal coins would be lost, so he asked hurriedly. Hearing this, Tang Lin's smile inexplicably decreased a lot, but he did not show any abnormality, and his face was still calm and said, Don't worry, we can predict this insect tide. Although Shin Kaiyun did not understand what method Grandpa Tang and the others used, he did not ask more questions as long as the competition could be held normally. After the information of the competition was finished, the next thing was to discuss everyone's position. The command power fell into the hands of Zhou Wanfeng. Although he was very taciturn, every instruction he gave could be done quickly and correctly. In addition, he was also the long-range attacker. After all, his gun skills were recognized as the best. Lin Cici, Shin Kaiyun, Tang Dongwang, and Zhang Yuanhao were all main attackers, and one word was right. Shin Lily's position was main attacker and auxiliary. Well, in other words, she was a brick, and she could be moved wherever she was needed. After the positions of several people were determined, Tang Lin asked them to go back to the room to rest and prepare for a while of fighting. After the teenagers left, Tang Lin showed the hidden virtual screen. It turned out that during the discussion, every move of Shen Kaiyun and others was seen by the people on the other side of the virtual screen. Admiral Shen Tian, Admiral Tang Nan, Admiral Zhan Hai, Admiral Lin Ke, Admiral Zhou Tai, are you satisfied with these children? Tang Lin's eyes were slightly red, looking at the 5 admirals on the virtual screen. Of course I am satisfied, they are our future heirs. Shen Tian said with a proud smile on his face. Uncle Tang, I don't know if we can go home, so I leave the children to you. Admiral Lin, Lin Cece's father, said with a smile instead of a sad tone. Lin Ke boy, the old man found that you really need a beating. Remember, you will definitely come back. Isn't it to prevent the birth of the Zerg Queen? Even if the sneak attack fails, the god-level mecha will definitely bring you back, right? After Tang Lin finished speaking, he looked at the mysterious existence behind the 5 admirals. The 5 mysterious existences nodded lightly. Tang Lin could clearly feel the terrifying aura on their bodies even through the virtual screen. Shen Tian did not refute, because this was what he wanted. Their sneak attack plan this time was named the God-Slaying Plan. The content of the plan is to destroy the key energy fruit for the birth of the Zerg Queen. As long as the energy fruit is destroyed, the birth of the Zerg Queen can be postponed for more than 10 years. In this way, not only the Federation, but also the entire universe can get 10 years of life. In order to achieve this goal, not only the Federation, but all countries, big and small, have set at least one Admiral-level mecha soldier. Although this elite team of generals has thousands of members, they will not only have to face at least 100,000 Zergs of the same level as themselves, but also hundreds of millions of Zergs of other levels. So whether they succeed or fail, the chances of them coming back alive are actually very low. If they succeed, they will be surrounded and killed by countless Zergs. If they fail, they will also be surrounded and killed by countless Zergs. Luckily, the Federation has a god-level mecha, such a powerful existence. So the chances of several federal generals being able to survive are much higher than others. Chapter 219. Thinking of this, Shen Tian looked at the god-level mecha beside him, that is, the small robot that was only half a meter tall. If Shen Lily was here, she would probably gasp in shock. Because the god-level mecha they were talking about was actually the campus butler Xiupa. I leave the Pejuan mecha to you in a while, Shen Tian said with a smile on his face. Xiupa looked at Shen Tian coldly, and the expression on the screen said with some disdain, Pejuan, a name that means fighting and killing, is not suitable for the lovely me, Admiral Shen Tian. Please call me Xiupa, thank you. Shen Tian couldn't help laughing and said, okay Xiupa. Xiupa glanced at Shen Tian, and then nodded with satisfaction. Tang Lin looked at the admirals, and their interesting interactions with their god-level mechas, and couldn't help but smile a little. He solemnly gave a few more instructions at the end, and finally raised his hand to salute and said, I will not delay the time for all comrades to perform their tasks. Old Tang wishes all comrades a safe journey and a safe return. The 5 admirals solemnly saluted, and nodded to each other. The admirals hung up the video, and began to perform their tasks. Looking at the virtual screen that had gone dark, Tang Lin put away his light brain, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes in silence. Everyone must return safely. On the other side, Shen Lily and the others were in the battleship's buffet restaurant, eating delicious food while discussing this insect tide. Dongwang, when did the 2nd Legion develop a method to determine the time of the insect tide? Shen Kaiyun had been a little curious since just now, so he couldn't help asking. I don't know. How about I ask later? Tang Dongwang's eyes were full of doubts. He didn't know about this at all. Forget it. If there is a way, it is definitely a military secret. I guess they won't tell us even if we ask. Shen Kaiyun's mentality is okay, he said with a Buddhist attitude. That's right. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the Empire's mecha team. According to the information I have found out, the situation this time is actually not optimistic. Tang Dongwang frowned and said with some concern. Shen Kaiyun rarely saw Tang Dongwang, who was also timid sometimes, so he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said with interest, Tell me about it. Tang Dongwang sighed, and said with a serious expression, This time, there are 3 members of the Empire mecha team who are pure blood. To become pure blood, it means that one of their physique or mental power must have reached Super SSS, but we only have Kaiyun on our side, who can compete with pure blood, so from this point of view, we actually lost at the beginning. Hearing Tang Dongwang's words, Zhou Huafeng and others' faces also became serious. It's not necessarily a loss. After all, This time we are not competing for mental power or physique. We are competing for who kills more Zerg, and who can resist the Zerg tide for a longer time. If we are luckier, maybe the Zerg tide on the Empire side will be more intense than ours. Shin Kai-yun crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair indifferently. Although this sounded shameless, everyone felt comforted for some reason. Especially Tang Dongwon put his hands together and said with a blessing, "Then I wish that the insect tide from the Empire will be more violent." The rest of the people laughed when they heard this. About half an hour later, Shinlili and his team finally arrived at the Huasha Star region and saw the space carrier of the 2nd Legion. After entering the safe range of the space carrier, the warship they were on landed on the deck of the mothership under the command of the sentry. As soon as Shinlili and his team got off the warship, they immediately changed into mechas and followed Tang Lin to the competition venue. Shinlili in the cockpit was in space at this moment, looking at the environment of the universe while listening to the chat content of several people in the wireless headset. Because they were about to meet their opponents, Tang Dongwon was shouting excitedly in the channel, "Brothers, get ready to fight. Down with the imperialist little Karami. Tang Pang Pang, can you speak a little more quietly? My ears are almost deaf." Lin Cece said unhappily. "Ahem, sorry. Tang Dongwon didn't dare to provoke Lin Cece, and immediately became timid. "Oh, I saw them, but they don't look easy to mess with, especially their equipment, which is top-notch." Shin Kai-yun looked at the mecha team opposite, and swallowed his saliva with envy. Tang Dongwon was a little unhappy when he heard this, because no one dared to show off in front of him. He hummed and took out 5 weapons from the space button and threw them to his friends. So for some inexplicable reason, Shinlili and others got a weapon, which can be called a peerless magic weapon in their respective fields. Shinlili got a long sword. She looked at it carefully for a while, and found that the material of the sword was meteorite iron. Swallowing saliva in obsession, Shinlili's mouth was almost drooling. Meteorite, this is a material forged naturally through cosmic friction. The other friends were also full of love, looking at the weapons in their hands with fascination. Zhou Wanfeng got a particle gun, Zhang Yuanhao got a heavy sword, Lin Cece got a long whip, and Shin Kai-yun got a long spear. If we win this battle, these weapons will be given to you. Seeing that everyone liked it, Tang Dongwon announced generously. As soon as the voice fell, 5 sounds of swallowing saliva sounded at the same time, and Shin Kai-yun couldn't help it, and came over to hug Tang Dongwon to show his loyalty. "Don't worry, Brother Tang, we promise to complete the task." After having good weapons, the momentum of several people instantly rose a level, and when they looked at the opposite Imperial mecha team, just like a wolf seeing a lamb, even the mechas they were driving had titanium alloy lights in their eyes. This disgusting and perverted look made the Empire mecha team on the opposite side not only feel despised, but also feel insulted. Therefore, their already unfriendly looks became even more unfriendly. They even maliciously raised their little fingers to Shinlili and the others. Unfortunately, Shinlili and the others, who were in a good mood, looked at the provocation from the opposite side, not only did not get angry, but their faces were full of love as if they saw the stupid son of the landlord. When the 2 mecha teams of the Empire and the Federation were not eyes, and noses were not noses. As the 2 leaders of this competition, they were also friendly, shaking hands and reminiscing about the past. "Mr. Sitai, you came really early. This anxious look is a bit inconsistent with the cold-blooded animal genes. Why don't you go to the hospital for a checkup?" Tang Lin held Sitai's hand, and said with false concern. "It's obviously because Mr. Tang Lin came too late. If it was a little later, I would have almost thought that the Federation mecha team didn't dare to come." Mr. Sitai laughed in the same sarcastic way. "Haha, how could it be? If Mr. Sitai dared to come, how could we not dare to come?" Tang Lin mocked back, and looked like he didn't understand what you were saying. Chapter 220. The 2 of them kept on arguing for a long time, until the Zerg tide gradually approached. Tang Lin and Sitai stopped bickering, and then each called their own mecha team. Looking at the SSS mecha soldiers in front of him, Tang Lin once again said solemnly, "I won't say any more nonsense. Repeat again, if your life is in danger, you will give up immediately, understand?" "Understood, Marshal." Shinlili and others responded in unison. Tang Lin nodded with satisfaction, and then gave a few more instructions. After giving all the instructions, Tang Lin and Sitai looked at each other with disdain, and then they shouted in unison, "Everyone, take your positions. Get ready for battle." As soon as the 2 leaders finished speaking, the Empire's mecha team and the Federation's mecha team moved at the same time. They controlled the mechas at the same time and flew to the front of their respective front lines, ready to resist tens of millions of Zerg with 6 people. In order to facilitate the competition between the two mecha teams, the troops of the two countries that were originally in the front were all evacuated, leaving this area for them. However, this inexplicable practice also caused dissatisfaction among some soldiers. The Empire was fine. They originally pursued the law of the jungle, and it was normal for young people to go to the battlefield. On the Federation side, they felt that their superiors were too ridiculous. The battlefield was not a game, but it was used for a group of children to compete. Chief, is this okay? The military mecha team that originally belonged to the front asked in their team channel with dissatisfaction and questioning. This is a swarm of insects. If they can't defend it, the space carrier behind will be in trouble, then we will be finished. Another team member suppressed his anger and said, if these second-generation rich people want to mess around, they should choose a place. The leaders are too reckless. Everyone in the military mecha team in front of them complained. It's not that they are unreasonable, but this is too reckless. Listening to the complaints of the team members, the captain of the military mecha team also felt that the leaders were really too reckless this time. But the captain couldn't say much because the higher the rank, the more powerful they are. In the end, he could only sigh and say, let's wait and see. If they can't do it, we will take action immediately. Yes. The military mecha team was relieved after hearing this. Although they may have to clean up the mess of these second-generation rich people later, it is better than just staring blankly and doing nothing. At this moment, something happened on the front line that made Shinlili and others speechless. It was seen that Shinlili's mecha team had encountered 2 waves of Zerg attacks from the beginning to now. But there has been no Zerg attack on the Empire mech team from the beginning to now. As a result, the Empire mech team is even standing there leisurely, watching the excitement on the Federation team's side. Fuck. It turns out that the Zerg tide on our side is coming more violently. Tang Dongwon complained speechlessly. My god, I seriously suspect that these Zergs are playing double standards. Shin Kaiyun looked at the Zerg that had obviously reached the Empire side, and suddenly turned to the Federation side, and couldn't help complaining. The Zerg attacking in the early stage of the Zerg tide will be relatively weak, so let's just treat it as a warm-up. After Lin Sisi whipped off a Zerg's head with a whip, she comforted him. Keep your moves simple, don't waste your energy too quickly. Zhou Wanfeng said lightly. Understood. Shinlili and the others responded in unison. Then the mecha's movements were no longer complicated. This obviously conserved energy style also disappointed the Empire's mecha team. They had been looking forward to the Federation's mecha team running out of energy in the early stage. As time went on, the level of the Zerg attacking the Zerg tide became higher and higher. The front line of the Empire's mecha team was no longer in a state of being ignored. The crazy attack of the Zergs finally began to be evenly distributed at this moment. The battle lasted for 10 minutes, half an hour. The two mecha teams also went from being bright and beautiful at the beginning to being in a mess now. Be careful. Shinlili's long sword blocked the Zerg that attacked Zhang Yuanhao, and then she cut it in half with a sword flower. Thank you, cousin. Zhang Yuanhao thanked him breathlessly. His physical strength was the worst among the few people, and the hand holding the sword in the mecha had begun to become unstable. Zhou Wanfeng saw this and immediately said, Yuanhao, retreat to adjust the state. Ollie will hold on for a while, okay? Okay. Shinlili held the long sword and said with a firm look. From the beginning to now, Shinlili has only had to kill the Zerg that was missed by the others. Although it is not easy for her as a novice, compared with Shin Kaiyun and others, Shinlili's position can be said to be a salted fish. She has been taken care of for too long in this battle, and now it is her turn to contribute. Shinlili took a deep breath, then controlled the mecha forward and quickly exchanged positions with Zhang Yuanhao. But facing the overwhelming attack of the Zerg, Shinlili couldn't help but get a little flustered. For a moment, she didn't know whether to block or attack first. And because of her mistake, many Zergs broke into the defense circle. Ollie, calm down, don't panic, we are here. After Zhou Wanfeng dealt with the Zerg that broke into the defense circle, he began to comfort Shinlili. Lily, don't be afraid, we are here. Lin Sisi comforted breathlessly. Little sister. Come on. Shin Kaiyun was in the best condition, so he exchanged the position next to Shinlili to help her share the pressure. If it doesn't work, let me go. Zhang Yuanhao said with concern. Listening to everyone's concern and encouragement, Shinlili felt a warm current in her heart. She bit her lower lip tightly and said firmly, Thank you, everyone. I can do it. After that, Shinlili began to chop the Zerg in front of her frantically. This desperate posture did resist the Zerg's attack. However, Shinlili soon discovered that this was too physically demanding and not worth the loss. What should I do? Shin Lily's memory flipped wildly in her mind, and soon, it was fixed on the sword light blade of Guan Jing driving the mecha and destroying the Zerg within 100 meters with one sword. The sword light blade is an energy stone, an attack combined with mental power. The stronger the mental power, the more energy it mobilizes, and the stronger the attack. Shin Lily didn't know if she could succeed, but there was no better way at the moment. So let's give it a try. Thinking of this, Shin Lily's meteorite mecha suddenly stopped attacking, and then held the long sword in his hands tightly with both hands. Seeing that the Zerg were about to attack Shin Lily, John Yuanhao was about to rescue her, but was stopped by Shin Kaiyun. Believe her. Shin Kaiyun looked at his sister with a smile on his face. John Yuanhao frowned, and although he was a little puzzled, he still stopped. Chapter 221. While Shin Lily was recalling Guan Jing's actions, she continuously fed the mecha energy and her mental power into the long sword. When the sharp forelimbs of the Zerg were only 1 meter away from her, Shin Lily's mecha finally moved, and she quickly swung a knife. A 30-meter wide blade of knife energy instantly cut all the Zergs within a 50-meter range in front of her in half. This terrifying and amazing blow not only shocked the friends around her, but also surprised Shin Lily herself. She actually did it. Damn, Lily is so handsome. Tang Dongwang whistled in surprise. Well done. Zhou Wanfeng's tone was still calm, but it was not difficult to hear a smile in his voice. You are worthy of being my sister, Lin Cece. Lin Cece shook the whip and gave Shin Lily a thumbs up. Cousin, she is no longer the cousin she once was. She can now stand on her own. John Yuanhao said with a smile on his face. Shin Kaiyun did not speak, but he took the time to raise his mecha's hands, made a big heart above his head, and then controlled the mecha to blow a kiss. Shin Lily, who was a little shy when she was praised, lost all her shyness in an instant when she saw this scene, and even felt a little nauseous. Tang Dongwang and others were also disgusted enough, and Zhou Wanfeng shot him coldly, interrupting Shin Kaiyun's next move. Fuck, Zhou Wanfeng, be careful. Shin Kaiyun wanted to raise his hands to make a few more small hearts, but was interrupted by the flying bullet. He immediately turned his head and looked at the culprit angrily. Sorry, my hand slipped. Zhou Wanfeng said coldly with an expressionless face. Shin Kaiyun didn't care much. After a hum, he went on to kill his Zerg. Only Shin Lily and a few others secretly gave Zhou Wanfeng a thumbs up. Well done. After that, because Shin Lily learned the sword energy and light blade, Tang Dongwang and the others were a little less stressed. Seeing this, Zhou Wanfeng commanded everyone to take turns to rest. After arranging his own mecha team, Zhou Wanfeng turned his attention to the Empire's mecha team. The status of the two mecha teams was actually similar. Originally, the Empire's mecha team would be a little stronger than them. But with Shin Lily's unexpected surprise, the strength of the two sides can be said to be evenly matched. Now the two mecha teams are like two hemp ropes being cut by a knife. It depends on who can't stand it first. As time went by, one person from the Imperial mech team fell down first, and then one person from the Federal mech team also fell down. Have a good rest. Zhou Wanfeng's mech raised his hand to comfort John Yuanhao in the cockpit. Sorry. John Yuanhao's mental and physical strength were severely depleted. He said it with a strong breath and then fainted. After that, the two mech teams seemed to be under a spell, and people fell down in turn. Tang Dongwang, Lin Cece. There are 3 people from the Imperial mech team, and 3 people from the Federal mech team. Shin Lily's eyes went dark, and she didn't know how many bugs she had killed. She looked at Shin Kaiyun, who was also exhausted, panting and gritted her teeth and persisted. She couldn't fall down yet. If she fell, her second brother and Zhou Wanfeng would have to face countless Zergs alone, and the Federal mech team's chances of winning would be even lower. After a while, another pure blood from the Empire mech team finally couldn't hold on. But after a while, Zhou Wanfeng from the Federation mech team also fell. In the end, only Shin Kaiyun and Shin Lily, who could be defeated at any time, were left on the Federation side. Little sister, don't push yourself too hard. Shin Kaiyun looked at Shin Lily, whose mech steps were unstable, and said with concern. Although Shin Kaiyun's breath was a little unstable, he was in good condition, and he was enough to win the game. Shin Lily no longer had the strength to answer. She just shook her head silently, and continued to control the mech to kill the Zerg. The tenacity of the brother and sister also silenced the military mech team, which had been very dissatisfied before. Maybe we owe them an apology. One of the military mech soldiers murmured guiltily. Fight until you fall down. Even ordinary soldiers can't do it, not to mention that they are just military academy students. The voice of another mech soldier was choked. Damn it, If this is the second generation of power, please give me a dozen. The soldier who had already started crying, cursed and wiped his tears. The captain of the military mecha team silently looked at the brother and sister who were still fighting hard on the front line, and the disgust in the depths of his eyes turned into emotion. The Empire mecha team and the Federation mecha team have also reached the final moment of the decisive battle. Shinlili glanced at the Empire mecha team on the opposite side. There are still 2 people. At least one more has to die before she can fall down with peace of mind. But plans can never keep up with changes. At this moment, Shinlili felt an inexplicable pain in her heart, which made her already exhausted body suddenly lose all strength. The Xingqian mecha fell forward powerlessly, because it lost the control of its owner. Shin Kaiyun saw this, and quickly protected Shinlili. "Little sister," Shin Kaiyun shouted worriedly. But Shinlili in the cockpit couldn't speak at all, because of the pain in her heart. At this moment, her face was extremely pale, her hands tightly grasped her heart, and the whole person curled up in the mecha driving seat in a mess. Shinlili didn't know what was wrong with her, but she always had a bad premonition. "Dad?" Shinlili murmured hoarsely, and before she could react, why did she call Dad? A picture suddenly appeared in her mind. That place seemed to be the depths of the universe, but at this moment it seemed to be facing a crisis like the end of the world. Countless terrifying Zergs were chasing the humans in front. And Shin Tian, who had the opportunity to enter the Pejuan cockpit, was suddenly stabbed in the head by the Zerg behind him in order to save Ling Ke, who was about to die. Shin Tian used up his last bit of strength to push the hope of life to Ling Ke, but he himself fell into the abyss with blood all over his head. And there were countless terrifying Zerg in the abyss, opening their mouths to kill him. "Dad." Shinlili's eyes were full of bloodshot, and after spitting out a large mouthful of blood, she completely fainted. When Shinlili was unconscious, time was instantly stopped. A spirit with a unicorn body, 2 horns, and a goatee suddenly jumped out of her heart. Its green eyes seemed to be filled with helplessness, and after a long sigh, it disappeared on the spot. Chapter 222. After the time was restored, 2 mecha soldiers from the military came over quickly to take Shinlili back. Shin Kaiyun looked at Shinlili with concern, and then continued to kill the Zerg desperately. But he couldn't help but have a little doubt in his mind. Just now, he seemed to hear his little sister calling Daddy. Could it be? Did his little sister feel that she was going to lose, so she cried and called Daddy? The more Shin Kaiyun thought about it, the more possible it was, and he finally realized it, and then he killed the Zerg even harder. He wanted to kill more Zerg to avenge his little sister. The movements of the Federation Mecha Squad were naturally seen by the Empire Mecha Squad. Haha, it's what they deserve. All the bastards of the Federation should die. Siki, a pure-blooded Jiaolong, sneered complacently when he saw another member of the Federation Mecha Squad fall. "Boss, are we going to take drugs later?" Wu Long, a pure-blooded sea creature, asked naively while killing the Zerg. Although Siqi despised the stupid Wu Long, she was patient and sneered because he was so obedient. Why take drugs? The Federation only has 1 person now, and we have 2. They will definitely lose. "Oh boss, you are wise." Wu Long breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best not to take it. After all, the side effects of the drug are quite serious. 10 minutes later, Wu Long could no longer bear it. He asked the boss again in the channel. "Boss, I'm almost dying." Wu Long felt sore all over and his head hurt. Now he just wanted to go back to the bottom of the sea and have a good sleep. What a waste. Siqi cursed in disgust in her heart, and then turned her head to look at the Federation mecha team. The Bingwan mecha driven by Shin Kaiyun was still killing the Zerg neatly, and he still showed no signs of fatigue. Siqi's eyes were more fierce, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, "Take medicine." "Okay." Wulong was a little reluctant, but he still took out a red pill from the space button and swallowed it. In an instant, Wulong's mental and physical strength were restored under the effect of the medicine, and then he continued to kill the Zerg with vigor. Not long after, Siqi was exhausted. He gritted his teeth, took out a red pill, and swallowed it. As long as they have that mining star, the strength of their Qi Long core can be further improved. So this game must not be lost. Shin Kaiyun didn't know that the Empire mecha team cheated. He just felt that the strength of the pure blood of the Jiaolong clan seemed to be stronger this time than last time. Fortunately, his physique was upgraded to a higher level last time in the Empire. Otherwise, Shin Kaiyun would not have been able to hold on until now. But he was almost at his limit. Shin Kaiyun took the time to look at the Imperial mecha team, only to see that they were still killing the Zerg without any fatigue. Comparing the status of the 2 sides, there was no hope of winning at all. Shin Kaiyun thought of his teammates, who fell one by one, and then thought of his sister, who was so embarrassed that she called her father in the end. So he couldn't lose. Not only for 1 billion federal coins, but also for his friends and sister. This game must not be lost. Asu! Please. At the moment when Shin Kai-yun couldn't hold on any longer, he finally asked for help from the spirit in his spiritual space. Asu in the spiritual space slowly opened his eyes, with a pair of terrifying tiger eyes, with deep majesty. Since you called me, I will help you, Asu said calmly. Shin Kai-yun smiled and fell asleep. In the cockpit of the Bing-1 mecha, when Shin Kai-yun raised his head again, one of his eyes had strangely turned deep red. Shin Kai-yun twisted his neck and said with a crazy smile, I haven't been out for a long time. It's time to let these stupid Zergs see how powerful I am. After that, the Bing-1 mecha regained its vitality. Not only did it regain its vitality, but even the attack of the gun gas blade increased from 20 meters to 50 meters. Sometimes the Zerg Tide attacked less, and the Bing-1 mecha was unhappy, and took the initiative to chase and kill. This zombie-like behavior made Seki of the Empire mecha team seriously suspect that Shin Kai-yun was also taking drugs. If he hadn't taken drugs, he would definitely report Shin Kai-yun. Thinking that both he and Wu Long had taken drugs, Seki could only give up this idea helplessly. Half an hour later, the side effects of taking drugs finally came out. Seki and Wu Long vomited blood at the same time and fainted together. The moment the Imperial mecha team fell, the winner of this game finally came out. That was the Federal mecha team. Si-Tai looked at Tang Lin with a bad face and said, I suspect your people cheated, otherwise how could people who were about to fall suddenly become lively again? Is this your people? Tang Lin looked at Si-Tai with a sneer. Since there were only 2 people left in the Imperial mecha team, Tang Lin felt something was wrong. But he didn't expect that before he went to expose the old bottom, there would be shameless people who took the initiative to provoke. Si-Tai's face turned pale and blue, and finally he snorted coldly, You are lucky. After saying that, Si-Tai turned around and controlled the mecha to leave. However, no matter how you look at that back figure, there is a hint of fleeing. Tang Lin sneered and didn't care. Anyway, they won in the end. After disdain, Tang Lin looked at Shin Kai-yun, who was still killing the Zerg. He didn't know whether he took drugs or not, but he knew that Shin Kai-yun had paid a price to persist until now. Tang Lin was anxious and quickly pressed a few wireless headphones. After entering the special key, he entered the channel of Shin Kai-yun's mecha team. Shin Kai-yun, enough. We have one, Tang Lin shouted. Shin Kai-yun hearing the voice in the headset, he sighed with some regret, and then returned to the spiritual space unhappily. The moment Asu returned, the Bing-1 mecha fell down. Fortunately, Tang Lin had expected it, so he caught him in advance. Tang Lin personally sent Shin Kai-yun to the medical room, and then waited alone at the door. But before he could wait, his optical brain rang with a checkup notice of the little guys. Tang Lin took a look and casually answered the video. As soon as the video was connected, the officer on the virtual screen immediately said anxiously, Old Tang. Shin Lily is with you, right? Take her back to the capital star. Admiral Shin Tian is dying. Hearing this, Tang Lin looked at the person in the video in disbelief, and said in shock, How could it be? Aren't there god-level mechas protecting them? How could something go wrong? Chapter 223. The officer didn't know the specific reason. He shook his head first, and then urged anxiously, Admiral Shin Tian's mental space is now completely destroyed, and his spiritual body is dead. The hospital can only keep him alive. The only way now is to find Shin Lily, who invented the mental power treatment potion. Maybe she has a chance to save Admiral Shin Tian, so Marshal, bring Shin Lily here quickly. I understand. Wait for me. You must wait for me. After saying that, Tang Lin hung up the video directly. Then he broke into the medical room and picked up Shin Lily, who was still unconscious, directly from the bed. Marshal, what are you doing? The medical staff asked in confusion. I take her to save people. After Tang Lin said this, he disappeared in the medical room. Looking at Tang Lin, who was running away in a hurry, the medical staff shook their heads speechlessly. Then he was ready to continue treating Shin Kai-yun, but when he turned around, he was stunned. Where is his patient? Where is a patient as big as him? The medical staff looked at the empty bed in disbelief. He first tried to lift the quilt. No. Then he bent down and lifted the bed curtain and looked under the bed. Still no. Just when he was thinking about whether to contact the leader, Tang Lin sent a message. Marshal of the 2nd Army, your patient ran away with me. I already know that there is no need to report it. Medical staff, I hate patients who treat doctors as heir and family members, who have no sense of boundaries. Space Station Tanglin carried Shin Lily on his back and looked at Shin Kai-yun with a serious face, and said, "Are you sure you want to come with me? Can your body still bear it?" "I'm fine, Grandpa Tang, let's go." Although Shin Kai-yun felt a sense of powerlessness as if his body was hollowed out, he still gritted his teeth and persisted because he was worried about his father and sister. He had a vague feeling that something must have happened to his father. Otherwise, Grandpa Tang and his sister would never be so abnormal. Especially his sister. The reason why she called Dad at the end might not be because she was going to lose the game. It was because Dad was in danger. The more Shin Kai-yun thought about it, the more guilty he felt. He should have discovered the abnormality earlier. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Shin Kai-yun, Tanglin could only take a deep look at Shin Kai-yun, and finally sighed and said, "Then come with me." After that, Tanglin took the brother and sister to the warp machine, and then kept shuttling in the space tunnel. Capital Star, Central Core Hospital. At this moment, countless officers of all sizes were waiting in the corridor on the top floor of the hospital with serious faces. This time, because Shin Tian was critically ill, not only the entire Federation came, but also representatives of Major Corps, Marshal Shin Mujiang and Major General Shin Xiaoxiong, and the President of the Federation, Tang Shuiqiu. Although the status of any officer present was highly respected, everyone's face was not very good at the moment. Especially Shin Tian's father Shin Mujiang, whose hair suddenly turned white. Among these people, the one who was most self-blaming and collapsed was probably Lin Ke. If it weren't for him, Shin Tian wouldn't be lying in the ward. Nor would he have been issued 3 critical illness notices by the doctor in just 1 hour. Lin Ke lowered his head in self-blame, holding his hair tightly with both hands, feeling both expectant and terrified. Hoped that Shin Tian would be safe and sound, but also terrified that he would have any bad news. Lin Ke really couldn't imagine that if Shin Tian couldn't be saved, what would he give to the Shin family? How could he afford to compensate the Shin family? At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly opened, and the attending doctor shouted anxiously, "Is Shin Lily here? Admiral Shin Tian can't bear it anymore. His consciousness is fading." Hearing the doctor's words, Shin Mujiang was shocked and staggered. It was Shin Xiaoxiong who supported him in time to prevent him from making a fool of himself. There was an uproar in the crowd, some urging Tanglin to urge Tanglin, and some asking the doctor about the situation. "Dad, why don't you go home and rest first?" Although Shin Xiaoxiong was also very anxious, he was also worried about Shin Mujiang's physical health. But Shin Mujiang just shook his head silently, and finally asked in a hoarse voice, "Second brother, can your elder brother still be saved?" "Yes. Yes." "Dad, don't you believe me? Don't you still believe in Ollie? My niece can definitely save my elder brother." Shin Xiaoxiong was not sure, but at this moment, in order to stabilize Shin Mujiang, he could only brag about his niece. After listening, Shin Mujiang calmed down a lot, and then he followed everyone to contact Tanglin. And Tanglin, who was being urged by everyone, had no time to answer any video requests. At this moment, he was in the city center of the capital Star, driving a hover car frantically, rushing to the central hospital at a desperate speed. Running red lights, speeding, driving in the wrong direction, crossing the road. Under Tanglin's various dangerous driving, he finally attracted countless air police robots, chasing after him and issuing warnings continuously. "Vehicle ahead, you have violated traffic regulations. Please stop immediately and accept punishment. Please stop immediately and accept punishment. Vehicle ahead, you have violated traffic regulations. Please stop immediately and accept punishment. Please stop immediately and accept punishment. Vehicle ahead, you have violated traffic regulations. Please stop immediately and accept punishment. Please stop immediately and accept punishment. Go to your grandmother's legs and accept punishment. If you delay Grandpa's rescue, I will go and smash your leader's office tomorrow." Tanglin cursed a few Chinese quintessences, and then pressed the accelerator to the lowest. With a whoosh, the air police robots were left behind. "Grandpa Tang, can you go faster? I can feel that my father is dying," Shin Lily said anxiously with a pale face. The moment Shin Tian's consciousness began to dissipate, Shin Lily was awakened. Now she has only one thought in her mind, that is to save her father quickly. "Okay." Tanglin gritted his teeth, and took a shortcut directly from the residential area to the central hospital. This time, not only the air police robot was alarmed, but also the interstellar police received the alarm. For a while, the buzzing sound of the police sounded in the center of the entire capital Star. "Central Hospital, where is Shin Lily? Shin Lily hasn't come yet?" The doctor shouted anxiously again and again. Just as the officers looked at each other anxiously, a roar came from the distance. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Before seeing the person, they heard the voice first, which made everyone a little confused. They looked up and looked around, and then someone pointed to the sky in the distance and said, "Look, it's a hovercraft." "What's so strange about a hovercraft?" one of the officers said speechlessly. Then, they looked up and found that the hovercraft was crashing towards their central hospital. Yes, it was crashing, without slowing down. Chapter 224. Get out of the way! Are you deaf? Tang Lin yelled heartbreakingly. The people who were scolded were not angry, but were surprised and shouted with Tang Lin, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! It's Shen Lily!" After hearing that it was Shen Lily, everyone in the corridor squeezed into the corner in less than 3 seconds. Tang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, then his eyes became sharp, and he let the hover car crash into the floor-to-ceiling window glass of the central hospital. Bang! A strong impact sound, accompanied by flying glass. Shen Lily finally arrived at the central hospital in the expectation of everyone. She kicked the car door open, and just as she was about to go out, she was pulled into the treatment room by the doctor, who was more anxious than her. Looking at the closed door of the treatment room, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, countless air police robots finally arrived. They came in through the broken French window, and then surrounded Tang Lin in unison, with their energy guns pointed at him. "Marshal Tang Lin, you are arrested, please come with us," the air police robot said without emotion. Tang Lin tooted at these fly-like air police robots with great disdain. Then he looked at his nephew and said, "Shuiqiu, remember to come to the air police brigade to rescue me." Tang Shuiqiu shook his head with a smile and said, "I know, second uncle, you can go without worry." Tang Lin pouted in annoyance, then turned back and said to these air police robots with disdain, "Let's go, I'm hungry, let's go to your air police brigade to eat prison food." "Marshal Tang Lin, prison food has a set time, and you need to wait for 3 hours before you can eat prison food," the air police robot answered in a serious tone. "Really? What time do you have to set for eating? You air police robots are too inhumane." Tang Lin cursed, but he followed the air police robot and got into the police car. "We are robots, we only smell like engine oil. If you are hungry, you can order takeout instead of eating prison food." The air police robot answered Tang Lin's question seriously and responsibly. "Hey! That's a good idea. Let's go! I'm starving." As Tang Lin's voice faded away, everyone looked back with a smile, and then looked at the door of the treatment room together. This time, the officers were no longer as nervous as before, and even relaxed one by one, chatting about Tang Lin's gossip about eating prison food. Everyone chatted for a while, and finally heard the sound of the door opening again, but this time it was not the door of the treatment room. But the hovercraft? The federal officers, who heard the sound, turned around in confusion. Only then did they discover in surprise that there seemed to be another person in the hover car. Shin Kaiyun, who had been forgotten by everyone, opened the car door tremblingly and climbed out of the hover car on his own. Then, as if he was about to die, he said weakly to everyone, "Please call a doctor for me, thank you." After that, Shin Kaiyun fainted completely. When Shin Xiaoxiong and Shin Mujiang found out that it was their grandson and nephew who fainted, they hurried over with worry. After checking for a while, they found that Shin Kaiyun was just too tired, and there was nothing wrong with his body. After knowing that the second grandson was fine, Shin Mujiang's attitude changed. He turned around and said to Shin Xiaoxiong with some disgust, "Second brother, didn't you train him well during your vacation at the military academy? Look at this delicate body. If you don't know, you would think he is a virgin." "Dad, I was wrong. I will train him well when I go back." Shin Xiaoxiong apologized sincerely. "Well, boys should suffer more. As long as you don't die when you go back, you should train him to death. Do you understand?" Shin Mujiang nodded with satisfaction, and then specifically reminded him. "Okay, Dad." Shin Xiaoxiong promised seriously. The officers around accidentally heard the crazy conversation between the father and son, and silently sympathized with Shin Kaiyun for 3 seconds. "Amen, good luck to you, young man." On the other side, in the treatment room, Shin Lily just came in, and saw Shin Tian lying on the bed. The pale face and weak breathing made Shin Lily's eyes sour instantly. "Dad." Shin Lily held Shin Tian's hand, and called softly. But Shin Tian did not touch Shin Lily's little head gently as before, but still lay unconsciously on the bed. Big tears burst out of Shin Lily's eyes uncontrollably. But she knew her father was still in danger, so she could only sniff and hold back her tears. Then she said to the doctors in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry, please go out for a while, leave this to me." Several medical staff, who were originally ready to help, when they heard this, They didn't know what to do, and could only look at the leading doctor. The leading doctor did not object, but bowed respectfully and said, "Miss Shin, then I leave it to you." Shin Lily nodded slightly, and waited for the medical staff to leave. She looked at the position of her father's heart again. "Who are you?" Shin Lily asked calmly. When she held her father's hand just now, Shin Lily felt something was wrong. It seemed that there was a familiar energy protecting her father's heart. Because this was obviously a friendly, not an enemy behavior, Shin Lily did not take action at the beginning. The air was quiet for a while, just when Shin Lily thought that it would not answer. A furry and double-horned little cute creature that looked very similar to Ahua, and the others floated on Shintian's chest. But she was much more beautiful and delicate than Ahua and the others, especially her pair of emerald eyes, which seemed to be gentle and tolerant of everything. She was so beautiful that it seemed that as long as you looked at her for a while, you would be saved. "Hello, my name is Bai Zhe, or your previous life." The spirit of little Bai Zhe was full of nobility and elegance, and was politely introducing himself at this moment. Shin Lily swallowed silently, a little bit unbelievable that there would be a cute creature in the world that was more beautiful than Ahua and the others. But when Shin Lily heard what Xiao Bai Zhe said, she felt that the scene was familiar. She felt like Kikyo and Kagome. Fortunately, there was no Inuyasha, otherwise it would be another bloody love story. But thinking of the white tiger she saw in her previous life, Shin Lily couldn't help but ask, "Do you like Ahua and the others?" As soon as she asked this question, even Shin Lily felt a cramp in her brain. When she was about to apologize, she found that Xiao Bai Zhe was shy. Shin Lily, damn. She seems to have discovered something incredible. Chapter 225. Although Shin Lily was a little shocked, she felt it was natural. After all, her 3 little cubs were so cute, it was normal for someone to like them. Thinking of this, she felt relieved, and then asked considerately, "Do you need to ask Ahua and the others to come out to meet?" However, Xiao Bai Zhe did not agree, but shook his head gently and said, "See you later, now let's save your father first." Upon hearing this, Shin Lily instantly became energetic, and she asked with some surprise, "Do you have a way to save my father?" In fact, even Shin Lily herself was not 100% sure that she could save Shintian. But Xiao Bai Zhe said so, then there must be no problem. Shin Lily became more and more excited as she thought about it, and her eyes were shining as she looked at the cute little creature in front of her. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a big smile. But Xiao Bai Zhe shook his head and said, "It's not me who saves him, but you." Shin Lily was a little confused for a moment, and looked at Xiao Bai Zhe in confusion, not quite understanding what she meant. Shin Lily still had some idea of her own abilities. If she could save her father, she would have started to save him a long time ago. Don't doubt it, although I am also Bai Zhe, to put it nicely, I am just a remnant soul with consciousness, and you are the one who truly possesses Bai Ze's power now, so only you can save your father. Xiao Bai Zhe explained with a smile. Shin Lily always felt that she understood, but it seemed that she didn't understand, but she probably understood a little. That is, she can save her father. Okay, what should I do next? Shin Lily looked at Shintian, who was only breathing his last breath on the bed, with a worried look in her voice. Don't worry, I'm here. Xiao Bai Zhe understood Shin Lily's mood, so he didn't delay any longer and took action. She flapped her wings and flew up, and a dazzling golden totem appeared on her forehead. Xiao Bai Zhe held Shin Lily's head with his claws, and then put his forehead against Shin Lily's. Is it touching the forehead again? This familiar action made Shin Lily blink. It seems that Su Lily did this last time. Is it to unlock the gene lock this time? Because of the touch of the forehead, Xiao Bai Zhe can temporarily hear Shin Lily's thoughts. After she understood what Shin Lily meant, she did not smile. Instead, she said with a hint of heartache in her eyes, "Ollie, although you are also of the blood of a divine beast, you are a new life born after the fusion of my soul and the white tiger's soul, so you cannot inherit it like other divine beast cubs when you grow up. This is also the reason why you still cannot use Bai Ze's power, and have even forgotten it. Then can I use Bai Ze's power to save my father?" Shin Lily did not think there was anything to be sad about. After all, she had never regarded herself as a divine beast. She almost forgot that she had another identity without even mentioning it. Guanli, a pure blood of the White Tiger clan. Seeing that Shin Lily was really not sad, little Bai Ze's mood also stabilized. She nodded and affirmed, "Yes, Bai Ze's power can save your father. Next, I will share all my memories with you. Although this memory is only incomplete, it is enough to save your father. I hope Ollie will not despise it." Don't mind. Let's hurry up. Shin Lily couldn't help but said impatiently. After all, Dad is still in bed, waiting for her to save his life. Xiao Baizhe was amused and laughed, then closed his eyes, and passed all the memories in his mind to Shenlili. The feeling of receiving the memory this time was not as headache-splitting as when she first came to the star, but it was very comfortable and natural. So when it was over, Shenlili was still a little reluctant, always feeling like she had a comfortable head massage. But she didn't have much mood to think about these now. After opening her eyes, she put her hands on Shentian. Although Xiao Baizhe didn't have much memory, Shenlili already knew how to save Shentian. Thinking of this, Shenlili looked at Xiao Baizhe and nodded slightly to her. Xiao Baizhe understood, and then turned into a spiritual force, and returned to Shenlili's heart. Yes, Baizhe's power is in the heart, and Xiao Baizhe is the key to open it. When Xiao Baizhe returned to his position, Shenlili closed her eyes, and guided the power in her heart along the veins. Gentle golden energy slowly flowed out from her palm. As if it had a spirit, it wrapped Shentian up. Is this all right? Shenlili looked at her father, who had turned into a golden silkworm pupa, and asked with some worry in her tone. Xiao Baizhe flew out of Shenlili's heart and nodded affirmatively. These powers are enough, and he can wake up after absorbing them. That's good. Shenlili breathed a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. Daddy is fine, so she is relieved. By the way, Baizhe, can my daddy's spirit be saved? Shenlili suddenly remembered that Grandpa Tang seemed to have said that daddy's spirit was gone. The existence of a spirit is no less important to the owner than his own cubs. If he can't be saved, daddy will definitely be very sad. Little Baizhe knew that if the spirit hadn't fought to protect Shentian, as early as when he fell into the abyss, Shentian would have been killed by the Zerg. Unfortunately, when she arrived, the two-tailed cat had been swallowed by the Zerg, and she almost didn't save Shentian. Little Baizhe sighed, shook his head with some regret, and said, Sorry, Ali, my memory is incomplete, otherwise it is not difficult to revive a small creature. Shenlili stopped breathing for a while, and finally forced a smile and said, It's okay, I'm very satisfied that Daddy is alive. Having said that, Shenlili still lowered her head with some disappointment. Is there any way to save the spirit, or create a new one? Shenlili thought for a long time, but still had no clue. This idea is crazy enough just to think about it. Ordinary people don't even know the existence of spirits, but she wants to create one. If others knew, they would probably call her crazy. Finally, Shenlili decided to study it carefully after returning. After all, she has another important thing to do now. Chapter 226. Of course, the most important thing is to match Xiao Baizhe and Ahua and the others. As long as she thought that Xiao Baizhe might become the beloved wife of her children in the future. The expression on Shenlili's face gradually became obscene. Xiao Baizhe, my father is not in danger now. Do you want to go to my spiritual space and meet Ahua and the others? Shenlili had a big bad wolf expression on her face. Xiao Baizhe hesitated for a while, but finally nodded gently. Seeing that Xiao Baizhe agreed, Shenlili was immediately overjoyed. Fearing that she would regret it, she hurriedly said, Then you go in quickly, remember to have fun, I won't go in to disturb you. Okay, thank you. Xiao Baizhe said shyly. Then he turned into a spiritual force, and entered Shenlili's spiritual space. Shenlili, who promised not to disturb them, after Xiao Baizhe entered the spiritual space, and immediately followed him in secretly. Fortunately, her spiritual space was large enough, as long as she kept her aura well. She could be a little star in the spiritual space, and spy on her cubs openly. Shenlili raised her lips with pride, and then observed secretly. In the spiritual space, Amu was studying the medical book brought in from outside, Ashui was assembling a mecha model, and only Awa was spinning in circles in the space out of boredom. So he was also the first to discover Xiao Baizhe. Huh? Who are you? Awa tilted his head, and looked at Xiao Baizhe stupidly, inexplicably wanting to get close to her, but resisted the urge. Because he didn't know if Xiao Baizhe was a bad guy? Good guy, it's a good thing that your future wife doesn't know what you are thinking. Otherwise, you would be doomed. Shenlili didn't expect that the first person to meet Xiao Baizhe would be Ahua. Although Ahua is cute, what if he is a little unreliable? What if he kills their future wife? Then the kids will have to be single for life. Shenlili was getting more and more worried, and couldn't help but secretly hit Amu and Ashui with 2 strands of mental power. Sure enough, with Shenlili's help and reminder, Amu and Ashui put down the things in their hands, and found Xiao Baizhe, who entered the mental space at the same time. But Ashui didn't say anything and directly used the blue mental power. A transparent cage was formed to trap this little beast that inexplicably broke into Ali's mental space. The mental space is too important, and he does not allow any threat to Ali. Shin-Lily, ? Shin-Lily, shock. What the hell? This script is wrong. It's supposed to be a loving scene. Shin-Lily couldn't catch her breath and almost choked to death. The key point is that even AMU, who is usually the kindest, stood aside and watched coldly. Good guy, these two big pigs are not as good as Ahua. Shin-Lily almost had a heart attack and was about to stop them. Xiao Baizhe easily resolved Ah Shui's mental attack. Shin-Lily breathed a sigh of relief and then continued to observe secretly. Seeing that their attacks were easily resolved, Ah Shui and Ah Mu looked at each other. At the same time, they thought to themselves that it was not good. This little beast was too strong, and they might not be able to beat it. Since it was impossible to force it, AMU came out to smooth things over and asked politely, "Sir, who are you? Why are you here?" Xiao Baizhe didn't say anything, just looked at the three little ones quietly, but his beautiful green eyes revealed deep sadness. This sad look made AMU and Ashui a little confused. Ashui thought it was her, who was too fierce just now and scared her. She snorted proudly, but her voice broke nervously and said, "Why are you sad? We won't hurt you." Xiao Baizhe was even more sad when he heard this familiar hard-mouthed tone, and even his eyes began to redden. Ahua liked Xiao Baizhe very much. Seeing that Xiao Baizhe was about to cry, he immediately circled around her anxiously. Then he gently rubbed Xiao Baizhe and sobbed comfortingly, "Don't be sad, they are not bad people, they won't bully you." Shin-Lily, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Ahua with relief and silently gave him a thumbs up. Ahua was still heartwarming. When she went back, she would reward the cubs with a box of Zerg crystal cores. Even Shin-Lily, who was hiding in the dark, was moved, not to mention Xiao Baizhe. As expected, after Ahua's consolation, Xiao Baizhe was no longer sad, and even had a smile on his face. And she finally mustered up the courage, looked up at the three little ones and smiled. "Ahu, I am Baizhe, I'm back." As soon as Xiao Baizhe finished speaking, Shin-Lily had no time to see what the three little ones would react. As a result, she was surprised to find that her spiritual space was actually shaking. Damn, as for not falling in love, can the space collapse? Fortunately, before she was terrified for a few seconds, the spiritual space stabilized. Shin-Lily breathed a sigh of relief, and when she looked at Ahua and the others, she was almost stunned. The four little cubs were gone, and they seemed to have magically turned into four boys and girls. At this moment, the boys and girls were shyly telling each other their thoughts, and the red-haired boy was hanging on the girl, unwilling to leave for a moment. Compared with the warmth over there, Shin-Lily was a little skeptical about life. Where is her cub? Where is her cute, beautiful, and well-behaved cub? Before Shin-Lily collapsed for a few seconds, she was lifted up in front of several people by a mental force. "Shin-Lily? Why are you hiding there?" The blue-haired boy looked at Shin-Lily with disdain. Shin-Lily didn't need to think too much about this expression, and she knew that this guy was definitely Ah Shui. Although she knew it, Shin-Lily didn't dare to offend this petty guy, so she quickly showed a flattering smile and said, "I come in and take a look at everyone." Ah Shui rolled his eyes, didn't believe her nonsense at all, and ignored her after a hum. Shin-Lily didn't care about Ah Shui's attitude. She was staring at them with wide eyes and curious. There were three young men in ancient costumes, who looked exactly the same except for their hair color. There was also a fairy-like young lady in ancient costumes. Shin-Lily estimated that she was Xiao Baizhe from before. "Ollie, do you think we have become more beautiful?" The red-haired boy, Ahua, happily showed off to Shin-Lily. Looking at the four beautiful faces in front of her, Shin-Lily nodded crazily. Ah Mu, with dark green hair, smiled and touched Shin-Lily's little head. Then, with slightly red cheeks, she looked at Xiao Baizhe and said gently, "Aze, do you think Ollie looks like us?" Shin-Lily, ? She felt that this was wrong, very wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Chapter 227. The girl in the white ancient skirt is Xiao Baizhe. She looked at Shin-Lily tenderly and said, "Of course, after all, in a sense, Ali is our child." Shin-Lily, Good fellow, I treat you as my children, but you want to be my parents. Hey, then isn't Ali our child? Ahua looked at Xiao Baizhe excitedly, with little stars in his eyes. It's a pity that he's too stupid, which is unlike me. Ashui raised his chin proudly, but did not object to what Ahua said. Shin-Lily rolled her eyes in her heart, but after thinking about the logic carefully, she realized that in a sense, she was really the fruit of their love. The corners of her mouth twitched for a while, and Shin-Lily covered her face and fell silent. Good fellow, in one day, she had 3 more fathers and 1 more mother. However, After getting along for a while, Shinlili finally let go of her heart that was hanging because of something. Ahua and the others are still the same. Although they have recovered Baihu's memory, there is not much change overall. Amu is still as mature and steady as before, Ashui is still as arrogant and sharp-tongued as before, and Ahua is still as cheerful and playful as before. It's just that in her future life, there may be a little Baizhe who is like a mother. Shinlili rubbed the little hand of Baizhe touching her head with enjoyment, and couldn't help but feel that it seems to be quite good to have another mother. Of course, if it is a sister, it will be even more perfect. After staying in the space for a while, Shinlili took the initiative to leave with a sense of courtesy. After all, Baizhe and Ahua have reunited after a long time, and now they should want to live in a world of two. Besides, she had an old father who was seriously ill outside, so she had to watch him to feel at ease. When her consciousness returned to her body, Shinlili opened her eyes and looked at Shintian on the bed. The golden light silkworms that enveloped Shintian had become very thin, and it would probably be completely absorbed soon. Shinlili probed her spiritual power into Shintian's brows, checked his body, and then took his pulse again. After confirming that there was no problem, she sat patiently and waited. It was not that she did not want to notify the people outside in advance, but the current treatment method was a bit unscientific. Rather than explaining it clearly, it was better to conceal it and find a reason to cover it up later. Compared with the calmness in the treatment room, Shin Mujiang outside the treatment room was almost angry to death. He punched the wall hard with his fist, and his anger fell to the ground with the stone. Shin Mujiang felt a little better. Shin Shuxiang looked at the stone wall with a hole in it, and swallowed silently. Then he gently patted his father's back and comforted him. "Dad, don't bother with them for now, we will settle the score later." Tang Shuichio's face was not good either. He didn't expect the Jiaolong clan of the Empire to be so shameless. Not only did they spread the rumor that Admiral Shintian had died on the Star Network, but they also increased the credibility. Let the spies bribe the Big V to take the lead and guide their brainless fans to mourn together. Some people who didn't believe it at first were also brainwashed by big data and really thought that Shintian had died. As a result, the entire Federation is now in a state of panic, especially the star field under the jurisdiction of the 5th Legion, which is in a panic. Usually, the Federation always values peace over some shameless behaviors of the Jiaolong clan, and only gives verbal warnings. But this time, it really touched their bottom line. Heroes are not allowed to be slandered. Tang Shuichio immediately asked the Federation to refute the rumors, and then collected evidence of the Jiaolong clan's rumors, ready to submit it to the Empire, and asked them for an explanation. They may not have a say in the Empire before, but now the Federation has the technology of Li Jing. They can be as strong as they want, although they can't cut off the supply of the Empire. But they still have the ability to cut off the supply of the Jiaolong clan and make things difficult. But before Tang Shuichio took any action, the Empire sent a video call first. On the virtual screen, Bai Zhou, wearing a noble crown prince outfit, bowed slightly with an apologetic look on his face, and said, "I have heard about the rumors. I am sorry for causing a bad impact on your country's Admiral Shintian. The Empire has warned the Jiaolong clan and asked them to apologize publicly, hoping to make up for the damage caused to Admiral Shintian and his family. I express my apologies again on behalf of the Empire." After speaking, Bai Zhou performed an imperial salute again. This sincere apology attitude made Tang Shuichio and Shin Mujiang a little stunned. They were all thinking at the same time, what is the Empire doing? Is it because of their Federation's Li Jing technology? But no matter what the reason, Tang Shuichio and Shin Mujiang will still give face to the Crown Prince of the Tianlang Empire. Shin Mujiang smiled and said kindly, "Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, it's all right. In addition, on behalf of the Shin family, I would like to thank His Highness Bai Zhou for his help. Marshal Shin is too polite. If there is nothing else, I will not bother you anymore. In addition, I wish your country's General Shintian a speedy recovery." Bai Zhou politely said goodbye and hung up the video on the computer. Looking at the virtual screen that went black, Tang Shuichio raised his eyebrows and said, "Mr. Shin, what do you think the Empire is doing?" "What do you mean? My granddaughter saved him. Why can't she be grateful?" Shin Mujiang snorted complacently. He knew that his granddaughter and the Crown Prince of the Empire got along well. Moreover, the Aquamarine Star region that the Empire gave to the Federation was given to their 5th Legion, and for this reason, he could not turn against Bai Zhou. Although the Aquamarine Star region is an uninhabited star region, it is not only rich in mineral resources, but also has many planets suitable for human habitation. You have to know that a country with a slightly smaller territory is only as big as a star region. This is because the empire is rich and willing to give it away. Otherwise, other countries would have to work hard and pay the price of blood to expand a little territory from the Zerg. The ancestors of their federation sacrificed countless lives and paid several generations of hard work before they finally conquered a star field and successfully established the Federation in the interstellar space. So in a nutshell, the Federation really got a great bargain for nothing. But it was still thanks to his granddaughter. If it weren't for her, the Empire and the Federation wouldn't have the current peace, and the relationship wouldn't have changed from hostile countries to allies. Oh my, can they be considered to be eating the Empire's soft rice by relying on their granddaughter, haha. The more Shen Mujiang thought about it, the happier he felt, and his face was almost smiling like a chrysanthemum. Tang Xueqiu looked at the smug expression on Shen Mujiang's face, and tactfully didn't throw cold water on him. After rolling his eyes with a little disdain, he looked towards the treatment room. I don't know how Shen Tian is doing. Chapter 228. In the treatment room, Shen Lily was so tired that she fell asleep beside the bed, so she didn't know about the rumors on the Star Network. Even when Bai Zhou called over via video, the optical brain detected that the owner was sleeping and automatically rejected it. After a day of fighting and worrying about Shen Tian, Shen Lily slept very deeply. She didn't even notice when Shen Tian woke up. After the golden light on the bed disappeared, Shen Tian slowly opened his eyes. His first reaction was to check his mental space, when he couldn't find the two-tailed cat. Shen Tian was stunned for a long time, before he finally realized that he had lost Xiaoyu. He clenched his fists and bit his lips tightly. The sadness and despair made 2 lines of hot and wet tears appear in the corners of his depressed eyes. Xiaoyu. Puff. Shen Tian was so depressed that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered his lips with his hand and coughed uncomfortably, half leaning on the bed. Shen Lily was awakened by the blood dripping on her finger. When she looked up, she saw Shen Tian coughing up blood. Dad. Shen Lily stood up anxiously and hurriedly checked Shen Tian's body. The examination found that Dad was coughing up blood due to excessive grief and the reverse flow of qi and blood. Shen Lily immediately understood what was going on. It might be related to Dad's spirit body. But Dad's spirit body is gone. Should she tell the truth or make up a lie? Shen Lily was at a loss for the first time. Shen Tian was immersed in grief just now and did not notice his daughter sleeping beside him. Seeing that she was there, he quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, not wanting his daughter to worry about him. Ollie, Daddy is fine. Shen Tian said weakly with a pale face. Dad? Shen Lily knew whether Daddy was fine or not. But seeing Shen Tian comforting her even though he was so sad that he almost cried, Shen Lily finally made a decision. First lie to Daddy, there is a glimmer of hope, which is better than being completely desperate. Thinking of this, Shen Lily deliberately showed a relaxed smile on her face, and her tone was deliberately spoiled. I know Daddy is fine. I cured Daddy's injury. Is Daddy proud of me? Shen Lily said while being intimate, hugging Shen Tian's arm and acting coquettishly. The cute and heartwarming action of his daughter made Shen Tian's pale mouth corners barely raise a smile, and said, Ollie is the best. I, Shen Tian, have a daughter like Ollie, which is the proudest thing in my life. Hee hee, Daddy is my daddy, and it is also the proudest thing for me. Shen Lily rubbed Shen Tian's arm with her little head, and said with great pride. Shen Tian smiled with a pale face, and said nothing, but raised his hand, and touched his precious daughter's head, as if silently agreeing. Seeing that the topic had almost been changed, Shen Lily deliberately said, as if she suddenly remembered, Dad's body has almost recovered, but the spiritual body in the spiritual space may take some time to recover. Dad can't meet him during this period. Shen Tian's breath was choked, he grasped the quill tightly with both hands, and asked with a trembling voice, Ollie, do you mean Xiaoyu can still be saved? Yes, there is. Shen Lily nodded heavily, and assured with a firm look. Ollie, are you lying to Dad? How can a spirit be saved? Shen Tian was excited for a while, then calmed down. Her daughter was very powerful, but how could a dead spirit be saved? If someone could do this, it would probably be the legendary god. Seeing that the lie was exposed, Shen Lily did not panic, but took out the notes of the third senior brother and showed them to Shen Tian. Shen Tian looked at the contents of the notes in surprise. These shocking and crazy ideas made him feel turbulent. If it were before, he would only think that these were nonsense and the ideas of lunatics. But Xiuyu's sacrifice made him grab a life-saving straw and asked his daughter nervously, Ollie, are these true? Shen Lily nodded heavily and said, Yes. Dad, I promise you that I can definitely save Xiaoyu. Really? That's great. Shen Tian's face was calm, but his voice was choked with sobs. Seeing Shin Tian being deceived, Shin Lily felt worse. She didn't know if she was doing the right thing. But her father's health was more important than anything else. This time, let her be a bad kid who lied. Shin Lily looked at the happy Shin Tian, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But thinking of the people who were still waiting anxiously outside, Shin Lily quickly told Shin Tian about it. Dad, Grandpa and the others are still waiting outside. Can we let them in? Shin Lily was especially concerned about Shin Tian's emotions, so she asked carefully. Dad is here too? Ollie, let them in quickly. Dad is in good health now, and it's no problem for him to fight the Zerg again. Shin Tian has been very happy, since he knew that Xiaoyu had hope. He now sees everything is good, and even his face has begun to turn red. Although Dad is well, he still needs to rest for a few days. Shin Lily blamed unhappily. Okay, Dad knows. Shin Tian felt warm in his heart, and smiled at his daughter lovingly. After getting his father's consent, Shin Lily went over, and opened the door of the treatment room. The people who had been waiting anxiously at the door, as soon as they saw the door of the treatment room open, immediately came over to ask with concern. My dad is fine now, uncles can go in and take a look. Shin Lily smiled politely at everyone. The officers gave thumbs up, praised Shin Lily, and then entered the treatment room one by one to comfort Shin Tian. Shin Mujian also went in, and after knowing that his son's health and condition were good, he came out of the medical room. But as soon as he came out, he called Shin Lily to a corner. Ollie, your father's mental state is not right. Doesn't he know that Xiaoyu is dead? Shin Mujian said worriedly. Dad knows. Shin Lily said disappointedly. This is a bit confusing for Shin Mujian. If his spiritual body is gone, will his son not be affected? Chapter 229. Without waiting for Shin Mujian to ask again, Shin Lily took the initiative to confess. Grandpa, I lied to Dad. I told Dad that I had a way to save Xiaoyu. Shin Lily lowered her head, feeling uneasy and guilty. She lied to her father who cared about her the most. Will he hate her when he knows the truth? Fearing such a result, Shin Lily's eyelashes trembled slightly, and even her shoulders trembled slightly in fear. Shin Mujian was silent for a long time, and finally touched his granddaughter's head with his big hand and said, Don't worry, even if your father knows the truth in the end, he won't blame you, and thank you for your hard work, Ali. Shin Lily looked up at Shin Mujian in disbelief, and said timidly in her voice, Grandpa, don't you blame me? I lied to Dad. What do you blame you for? Blame you for being too considerate? Or blame you for not feeling sorry for your own father? Shin Mujian finished angrily. He rubbed Shin Lily's hair again, and said with a distressed tone, Ollie, don't take everything on your own, you are still just a child. Shin Lily didn't say anything, but suddenly hugged her grandfather, and buried her head in his arms. But her slightly shaking shoulders made Shin Mujian feel distressed. His little Ollie, sometimes she is too kind. So it is easy to wrong herself for others. He hopes that his granddaughter can be more selfish, and put more kindness and love on herself. Shin Mujian sighed in his heart, then gently patted his granddaughter's back, silently comforting her. On the other side, after confirming that Shin Tian was fine, the federal officers all breathed a sigh of relief. Because there were still a lot of things to do, they left in a hurry. Before Tang Shuiqiu left, he gave Shin Tian a period of sick leave. After Shin Mujian counseled his granddaughter, he waited until Shin Tian's wife came before returning to the army with his second son. At this moment in the hospital ward, Shin Lily stood beside the bed, looking at Guan Yu sitting between the two beds without daring to breathe. I saw Guan Yu holding the ears of two men with one hand each. Okay, you two did such a dangerous thing without telling me. I tell you too, if you don't explain today's things clearly, you will stay in the bed for the rest of your life and don't come down. Guan Yu became more and more angry, twisting the fingers of the two people's ears, and twisting them hard. It hurts, my wife, I was wrong, I will tell you next time. Shin Tian admitted his fear obediently. Guan Yu glanced at him sideways in anger, but she still felt sorry for his injured body. After a snort, she stopped twisting. Shin Tian breathed a sigh of relief, then lay on the bed honestly, and dared not say a word. Seeing this, Shin Kaiyan also quickly covered his painful ear and begged for mercy obediently. Mom, I was wrong too, I won't dare to do it next time. Well, I forgive you. Guan Yu said expressionlessly, but her hand was still twisting her ear. Mom, you haven't let go yet. Shin Kaiyan tried carefully. Why don't you let go? Son, hand it over, Mom will save it for you as the betrothal money for your future daughter-in-law. Guan Yu said to Shin Kaiyan gently and kindly for the first time. Shin Kaiyan's breath was choked, and he looked at Guan Yu with tears in his eyes and said, Mom, I only want money, not a future daughter-in-law, okay? You have to hand over your wife even if you don't want one. Mom tells you that boys with too much money are prone to become bad. Good boy, I'm doing this for your own good, Guan Yu said gently and lovingly. Shen Tian also echoed, shower, listen to your mother. Dad's salary has always been given to your mother for safekeeping. So you are a wife's slave and a henpecked man. Shen Kaiyun looked at his father with disdain, but in the end, under Guan Yu's increasingly dangerous eyes, he obediently transferred 1 billion federal coins. In addition to his grandfather, who Shen Kaiyun dared not offend, the other person in this family was his mother. Alas, forget it, money is just something outside of the body. If it's gone, he can earn it again. Shen Kaiyun comforted himself, while holding the quilt aggrievedly. Silent tears, as wide as noodles, flowed on his face. But he suddenly remembered that his younger sister's money had not been paid yet, so he sat up and said to Guan Yu, Mom, my younger sister's money has not been paid yet. It's not safe for a girl to have so much money on her. Why don't you take it too? After Shen Kaiyun finished speaking to Guan Yu righteously, he turned his head and said to Shen Lily in a very green tea way, Little sister, don't blame your second brother. This is for your own good. Guan Yu also nodded and said, what the second brother said is not unreasonable. Shen Lily looked at Shen Kaiyun with great contempt, and was about to transfer the federal currency to Guan Yu. Guan Yu suddenly spoke again. Ollie, listen to your second brother, pay attention to safety and privacy, don't click on unfamiliar links, and those QR codes scanning on the street are not safe. But it doesn't matter if the money is cheated, Mom will give it to you again. Guan Yu lovingly held her daughter's hand, and stopped her from transferring the money. Okay Mom, I got it. Shen Lily nodded obediently. Then she secretly made a smug face at Shen Kaiyun. Shen Kaiyun, who looked like he had eaten shit, said, I suspect my mother is a double standard, but I have no evidence. One afternoon later, Shen Tian was checked by various instruments in the hospital, and was confirmed to be fine, so he was approved by the doctor to be discharged. Shen Kaiyun was already impatient to stay in the hospital, and he wanted to go home to play games in the Starnet cabin. Such a beautiful weekend can't be wasted in the hospital. After returning home, Shen Lily accompanied Shen's father and mother for a while, then returned to her room and began to study the spirit body. She first searched for information about the spirit body on the Starnet, but the information she got was just a few words. However, the speculation of some Starnet netizens gave her a lot of inspiration. Shen Lily recorded these inspirations one by one, and then deduced the relationship between them in her mind. Currently, only the 5 major families have spiritual bodies, and ordinary people absolutely cannot have them. As for why the spiritual bodies favor the 5 major families, Shen Lily did not understand. According to the bizarre reasoning of netizens, Shen Lily felt that the most likely explanation was to start from the origin of the Federation. And the key to the origin of the Federation cannot escape the ancient Earth and the ancestors of the 5 major families. Chapter 230. Unfortunately, there are only a few sentences about the origin of the Federation on the Star Network, or they are directly skipped. Especially the most critical spiritual bodies, there are very few. Even if there are, they are state secrets. With no other choice, Shen Lily could only go to her family's library to find information. Not long after, Shen Lily returned to her bedroom with a stack of books and slowly read. When her eyes were almost blinded, Shen Lily stopped. She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples tiredly. Then she began to summarize the information she got this time. Legend has it that the Federation people originally belonged to the ancient Earth people, and the ancient Earth broke out the Third World War because of the brain damage of some people. Except for Yen country, which can remain neutral in the war with absolute strength. The rest of the countless countries either joined the World War because of interests, or were forced to join. This global war lasted for several years. Finally one day, the United States broke the World Covenant first, and used the first atomic bomb in the war. Thus, the ancient Earth began the era of atomic bomb war. Countless atomic bombs exploded, not only causing most animals to lose their homes. It also caused the ecology of the ancient Earth to completely lose balance, and countless rare animals and plants became extinct. In the later stages of the war, even the Earth's atmosphere no longer protected the ancient Earth. When humans realized the problem, it was too late. The meteorites that attacked the ancient Earth every other day in the universe were no longer burned and destroyed by the atmosphere. After that, every meteorite shower on the ancient Earth, or the beautiful and harmless meteors before. From then on, it was no longer a landscape, but a bloody doomsday massacre. So far, the ancient Earth has officially entered the second era of the Great Disaster. This great disaster lasted for 100 years. Except for Yin country, which had always remained neutral, there was still enough strength to resist. The rest of the countries were almost destroyed, and their people were almost extinct because they lost the protection of the country. When there was only one country left on the earth, Yin country. In a mental hospital in Yin country, there were 5 mental patients with split personalities. Not only did the main personality suddenly regain consciousness, but even their split personalities became what people now call spiritual bodies. What's more amazing is that these spiritual bodies actually have independent consciousness, and one of them even has the technology to make spacecraft. So these 5 were originally mentally ill patients, who were looked down upon by everyone. Gradually, with their own strength, they became the strongest leaders of the new generation of the ancient Earth. That is, the 5 heroes who saved the world in the current federal legend. Later, it was also these 5 mental patients who led the remaining ancient Earthlings to escape from the ancient Earth on a spacecraft. By some strange coincidence, they came to a strange interstellar era. They also accidentally landed on the territory of the Sirius Empire. Fortunately, the then interstellar overlord, the strongest country in the universe, the Sirius Empire, did not massacre these invaders. Instead, they treated them as refugees and settled them on a remote planet. However, the Sirius Empire did not expect that its momentary kindness would actually create its biggest competitor. After these ancient Earthlings came to the interstellar space, not only did everyone awaken their spiritual power, they also formed a small country called the Federation. Originally, this country was only the size of a planet, and no one took it seriously. Just like no one would take a country as big as a village seriously. But surprisingly, this small country called the Federation, under the leadership of 5 mentally ill people, gradually became able to compete with the Sirius Empire. The Empire was furious, especially the war faction of the Empire, who regarded the Federation as a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh. They thought that they had robbed the resources of the Empire, so they became so powerful. The Federation also felt that they were wronged. All the land of their Federation was obviously cultivated bit by countless Federation compatriots, who fought against star beasts and Zerg. Even the planet they borrowed at the beginning was returned, which had nothing to do with your Sirius Empire. So the husband said that the husband was right, and the wife said that the wife was right. The Empire and the Federation, the 2 most powerful countries in the universe. From then on, they broke up completely. There was no major friction between the 2 countries, but small frictions continued. If it weren't for the Zerg, who had always been the common enemy against the Empire, and the Federation had always remembered the kindness of the past, then the 2 countries would have gone to war long ago. Shenlili recalled all the content, leaving aside the political intrigues between the 2 countries. Regarding the spirit body, she summed up a slightly more reliable idea. The spirit body may not be an external object, but is actually the host itself, but it is independent of the host. Just like Ahua and the others, in a sense, they are the carriers of their previous lives, and as long as they are human, they will have a previous life. As for which previous life it is uncertain. It is possible that in that previous life, you were a pig, or a grass, or more likely a fish. The idea is there, but it only exists in imagination. If you really want to realize it, it will definitely take a lot of time and energy. Just like people have figured out how to fly in the sky, but can't build an airplane all at once. Shenlili frowned and rubbed her temples tiredly. It seems that I have to visit my 3rd senior brother. Yes, that is Shenlili's 3rd senior brother, the current president of the new Horcrux Association, Lin Ning. Shenlili also got so many inspirations because of his notes, and avoided many detours. But she looked out the window, and found that the moon was already high in the sky. It is impossible to go at this time, so I'd better wait until tomorrow morning, and go to the new Horcrux Association to see if I can meet my 3rd senior brother. Shenlili yawned and sorted out her notes a little. Then she lay on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 231. The next weekend, Shenlili accompanied her parents to have breakfast, and left the Shen family alone. She came to the most famous slum on Pluto alone, according to the address of the new Horcrux Association on the optical computer. Shenlili looked at the dirty and messy environment around her, and read the address carefully several times before she was sure that she had found the right place. It was a Horcrux Association after all. How could it be in such a place? Although Shenlili was a little puzzled, she still frowned and walked into the alley. After a while, Shenlili came to a building that was even more dilapidated than the one she had seen on the garbage planet before. Looking at the dangerous building in front of her, that was about to collapse at any time, Shenlili's mouth twitched speechlessly. She carefully checked the name on the plaque to make sure if she had gone to the wrong place. But the moldy sign did have the 5 big words New Horcrux Association written on it. After Shinlili confirmed that she had not come to the wrong place, she silently raised her hand to support her forehead. Then, somewhat nervously, she walked over and knocked on the door. As a result, the door collapsed after the first knock. Shinlili, I swear I didn't use much force. Shinlili's fingers froze in midair, and she suddenly turned around and prepared to leave. She must have come to the wrong place. This must not be the Horcrux Association. But as soon as she took a step, she was stopped by a voice inside. Is it my junior sister? Since you are here, come in and sit down. Lin Ming was sitting in the hall drinking tea. When he saw this little girl, he knew who was coming. Shinlili paused, hesitated for a while, and still walked in. The hall of the Horcrux Association was relatively clean and tidy, at least much better than what she had thought it was before, which was dirty and messy, with spider webs and dust everywhere. Shinlili breathed a sigh of relief, then sat on the old sofa in front of Lin Ming, and obediently called out, "Third senior brother." Lin Ming was a young man about 30 years old, with delicate and gentle features, and full of bookish air. At this moment, he was wearing a pair of single-sided glasses, and smiled and nodded to Shinlili in a gentle and elegant manner. "Little junior sister, you have come from afar, you must be thirsty, drink a cup of tea first." Lin Ming raised his hand, and poured another cup of tea, and placed it in front of Shinlili. Shinlili took the teacup and took a sip without thinking much, but as soon as the tea entered her mouth, her smile froze on her face. Shinlili looked at the leaves in the teacup in disbelief. Is this a leaf? Using leaves as tea? What kind of suffering is this? Is this third senior brother so poor that he can't even afford tea leaves? Shinlili swallowed the bitter tea leaves, and put down the teacup without stopping. Then she forced a smile on her face and said, "Third senior brother, I came to you today because I want to ask you for something." "No need to say, I know, you want the complete notes." Lin Ming looked at Shinlili with a smile, as if he had expected it. Shinlili's eyelashes drooped, thinking to herself, it seems that the third senior brother knew she would come. So the third senior brother's notes may not have been given to her unintentionally. Rather than caring for the new junior sister, it is better to say that it is a bait. Lin Ming gave Shinlili a part of his notes. If she is interested, she will naturally come to him, Lin Ming. Thinking of this, Shinlili couldn't help laughing. It turned out that she was the fish that wanted to get something for free. But her senior brother was more conscientious than Jiang Taigong. At least he knew to bait. After Shinlili understood the reason, she was not angry. Instead, she smiled and looked at her third senior brother and said, "To be honest, third senior brother, I do need your notebook, and I may also need your help." Lin Ming raised his eyebrows, and did not answer first, but asked a question. "Can I ask you, little junior sister, why do you want this notebook?" When Lin Ming said this, his eyes looked a little serious. As if he couldn't give a satisfactory answer, he would not lend it to Shinlili. Shinlili did not hide it either, and told the third senior brother everything about her father's affairs. This is what happened. "I hope that the third senior brother can lend me the notebook. If you have any request, you can ask it. I will try my best to do it," Shinlili said sincerely without hypocrisy on her face. Lin Ming couldn't help laughing after hearing this. He originally thought that his idea was crazy enough, but he didn't expect that the junior sister was even crazier than him. "Junior sister, I'm afraid my notes can't help you." Lin Ming tactfully tried to persuade Shinlili to give up. It's much more difficult to revive a spirit than to grow a spirit. Not to mention ordinary people. Even Lin Ming himself felt that this was simply nonsense and a fantasy. "I understand, but how can I know if I don't try it? Didn't the third senior brother try for more than 10 years? Shinlili looked at Lin Ming quietly and smiled. Lin Ming's calmness finally froze. He looked up and looked at Shinlili tightly, like a ferocious beast that wanted to eat people. Shinlili was not panicked at all, still looking at him quietly. After a while, Lin Ming suddenly smiled and said, "Okay. You are worthy of being my junior sister. Since you want it, I will give it to you, but you have to agree to my 3 conditions." "Brother, you say?" Shinlili saw hope, and finally smiled. "Junior sister, you also know that I have been studying spiritual bodies for more than 10 years. Unfortunately, I don't have a spiritual body, and can never really experience it. So my first condition is that I also want to participate in your research," Lin Ming said seriously. "Okay." Shinlili nodded in agreement without hesitation. This is a win-win condition, so she naturally had no reason to reject it. "The second condition is that I hope my name will also be on the patent. Junior sister also knows that after all, I still run a Horcrux association, and I have to be a little famous. Otherwise, No one will join my Horcrux association, and I will be as poor as now. Lin Ming knew that his own Horcrux association was a bit broken, so he couldn't help but say it with a little embarrassment in his tone. Shenlili silently glanced at the door still on the floor. Then she nodded and asked kindly, "Do you need me to support third senior brother with some federal coins?" "Thank you, junior sister. It is better to teach people how to fish than to give them fish. I have enough fish." Hearing Shenlili's words, Lin Ming looked at her with a softer look, but still refused Shenlili's help. Shenlili did not force it, and then asked, "What about the third condition?" Chapter 232. The third condition is, junior sister, join my Horcrux association. I can give you the position of vice president, and even the position of president. Lin Ming looked at Shenlili expectantly. If Shenlili, the hope of the Horcrux world, can join the new Horcrux association, that will definitely attract a lot of Horcrux masters to join his new Horcrux association. It's like finding a celebrity endorsement. Not only will it gain public recognition and attention, but it will also have a certain influence from then on. But facing this last answer, Shenlili was silent for a while and refused. "I'm sorry, third senior brother, there are some things that I can't decide. Can you change the conditions?" Lin Ming was stunned for a moment before he reacted and apologized. "I'm sorry, junior sister, third senior brother forgot that your last name is Shin, and there are some things that you really can't decide on your own. It's a pity that such a big cabbage can only be looked at but not pushed. It's really a bit annoying." Lin Ming glanced at Shenlili and sighed deeply again. Shenlili was also a little embarrassed, but she really couldn't do this condition. Although she is not the heir of the Shin family, her future, and even the path she will take have been arranged by the family. If Shenlili agrees to this condition, I am afraid that the elders of the Shin family will throw 5 million in front of Lin Ming tomorrow, and let him leave their cabbage. Third brother, I made a lot of money recently. How about giving it to you as the last condition? Shenlili took out a crystal card with 1 billion federal coins, and placed it in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming frowned slightly. Although he was poor, he was not the kind of person who would be blinded by money. So he pushed the crystal card back and said, "Junior sister, some things cannot be bought with money." Hearing Lin Ming's unhappy tone, Shenlili knew that her action might be a bit insulting. After all, not everyone is like Shin Kai-yun, who thinks everything can be negotiated with money. "I'm sorry, third senior brother, my thoughts are too vulgar. I shouldn't insult senior brother with 1 billion federal coins," Shenlili said apologetically, and was about to take back the crystal card. As a result, the crystal card was quickly taken away by senior brother. Shenlili looked at senior brother in confusion, and blinked her big eyes in confusion. Didn't senior brother say he didn't want it? Lin Ming's ears were a little hot when he was looked at, and he clenched his fists against his lips. He coughed awkwardly and said, "But this person is my junior sister, and you are not an outsider, so let's consider this crystal card as the third condition." Okay, thank you, senior brother." Although Shenlili was a little confused, she still nodded happily in agreement. After reaching a consensus, Shenlili was satisfied to get Lin Ming's half-meter high notes. Putting these notes in the space button, Shenlili waved happily. She said goodbye to her third senior brother, who stood at the doorway with a missing door, to see her off. Lin Ming smiled and sent Shenlili away, and after the person walked away, he took out the crystal card and rubbed it happily for a few times. Originally, Lin Ming thought that there were at most 10 million federal coins in this card. So although he was poor, he also had dignity. But after knowing that there were 1 billion federal coins in this card, his dignity ran away from home. Lin Ming spent 3 seconds and gave up his dignity with a heartache. Then he looked at the crystal card in his hand and couldn't help but sigh happily. As expected of a child from a big family, he is really rich. After Lin Ming sighed, he kindly shared this crystal card in the master-disciple group, the mistress guarding the store. "Today, the junior sister came to see me and gave me a crystal card. Guess how many federal coins are in it?" "The waiter selling her body? Question mark. Why did the junior sister give you money?" "The wandering boss. How much?" "Teacher is a high-risk profession. Evil apprentice. Just give your junior sister whatever she wants. Why charge her money?" "The mistress guarding the store. The junior sister asked me for the spiritual body's notes. I didn't want to charge her money, but the junior sister gave me too much, and I couldn't refuse." "The mistress guarding the store. Oh, by the way, the total is 1 billion federal coins. The waiter selling his body. No more words. Everyone who sees it gets a share. The boss wandering around. How much?" 1 billion. Teacher is a high-risk profession. Disciple, the teacher's clothes are old, you know what I mean? Lin Ming rolled his eyes and sent another message. The mistress guarding the store. The signal is suddenly bad. No more chatting. I'm leaving. Bye. The waiter selling his body. Disappearing as soon as money is mentioned. Disdain. Teacher is a high-risk profession. Second brother, when will you pay the fine you owe? The waiter selling his body. Teacher, the signal of the Mermaid Empire is bad. We talk later. The boss wandering around. Teacher, you know I don't have money. Teacher is a high-risk profession. I didn't ask you, you poor bastard. You've never seen a robber, and you're paying for it. You've almost made the pirates lose face. The wandering boss. The children are so pitiful, they can't even have enough food. Teacher, do you have money? Just lend me some more. I promise to pay it back. Teacher is a high-risk profession. Your credit is in arrears, please recharge. Lin Yabei said so, but he still transferred 50 million federal coins. The wandering boss. Thank you, teacher, I love you. Teacher is a high-risk profession. All of you are evil disciples, but Xiao Si is still obedient. The wandering boss. By the way, do you want to pull the little apprentice sister into the light brain group? Teacher is a high-risk profession. Wait a little longer, your current identities are one federal traitor, and the other a criminal star pirate. Even if the little apprentice dares to join, I dare not pull him in. The wandering boss. That's right, Lao Air is still undercover in the Mermaid Empire. It's better not to expose this matter, in case it brings danger to the little apprentice sister. Teacher is a high-risk job. Alas, I am really tired of accepting all of you as my disciples. I won't chat anymore. Remember to delete the chat history. Goodbye. The wandering boss. Teacher, don't worry. The selling waiter. Teacher, don't worry. The storekeeper. Teacher, don't worry. Chapter 233. On the other side. After leaving the new Horcrux Association, Shen Lily went straight back to the Shen family. Then she locked herself in the bedroom and studied the spirit body notes for a whole night. So when she went to school the next day, she naturally appeared in the restaurant with a pair of panda eyes. Good morning, Dad, Mom, and second brother. After Shen Lily greeted everyone, she sat on the chair at the dining table. Shen Tian and Guan Yu smiled and nodded when they saw that she was their precious daughter. Damn, little sister, where did you go to steal chickens and dogs and come back? Your dark circles are dark, as if you were beaten up. Shen Kaiyan also stayed up late to play games last night, but he didn't do this like his little sister. As he said, he took out a small mirror and looked at his handsome little face. Shen Lily didn't even bother to look at the narcissistic Shen Kaiyan, and started to eat breakfast alone. Guan Yu rolled her eyes at her son, and shook her head in disgust. Ollie, didn't you sleep well last night? Shen Tian asked with concern. Shen Lily didn't want her family to worry about her, so she shook her head and said, It's okay, I studied too late last night. Although learning is important, health is more important. Don't do this next time. Guan Yu looked at her daughter disapprovingly. Well, okay, Mom. Shen Lily nodded weakly. Guan Yu saw that her baby daughter was so sleepy, and asked with some blame and some worry, or take a leave today. No, it's not easy to take a leave of absence in the military academy. Credits will be deducted. Mom, I'm fine. There are not many classes in the morning. I can make up for it. Shen Lily smiled, and comforted her mother. Okay, that's the only way. Guan Yu rubbed her daughter's head distressfully. Dad, Mom, where's my brother? I don't seem to have seen him recently. Although Shen Lily changed the subject, she felt that she hadn't seen Shen Kaiyu for a long time. He went on a mission, and I heard it was related to your school. Guan Yu seemed to know something, but didn't say it. Shen Lily was a little nervous when she heard about the mission. After all, the last person who went on a mission was still recovering at home. Shen Lily glanced at her father, and then thought that this time it was related to the school, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. So she hummed and didn't ask any more questions. After dinner, Shen Lily gave Shen Tian and Guan Yu a hug before returning to school with Shen Kaiyun. After swiping the access control to enter the school, Shen Lily went directly back to the villa. Master, welcome home. Shupa's cube voice paused for a moment, and then continued. Shen Lily heard the stagnant sound like an aging machine, looked over with some confusion, and then became angry. Shupa was now in tatters, even one of his hands was missing, and there were scratches all over his body. Shupa, who did it? Shen Lily checked Shupa angrily and anxiously, her voice full of heartache. She was reluctant to dismantle Shupa, but someone dared to hit it. Shupa's virtual eyes on the screen flashed a touch of emotion, but soon dimmed and said, I'm sorry, Master. I'm sorry, it was because it didn't protect the Master's father. Although Admiral Shen Tian is still alive, it cannot change the fact that it did not protect Shen Tian. Shupa felt more and more guilty as he thought about it, and he lowered his mechanical head in a listless manner. But Shinlili didn't know these things, so she looked at Shiopa in a puzzled way and said, "What are you apologizing for?" "Shiopa, tell me, who hit you, and I beat him up." Shinlili stared angrily with a pair of eyes, and her ice blue pupils were full of suppressed anger. Shiopa didn't know what to say, and he shook his head and said, "It's okay, master, they have been punished. Those Zergs who chased them were later blasted into slag by super electromagnetic cannons, so they have indeed been punished." Shinlili looked at Shiopa, who refused to say anything, feeling helpless and angry. She knocked on its forehead angrily, and then Shinlili took Shiopa's hand and walked towards the mecha room. "Master, what are we going to do?" Shiopa did not resist, and followed Shinlili obediently, and couldn't help asking curiously, "Of course, I'm going to treat you. Look at how broken you are now. How can I not treat you?" Shinlili looked at the various gaps on Shiopa's body and walked faster. These gaps are too annoying, and they must be dealt with quickly. Shiopa's mechanical fingers trembled, and he looked at Shinlili in surprise, and then lowered his head with emotion. "Never. No one has cared about me like this. Most people only regard it as a weapon. In addition to the respect of keeping a distance, there is the fear hidden in the eyes. No one would think that the god-level mecha is also a life with thoughts and souls, and is afraid of loneliness." "Thank you, master." Shiopa looked at Shinlili quietly, and the corners of his mouth on the virtual screen couldn't help but curl up slightly. In the mecha room, Shinlili let Shiopa lie on the maintenance table, then fetched a basin of water, wet it with a towel, and gently wiped Shiopa's body. After wiping, Shinlili looked up at Shiopa and asked, "It's time to start repairing your body, Shiopa. Do you want to be awake for repairs, or should I shut down and hibernate you?" "Is it okay to be awake?" Shiopa asked cautiously. Shiopa wanted to remember this feeling, because it really felt so happy now. "Okay." Shinlili didn't object, and touched Shiopa's head lovingly. Then he took out the mecha maintenance box from the space button and began to check and disassemble the parts for Shiopa. Shinlili's eyes flickered slightly as soon as she opened the shell of Shiopa. However, she didn't show any abnormality, but continued to repair it. But she couldn't help but have another question in her mind. Is Shiopa really just an ordinary robot? The accessories and materials on his body are all super SSS level, and even she can't recognize some of the materials. And Shiopa's body structure is clearly based on the standards of mecha. Although she is a little confused, Shinlili will not casually explore other people's secrets, even if Shiopa is just a robot. Time passed while Shinlili worked hard, waiting to install the last screw. Shinlili finally breathed a sigh of relief, then straightened her back and rubbed her numb wrist. "Shiopa, get up and take a look. Is there anything wrong?" Shinlili's voice was full of smiles. Chapter 234. "Okay, master." The new Shiopa stood up obediently and began to move his limbs. After a while, it checked itself. Then Shiopa looked at Shinlili with some surprise and said with a smile, "Master, I'm fine." That's good, that's good." Shinlili's smile remained unchanged, but her heart was bleeding. Shinlili didn't expect that she was just repairing a housekeeper robot. She almost emptied out the mecha materials in her space button. Shinlili now seriously suspected that Shiopa was actually a semi-finished SSS mecha made by her own mecha master principal. As for why he became a campus housekeeper now, maybe the principal wanted to save money, so he let Shiopa be a robot housekeeper. Otherwise, who would install weapons and guns on robots, and even some joint accessories were forged from rare materials. The more Shinlili thought about it, the more she felt it made sense, and the villain in her heart also nodded. Although her space button was bleeding heavily today, there was also something to be thankful for. That is, although Shiopa is just a semi-finished product, its small body contains a lot of amazing mecha manufacturing technology. Although Shinlili still can't understand the principles of these mecha technologies for a while, she has memorized all the knowledge points. As long as she has time to study thoroughly, she will definitely gain a lot in mecha manufacturing in the future. In view of the good harvest today, those mecha materials will be her tuition. Shinlili covered her chest and comforted herself with a heartache. "Master, thank you. You've worked so hard." Shiopa thanked sweetly. Looking at such a well-behaved and cute Shiopa, Shinlili suddenly felt that it was worth it again. "It's okay. Thank you for taking care of me all the time." Shinlili rubbed Shiopa's head with a smile. "It's my duty to take care of the master, but master, there is another individual class at 2 p.m. You can take a lunch break before going to class." Shiopa detected that Shinlili was very tired and said with concern. Shinlili did feel very sleepy, so she yawned and said, "Well, then I go to bed. Shiopa helped me prepare a lunch. I eat it after I wake up." "Okay, master." Shiopa nodded obediently, and watched Shinlili return to the bedroom. It took out an apron from its storage box and put it on, then went to the kitchen and started cutting vegetables. Just when the vegetables were half cut, Song Qing, the principal of the 5th Military Academy, sent a video request. Xiaopa put down the kitchen knife, pressed his arm, and then a virtual screen appeared on it. As soon as Song Qing's virtual screen lit up, he saw the god-level mecha wearing an apron. He couldn't help twitching a few times, and then he said with a complicated mood, "Pajun mecha, are you cooking something?" Xiaopa looked at Song Qing quietly, and there was a hint of disgust in his voice. This person who delayed it from cooking for its master is really annoying. Seeing that Pajun mecha didn't want to pay attention to him, Song Qing could only shrug and say, "The 5th Legion asked me to help you repair the fuselage. See when you are free and come to my office." "No need, the master has already fixed it for me." When Xiupa thought of the master, his eyes softened. Song Qing was a little surprised and said, "You mean the little girl from the Shin family fixed it for you?" "Yes, the master." Xiupa raised his chin with some pride. "I didn't realize that. She's quite good, but the mecha materials sent by the military will be better. Why don't you come over and change them?" Song Qing held a silver space button and asked Xiupa in the video. Xiupa hesitated for a while, but still shook his head and said, "Don't change it yet. The materials given by the master are also very good." "Okay, then I keep it for you first. Come to me when you need to change it." Song Qing didn't force it. After all, the god-level mecha rarely has the opportunity to fight, as long as it doesn't affect its own life. "Yeah." Xiupa nodded indifferently, and then asked hesitantly, "Is Shinkai the heir of the Shin family?" Song Qing was a little surprised by Pajun mecha's question, but still nodded truthfully, "Yes, it's him." Xiupa, Can the heir be changed?" Xiupa knew that he was a little unreasonable, but he hoped that Shinlili would be the heir. In this way, Shinlili could be the owner of Pajun mecha, and also the real owner of Xiupa. Although Song Qing didn't understand why Pajun mecha suddenly asked this, he shook his head very affirmatively and said, "It can't be changed." In each generation of the 5 major families, only one person has a spiritual body, and Shin Kai-yun is the only person in this generation of the Shin family who has a spiritual body. But Xiupa wanted to say something, but swallowed it. It knew that Shinlili had a spiritual body, but outsiders didn't know, and the master didn't want outsiders to know. In the end, Xiupa could only say disappointedly, "Thank you, I understand." Song Qing vaguely understood what Pajun mecha meant. After all, there have been such examples before. The god-level mecha of a certain family was unwilling to become a partner with the family heir. In the end, the fate of the god-level mecha and the heir would only be forced to become partners by the federal main brain. In fact, Song Qing was very resistant to this method of blind marriage. No mecha maker would be willing to see this happen. But the safety of the Federation is too small compared to personal wishes. Song Qing can only have the will, but not the power. If one day everyone can have a spiritual body, the god-level mechas can probably choose a partner they like in their respective families. But how easy is this? Song Qing sighed deeply, and could only try to find good words to comfort him. Shin Kai-yun is actually quite good, and he is also kind. He will be a good partner. After hearing this, Xiaopa said with some disgust and some disappointment, "I know he is very good, but there is someone who is better than him." Xiaopa couldn't help but feel depressed when he thought of the gentle, kind and powerful Shinlili. It's not that Shin Kai-yun is not good, but that he already has Bai Yuedwang in his heart. Alas, don't think about it. Your partner is destined to be the heir of the Shin family. Although Song Qing felt a little uncomfortable, he still said it cruelly. Things that are destined to be hopeless should be exposed earlier, so that the damage will be less. Xiaopa was silent for a while, and finally said as if he compromised, "Well, I know, thank you Master Song Qing, if I'm fine, I hang up first." After saying goodbye to Song Qing, Xiaopa continued to cut vegetables in silence. But the sighing sound coming from time to time can make people guess that its mood is not very good. Chapter 235. When there was still half an hour before class time, Xiupa came to the outside of Shinlili's bedroom, knocked on the door gently a few times, and then called out in a soft voice, "Master, it's almost time, you can get up and have lunch." Hearing the sound outside the door, Shinlili woke up quickly. She sat up from the bed in a daze, yawned and said, "I know." After a while, Shinlili, who had washed up, came out of the bedroom in a combat uniform, still a little sleepy. "Master, you look good in combat uniform." Xiupa looked at the heroic Shinlili and praised sweetly. Shinlili looked down at herself. The combat uniform was still a little bulky, and it was really hard to see what was good about it. But she still reached out, touched Xiaopa's head and smiled. Thank you. After dinner, Shen Lili said goodbye to Xiaopa and prepared to walk towards the single soldier department building. As a result, as soon as he walked out of the door of the villa, he saw Shen Kaiyun, who happened to be coming with his two brothers and Xiao Anan. Damn, Shen Kaiyun, you didn't lie to me, your sister really lives in a villa. Gao Zixian opened his mouth in surprise, and he could stuff a goose egg in it. I'm jealous of this treatment. Yang Xiaobo glanced at Shen Lili's big villa with a sour look. Xiao Yu and his sister were also a little surprised, but didn't say anything. Shen Kaiyun immediately snorted complacently at the envy of everyone. That's right, don't you see whose sister she is? Yang Xiaobo and Gao Zixian looked at Shen Kaiyun with disdain at the same time, and the expression seemed to say, this is not your place, why are you so proud? After complaining, Yang Xiaobo and the others turned their eyes to Shen Lili, who was chatting with Xiao Anan. Sister Lili, how do you feel about living in such a big villa alone? Yang Xiaobo took out a pen and used it as a microphone to interview. Shen Lili also cooperated very well, raised her thumb and replied, one word, great. This straightforward answer made everyone feel sour and funny. After chatting for a while, they walked towards the building of the individual soldier department together. The Mecha Individual Soldier Department is the 5th military academy, the only department with classes, divided into 5 classes, S, A, B, C, and D. The worst is Class D, and the best is Class S. Moreover, the students are not fixed. Students in poor classes with strong strength can also enter better classes through their own efforts during the final exam. But if you are a student in S class, you may be eliminated at any time, and then you will be transferred to a class. If you are eliminated by a class in the final exam, you will be transferred to B class, and then to D class. For example, Shen Lili's S class originally had more than 100 people at the beginning of this semester, but now there are only about 90 people left. The higher the level of the class, the more intense the competition will be, and the more cruel the training will be. A small number of students took the initiative to transfer to lower classes because they could not stand the training of S class. Shen Lili did not despise those students. After all, there were some students who were not very interested in the individual soldier department. It was just a coincidence that she was assigned to S class because her performance score in the entrance examination was relatively high. Just like Xie Jia, my roommate during the military training, originally, according to her mental strength and physical fitness, she should have been in the S class. But she was more interested in the weapons research department, so she took the initiative to withdraw from the S class. Not long after walking, Shen Lili and the others arrived at the building of the individual soldier department. As soon as they entered the S class, Shen Lili and Xiao Anan separated from Shen Kaiyun and the others. Boys have their own circles, and girls naturally have their own circles. Shen Lili was pulling Xiao Anan at this moment, and she sat next to Han Xiaoqing in surprise and asked, Xiaoqing, you came to the S class from the A class. Han Xiaoqing was still like a big sister next door, looking at Shen Lili gently and smiling. Well, after drinking the potion you gave me, my strength has improved a lot, and the teacher recommended me to the S class. Thank you for this. Why are you being polite to me? By the way, Xiaoqing, where is Lingling? Why don't I see her? Shen Lili asked curiously. She remembered that Bu Lingling and Han Xiaoqing had similar physiques, so they should have come to class S as usual. Lingling will probably come next time. The teacher can only recommend one person per semester. Han Xiaoqing explained a little. Is that so? Shen Liming nodded blankly, and then introduced Han Xiaoqing and Xiao Anan to each other. Xiaoqing, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Anan, my classmate in Class S. Anan, this is Han Xiaoqing, my roommate during the military training before. Han Xiaoqing and Xiao Anan politely nodded and greeted each other, and then the 3 girls sat together, chatting about gossip and daily life. Speaking of gossip, Xiaoqing, I think I saw Qingqing and Han show together last time. Shen Lili smiled slyly. Han Xiaoqing nodded and said, they are indeed together, and I heard they are engaged. Shen Lili took a breath and couldn't help asking in surprise, no way? Aren't they only 15 or 16 years old? They are engaged so early? Engagement is not marriage. Wouldn't it be more reassuring to confirm the status earlier? Han Xiaoqing was puzzled. Xiao Anan also nodded and said, actually, it's okay. You can get married at the age of 12 on Sin Star. Shen Lili didn't understand, but was shocked. She didn't know whether to say that the interstellar era was too open or too feudal, and parents didn't react to early love. Looking at Shen Lili's surprised reaction, Han Xiaoqing and Xiao Anan looked at each other and confirmed one thing at the same time. That is, Lily is definitely still a single dog. Because those who have been single or have had a crush on someone are eager to get married directly on the spot. Puff. After Xiao Anan confirmed her guess, she couldn't help laughing, and Han Xiaoqing laughed when she saw her laughing. Only Lily pouted her lips, and always felt that the two people's smiles were weird. Perhaps because they laughed together, Han Xiaoqing and Xiao Anan no longer felt that layer of alienation, and they became closer when chatting. The three little girls chatted for a while. The bell for the class of the single soldier department rang. The class time is up. Please prepare the teacher and students. As the bell rang, the students sat down obediently, waiting for the instructor of the single soldier department. After a while, an instructor came in from outside the classroom. But the instructor who came to class this time was not Lily's second uncle Shen Xiuxiong. Instead, it was a female instructor wearing a military uniform, and with delicate and majestic features. This sudden change of teacher also made the students in class as couldn't help but start to speculate. Although Shen Xiaoxiong was a Shiogo instructor, he was even more ruthless when training them. But the kind-hearted students began to worry about him, fearing that something might have happened to him. Chapter 236. Although Lily was a little surprised, she probably guessed the reason. It was probably because her father was on sick leave at home, so the Corps asked her second uncle to go back early. Perhaps seeing the worry in the student's eyes, the new instructor of the individual soldier department did not waste words. He wrote his name directly on the virtual screen of the classroom. Then he supported the desk with both hands, looked at the students and introduced himself. Instructor Shen Xiaoxiong ended his vacation early and returned to the Corps for some reasons, and I am your new instructor this semester, Zhao Chuinjin. You can also call me Instructor Zhao. Knowing that Shen Xiaoxiong was not in danger, but left because of a mission, the students breathed a sigh of relief. Then they shouted in unison, "Hello, Instructor Zhao." Zhao Chuinjin nodded, and then said, "Today's class is a mecha practical training class. Now all students stand up and follow me to the training ground." "Yes, instructor." After the students of Class S finished speaking, they followed Zhao Chuinjin out of the classroom. The training ground is on the negative first floor of the single soldier department building. As soon as he arrived at the training ground, Zhao Chuinjin directly opened a dimensional training ground. The difference between the dimensional training ground and the dimensional battlefield is that the dimensional battlefield is empty, while the dimensional training ground has various training levels. It can be said that there are knife mountains, seas of fire, obstacles, traps. The difficulty is divided according to the level of the training ground. Generally, there are 4 levels: hell level, high level, intermediate level, and low level. Like the one opened by Zhao Chuinjin, there is only a low-level difficulty, which is very suitable for freshmen in the military academy. After taking the students into the dimensional training ground, Zhao Chuinjin took out a long table from the space button and placed dozens of bottles of colorful juice on it. "Teacher, what is this?" A student couldn't help but ask curiously. Lily also looked at it for a while, and then based on the color and smell, she vaguely understood what these were. Suddenly, she felt that all the teachers in the world were the same. All of them were the same. Zhao Chuinjin smiled kindly and said, "Teacher used to be a top nutritionist. These juices are good for nourishing the body. Students who fail the exam can drink a cup to nourish the body." "Wow, is the new teacher so good? Suddenly I don't miss Teacher Shen anymore." Some students were moved. Love, the new teacher is so nice, and he even gave us juice. The color is so beautiful, it must be delicious too." Listening to the students' flattery, Zhao Chuinjin smiled and said nothing, then picked up the whistle hanging on her chest and blew it. When the students quieted down, Zhao Chuinjin finally said in a serious tone, "Now all students put on their own mechas, and then go through the levels. There are 5 levels in total. Students who can't come back in 20 minutes will be considered failed. Students who can't come back in 40 minutes will be demoted to Class A. Now please get ready." "Yes." After the students responded, they took out their own mechas or rented mechas from the school. Most of the students in the 5th Military Academy are from garbage planets, so they basically can't afford mechas. Fortunately, students who don't have mechas can rent them from the school, and the price is also very cheap, about 100 federal coins per time. Although the higher the level of the mecha, the higher the rental price, but compared with outside the school, it is definitely a subsidized price. Lily didn't use the SSS mecha either. She was reluctant to use Xingchen for mecha training. But she did not rent the school's mecha, but took out the prize given to her in the entrance examination competition. The C-Class intelligent mecha that was almost always in her space button, gathering dust. As soon as she entered the cockpit, Lily could clearly feel the difference between the two mechas. The C-Class mecha was obviously much more complicated to operate, and it was not as flexible as the Shingshin mecha. But it was just for training, so the requirements did not need to be so high. After all the students were ready, Zhao Chuanjin raised his hand, waved it down vigorously, and shouted, "Start!" As soon as the voice fell, all the students rushed out, and Shenlili also drove the C-Class mecha to the first level. The first level was a kilometer-long sand field. Looking at the vortex in the sand field, I am afraid that if you step down, the whole mecha will fall into it. All the students noticed this, and after hesitating for a while, they basically decided to give up and fly instead. Shenlili observed for a while, and found that there was no place around to borrow strength or do tricks. Finally, I had no choice but to turn on the mecha flight mode like my classmates. As a result, as soon as the mecha flew 10 meters away, countless cold lights appeared in the air. I saw giant light blades slashing rapidly towards the students flying in the air. Among them, several light blades were heading straight for Shenlili's mecha. Shenlili tightened her face and quickly clicked on the virtual keyboard. Then she controlled the mecha and did several difficult yoga moves before she narrowly avoided it. Other mechas were not as lucky as Shenlili. They were either hit or the students were too panicked. As a result, the mecha fell and was swallowed by the sand, and then appeared at the starting point again. After Shenlili dodged the first wave of attacks, she looked at the students, who were swallowed by the sand, silently mourned for them, and then continued to control the mecha to fly forward. Fortunately, after the training of Tang Dongwang and others, and the continuous killing of insects last time, Shenlili's mecha driving skills can be said to have improved sharply. This elementary difficulty dimensional arena is not too difficult for her now, so Shenlili quickly passed the first level. Came to the second level, a 2-kilometer obstacle course. Looking at the calm track, Shenlili raised her alertness to the highest level. Dare to call it an obstacle course, it must be not simple. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Shenlili walked forward a few steps cautiously. As a result, there was still no movement around. Shenlili was about to breathe a sigh of relief when her waist was attacked by a huge force, and she flew out with the mecha. Damn! Sneak attack. Can't afford to play. No martial ethics. Shenlili, who was forced to fly in the air, couldn't help but criticize her mother in her heart. Chapter 237. Seeing that she was about to hit the next trap, Shenlili quickly twisted her waist and narrowly avoided it. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, the floor suddenly disappeared again, and she was so scared that she quickly controlled the mecha to fly up. Before she could take a breath, 2 huge trees in the air quickly attacked. In order to avoid becoming a meat pie, Shenlili kicked them away with her feet, and then jumped away quickly. After that, Shenlili experienced falling rocks, noose, sharp knives, and other traps, and finally reached the end of the second level alive. It was not until she stood in the safe zone that Shenlili was completely relieved, and then looked up at the classmates around her. At this time, there were only a few students who reached the second level. What surprised Shenlili the most was that Shin Kaiyun had actually reached the end of the third level. These levels are full of difficulty for others. In Shin Kaiyun's eyes, it was like playing house, and he could easily dodge it. How could he repair it? Shenlili was stimulated, and she didn't plan to rest, and hurried to the third level. The third level was a deep-sea tunnel. Before entering, Shenlili specially took a defensive posture, and then passed through the light curtain and entered the deep-sea tunnel cautiously. As a result, just 3 seconds after entering, she was caught off guard and was directly swept into the seabed by a terrifying pressure. When the dizziness passed, Shenlili opened her eyes again and found that she had returned to the starting point. Shenlili, damn it, Mud Fairy bored. Looking at the countdown on her wrist, there was still 12 minutes, and Shenlili had to swallow her anger first. She continued to pass the levels and reached the third level again. Shenlili did not take any defensive posture this time, but directly turned on the shark mode of the mecha. In the shark mode, the mecha automatically eliminates pressure all over the body, and can also swim flexibly in the deep-sea tunnel like a deep-sea fish. Except for the beginning, the third level is the easiest one compared to the first 3 levels. Although there were many transparent ice spikes during the period, attacking from various weird places, Shenlili, who had been prepared for it, easily dodged them. So Shenlili quickly passed through the light curtain, left the deep-sea tunnel, and came to the 4th level, the gravity track. Originally, Shenlili thought that Shin Kaiyun had already finished the 4th level, but when she looked up, she was surprised to find that Shin Kaiyun had only walked halfway. The surprise of not losing made her mentality balanced all of a sudden. Especially when she found that the focus of the 4th level was still mental power, Shenlili became more excited instantly. In terms of mental power, she rarely lost. Shin Lily did what she said. She propped up the mental barrier, protected the mecha in the barrier, and then entered the 4th level. As soon as she entered, there was indeed a gravity from above, and Shin Lily immediately increased the output of mental power. After controlling the gravity within the tolerable range, she walked calmly towards the finish line. Shin Lily passed this level with a smile. All the tests on mental power were like free points for her. It was completely free. When the students at the 4th level saw Shin Lily pass the level without any pressure like an animal, they felt so sour in their hearts. It was probably like drinking a bottle of ice cola in the middle of winter, feeling sour from head to toe. Shin Lily was aware of her classmates' jealousy, but her target was Shin Kai-yun, so she didn't pay much attention. During the period, when she passed by Xiao Anan, Shin Lily slowed down her pace and encouraged her, making a cheering gesture towards her. Come on! Anan! Hearing the voice coming from the wireless headset, Xiao Anan nodded her head while controlling the mecha, and tried her best to make a cheering gesture in response. After saying hello, Shin Lily waved and said goodbye to Xiao Anan, and continued to walk forward. After passing a few more people, Shin Lily finally arrived next to Shin Kai-yun. Then, in Shin Kai-yun's surprised eyes, she looked at him with a yin and yang look, raised her index finger and shook it, and then walked away with her chin raised proudly. And the insulted Shin Kai-yun was not angry, but was amused by the cute appearance of his own sister. But it's still too early to win over her brother. Shin Kai-yun's eyes were sharp, and he suddenly removed the mental barrier protecting the mecha, and then rushed forward with his physical advantage. Shin Lily, who was overtaken, was stunned for a second, and then she didn't want to do it anymore. She strengthened her mental barrier again and rushed forward. Shin Kai-yun also noticed that his little sister suddenly accelerated, and he smiled and increased his speed. The two of them chased each other, and almost reached the exit at the same time. But at this moment, Shin Lily suddenly controlled the mecha to fly up, and pass through the light curtain at the end in a flash. She relied on her powerful mental power to win the still-running Shin Kai-yun without martial ethics. Shin Kai-yun's physique is awesome, but she can only run under gravity. Unlike Shin Lily, whose mental power is strong enough to resist gravity, and can fly smoothly in the air. But ordinary people can't do it. Sure, you're awesome. Although Shin Kai-yun lost, he was not angry, but gave Shin Lily a thumbs up. Just average. Shin Lily made a face with pride, and then looked at the 5th level. The 5th level, the lava track. After looking at the track, Shin Lily and Shin Kai-yun suddenly turned their heads to look at each other. After looking at each other for only a second, the brother and sister disappeared at the same time. They ran to the entrance of the 5th level together. Chapter 238. As soon as she entered the track, Shin Lily felt like she was in a frying pan. At this moment, even staying in the cockpit of the mecha, she couldn't completely isolate the heat. The entire mecha cabin was like a sauna, and even the air was scalding hot. Looking at the scorching sea of fire in front of her, and the magma that was over 1,000 degrees and kept exploding and spraying, Shin Lily silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then quickly turned on the energy shield of the mecha, dodging the sneak attack of the magma while following closely behind Shin Kai-yun. Unlike the somewhat embarrassed Shin Lily, Shin Kai-yun's movements in dodging the magma and the sea of fire were not only not embarrassed at all, but also very elegant and awesome. Damn! I was so handsome! Shin Lily looked at Shin Kai-yun with envy and jealousy. Then he clicked on the virtual screen a few times, and quickly jumped up to avoid a wave of magma. The further down they went, the more violent the magma in the sea of fire became. The attack also changed from a small snake at the beginning to a fire dragon. Gradually, even Shin Kai-yun began to struggle. The energy shield of his mecha also began to consume faster because of the overly hot environment. The scale representing energy on the virtual screen was decreasing at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. Shin Kai-yun was like this, not to mention Shin Lily, who was now flushed with red cheeks, panting heavily, and sweating like crazy. If she had to describe it, she felt like a duck in the oven, almost cooked. Ollie, do you need help? Xiao Baizai's furry body lay on Shin Lily's shoulder and asked with concern. They also felt in the spiritual space that the temperature outside was too abnormal, so they came out to check the situation. No, this is just training, there will be no danger. Shin Lily shook her head and refused Xiao Baizai's help. If Xiao Baizai helped, then this training would lose its meaning. And these are all practical experiences. You will never understand them unless you experience them once. Well, I stay here with you. Call me when you need help. Xiao Baizai was worried about leaving Shin Lily alone in this environment, so he insisted on staying. Okay, thank you. Shin Lily did not refuse, smiled and touched Xiao Baizai, and then continued to operate the mecha seriously. It was as if Shin Kai-yun and Shin Lily were chasing each other in the magma track of doomsday. The afterimages formed by the two mechas in space were like the yin and yang of the gossip, entangled and repelled each other. Although the brother and sister tried their best to avoid the attack, the splashing magma still burned their mechas into pieces. But the only good news is that the finish line is just ahead. Shin Lily and Shin Kai-yun discovered this at the same time, and then their mechas accelerated together and rushed to the finish line. But at this moment, Shin Lily was too fast to dodge the sudden attack of the magma because of the speed of the mecha. Her cockpit was directly hit by the hot magma. The huge impact made her head dizzy for a while. Then Shin Lily was wrapped in a terrifying high temperature and almost suffocated. Although she used her mental power in time to protect herself, the surroundings were still as hot as an oven. Under such extreme high temperature, Shin Lily's consciousness could no longer hold on, and she was dizzy for a while. Although it was only for a while, the C-Class mecha was still about to fall into the sea of fire because it lost the control of its owner. Ollie! Xiao Baizei's body was glowing with golden light, and he was about to help. Shin Kai-yun happened to look back at this time, and saw the scene of Shin Lily falling into the sea of fire. Little sister. Shin Kai-yun's heart tightened, and the steps that were about to cross the finish line were retracted. He turned around and ran toward Shin Lily. Fortunately, the distance between the two was close, and Shin Kai-yun quickly grabbed the hand of Shin Lily's mecha, and then threw her out of the finish line with force. Second brother. Shin Lily flew backwards and looked at her second brother, and she couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. She suddenly felt like a burden, always dragging down her second brother. For example, this time the second brother, who should have been the first place, became the second place because of her. For the first time, Shin Lily wanted to become stronger, not to be stronger than anyone, but because she didn't want to be a burden to her second brother. The seed of becoming stronger began to break the shell, and a seedling quickly broke out of the ground from the bottom of Shin Lily's heart, making her eyes more determined. Seeing that Shin Lily had gone out safely, Shin Kai-yun was about to step on the sea of fire, and use the force to step out of the finish line. As a result, another cry for help came from behind. Shin Kai-yun looked back and found that there was another unlucky guy who was about to fall into the sea of fire, but for the sake of being a classmate. He did not add insult to injury, but made a cheering gesture. Then he turned around without hesitation and stepped out of the finish line. The unlucky guy, shock. Anyway, falling into the sea of fire is nothing, it just means returning to the starting point. Young people have to suffer a little, so that they can be more independent and self-reliant in the future. The kind-hearted Shin Kai-yun, of course, would not stop his classmates from becoming stronger. As for his sister Shin Lily, that was of course an exception. She was the little treasure of his family. Before letting her suffer, they didn't mind suffering first. Well, he was really thoughtful. Shin Kai-yun was satisfied with himself and smiled. If the scene was not inappropriate, he would have wanted to take out a mirror to look at himself in his gorgeous beauty. Because today is also a day to praise himself. When Shin Lily safely passed the finish line, Xiao Baizei was finally relieved. Then Xiao Baizei looked at the exit of the magma track again, and couldn't help but sighed. When there is no danger, your second brother is the biggest danger, but when it is dangerous, your second brother is also the biggest safety. Well, the second brother is still reliable at critical times. Shin Lily nodded in agreement. Recalling the way her second brother was worried about her, Shin Lily couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. She decided to be better to her second brother after returning. Chapter 239. Ollie, if you're fine I go back. Xiao Baizei said goodbye. Okay A's, goodbye. Shin Lily smiled and nodded, waiting for Xiao Baizei to return to the spiritual space. She also opened the hatch, and jumped out of the cockpit. Shin Lily took out the mecha space button, and was about to take the mecha back, but a glass of water was handed to her. You must be thirsty, have a drink. Zhao Chuanjin said gently with a smile. Shin Lily's mouth was really dry, so she didn't pay attention to who handed it to her. She subconsciously took the cup and drank the juice. Instantly, a numbing, fishy, spicy, pungent, and bitter taste rushed straight to her head. Ugh! Shin Lily was about to vomit, and Zhao Chuanjin's voice rang out next to her. This is a nutritious juice specially prepared by the teacher. If you waste it, you will lose 10 credits and 10,000 federal coins. Zhao Chuanjin's voice was still smiling, but the chill in her tone made Shin Lily shiver. Shin Lily, eh? She closed her eyes in despair, and finally swallowed it. Zhao Chuanjin smiled with satisfaction, and patted Shin Lily on the shoulder and said, not bad, you are the first one to come out. You must keep up this performance in the future. Shin Lily was a little overwhelmed by the taste in her mouth. She looked at Zhao Chunshan a little aggrieved and said, "Teacher, why should I drink it when I am the first one to come out?" Zhao Chunshan blinked her eyes and said innocently, "I know, but you didn't refuse. Of course, the teacher thought you liked it." Shin Lily, If you were not a tutor, I would definitely argue with you. Okay, let's stop talking. Some students are leaving." Zhao Chunshan knew that she was a little guilty. She touched her nose with a guilty conscience and found an excuse to slip away. Shin Lily saw her with her own eyes, holding her juice and cheating people one by one. The routine remained the same, but the effect was unexpectedly good. Almost all the students who had just come out drank the juice without any defense. Looking at the students who pinched their necks and wanted to vomit but didn't dare to vomit, Shin Lily suspected that the 5th level was a sea of fire. Maybe it had something to do with this. After experiencing high temperatures, you will definitely feel thirsty, and once you are thirsty, you will basically not refuse to drink water. TSK. This new tutor has a deep routine. After the students gathered, Zhao Chunshan single-handedly made the whole class start to miss Shin Xiaoxiong. Although tutor Shin Xiaoxiong trained his students without mercy, he basically trained them to death. But at least he is not a shady person, and he won't give students strange juices. When I think of the taste of juice, all the students in class S shuddered collectively. "Student Shin Lily, did you drink it too?" A student in class S asked with expectation. Shin Lily looked at him strangely, not knowing why he asked that, but nodded and said, "I drank it, but it didn't taste good." "Really? I see, thank you, classmate Shin Lily," the student in class S said excitedly, and then went to chat with other students. The whole person was like a withered grass, suddenly full of vitality, and particularly vibrant. Shin Lily felt strange, so she looked at him for a while, and found that he seemed to have said something to every student. After he finished speaking, the students suddenly became full of life like him. Because she was really curious, Shin Lily secretly went over to investigate with her mental power. "I discovered the advantages of our new instructor. At least, he is not as double-standard as instructor Shin Xiaoxiong. Even Shin Lily drank it today." The S-class student was relieved. "Really? Suddenly I feel mentally balanced. Thank you for telling me this news." After hearing this, the students' eyes, which were originally dead and dull, suddenly became very bright. After that, the two of them went to other students to talk about this matter, and their reactions were roughly the same. The students all changed from a state of doubting life to a good young man who suddenly made progress. After a while, the entire S-class changed their mental state. When the students looked at Zhao Chunshan again, their eyes no longer looked like they saw Mijin Nun Tai, but instead looked like they saw a protected animal. They didn't know the advantages of this new instructor, but it was enough that she was not double standard. Only those who have experienced Shin Xiaoxiong's double standards can understand their feelings. For example, when Shin Lily and Li Mingming had the same grades as them, they would just say, "Well, not bad." But when it was Shin Lily's turn, not only did they praise her from head to toe, but they also praised her ancestors from generation to generation. After each double standard, the psychological shadow of the students in Class S was huge. So seeing that the new instructor was not double standard today, all the students felt it was worth it. Even if they had to drink a glass of strange juice every day in the future, they would be willing to accept it. As long as they didn't see the double standard Shin Xiaoxiong. After understanding the reason, Shin Lily couldn't help but be speechless. But if it can make the students feel gratified, then don't worry about it, just treat it as a good deed. After shaking her head, Shin Lily looked at Zhao Chunshan, who was calling for assembly. "I am not satisfied with today's training, especially the students who lasted more than 40 minutes. The instructor found that there were 5 of them." Zhao Chunshan looked sharply at the 5 students with their heads down in the crowd, and her tone was full of disappointment. The other students in Class S did not dare to say anything. They also knew that the fate of these 5 students was to be demoted to Class A. But Zhao Chunshan suddenly kept the secret, and after attracting the attention of the students, she continued, "Since you seem to like my juice, I will let it go this time, but remember there will be no next time." The 5 students breathed a sigh of relief, and then "Thank you, instructor." The other students in Class S also applauded, and they were really happy for them. This individual training ended successfully. The new instructor was also successfully integrated. All the students put aside the juice and praised the new instructor. Chapter 240. A month passed by like this. In addition to daily classes, Shin Lily spent the rest of her time studying her new Horcrux. That is, a Horcrux that can help ordinary people awaken their spiritual bodies. With the help of the notes of the 3rd senior brother, Shinlili already had a general idea, but when carving the Horcrux, she always felt that something was missing. And if she didn't figure this out, Shinlili was sure that she would never be able to make the kind of Horcrux she wanted. But what was missing? Shinlili held the Zerg crystal core in one hand and the carving knife in the other, but she couldn't make it. Shinlili, who had no clue after thinking for a long time, could only ask for help from the 4 big guys in her spiritual space. Hearing Shinlili's request, Xiao Baizhe brought Ahua and the others out. After the 4 people sat down at the table, Ahua was the first to take the initiative and said enthusiastically, "Ali, do you have any questions that we can help you with?" Shinlili nodded and said with a serious expression, "Ah Zhe, Amu, Ahua, Ah Shui, I have a problem that I need your help with." "Ali, you tell us, we will definitely help you." Ahua smiled cheerfully and a little silly. Xiao Baizhe and the others also nodded. Seeing that everyone was happy to help, Shinlili first said thank you, and then asked her question. "It's like this, according to the method in the third brother's notes, if you want a person to have a spiritual body, you must first let the person's spiritual power condense together in the spiritual space. This is actually quite simple, and the Horcrux can be used as a medium, but the problem is that the spiritual body formed in this way has no consciousness, so it is still spiritual power, just in a different form." Shinlili repeated her question. Then she looked at Xiao Baizhe and the others and said, "Amu, Awu, Ashui, what do you think?" After listening to Xiao Baizhe and the others, they all lowered their eyes and thought. Ahua wanted to show off, but after thinking for a while, his already pitiful few brain cells died again. Ahua scratched his fiery red hair, opened his mouth for a long time, but still couldn't say anything. Finally, he hugged Xiao Baizhe's arm with grievance, looking at her pitifully with a pair of puppy eyes. Xiao Baizhe smiled and rubbed his little head comfortingly. Seeing this scene, Amu and Ashui glanced at Ahua with disdain at the same time, and then stuck to Xiao Baizhe. Then Ashui turned his gaze to Shinlili and said, "You are right. It is indeed the same as spiritual power. In other words, this is just an item materialized by spiritual power, not a spiritual body." After hearing Ashui's words, Shinlili suddenly realized. Yes, she said that she felt something was strange. This is clearly the method of materializing weapons. She opened her palm and materialized a scalpel. After thinking for a while, she materialized it into the appearance of Ahua and the others. They are all exactly the same, but the most important spirituality is missing. But the question is, how to make it spiritual? Just as Shinlili was thinking, Ashui suddenly said, "I have a way." "What method?" Shinlili's eyes lit up, and she looked at Ashui excitedly. Ashui raised his eyebrows and said with a malicious smile, "This method is simple, but it may require Amu to sacrifice a little." As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at Amu. Although Amu was not as smart as Ashui, Ashui had made it so clear. He didn't have to think for long, and he naturally thought of it. Does it have to be like this? Amu felt a little hopeless. Ashui raised a wicked smile and said, "This method is the simplest. Don't you want to help Ali?" Shinlili also realized something, and then touched her nose with some guilt and embarrassment. This method really requires Amu to sacrifice more. What is the method? It's so mysterious. Ahua looked at everyone, as if they understood something, and pouted a little unhappy. Everyone is too bad, knowing it but not telling it. Xiao Baizhe didn't want to see Ahua unhappy, so he leaned close to his ear and whispered the method. Who knew that after hearing this, Ahua rolled his eyes at Amu and said, "Isn't it just making mealy crystals? I thought it was something else. Amu is so hypocritical." Amu, Of course you are not hypocritical, I am not like you who is stupid. But Ahua has said it, so Amu can't keep silent. He said to Shinlili like a virgin who is about to sell himself, ready to die, "I can provide mealy crystals, but let me make it clear in advance that I can only provide 300,000 pieces a month, no more." Shinlili nodded quickly, fearing that Amu would commit suicide because of too much shame and anger. Amu was relieved, and then he continued to doubt his life. Ashui laughed secretly for a while, then looked at Shinlili and said in a serious tone, "Since the problem has been solved, let's go back." "Okay." Shinlili nodded, watched everyone return to the spiritual space, and then looked at Amu who was still sitting on the chair. "Amu, is there anything else?" Shinlili asked with concern. Amu's face turned blue and red, and finally he stammered, "Ali, if you want that, I can also make more mealy crystals." Shinlili was stunned after hearing this, and then her heart suddenly became warm and bitter. She couldn't help but walk over and hugged Amu, saying, 300,000 is enough. Thank you, AMU. AMU didn't expect Shin Lily to hug him. He was stunned for a while, then patted her back gently like an old father coaxing his daughter and said, Ollie, I am your family, and your closest person. You don't have to keep saying thank you to me. Well, I won't do that next time, because we are a family. Shin Lily smiled softly. Well, good boy. AMU rubbed Shin Lily's little head with relief, and she smiled. Shin Lily's smile deepened as her little head was rubbed. With AMU and the others around, she felt like she had an extra safe haven. Reassurance, peace of mind, and a sense of belonging. Chapter 241. The two hugged for a while, and AMU took the space button filled with Zerg crystal cores and returned to the spiritual space. Shin Lily set AMU away and looked down at the time on the optical computer. There was only half an hour left before the individual soldier class. Thinking of being late, she would be punished by drinking juice. Shin Lily quietly packed up and said goodbye to Shupa and went out. Today's class is still the Dimension training field, but it has reached the intermediate difficulty from the low difficulty. Although the difficulty has changed, in order to avoid drinking juice, everyone's speed of passing the level is even faster than the low difficulty. So when the get out of class was over, Zhao Chuanjun was a little regretful, and put away a large table of juice. After cleaning up the juice, Zhao Chuanjun did not announce the disbandment as usual, but suddenly said in a serious tone, Next, I have a piece of news to tell you, that is, the freshman mecha competition will be held in 6 months. The candidates for the federal national team, this time have been decided to be selected from our 5 major military academies. Each military academy has been allocated 6 places. In fact, Shin Kaiyun and Shin Lily have been selected, but for the sake of fairness, the school still decides the candidates through selection. The selection method this time is also simple, that is, the first 6 students who have passed the advanced difficulty training field are selected. Students who want to sign up now can raise their hands to sign up. As soon as Zhao Chuanjun said this, the whole S-class was in an uproar. The freshman mecha competition is not a small competition. It is related to all the countries in the entire universe. In the past, each country would send an elite mecha team to participate in the freshman mecha competition. If the performance in the competition is good, then the country will be eligible for more resource allocation in the future. Losing or performing at the bottom of the list is okay for a big country like the Federal Empire, but it is a disaster for a small country. If resources cannot be allocated or are allocated too little, then its national strength will be poor, and once it is poor, it will not be able to defeat the Zerg and the enemy country. In the end, they can't escape the fate of being destroyed. The only difference is that one is swallowed by the Zerg, and the other is annexed by the enemy country. So the freshman mecha competition is also bloody. No one wants their country to be weak, even the Federal Empire. Teacher, I sign up. Whether Shin Kaiyun is the heir of the 5 major families, or the chief of the individual soldier department, this is his responsibility. Can't escape, can't escape. Zhao Chuanjun nodded, operated on the optical brain, and then looked at the other students and said, Okay, classmate Shin Kaiyun has signed up. Who else now? Teacher, there is me. Shin Lily also raised her hand. Okay, Shin Lily has also signed up. Who else? Sign up quickly. After Zhao Chuanjun registered Shin Lily, he registered the next one. After the first one to come forward, the other students also gathered around Zhao Chuanjun and started to sign up excitedly. After registering, Zhao Chuanjun reminded them one last time, today is Friday, and the competition time is set at 8 o'clock next Monday morning. Students, don't forget it. By the way, this competition is not only for our class, but also for other classes. Don't lose too badly, otherwise don't blame the teacher for serving you juice every day. After hearing the last sentence of obvious threat, the students in Class S swallowed nervously, and then shouted loudly, Understood, instructor. Okay, get out of class is over. Zhao Chuanjun raised her lips in satisfaction, then turned and left the training ground. After the teacher left, the other students began to discuss how to spend this weekend. Some students wanted to stay in school for training, while others were eager to meet friends outside the school, and some students, who missed their parents, had already run away. Shin Kaiyun, who had said goodbye to his friends, also came to Shin Lily and asked, Little sister, are you going home now? Yes, but I go back to the dormitory first, get some things and then go home. Shin Lily had packed her things in advance, but she forgot to pack them up in a hurry to go out. Okay, I accompany you back to the dormitory, and then go home together. Shin Kaiyun seemed to have something to say, but she took something into consideration and didn't speak now. Shin Lily nodded and said hello, and said goodbye to Qiao Anan and the others, and then went back to the villa with Shin Kaiyun. Halfway through, Shin Kaiyun couldn't hold back, and said what he was thinking. Little sister, even if your life is in danger, do you still want to participate in the mecha competition? Shin Kai-yun's voice was full of worry and unwillingness. Although he had not participated in the freshman mecha competition, he had watched many live broadcasts of the mecha competition in previous years. No matter which freshman mecha competition, it was bloody and cruel. The death rate of students after the competition was as high as 10%. This is the number of deaths caused by accidents, as the organizer required that they should not kill each other. When Shin Lily thought of these dangers, the coldness in Shin Kai-yun's eyes came out unconsciously. Shin Lily saw Shin Kai-yun's worry, and her heart couldn't help but warm up. She reached out and held Shin Kai-yun's big hand and coaxed in a rare gentle tone, "Second brother, you also heard that you and I are both internally selected. Even if I didn't sign up just now, I would have participated in the end. If you don't want to participate, no one dares to force our Shin family." Shin Kai-yun's eyes were sharp, and for the first time, he put on the airs of a family air. Shin Lily was somewhat moved, but she finally shook her head and said, "Second brother, some things can't be done without willingness. Even if I don't go, there will be others who will go. Will they not be in danger? Will their relatives be willing?" Shin Kai-yun wanted to refute something, but was interrupted by Shin Lily's words. "Second brother, in fact, the biggest reason I want to participate is that I don't want to be a noble waste. I also want to become strong enough to protect the people I care about," Shin Lily said seriously. After speaking, she looked up and looked at Shin Kai-yun carefully, with full of expectation and nervousness in her eyes. Looking at his sister's firm expression, Shin Kai-yun was silent. He was in a mess now. It's probably like a mother bird teaching a bird that has just left the nest to fly. Even if you know that the bird's life will be in danger, you have to watch it jump off the cliff again and again. Chapter 242. If birds cannot learn to fly, they will not only lose the ability to hunt. Even when they encounter danger, they can only be like fat meat on a chopping board, without any ability to resist. The final outcome is nothing more than becoming a meal for the beast. Shin Kai-yun thought about it for a while. If he was the sister, would he be willing to become such a noble waste? The answer is definitely not. Shin Kai-yun, who can't even convince himself, what qualifications does he have to talk to Shin Lily? Finally, he sighed deeply, and touched Shin Lily's little head helplessly. His tone was like compromise, and it was like a bad tone. "You have passed this level of mine, but it's not so easy for your parents." Shin Lily, who was cruelly reminded, suddenly became like a deflated ball, and wilted. The level of Shin's father and mother was not as easy as Shin Kai-yun. Young people can understand each other, but the elders will not be willing to take risks for their sons and daughters even if they talk their malice out. How about keeping it a secret like last time? Shin Lily planned to do it first and ask for permission later, just like the last time she competed with the Jialong team. Regretfully, once you are selected into the national mecha team, your parents will be notified. With your status as a parent, it is not difficult for you to withdraw by force. Shin Kai-yun kindly reminded. "Why can you participate, but I can't?" Shin Lily, who couldn't think of a solution, could only complain to Shin Kai-yun. Shin Kai-yun looked at his angry sister, touched her head with a smile, and said, "Because I am the heir of the Shin family, and the future marshal of the 5th Army of the Federation. When I graduate from the 5th Military Academy, my military rank will be Major General. Sister, your brother has already married the Federation in this life, so isn't it right for me to earn some benefits for my wife?" Shin Lily, It sounds like she should sympathize with him, but she somehow feels like he is being too coy. After struggling for a while, Shin Lily also started to give in. "I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's talk about it later. What if my parents agree directly?" "Well, that's a good idea. I allow you to continue dreaming." Shin Kai-yun sneered and didn't believe it at all. Shin Lily pouted, too lazy to argue with him. After a cold snort, she walked towards the villa. As soon as she arrived at the door of the villa, Shupa came out with a bright smile to pick up his owner. When he saw Shin Kai-yun coming with him, the expression on the screen of his face became extremely disgusted. But 3 seconds later, it switched to a smiling face again, excitedly welcoming Shin Lily home. But Shin Kai-yun behind Shin Lily was directly ignored by it. Shin Kai-yun, who witnessed the whole process, raised his hand and touched his chin. He always felt that there was something strange about this robot. It's like he has his own emotions. But after a while, Shin Kai-yun shook his head and denied it. It must have been his illusion just now. How could there be a robot with its own emotions in this world? He must have been too tired from training, so he started to have wild thoughts. It seems that when he goes home later, he will go to the Star Network world and play a few more games to relax. After making a decision, Shin Kai-yun put this matter behind him. Then he followed Shinlili into the villa heartlessly. Second brother, wait for me in the living room for a while, I'll be back soon. Shinlili arranged Shin Kai-yun in the living room, and then went upstairs. Go ahead. Shin Kai-yun took an apple from the tea table, then lazily lay on the sofa, and began to chew it with relish. Master, do you need my help? Xiupa looked at Shinlili, who was already going upstairs, and asked with expectation in his voice. No, I just get something and leave. Shinlili said, and disappeared at the stairs. Okay. Xiupa murmured in disappointment, and could only stay in the living room with grievance, staring at Shin Kai-yun. And Shin Kai-yun, who was lying like Guyu, was bored holding an apple, chewing it while looking at Xiupa. But he learned the lesson of being deducted points last time, so he didn't say anything this time, but just looked at it quietly. Xiupa naturally noticed Shin Kai-yun's gaze, not to mention how much it disliked it in its heart. Xiupa even felt that if he looked at her more, his purity would be a little less. If it wasn't for the fact that he could send his master out later, Xiupa would have turned his face away and gone somewhere else. Hey, why are you called Xiupa? This name is not nice. How about I change it for you? Shin Kai-yun was bored, so he took the initiative to approach Xiupa and teased him with a smile. Xiupa rolled his eyes, thinking of himself as a real robot, pretending not to understand what Shin Kai-yun was saying. Seeing that Xiupa ignored him, Shin Kai-yun was not discouraged, and started to think of a name for it. Why don't you call it Xiaoxin, or Xinshin? Don't you think it's much better than Xiupa? Shin Kai-yun felt that he had chosen a good name, and raised his eyebrows with some pride. Ding! Shin Kai-yun, you have been deducted 5 credits. Fuck, 5 credits. You have to be so ruthless. Shin Kai-yun was furious when he heard the notification sound from the optical computer. 5 credits require 5 classes and an evaluation. He worked hard for a month, and only saved a dozen credits in total. Shin Kai-yun gritted his teeth for a long time before he resisted the urge to curse. Little bastard, you have to have a reason to deduct my credits. It's not good to deduct them randomly like this. Although Shin Kai-yun wanted to dismantle this broken robot in his heart, he still maintained a polite fake smile on his face. Xiupa glanced at Shin Kai-yun, and then said in a cold mechanical voice without emotion, randomly naming the campus steward seriously affects the campus steward's mental health, so 5 credits are deducted as punishment. No, you are obviously a robot, so what mental health do you have? Shin Kai-yun was stunned for 3 seconds, then his eyes widened in disbelief, and he felt that his 3 views were almost shattered. Ding! Shin Kai-yun, you have been deducted 1 credit. Shin Kai-yun, eh? He looked down at the credits on the light computer, which changed from 2 digits to 1 digit, and his heart suddenly chilled. Why did you deduct my credits this time? Shin Kai-yun seemed like a teenager bullied by a bully, and his voice was full of grief and indignation. You are suspected of species discrimination, which has slightly affected the mental health of the campus steward. Xiupa said coldly and ruthlessly. Shin Kai-yun asterisk. Chapter 243. Just when Shin Kai-yun and Xiupa were staring at each other, Shinlili had already come down with the things she needed. Second brother, what are you doing? As soon as Shinlili came down, she saw Shin Kai-yun so close to Xiupa, and immediately asked with some caution. She couldn't help but squint her eyes and wonder, does the second brother also want to tear Xiupa down? Seeing her sister looking like she was protecting her child, Shin Kai-yun's male dignity was almost gone. It was obviously him who was bullied. Just when Shin Kai-yun was about to cry, Xiupa saw that something was wrong, and hurried over to take Shinlili's hand. The expression on the screen deliberately said aggrievedly, Master, are you going home now? Can you take Xiupa with you? Looking at the aggrieved Xiupa, Shinlili's attention was indeed instantly shifted to Xiupa. She hugged Xiupa distressfully, and said with some regret, I'm sorry, Xiupa, I asked the principal, you can't be taken out of school without special circumstances, you wait for me at home for 2 days, I will be back soon. Okay, master, you have to come back soon. Xiupa let go of Shinlili sadly. An expression that said I am very wronged, but I want to be strong. Shinlili was almost heartbroken, and immediately kissed, hugged and lifted up to comfort Xiupa. And Shin Kai-yun, who was standing aside, looked at the scene in front of him with a lot of question marks. Isn't he the one who is wronged and should cry? What the hell is this robot? The boy who met the green tea for the first time in his life was a little confused and doubted his life at this moment. After comforting Xiupa for a long time, Shinlili was relieved and left the villa with Shin Kai-yun. When Xiupa disappeared completely, Shin Kai-yun immediately said with a serious face, Little sister, I think there is something wrong with Xiupa. I suspect it has independent consciousness. Shinlili laughed directly after hearing this, and said in disbelief, What are you thinking about? How could there be such a robot in the world? What if there is? Little sister, don't forget that there are mechanical life in the world. Shin Kai-yun also knew that his suspicion was a bit far-fetched, but he still felt that there was something wrong with Shupa. The premise of mechanical life is that if it is a god-level mecha, do you think Shupa looks like a god-level mecha? Shin Lily rolled her eyes at Shin Kai-yun. It's really not like that. Shin Kai-yun began to think that he was overthinking again. After all, with Shupa's delicate and small body, it is estimated that it is difficult to fight even low-level Zerg, so it is definitely not a god-level mecha. Okay, stop thinking about it, take out the hovercraft, and let's go home. Shin Lily had to go find Shin Tian later, so she didn't have time to talk to Shin Kai-yun about this. Okay, got it. Shin Kai-yun was also in a hurry to go home and access the Star Network, so he quickly took out the hovercraft. After both of them got in the car, they flew all the way to Shin's house. As soon as they arrived at the gate of Shin's house, the brother and sister saw Guan Yu waiting at the gate. Mom, do you miss your little baby? Shin Lily got off the hovercraft and immediately threw herself into Guan Yu's arms and acted coquettishly. Guan Yu touched her baby daughter lovingly, and her voice was full of laughter. What do you think? Otherwise, is Mom standing here to look at the air? Hee hee. Shin Lily smiled foolishly. Shin Kai-yun put away the hovercraft and walked over. She found that she didn't see Shin Tian, so she asked in confusion, Mom, where is Dad? Why can't I see him? Shin Lily also looked at Guan Yu curiously. The Military Research Institute sent someone to check your dad's body. They are all in the living room now. Guan Yu didn't hide it, and said it directly. Then let's go in and take a look. Shin Lily hadn't seen Shin Tian for almost a week, and couldn't help but worry about his health. Guan Yu naturally wouldn't object, and walked towards the living room with her two children. At this time in the living room, Chiao Sung-yun, the dean of the Federal Military Research Institute, was using various instruments brought to check Shin Tian's body. Dean Chiao, is there any way to restore my spiritual body? Shin Tian asked expectantly while doing the examination. After listening to this, Chiao Sung-yun shook his head regretfully and said, General Shin Tian, with the current level of technology, there is no way to revive the spirit body. Really? Shin Tian lowered his eyes in disappointment. His voice was full of gloom. His Xiao Yu will never come back, right? General Shin Tian, don't be discouraged. Maybe one day soon, humans will be able to break through this technology. Chiao Sung-yun comforted. Well, thank you, Dean Chiao. Shin Tian said weakly, with disappointment and pain between his eyebrows. Just at this moment, Shin Lily and others arrived. Hello, Grandpa Chiao. Shin Lily saw an old acquaintance as soon as she entered the living room, and immediately greeted him obediently. Well, little Ollie has not only grown up, but also become beautiful again. As soon as he saw Shin Lily, Chiao Sung-yun's smile never stopped, and his tone was full of enthusiasm. Thank you, Grandpa Chiao, you are getting younger and younger. Shin Lily replied sweetly. Although Chiao Sung-yun knew that the little girl was flattering him, he couldn't help but be happy in his heart. However, thinking of Shin Tian's condition, Chiao Sung-yun's smile was restrained a little. But his expression was still very kind, looking at Shin Lily and said, Little Ollie, your father's physical condition is fine, but his spiritual body, we have no way to restore it. Do you have any good ideas or suggestions? Chiao Sung-yun still remembered Shin Lily's contribution to the spiritual space, so he asked casually. Speaking of Shin Tian, Shin Lily's expression also became serious and said, There is a way, although it has not been tried yet, but I think there should be a great chance that the spiritual body can be successfully revived. Really? Shin Tian suddenly became energetic and hurriedly looked at his daughter nervously. Shin Tian thought his daughter was just trying to comfort him, so she said there was a way to save the spirit. But in his heart, he didn't hold any hope. But after hearing his daughter's words, he felt like a drowning man grabbing a piece of dry grass, nervous and scared. Chiao Sung-yun also looked at Shin Lily in surprise, his eyes full of shock. Little Ollie, are you sure you're not kidding? Chiao Sung-yun stared at Shin Lily, his voice full of shock and seriousness. If what Shin Lily said was true, then the importance of this news was no less than the previous mental healing potion. Chapter 244. Facing two pairs of fiery eyes, Shin Lily nodded affirmatively and said, I am not joking, and I will not joke about this kind of question. After getting a positive answer, Chiao Sung-yun and Shin Tian were instantly excited. Shin Tian shed tears silently, and kept muttering, Great, great. Although Chiao Sung-yun was also very excited, he managed to keep calm and asked carefully as calmly as possible, Xiao Ollie, how to do it specifically? Do you need our help? Shin Lily had some concerns. She didn't know whether she should say that ordinary people could also have a spiritual body. When she was sure of creating a spiritual body, she began to fear that someone would use the spiritual body to do bad things. But when she thought of the countless sacrificed federal soldiers, Shenlili's heart began to waver. The birth of a spiritual body is a double-edged sword, with both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that the spiritual body may be used by others to do bad things. The advantage is that it can increase the strength of the Federation and reduce the sacrifice of federal soldiers. And once Xiaoyu is saved, it will be impossible to conceal this matter. In this case, rather than being passive, it is better to let the people in power in the Federation worry about it. After making the decision, Shenlili no longer hesitated, and said to Chiao Songyun with a firm look, "You don't need to help, because only the Horcrux I carved can revive the spirit body." "Really? Alright." Chiao Songyun saw that there was no place to help, but sighed with some regret. But the next second, he asked with shining eyes, "Then can I visit?" Shenlili shook her head apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Grandpa Chiao, the Horcrux was not developed by me alone, so I can't make a decision, but I can ask my partner's opinion for you." It's okay, I was reckless. Let's talk about this later. Let's save your father's spirit body first." Chiao Songyun was not angry either. After all, the most urgent task now was to confirm the authenticity of this matter. Shenlili nodded in agreement, and then thought of the Horcrux that could create a spirit body. She hesitated for a while, but decided to wait until her father recovered before announcing this matter. In addition, this matter also needs to ask the opinion of the third brother. After all, he is also a participant in the research. If it weren't for the third brother, Shenlili would not have been able to research the Horcrux that creates the spirit body so smoothly. After thinking, Shenlili told several people, "Grandpa Chiao, Mom and Dad, and Brother, I will go to carve the Horcrux now. You just need to wait for me for an hour." Go ahead, not to mention an hour, a day is no problem," Chiao Songyun said enthusiastically with a smile on his face. Father and Mother Shen also nodded and encouraged, "Ollie, just try your best. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter." Shen Kaiyun didn't say anything because he was always doubting his life. First, there was the mental power treatment potion that could treat the mental space, and now there is a Horcrux that can treat the mental body. Is there anything in this world that his sister can't do? Obviously, he and his sister were born of the same parents. Why do they feel so different? If his sister continues to be so Versailles, Shen Kaiyun is afraid that he will embarrass his sister. Shenlili didn't care whether Shen Kaiyun encouraged her or not. After saying goodbye to her parents, she prepared to go to the bedroom to carve the Horcrux. When she passed by Shen Kaiyun, he suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Second brother?" Shenlili looked at him in confusion. Shen Kaiyun looked at his sister with mixed feelings for a while, then encouraged her with a smile on his face. "Come on, little sister." After saying that, he let go of her hand. "Well, I will try my best." Shenlili smiled and said, and walked towards the bedroom. After his sister disappeared, Shen Kaiyun half lay on the sofa, and couldn't help asking his spirit in his heart, "Asu, how come my sister is so smart and so outstanding?" The big tiger who was sleeping in the spirit space lazily lifted one eyelid and complained, "Because when your mother gave birth to you, she gave all her IQ to your sister." Shen Kaiyun, How should he elegantly say get lost to his spirit at this moment? In the bedroom, Shenlili sat at the study table, took out an SSS-level Muli crystal, and a special carving knife for Horcruxes from the space button, and placed them on the study table. Before carving, Shenlili took off the optical brain and placed it 1 meter in front of the table, and then clicked on the video request with the third brother on the virtual screen. After waiting for the ringtone for a while, Lin Ming connected the video, and then asked with a smile, "Little sister, what do you want to see me for?" "Third brother, I'm going to carve the Awakening Horcrux," Shenlili said slowly. Awakening Horcrux is the new name given by Shenlili and Lin Ming to the Horcrux that can create spiritual bodies. So when he heard about the Awakening Horcrux, the smile on Lin Ming's mouth disappeared, and he said in disbelief and shock, "Are you sure, little junior sister? This is not a joke." Shenlili was a little speechless. Does she look like a person who likes to joke? Why do everyone think she is joking? "Third brother, I am not joking, and I am ready to carve now," Shenlili said, shaking the wood crystal and carving knife in her hand. Lin Ming in the video was silent for a long time before he spoke with difficulty. "Sorry, junior sister, I didn't expect to see a soul weapon that creates a spirit body so soon, so I was really surprised." Shenlili nodded in understanding, then remembered something and asked, "Third senior brother, I plan to tell the federal government the method of creating a spirit body. Do you think it's okay?" I have no objection. I didn't intend to hide it in the first place, but junior sister, remember to add my name when you announce it. Whether your senior brother and my new soul weapon association can be revitalized in the future depends on it. Lin Ming smiled happily. Shen Lily looked at the excited third senior brother and couldn't help but smile, then said yes. Chapter 245. After the senior brothers and sisters made an appointment, Lin Ming was ready to say goodbye. Then it's settled, junior sister. I won't bother you anymore, you go ahead, I'm hanging up. Lin Ming vaguely understood who Shen Lily's first awakened Horcrux was going to be used for, so he was embarrassed to bother her anymore. Well, goodbye, third senior brother. Shen Lily said goodbye politely. Lin Ming smiled and nodded, then hung up the computer, and got up and was about to go upstairs. As a result, a courier robot appeared at the newly repaired gate. It knocked politely on the gate made of several wooden boards, and said in a professional and polite voice, "Hello, Mr. Lin Ming, here is a courier for you." Lin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, and walked over to receive the courier. At first, he thought it was sent by his master and senior brothers, but when he opened it, he saw several Muli crystals and a Horcrux array drawing lying inside. Lin Ming took out the formation drawing with mixed feelings. He didn't need to guess much to figure it out. It must have been sent by his junior sister. It was also at this moment that he felt for the first time that the most correct thing his scumbag master had done in his life was to accept Shen Lily as his apprentice. Even someone as picky as him had to admit that Shen Lily was simply a well-behaved and thoughtful treasured junior sister. On the other side, Shen Lily looked at the virtual screen that went dark, and the huge stone that had been weighing on her heart fell down. Now even if she carved out an awakened Horcrux, she didn't have to worry about being exposed again. Since the third senior brother had no objection, she would announce it after dealing with Dad's spirit body. After making the decision, Shen Lily did not delay any longer, and took the carving knife and carved the array pattern on the Muley crystal one stroke at a time. The reason why the awakening soul weapon needs Muley crystal is mainly because it is attached with AMU's spiritual power. And AMU's spiritual power represents healing and rebirth. Therefore, the awakening soul weapon must be carved out of Muley crystal to successfully give birth to consciousness in the spiritual body. If it is an ordinary Zerg crystal core, no matter how many carvings are made, it is impossible for the spiritual body to give birth to consciousness. Time passed. About half an hour later, Shen Lily put down the carving knife, and then looked at the awakening soul weapon in his hand with satisfaction. The moment the awakening soul weapon was successfully carved, the array pattern on it began to circulate. Just holding it in your hand, you will feel like you are in spring, surrounded by vitality. But this awakening soul weapon can only awaken the spiritual body, but not revive the spiritual body. So the last step is needed. Shen Lily did not hesitate, took out a scalpel from the space, cut her palm neatly, and then let the blood drip onto the awakened Horcrux. Looking at the blood mixed with gold, Shen Lily's mood was a bit complicated. Although she had not yet obtained the complete inheritance of the divine beast, when she had been thinking about how to revive her father's spirit for a month, this method automatically emerged in her mind. Bai Zai's blood can revive all spirits. As the blood was lost, Shen Lily's lips turned pale. When Bai Zai's blood filled the entire formation diagram, the awakened Horcrux began to emit a dazzling golden light. After confirming that the awakened Horcrux was successful, Shen Lily withdrew her hand, and then immediately took out the ointment from the space button to stop the bleeding of the wound. After taking care of her palm, Shen Lily picked up the awakening soul weapon that had sucked a lot of her blood. She put it in her palm and looked at it for a long time. Compared with the ordinary awakening soul weapon before, this soul weapon that absorbed Bai Zai's blood was obviously more thorough and beautiful. And it can also be clearly felt that this awakening soul weapon is no longer like a product of technology, but more like a genius treasure in the world of immortal cultivation. Thinking of the cost of refining this awakening soul weapon, Shen Lily shuddered silently. For the first time, she was glad that her background was not bad. If it was still like the orphan background she had just come from, she probably would become a blood cow like the Yen country compatriots, who were deceived to Myanmar and Cambodia. But thinking of this, Shen Lily was a little strange. Why did so many people in the previous life think a country that is worse than a small city in Yen country actually believed that there was an opportunity to make a fortune? Finally, she foolishly ran over, was treated as a blood cow, had her kidneys cut, and had her organs removed. The more she imagined, the more disgusted she felt. Shen Lily quickly shook her head, then walked out of the bedroom with the Horcrux. In the living room, Shen's father, Shen's mother, and Dean Chio were all waiting anxiously. Only Shen Kaiyun was chewing an apple heartlessly. Dad, Mom, Grandpa Chio, Don't worry, my little sister will definitely be fine. Shin Kai-yun looked speechlessly at the three people opposite who were overly nervous. He didn't know what they were nervous about. After all, his little sister didn't go into the delivery room to give birth to her nephew, so why should they be so nervous? What nonsense are you talking about? We are not nervous. Guan Yu and the other two turned their heads tacitly and looked at Shin Kai-yun with disgust. Shin Kai-yun lowered his eyes and looked at Guan Yu's fingers, which were almost digging a hole in the table. He looked down again and saw that Dean Chiu was almost walking on the floor with a bald and rough pace. In addition, Shin Tian was about to break his knees. Ha ha. Shin Kai-yun rolled his eyes secretly and then continued to chew the apple. About 10 minutes later, footsteps finally sounded on the stairs. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Shin Lily finally appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 246. Looking at Shin Lily coming down the stairs, Chiu Songyun couldn't wait to ask, "Little Ollie, did you succeed?" Shin's father and mother also looked over, but they noticed their daughter's pale lips, and their brows frowned slightly. Shin Kai-yun stopped chewing the apple and asked with a worried tone, "Little sister, why is your face so pale?" Hearing Shin Kai-yun's words, Chiu Songyun also noticed this and couldn't sit still. He hurried over to hold Shin Lily's wrist and check her body. As a result, Shin Lily hid her arm behind her back and smiled nonchalantly. "I'm fine, I was a little tired when carving the Horcrux." Chiu Songyun was stunned, but didn't say anything. But Shin's father and mother were almost heartbroken. "Ollie, go back and rest first. We don't need 1 or 2 days," Shin Tian said with a serious look. Guan Yu walked over and touched her daughter's forehead, which was cold to the touch. She immediately blamed her son. "What are you still eating? Hurry up and help your sister go back to the room to rest." "Oh, here I come." Shin Kai-yun quickly threw away the apple, and then dragged Shin Lily to the room. "No, Mom and Dad, I'm really fine." Shin Lily tried to refuse. She still wanted to treat her father. Guan Yu was annoyed, glanced at her baby daughter and said, "Are you okay? Mom doesn't know yet? Go back and rest, or I will beat you." Hearing that she was going to be beaten, Shin Lily immediately shrank her neck and dared not say anything. He forced her loving mother to hit her, so she must be really angry. But before forcing her to go back to the room, Shin Lily turned her head and said to Chiu Songyun, "Grandpa Chiu, my partner in studying Horcruxes is my third senior brother Lin Ming. We have previously studied a Horcrux that can awaken the spiritual body. You can ask him for details, and we are willing to hand in the formation diagram for awakening the Horcrux." "No, second brother, wait for me to finish." "Okay, Grandpa Chiu knows, go back and rest quickly," Chiu Songyun said angrily and distressedly, looking at Shin Lily, who was dragged away. "Okay, goodbye, Grandpa Chiu." Shin Lily stretched out a hand from Shin Kai-yun's restraint and shook it. When Shin Lily returned to the room, Chiu Songyun also said goodbye to everyone in the Shin family, and then hurried out. The first thing he did was to buy a spaceship ticket to Pluto, but he felt that the speed of the spaceship was too slow, so Chiu Songyun changed it to a warp ticket. When he was in transit on the warp machine, he began to look up the information about Lin Ming. When he saw the information sent by the military, Chiu Songyun couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect that Shin Lily's partner was him. This is a bit embarrassing. Originally, Chiu Songyun was thinking about asking the people of the Horcrux Association to find Lin Ming together, and everyone worked together to study the awakening of Horcruxes. But he never expected that Lin Ming was actually the president of the new Horcrux Association. Thinking of the two major Horcrux associations, the old and new Horcruxes are notoriously incompatible in the Horcrux world. Chiu Songyun suddenly felt embarrassed for the old Horcrux Association. But what does this have to do with him? He is just a poor, innocent, and weak dean. What to do is their own decision, and he is just responsible for notifying, right? After self-PUA, Chiu Songyun told the president of the Federation, the marshals of the 5 major legions, and the old Horcrux Association about the awakening of the Horcrux. As Chiu Songyun expected, the marshals of the major legions who received the information were instantly furious. There are some secrets that ordinary people may not know, but people who have reached their level know one thing. That is, only those who have a spiritual body can control the god-level mecha. Because from ancient times to the present, the spiritual bodies of the 5 major families are the keys to activate the god-level mechas of their respective families. Although ordinary people cannot control the god-level mechas of their 5 major families even if they have a spiritual body. But their own family bloodline can. After all, who doesn't have brothers and sisters? And even if they are not from the 5 major families, as long as they have a spiritual body, the mecha they drive will be forced to increase its power by one level because of the existence of the spiritual body. If so, can future mechas also be transformed and upgraded according to the spiritual body? And the most important thing is that as long as the awakened Horcrux is released, the national strength of the Federation will definitely be able to rise to several levels. Compared with the excited senior officials of the Federation, the atmosphere in the meeting room of the old Horcrux Association is a bit strange at this moment. At this moment, the Horcrux Master in the meeting room, plus the president of the Horcrux Association, are staring at Lin Yebei with death. Lin Yebei, who was stared at by everyone, raised his eyes carefully and looked at everyone a few times, and was immediately frightened by the murderous look in their eyes, and lowered his head quickly. Then the whole person dared to sit quietly like a chicken. The tense atmosphere lasted for a long time. The hot-tempered Qi, he was the first to question, Lin Yebei, how did you lead the genius of our Horcrux Association to the opposite Swindle Horcrux Association? Now, the top leaders of the entire Federation know that it was the Swindle Association that developed the awakened Horcrux. Now where can we put our genuine Horcrux Association's face? Lin Yebei dared not say a word. His disciples were too competitive, so he was to blame. At the beginning, everyone gave you the opportunity to accept disciples, but you gave someone to the Swindle Horcrux Association. Now I'm beginning to doubt whether you are an undercover arranged by the opposite side. Zheng Yun was originally dissatisfied with Lin Yebei for accepting Shen Lili as his disciple, so her tone and eyes at this moment were even more sarcastic. She was not only dissatisfied with Lin Yebei, but also complained about the president's decision at the beginning. Lin Yebei pouted secretly, as if he was not forced to do something by the president at the beginning. Chapter 247. Other Horcrux masters couldn't help but start questioning, from the increasingly noisy murmurs in the conference room. You can see with your naked eyes how dissatisfied the noble Horcrux masters are at this moment. Originally, it should be their genuine Horcrux Association that should have been in the limelight and established a reputation. But now, not only has it been robbed of the limelight by a slutty association, but the results of awakening the Horcruxes are still in their hands. Just talking about it, you can imagine that when the Horcrux Association learned of this news, I don't know how many Horcrux Association elders were so angry that they couldn't breathe. And Lin Yebei, who was tortured by everyone's eyes, was as aggrieved as he could be. This awakened Horcrux was obviously invented by his apprentice himself. What does it have to do with you old guys? Why do you all say that your Horcruxes were stolen? But he didn't dare to say this, otherwise he would not even have the chance to sit here and breathe. Just as everyone was happily skinning Lin Yebei, Lin Yi, the president of the Horcrux Association, finally spoke. Be quiet for a moment. Lin Yi clasped his hands in front of him, and his expression was as calm as ever. It seemed that nothing could cause his emotions to fluctuate. The other Horcrux masters calmed down after hearing this, but they still looked at Lin Yebei with unfriendly eyes. Lin Yi was too lazy to meddle in other people's business. After seeing that they were all quiet, he continued to speak lightly. The fault of this matter is not on Elder Lin, nor on the so-called Pheasant Association in your mouth. Shen Lili's contribution to the successful research of awakening Horcruxes is great, but don't forget that Lin Ming has been researching this matter for decades, and if I remember correctly, you were still laughing at him a while ago, thinking it was a fantasy. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the masters of the Horcrux Association were speechless. Yes, before, no Horcrux master would believe that someone could create a Horcrux that awakened the spirit body. They even secretly laughed at Lin Ming's fantasy. But now the situation has reversed. How happy they laughed before, how embarrassed they are now. The Horcrux masters couldn't help but look at each other, and then they all fell silent. Although they were not angry at this moment, they thought of the invention of awakening Horcruxes. In the hands of the Pheasant Horcrux Association that they usually looked down upon, they suddenly began to frown again. Are they going to put down their face and ask that Pheasant Horcrux Association for help? Qi's face was particularly ugly. He was the most face-saving person. It would be better to kill him than to ask him to ask that Pheasant Association for help. Qi he was unwilling, but some soul weapon masters, who were eager to go could no longer hold back, and began to ask Lin Yi what to do next. President, who should we arrange to go next? That wild. No, the new Soul Weapon Association. What about the Soul Weapon Formation Diagram? One of the Soul Weapon Masters asked impatiently. Do you have anyone willing to go? Lin Yi did not answer first, but asked a question. As soon as this question came out, the conference room fell silent again. All the Soul Weapon Masters were guilty at this moment, looking up at the ceiling, or looking down at the floor, or simply turning their heads away in a daze. The two Soul Weapon Associations have been at odds for so long, and almost all the people present are the elders of the Soul Weapon Associations. Not to mention the usual conflicts, it is common for them to curse each other. Now it's really embarrassing to ask them to beg for help again. Seeing that no one was talking, Lin Yebei, who was left in the corner, raised his hand weakly and said, "How about I go?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on him. But this time, they no longer looked like they wanted him to be skinned alive, but were surprised by sudden enlightenment or coming to their senses. Yes, how could they forget this person? President, I recommend Lin Yebei to go. After all, he is his master, and the success rate of getting the formation diagram will be higher. Chihi's eyes lit up, and the whole person instantly became energetic. Even the look he gave Lin Yebei became kind. Lin Yebei, just talk nicely. Don't disgust me with your eyes, okay? I also recommend Lin Yebei to go. He is indeed the most suitable candidate. Zhang Yun nodded, thinking that this plan was indeed good. Other soul weapon masters also agreed. Since everyone's opinions were so unified, Lin Yi himself also thought that this was a good idea, so he announced in public, "Okay, then it's decided. The candidate for this time is our elder Lin." The other elders had no objection, of course, so the matter was tacitly agreed. After the Horcrux masters had no problem, Lin Yi turned his cold eyes to Lin Yebei again, and a very kind smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and said, "I believe Elder Lin will not let everyone down, right?" Looking at this murderous look, what else could Lin Yebei say? He could only roll his eyes secretly. Then he raised his hand and patted his chest, and promised righteously, "President, don't worry, I will complete the task." "Okay, then today's meeting is over, everyone disperse." The corner of Lin Yi's mouth finally curled up a smile. As soon as the meeting ended, Lin Yebei was forced to send out the Horcrux Association by the impatient Horcrux masters, not even giving him a second to clean up. Lin Yebei stood alone at the gate of the Horcrux Association, speechlessly watching the masters, who were diligently seeing him off. After shaking his head and sighing, he turned around and went to his apprentice's Horcrux Association alone. Chapter 248. At this moment, the new Horcrux Association was surrounded by military hovercrafts or warships because of the awakening of the Horcruxes. Many federal civilians in the slums had never seen such a scene before, and they couldn't help but hide in the distance and secretly watch the excitement. Fortunately, the door of the new Horcrux Association was broken again, allowing them to take in the scene in the hall. In the living room of the Horcrux Association, Lin Ming, the president of the new Horcrux Association, was enthusiastically brewing tea for everyone who visited. The representative of this visit, Chiao Songyun, politely took the teacup, then smiled and took a sip, but his brows were instantly frowned with bitterness. Chiao Songyun put down the teacup calmly, and couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. Is the president of the new Horcrux Association dislike them? But the next second, he gave up this idea. A president who couldn't even afford to repair the door. He probably doesn't have any bad intentions, maybe he is just poor. Thinking of this, Chiao Songyun smiled again, and said to Lin Ming politely, "President Lin, I believe you also know the purpose of my coming today, what do you think?" Lin Ming nodded simply and said, "Since it was Junior Sister who asked you to come, then I definitely agree with this, but..." Speaking of this, Lin Ming hesitated a little, as if he was embarrassed about something. Seeing that he was embarrassed, Chiao Songyun smiled and said, "President Lin, if you have any difficulties, you may as well tell us directly, we will try our best to help you solve them." "Oh, I'm so sorry." Lin Ming smiled shyly. "It should be so. Besides, we are embarrassed to take the research results of you and Xiao Ali for nothing." Chiao Songyun smiled politely. "Since Dean Qiu said so, I am embarrassed to be polite. Speaking of this awakening Horcrux, you should also know that I have spent almost 20 years on it. I won't say much about the hardships. I originally wanted to hand it over for free, but you also know the current situation of our new Horcrux Association, so I hope that Dean Qiu can agree to my 3 conditions on behalf of the Federation." Lin Ming first deliberately played a pitiful game, and then said his purpose. He even hinted with his eyes, while speaking that his own association was not far from the dangerous building. This is the effort he endured for a month, and did not tear it down and rebuild it. How can he not get some sympathy? Thinking of this, Lin Ming's mouth curled up a little. Chiao Songyun lowered his eyes, and thought for a while, and said with a slightly hesitant tone, "President Lin, can you tell me your conditions? After all, I am not the person in charge of the Federation and cannot make the final decision." Okay, my conditions are very simple. The first condition is that I hope the Federation will officially recognize the existence of our new Horcrux Association from now on," Lin Ming said with a burning gaze. He has had enough of being called a slutty association. Chiao Songyun raised his eyebrows in surprise. He originally thought that the first condition would be related to money. In the end, he just wanted an identity recognized by the government. This condition is not only not excessive, but can even be said to be too simple. President Lin, I can agree to this condition on behalf of the Federation, but you also know that once it is officially recognized, it will also be bound by the government. Are you willing to do so? Chiao Songyun looked directly at Lin Ning and spoke in a serious tone. Lin Ning nodded and smiled with certainty. The greater the constraints, the greater the protection. It is my honor to be bound by the Federation. Okay, what about the next condition? Chiao Songyun saw that he agreed, so he agreed very straightforwardly. The second condition is... Lin Ning said this, and his eyes swept around his own association before he spoke. Use the best building materials to help me rebuild the new Horcrux Association here. Okay. What about the third condition? Chiao Songyun also agreed without hesitation. If he agreed a second later, he would feel a little embarrassed. After all, Chiao Songyun had never seen such a simple and reasonable condition. Speaking of the third condition, Lin Ming's expression was no longer frivolous, but full of solemnity. The third condition is that the Federation establishes a law to protect spiritual bodies, so that they can also have equal human rights. Hearing this third condition, Chiao Songyun's eyes finally couldn't help but move, but it was a pity that he couldn't agree to this condition directly. President Lin, I will report your intention to the President. In addition, I also hope that this condition can be achieved. Chiao Songyun looked at Lin Ming with sharp eyes, and said firmly. Lin Ming also looked at Chiao Songyun, with a smile on his face, and said, Okay, thank you, President Chiao. After the two sides reached a consensus, Lin Ming divided a few Muli crystals, and handed them to Chiao Songyun together with a formation drawing. After Lin Ming sent away, the representative sent by the Federation with a smile on his face. Lin Yabe came late to the new Horcrux Association. Hey, who is this? Isn't this my great master? Why are you here today? Lin Ning seemed to have known that Lin Yabe would come, so his tone was not much surprised. Well, come to see you. Have you starved yourself to death? Lin Yabe looked at his own troubled apprentice, and immediately rolled his eyes, and said disdainfully, Hee, you just like to joke. Lin Ning warmly welcomed Lin Yabe and personally brewed a cup of tea for him. Lin Yabe looked at the cup of tea with a bad look in his eyes, and then looked at his apprentice quietly without saying a word. Seeing the murderous look in his master's eyes, Lin Ning swallowed his saliva and smiled timidly. You are my apprentice's master, so you don't have to drink this cup of tea. Chapter 249. Lin Yabe snorted in satisfaction, and then said with a bad look, Where are the things? I don't need to say more, right? No, I have already prepared them for you. Lin Ning didn't hesitate to take out a space button, like he did with Chiao Songyun. Lin Yabe was very satisfied with his disciple's understanding. He was about to reach out to take the space button, but Lin Ning couldn't bear to let it go. Lin Yabe looked at him dangerously, as if he was going to kill his relatives for the sake of justice at any time. Lin Ning swallowed his saliva, and said in a cautious and flattering way, Master, if I remember correctly, you are representing the old Horcrux Association today, right? Then I have 3 small conditions. Can you agree to them on their behalf? Lin Yabe raised his eyebrows with interest, and smiled meaningfully. You can talk about it first. Seeing that the 3 conditions were promising, Lin Ning instantly became energetic, and hurriedly walked behind his master, and rubbed his shoulders attentively. After rubbing until he hummed comfortably, he tentatively said, Master, I am sure that this is all for your own good, so my first condition is that the old Horcrux Association will give you freedom. Although I know that you will be free sooner or later, I feel uncomfortable every day if I am not free now. Well, not bad. This condition is very filial. The next condition. Lin Yabe nodded in agreement, while enjoying the massage from his own apprentice. The second condition is definitely money. I don't want more, just 10 billion federal coins. Lin Ming said calmly. Lin Yabe was surprised, turned his head, and looked at his apprentice and said, You dare to ask for such a high price. Disciple, Master tells you that you should be kind. Just ask him for 20 billion, and give the other 10 billion to me. Lin Ning was amused and laughed, then smiled dotingly. Okay, then the second condition is 20 billion. Yeah, what about the third condition? Lin Yabe smiled happily. My little apprentice sister, and I each have 1 chance to enter the Soul Tower to practice for a month. Lin Ming said firmly. Lin Yabe, who was enjoying his apprentice's filial piety, was frightened when he heard the third condition. He quickly slapped his apprentice's claws away, and hid on the sofa opposite. With a shocked look on his face, he shouted at his apprentice. Apprentice, do you want to harm your master? If I dare to propose this condition to the old Horcrux Association, do you believe that your master will be killed in the next second? The Soul Tower is the forbidden area of the Horcrux Association. The tower contains all the Horcrux array diagrams from ancient times to the present. It is the pillar of the old Horcrux Association. It can be said that as long as the Soul Tower is there, the old Horcrux Association will never lose. This importance is self-evident. Usually, even the elders of the Horcrux Association only have one chance to enter the tower a year. And each time is only 3 days. This little debt collector actually asked for a month, not to mention the reaction of the Horcrux Association. Lin Yebei himself thought, is this kid crazy? Master, you are Marshal Lin's younger brother. Who dares to kill you in the Federation? And I am not just for myself. Don't you see that I still have a little apprentice sister? Lin Ming said very innocently and sincerely. When he heard that Shen Lili was also involved, Lin Yebei couldn't help but waver. He hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and said, okay, I give it a try. Oh, then thank you, Master. I know that Master is the best. Lin Ming was immediately surprised, and came over to massage his master's shoulders again. But this time Lin Yebei was scared, and hurriedly dodged the devil claws of his apprentice, and waved his hands impatiently. Don't get close to me, stay away from me. Lin Ming smiled helplessly, and then sat obediently on the sofa opposite, waiting for good news from this master. Lin Yebei frowned, and sent his apprentices 3 conditions bitterly. President Lin Yi, who received the message, was silent for a long time. Lin Yebei didn't need to guess much. He had already thought of his own president, who must be furious. Thinking of his own president, who probably had a face as cold as ice, Lin Yebei was a little afraid to go back to the old Horcrux Association. He was afraid that if he went back, he would be made into soup by them, and when his apprentice came to collect his body, he would probably only be able to get some bones from the soup. The more Lin Yebei imagined, the greener his face became. He couldn't help but stare at his apprentice with resentment, as if he was a ghost behind him. What sins did he, Lin Yebei, commit in his life? That's why he accepted such a few sinful apprentices. The eldest brother ran outside all day, the second brother was not a worry-free person, and the third brother was even a master at pitting his master. Only the fourth brother, the little cotton-padded jacket, could give him a little warmth. After thinking about it, Lin Yebei shook his head and sighed. While the two were waiting stiffly, the old Horcrux Association finally sent a message. Lin Yebei quickly opened the message and read the content carefully for a while, and his expression suddenly became wonderful. The first and second conditions, although the old Horcrux Association was a little painful, they agreed without hesitation. Only the third condition was modified. Shen Lili can enter the Soul Tower for a month, but Lin Ming can only enter for 1 day. If Lin Ming disagrees, the cooperation will end here, and they, the old Horcrux Association, will find another way. After listening to his master's message, Lin Ming raised a triumphant smile and said, Master, please tell the old Horcrux Association that I agree to these conditions. Originally, I just thought that it would be good to send my junior sister to the Soul Tower. I didn't expect the old Horcrux Association to be so kind. I feel a little embarrassed if I don't agree. Lin Yebei looked at the apprentice, who got the advantage, and acted cute with disdain, shook his head, and replied to the Horcrux Association. After both sides had no objections, the two sides reached a cooperation. Lin Yebei looked at the certificate of his restoration to a free person with mixed feelings, and also received 10 billion yuan from his apprentice in his account. Surprised and moved, Lin Yebei took the space button and left without stopping. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, his apprentice would do something weird again. Lin Ming, who was misunderstood by his master, stood at the gate without a door and waved goodbye to his master. After watching Lin Yebei walk away, Lin Ming put down his arm, and then transferred 5 billion federal coins to his junior sister, plus a pass email for a month of training in the Soul Tower. After doing all this, he whistled happily and walked upstairs with a brisk pace. Chapter 250. The next day, serious, the morning sun shone into the bedroom of the Shen family. Shen Lili stretched comfortably, and yawned to get up. Not to mention that she slept quite well from yesterday to now. She even dreamed that 5 billion federal coins were deposited into her account. Shen Lili vaguely remembered that she seemed to really hear the reminder of 5 billion federal coins in her dream yesterday. She couldn't help but sigh that this dream was quite real. Shen Lili really thought she was dreaming, so she didn't take it seriously and went to the bathroom. When she went downstairs after packing up, she saw Shen Tian and Guan Yu sitting on the sofa intimately. One was handling the official business of the Legion, and the other was watching a TV series. Dad, Mom, good morning. Shen Lili put on a big smile and rushed over to give her parents a hug each. Guan Yu hugged her daughter lovingly, and her heart almost melted. Shen Tian also looked at the mother and daughter with a smile in his eyes, and not wanting to be left behind, he embraced both of them in his arms. Shen Lily acted cute for a long time before coming out of her mother's arms, and then looked at Shen Tian. "Dad, let's start saving Xiaoyu now," Shen Lily said with a smile. "You haven't had breakfast yet? Or wait a little longer." Although Shen Tian was also anxious, he was more worried about his daughter's belly. He would also feel sorry if she was hungry. "It's okay, it will be quick." Shen Lily knew Shen Tian's mood, so she pouted her lips and said unhappily. Seeing his daughter's stubborn look, Shen Tian shook his head helplessly and compromised. Okay, I listen to my dear daughter, and I do whatever you say." Seeing that Shen Tian finally agreed, Shen Lily finally put on a big smile on her face and said, "That's right, come, Dad, hold this crystal core in your hand." "Okay." Shen Tian took the crystal core and held it in his hand obediently. After confirming that there was no problem with Shen Tian, Shen Lily began to guide him. "Dad, close your eyes. First, you have to use the power of this crystal core in a spiritual space to visualize Xiaoyu's appearance. After success, just keep calling Xiaoyu's name. Dad, don't rush, take your time, we wait for you outside." Shen Lily soothed in a crisp and gentle tone. Immersed in the spiritual space, Shen Tian, according to the guidance of his daughter, easily visualized Xiaoyu's appearance. Xiaoyu is a black kitten with 2 tails. It is not big, only the size of a normal house cat. But its black hair and a pair of ruby-like cat eyes make it more noble and mysterious. Shen Tian looked at the spirit body in front of him, which was exactly the same as Xiaoyu, and his eyes couldn't help but become wet. Xiaoyu was born when Shen Tian was 6 years old. When it first appeared, he thought it was someone's lost kitten. But when Shen Tian's palm passed through the kitten's body one time, he realized that the cat in front of him was not a real cat, but a ghost. So for a long time afterwards, Shen Tian thought that Xiaoyu was a scary cat ghost. Shen Tian was even scared to tears many times by the blood-red animal eyes that kept staring at him. It was Luo Shuhua who first discovered the abnormality of her son. After some questioning, she knew that Shen Tian had awakened his spirit body. Looking at her haggard son, Luo Shuhua gave him a slap on the head in anger and amusement, and then popularized the spiritual bodies of the 5 major families to him. After knowing that Xiaoyu was not a ghost, Shen Tian began to try to contact it. Until one day, Shen Tian was assassinated by spies from other countries, and it was Xiaoyu who stood in front of him and protected him. Shen Tian began to accept Xiaoyu sincerely, and gradually formed a relationship with it that was like a pet but not a pet, like a friend but not a friend. It was also from then on that Shen Tian would chatter every day and share his daily life with Xiaoyu. Even when his younger brother was born, he would take Xiaoyu and lie down beside the cradle together, looking at his younger brother curiously. Recalling the warm past, Shen Tian couldn't help but smile, and then he began to call Xiaoyu's name. "Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, come back." As he called out, the scattered light gradually gathered on Xiaoyu's forehead. Shen Tian's voice had gradually become hoarse, but he still kept calling Xiaoyu. As the light gathered more and more, Xiaoyu's originally drooping eyelids suddenly slowly opened. From the moment his eyes began to light up, only Shen Tian's figure was reflected in them. "Meow." Xiaoyu called out with concern. His memory only stayed at the moment before his death, when Shen Tian was rescued by the god-level mecha. Although he knew that he was probably safe, he still couldn't help but care about Shen Tian. And from the moment Shen Tian heard Xiaoyu's voice, the tears hidden in the corners of his eyes finally couldn't help but drip from his face. But he suddenly laughed like a lunatic, but he cried even harder while laughing. Xiaoyu, who was standing by, thought that Shen Tian was frightened and cried again like when he was a child, and stood aside at a loss, not daring to go forward to comfort him. He remembered that he had taken the initiative to comfort Shen Tian before, but it frightened Shen Tian so much that he cried even harder. Xiaoyu, who didn't know what to do, swung his tail behind him in annoyance, fully showing that he was not calm. After venting for a long time, Shen Tian wiped the tears from his face, then opened his arms to Xiaoyu and called gently, "Xiaoyu, come here." Xiaoyu meowed and threw herself into his arms without hesitation. Feeling the real touch in his arms, Shen Tian finally believed that his Xiaoyu was really back. Meow. Xiaoyu licked Shen Tian's tears and took the initiative to rub his cheek to comfort him. Shen Tian touched Xiaoyu with emotion, and thinking of Guan Yu and the others who were still waiting outside, he asked gently, "Xiaoyu, do you want to meet Xiao Ali who saved you?" Meow. Xiaoyu looked up at Shen Tian and nodded slightly. "Okay, then go and meet him. I still remember when we were young, you scared Lily to tears, and then you punished us too to face the wall and think about it. When Shintian talked about the past, he couldn't help but smile secretly. Xiao Yu also obviously remembered these past events, and meowed with emotion. As the sound faded away, the man and the cat left the spiritual space together. Chapter 251. In the living room, Shin Lily and Guan Yu, mother and daughter, were looking at Shintian nervously. Because they were afraid of disturbing him, they even slowed down their breathing. But after a while, they saw that Shintian had not woken up yet. Guan Yu pointed to the location of the restaurant, and motioned Shin Lily to go over for breakfast first. Shin Lily originally wanted to eat later, but under the increasingly dangerous eyes of her old mother, she could only nod obediently. Guan Yu smiled with satisfaction, and then shook her hand urgingly. Shin Lily got up carefully, and walked towards the restaurant helplessly. As soon as she arrived at the restaurant, Sister Lin, who was making strawberry jam, stopped her hand and asked respectfully and gently, "Miss, what do you want to eat for breakfast today?" "Auntie Lin, just help me get a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge." Shin Lily sat at the dining table and waited obediently for feeding. "Okay." Sister Lin smiled dotingly. Then she turned around and started to prepare porridge. After a few minutes, she brought a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and a few side dishes to Shin Lily. "Thank you, Aunt Lin." After Shin Lily thanked her, she began to eat a hearty breakfast. Looking at Shin Lily, who was eating with a fragrant look, Aunt Lin smiled gently and said, "Miss, there is still some in the casserole. I will serve you some more after you finish eating." "No, Aunt Lin, you are busy. These are enough." Shin Lily refused with a smile. "Okay, then you eat slowly," Aunt Lin said, while she continued to cook strawberry jam. Shin Lily smiled and nodded, then turned on the light brain to see the live broadcast of the Mecha Master last time. Who knew that as soon as the virtual screen was turned on, Shin Lily saw the account balance reminder, the information of 5 billion federal coins received. Shin Lily, shock. Ahem. Shin Lily was so shocked that she choked on a mouthful of porridge. "Miss, are you okay?" Auntie Lin asked nervously. Shin Lily swallowed the porridge with great effort, then shook her head and said, "It's okay, it's just that the porridge is too fragrant, so I ate it a little too fast." "Is that so?" "Then miss, eat slowly." Auntie Lin felt something was wrong, but she was relieved when she saw that Shin Lily was fine. "Yeah." Shin Lily responded hastily, and began to check the source of the money. When she saw that the person who transferred the money was the third brother, Shin Lily quickly clicked on the senior brother's avatar, and sent a message to him. "Late Night Mecha Maniac. Senior brother, did you transfer the money to the wrong account?" After a long time, Lin Ming sent a message belatedly. "Third senior brother Lin Ming. No, little sister, the old Horcrux Association asked me for an awakened Horcrux. They were embarrassed to ask for it for free, so they gave me 20 billion federal coins. Master got 10 billion, and the other 10 billion was of course divided equally between the two of us. Midnight Mecha Maniac. This is too much, I didn't do anything. Third senior brother Lin Ming, I know whether you did anything or not, so you can keep it without worry. If you are so distant with me again, I will be angry. Midnight Mecha Maniac. Okay, thank you, senior brother. Third senior brother Lin Ming, good. Third senior brother Lin Ming, that's right, little sister, the old Horcrux Association felt that 20 billion was too little, so they also issued you a pass to enter the Soul Tower for training for a month. You can go, and have fun when you have time. Midnight Mecha Maniac, Soul Tower? What is that for? Third senior brother Lin Ming, just search it online, senior brother has something to do, bye. Late Night Mecha Maniac, okay, goodbye, senior brother. After saying goodbye to his senior brother, Shin Lily searched for information about the Soul Tower on the Star Network. Soul Tower Country, Federation Association, Federation Horcrux Association Construction Period, Early Founding of Federation Introduction to Soul Tower. In the early founding of the Federation, it was founded by the Lin family, one of the 5 major families in the Federation. The tower contains all the Horcrux formations from ancient times to the present, so the Soul Tower is also a holy place for every Horcrux master, but it is also a forbidden place for everyone. If you break into the Soul Tower without the consent of the president of the Horcrux Association, the tower guard can kill the intruder on the spot. Shin Lily couldn't help swallowing her saliva after reading all the introductions. She didn't expect that her senior brother and the Horcrux Association really gave her a big gift. If she could practice in the Soul Tower for a month, her attainments in Horcruxes would definitely make great progress. Shin Lily didn't hesitate much and decided to go to the Soul Tower to practice for a month during the summer vacation. After finishing the last bite of rice in the bowl, Shin Lily put down the spoon, looked up and politely said to Sister Lin, "Aunt Lin, I'm done. I trouble you next." "Miss, you're too polite. Put the bowl on the table. I asked the cleaning robot to clean it up later." Sister Lin smiled gently. Shen Lily thanked her again before turning around and leaving the restaurant, ready to see how Shen Tian was doing now. In the living room, there was only Shen Tian, who was still in the spiritual space, and Guan Yu, who was guarding on the side. What surprised Shen Lily the most was that Shen Mujiang and Shen Kaiyu also rushed back from the military. "Grandpa, big brother." Shen Lily was afraid of disturbing her father, so she dared to whisper in surprise. Shen Kaiyu had a gentle smile on her face, and nodded to Shen Lily lovingly, saying, "Little sister, good weekend." Shen Mujiang didn't say anything, but just waved his precious granddaughter to sit next to him. Shen Lily had a big smile on her face. She sat next to Shen Mujiang and smiled at Shen Kaiyu. "Big brother, good weekend." "Grandpa, good weekend too." Shen Mujiang rubbed Shen Lily's little head lovingly, and said with pride, "Grandpa knows everything about you. Ali, you did a good job. Grandpa is proud of you." "Thank you, Grandpa. This is what I should do." Shen Lily blushed and took her grandfather's arm, saying a little embarrassedly. Shen Mujiang knew his granddaughter's personality, and knew that if he continued to praise her, the little girl would be so shy. So he could only dote on her and stroked her granddaughter's little head again, and said, "You are just too obedient. If Kaiyun is half as obedient as you, Grandpa will be relieved in this life." Shen Lily felt a little guilty after being praised. In fact, sometimes, her second brother is much more obedient than her. Chapter 252. However, when talking about Shen Kaiyun, Shen Mujiang realized that his second grandson was not there. "Kaiyu, where is your brother?" Shen Mujiang turned his head and asked. Shen Kaiyu pointed to Shen Kaiyun's room upstairs, and said, "He is still sleeping in the bedroom." Shen Mujiang heard this, touched his forehead helplessly and sighed, then tentatively said to his eldest grandson, "Kaiyu, why don't you awaken your spiritual body, so that Grandpa can lose fewer hairs?" "It's a pity, Grandpa, you know I can't awaken," Shen Kaiyu said with regret, but his tone was full of relief. Shen Mujiang looked at his eldest grandson with resentment, and then looked at his little granddaughter. But he soon gave up this idea. He didn't want his little granddaughter to suffer. Finally, Shen Mujiang could only accept the reality, and said to Shen Kaiyu with a headache, "I remember that you will be their deputy coach soon. During the special training, remember to take care of your brother." Shen Kaiyu understood immediately, smiled and nodded and promised, "I know, Grandpa." Shen Lily, who was listening on the side, blinked a little confusedly and asked curiously, "Grandpa, is your elder brother the deputy coach of the Federal National Mecha team this time?" Shen Mujiang nodded and said, "Yes, your elder brother is the deputy coach of the team this time." Shen Lily's eyes lit up instantly, her eyeballs rolled around, and suddenly she hugged her grandfather's arm, shook it like a spoiled child, and said, "Grandpa, do you think I'm good?" "Of course, my granddaughter is the best." Shen Mujiang raised his chin proudly. "My grandfather is also the best, Grandpa. Then if I participate in the selection of the national team, will Grandpa also support me?" Shen Lily said sweetly. Shen Mujiang, who was confused by his granddaughter's sweet words, didn't hear the content clearly. He only knew that his granddaughter was asking him if he supported it. So he answered without hesitation, support, as long as my granddaughter wants to do it, Grandpa will support it." "Okay. Grandpa is the best, Ali likes Grandpa the most." Shen Lily flattered him in surprise. Shen Mujiang didn't react to what he agreed to. Anyway, he was happy to see his granddaughter happy. "Dad, Ali is going to participate in the freshman mecha competition. Isn't it too dangerous?" Guan Yu reminded unhappily. After hearing what his daughter-in-law said, Shen Mujiang finally reacted, and then with a bitter expression, he looked at his granddaughter and said, "Ali, your mother is right. It's too dangerous. Why don't we not go?" "Grandpa, what you said is wrong. Not to mention that you have already promised me, and I am a soldier's child. How can I be afraid of danger?" Shen Lily refused with a righteous face. Looking at his determined granddaughter, Shen Mujiang couldn't bear to say anything to her, and could only look at his eldest son's wife for help. Looking at the defeated father-in-law, Guan Yu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It turns out that even the marshal of the Federation would have no tricks when he met Ali. Guan Yu had no choice but to go into battle in person and said, "Ali, your second brother can go to this competition. Mom doesn't want both of her children to take risks, and you don't want to make Mom sad, right?" Mom's words really embarrassed Shen Lily. She knew that if she insisted on going to the competition, Guan Yu would definitely be sad, but she also didn't want to be just a waste protected by everyone. "Mom, I'm sorry, but I don't want to be a useless person who can only avoid danger. Just let me go. I promise to come back safely. Shenlili looked at Guan Yu firmly, her eyes full of stubbornness. Her daughter's words really embarrassed Guan Yu for a moment. She really couldn't bear to refuse her daughter's request, let alone her daughter's first time asking her. Just when Guan Yu was at a loss, Shen Tian had woken up without knowing when. He held his wife's hand comfortingly, and waited until she relaxed. Shen Tian then looked at his daughter and said, "Ollie, go if you want to, but you must ensure your own safety, otherwise Dad still has the right to stop you from continuing the game halfway." Seeing that her father agreed, Shenlili knew that her mother was not far away, so she was instantly surprised and nodded and agreed. Shen Tian was also relieved to see his baby daughter happy, and cried. As for why he cried, he looked down at Guan Yu's hand pinching his waist, and could only silently show a flattering smile to his wife. Guan Yu glanced at her husband who was grinning, hummed, and then let go of her hand. Shenlili was also very discerning. She came to Guan Yu and hugged her, and acted coquettishly for a long time before coaxing her mother. Until the danger alarm was lifted, Shen Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and secretly gave his daughter a thumbs up. Shenlili blinked mischievously, and suddenly saw the black cat on her father's shoulder. She was surprised and curious and asked, "Dad, is this Xiao Yu?" As Shenlili's voice fell, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Yu at the same time. After watching for a while, Shen Mujiang was the first to exclaim, "It's really resurrected, it's so magical. Little sister, very powerful." Shen Kaiyu praised sincerely. Guan Yu smiled at the corner of her mouth, and gently touched her daughter's hand. Shenlili was a little embarrassed by the praise from her elder brother. She quickly said modestly, "It's not all my credit. It's also my third senior brother. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to create the awakened Horcrux so easily." Several people present knew Lin Ming, and Shen Mujiang nodded in agreement. "I thank him later. He really helped our family a lot." Shen Tian nodded in agreement, then hugged Xiao Yu and smiled at his daughter. "Ollie, Xiao Yu wants to say something to you." Shenlili looked at Xiao Yu in confusion, and waited patiently for it to say something. Xiao Yu felt a little embarrassed when being looked at, and it meowed gratefully at Shenlili. It shyly jumped behind Shen Tian, and quietly observed Shenlili. "Shenlili? ? What did it say? I don't understand meow language." Chapter 253. Shen Tian watched the interaction between Shenlili and Xiao Yu with a smile on his face. Seeing that his daughter didn't understand, he took the initiative to help translate. Xiao Yu said, "Thank you for saving it." Shenlili suddenly realized and responded, then looked at Xiao Yu and said gently, "You also saved my father, so I have to thank you, Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu, who was thanked, was instantly shy, meowed, and hid behind Shen Tian again. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Shen Tian turned his head with emotion, glanced at Xiao Yu, and then smiled and translated. Xiao Yu said no need to thank me, it was voluntary, and it also said that protecting me is its responsibility. Everyone was warmed by Xiao Yu's words, and couldn't help but praise this cute little spirit. The weekend was spent in laughter and joy. In the blink of an eye, it came to the day when the 5th Military Academy opened. As soon as Shenlili and Shen Kaiyun entered the campus, they saw a military warship docked in the school square. The brother and sister looked at each other and vaguely guessed that the sudden appearance of this warship might be related to the selection of the national mecha team this time. It seems that this selection is not simple. Even the military has sent people here. Shen Kaiyun looked at the huge warship and said thoughtfully, "Will the mecha competition in previous years be like this?" Shenlili asked curiously. Shen Kaiyun was also a little confused, but he quickly shook his head and said, "No, in previous years, the military would not care about the selection of a mere freshman mecha competition. Even if they did, they would not be so generous. Maybe the military attaches more importance to this selection competition." Shenlili guessed casually. "Maybe, it's almost 8 o'clock, and we should go." Shen Kaiyun did not comment, and finally took another look at the military warship before continuing to walk forward. Shenlili hummed and followed Shen Kaiyun to the training ground. Because Shen Kaiyun was walking in front, Shenlili did not notice his solemn look at this moment. I don't know if it was Shen Kaiyun's illusion, but he always felt that there seemed to be too many geniuses this year. Let alone the crown prince of the empire, Bai Zhou, and his sister, who was hailed as the hope of the Federation. Even geniuses from all walks of life and other countries have emerged like bamboo shoots after rain. Shen Kaiyun didn't think there would be such a coincidence in the world, but he really couldn't think of the reason. But after thinking for a while, he figured out one thing, why the military would, contrary to its usual practice, attach importance to the candidates for the competition. I'm afraid the reason must be that they found out that the seedlings of other countries are surprisingly excellent. If their seedlings are outdone, it would be a shame. Thinking of this, Shin Kai-yun smiled, not knowing whether he was confident or gloating. Not long after the brother and sister walked, they came to a place where people gathered. Because the selection and competition of the national mecha team, this time was held at the training ground of the individual soldier department. So at this moment, the gate of the training ground is no longer directly accessible as before. The military academy students, who signed up for the national team, had to register and check at the gate before they were allowed to enter the training ground. The process was quite fast. Shin Lily reported her name to the teacher in charge of registration. He operated on the computer for a while, and then called the next one. After Shin Lily and Shin Kai-yun passed the inspection, they did not stay anywhere else. They chose to go directly to the training ground, and then followed the 200 or 300 military academy students waiting for the exam and began to wait for the selection. Ollie. Someone in the crowd suddenly called her name. Shin Lily looked over and found Xiao Anan and his sister waving at her. Anan. Shin Lily also waved enthusiastically, and then took her brother and walked towards Xiao Anan. Along with Xiaoan and his sister, there were also two of Shin Kai-yun's best friends. After they met, they began to discuss this selection. I heard that our invigilator for this election is a major general sent by the military, so everyone is under a lot of pressure now. Yang Xiaobo came earlier, and with his familiar personality, he got some information in advance. No way. Isn't it too exaggerated for a major general to be an invigilator? Xiaoan couldn't help but exclaimed. Shin Lily also nodded in agreement. Generally, only when the senior military academy students are about to graduate, there may be major generals coming to the military academy to recruit soldiers for their own corps. On weekdays, wanting to see them is no less than going out to pick up money. There are opportunities, but not many. It's not impossible. Except for major generals, who can drive warships to the military academy, officers of other ranks can't do this. Shin Kai-yun had guessed it a long time ago, so there was no surprise. But Shin Lily and the others took a breath of cold air when they heard it. Gao Zixiang sighed bitterly. It seems that this selection competition will not be easy. After that, the few people chatted for a few more words, and the sound of the selection competition finally sounded. Shin Lily and the others looked up and saw their principal walking in front with an officer with the rank of Major General. Behind them, in addition to the two colonels who were accompanying the Major General, there was also Zhao Chuanjun, the instructor of their S-class, and other instructors of the freshman classes. This heavyweight team attracted the attention of all the military academy students as soon as they appeared. Most of the military academy students, who came from the garbage planet, had never seen an officer of the rank of Major General. They exclaimed and looked at him in admiration. But there were only two exceptions in the crowd, that is, Shin Lily and Shin Kai-yun. Because they found that this Major General seemed to be their big brother, the kind of close. Chapter 254. Shin Kai-yu, who was walking beside the principal, naturally noticed his younger brother and sister. He smiled and waved in the direction of the two of them. Shin Lily and Shin Kai-yun looked at each other in astonishment. They didn't expect that their eldest brother would be the invigilator of this selection. But soon the brother and sister were relieved, and then they smiled and waved to Shin Kai-yu at the same time. Shin Lily and the other person's reaction was quite normal, but the military school students around them mistakenly thought that the admiral was greeting them. In an instant, all the military school students shouted wildly, just like die-hard fans saw their own idols. Ah! The Major General greeted me. So happy. Nonsense, he was obviously greeting me. Major General. You are my eternal god. Major General, look at me, look at me. For a while, the sound of surprise and cheers resounded throughout the square. As their principal, Song Qing simply couldn't stand these naughty monkeys. He shook his head helplessly, and then said to Shin Kai-yu a little embarrassedly, Major General Shin, the students are quite naughty, please forgive me. Grandpa Song, you are too polite, the students are very cute, and you are the elder, you can call me Kai-yu, or Xiao-yu. Shin Kai-yu said humbly and respectfully. Song Qing smiled and nodded, but his evaluation of Shin Kai-yu in his heart soared instantly. It is hard for an old man not to love such a humble and polite junior. Song Qing was very satisfied, and then the two of them flattered each other, and came to a few meters in front of the students. The first person to speak was the principal of the 5th Military Academy. After he and Shin Kai-yu nodded to each other, he stepped forward and stood in front of the students. He coughed solemnly at the students and said, Students, please be quiet. As the principal's voice fell, all the students instantly quieted down, and then looked at Song Qing intently. Song Qing nodded with satisfaction, and then continued to say to the students, "Hello, students. I am your principal Song Qing. I believe everyone knows the purpose of the students here today. I would like to remind the students again that this competition is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will pay the price of your life. So students who want to quit can leave now. In addition, for students who are not determined to fight to the death, my suggestion is to quit early, because students who are afraid of death and tiredness will find it difficult to stick to the cruel training later, not to mention the future mecha competition. My reminder ends here. If there are students who want to quit, you can turn around and leave now, and there will be no cost." After Song Qing finished speaking, he glanced at the students below, wanting to see which students gave up. But after a long while, no student left the square. Song Qing was somewhat relieved and somewhat sad. He looked at the students in the audience and said solemnly, "Since no students want to give up, before the selection begins, we will ask Major General Shinkayu to explain the rules of this selection to us. Now please applaud and welcome him." After that, Song Qing gave up his seat to Shinkayu and stood aside to watch. Amid the boiling applause, Shinkayu stood in Song Qing's position just now and raised his hand slightly to signal everyone to be quiet. Sure enough, after seeing his action, the military academy students instantly quieted down, and then looked at Shinkayu expectantly. "Hello everyone, I am Shinkayu, the invigilator this time. You can also call me Senior Shin. In addition, time is tight, so I won't say any more nonsense. This selection level is divided into 3 levels. The first level is the easiest. As long as the students fill the SS level container in my hand with mental power, the successful students can pass this level and enter the next level. If they fail, unfortunately, they will be eliminated directly," Shinkayu said cruelly and indifferently. After hearing this, most of the military academy students began to look solemn. Obviously, they have recognized what the container in Shinkayu's hand is. To fill up the SS level mental power container, at least SS level mental power is required. The faces of several students with poor mental power are as dark as clouds at this moment. Even if they are drained dry, they can't be filled up. In the end, these students with poor mental power could only sigh helplessly and choose to give up in advance. They gave up, but it didn't stop them from staying to watch the fun. After Shinkayu finished talking about the first level, he started talking about the second level. The second level is to pass the Advanced Dimension Training Ground, but there is a prerequisite that you cannot carry any equipment and weapons, including mechas, Shinkayu continued cruelly. As soon as he finished speaking, the students went crazy. If they were not allowed to use equipment and mechas, what was the difference between going to the Advanced Training Ground and going to die? At this moment, the students looked at Shinkayu with no more enthusiasm and admiration. At this moment, there was only fear in their eyes, as if they had seen a devil. Shinlili and Shinkayun also took a breath of cold air at the same time. Shinkayun even began to persuade her again, "Little sister, why don't you give up? I don't want to lose my sister at a young age." "Get out." Shinlili glared at Shinkayun. "It hasn't even started yet, and you're cursing her." Seeing that his sister was really angry, Shinkayun sewed his mouth silently and didn't say anything. Shinlili snorted coldly, then retracted her gaze, and began to think about how to break into the Advanced Training Ground with bare hands. Although she had never broken into the Advanced Training Ground, she had heard that it was as difficult as breaking into a wormhole alone. In addition, she couldn't use equipment and weapons, which was exactly the same as what the previous students thought, and it was no different from sending herself to death. However, no matter how difficult it was, Shinlili would not give up, just as the principal said. If you don't even have the determination to fight to the death when participating in this election, you might as well give up early, otherwise it would be a waste of time no matter how much you struggle. Besides, how can success be achieved without paying a price? Others can do it, her second brother can do it, so she can't be a coward. After thinking about it, Shinlili's eyes became more and more determined. Chapter 255. Shinkayu calmly watched the students' panicked reactions. When the time was almost up, he continued, "Although the second level is a bit difficult, students can rest assured, because once their lives are in danger, they can choose whether to withdraw. But remember, once they choose to withdraw, it also means that they have lost the qualification for selection." Hearing that they could choose to withdraw if their lives were in danger, the military academy students were slightly relieved. Although there is still a certain risk, it is better than going to die before. After everyone's hanging hearts were put down, they all looked at Shinkayu, waiting for the rules of the third level. But for the third level, Shinkayu raised his index finger and put it on his lips, and said mysteriously, "The third level is kept secret for the time being. Only those who have passed the second level will have the opportunity to know it. Now please get ready. I declare the selection competition officially started. As soon as the voice fell, the military academy students rushed to the first level together. There are 10 channels in the first level, and each channel has a selection officer sent by the military to guard the SS level container for testing. The students are now queuing in an orderly manner, putting their hands on the container one by one and starting to release their mental power. After the container is filled with mental power, the selection officer does not waste it and collects all the mental power into a special small bottle. Then he said to the students who passed, "The first level has been successfully passed. The second level is 305 meters left, the 55th Advanced Dimension Training Ground." "Okay, thank you, sir." After the student thanked him politely, he began to walk to the position the selection officer had just mentioned. The team moved very fast, and it was Shinlili's turn soon. "Name?" the selection officer asked calmly. "Report, Shinlili." Shinlili saluted politely. Hearing this name, the selection officer was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to meet the legendary and famous developer of mental healing drugs here. "Student Shin, the selection of the second level is very dangerous." The selection officer in military uniform knew that he had crossed the line, but he couldn't help but remind him. He actually didn't agree that this girl who saved countless of his comrades would participate in such a dangerous selection competition. After all, her personal safety is much more important than this freshman mecha competition. "Don't worry, sir, I will protect my own safety." Although Shinlili didn't know why the selection officer cared about her alone, she still firmly stated her position. Seeing that he could not persuade her, the selection officer could only sigh helplessly and said, "Put your hand up." Shinlili nodded, obediently put her hand on the container, and then began to input mental power. Unlike others who needed 1 or 2 minutes, Shinlili only took a few seconds to easily fill the entire mental power container. Such talent and strength made the selection officer start to have a heart attack again. He was as upset as seeing a cabbage being pushed by a pig and said, "The first level is successfully passed. The second level is 435 meters to the left, the 99th Advanced Dimension Training Ground." "Okay, thank you." Shinlili smiled and thanked, and then said goodbye. Xiao Anan and others behind him continued to walk to the second level. The selection officer looked at Shinlili's back as she left, shook his head and sighed, then said to the next student, "Name?" on the other side. When Shinlili walked all the way to the number 99 training ground, she was a little surprised to find that there was a federal soldier and a military doctor guarding the door of each dimensional training ground. What surprised her even more was that at least hundreds of dimensional training grounds were open today. Every time a military academy student entered, the dimensional training ground would be closed until the student passed or was eliminated, and then it would be reopened. Coincidentally, at this time, the door of a dimensional training ground was opened. Then a student covered in blood and already in a coma due to serious injuries was suddenly teleported out of the training ground. The federal soldiers and military doctors standing at the door moved at the same time. After they took over the unconscious student, they immediately began first aid. Shinlili looked at the student's wounds all over his body, which looked like they were bitten by some animal. Her mood suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley, and she couldn't help but bring a solemnity in the depths of her eyes. She remembered this classmate, who was earlier than her just now, and passed the first level in 10 minutes. So how difficult was the second level? That's why he couldn't even hold on for 10 minutes. Shinlili stood there, watching the classmate being rescued and sent away, and then walked to her 99th Dimension Training Ground. The 99th Dimension Training Ground, like the previous training ground, also had a federal soldier and a military doctor guarding the door. Seeing Shinlili walk in front of them, the federal soldier asked coldly, "Name?" Shinlili saluted and said, "Report, Shinlili." The federal soldier registered on the optical computer, and then opened the door of the dimensional training ground. "The map has been sent to your optical computer. There is no time limit. You can pass the level as long as you reach the end alive," the federal soldier said solemnly. "Okay." Shinlili nodded seriously, and raised her foot to enter the dimensional training ground. Just as her foot stepped into the door, the federal soldier behind her suddenly reminded her, "Student Shin, be careful." Shinlili paused, said thank you, and stepped into the second level without hesitation. As soon as she entered the level, what came into view was the pitch-black darkness. Shinlili frowned, first used her mental power to form a barrier to completely protect herself, then she closed her eyes, used her mental power to detect, and began to check the surrounding environment. But when her mental consciousness saw the surrounding environment clearly, Shinlili was instantly stunned. The dark and ordinary cave, and countless fat and strong giant snakes. When Shinlili discovered them, the big snake also discovered her. Instantly, countless vertical pupils with dim light, like stars, lit up the entire cave. To make matters worse, the snake heads all locked onto Shenlili, the only one who was still steaming. Chapter 256. Shenlili stood there trembling, and when she looked up, she exchanged a friendly look with the giant snakes. Before she could make the next move, the giant snakes could not wait to pounce on her. Shenlili swallowed her saliva in fear, and quickly jumped to avoid the snake. Then she opened the optical brain at the speed of light, and after confirming the exit of the cave, she turned around and ran away. The delicious prey moved, and countless giant snakes followed suit. One after another, the giant snakes opened their huge mouths and bit Shenlili quickly. Fortunately, those without legs could not run faster than those with legs, and Shenlili quickly opened up a distance. But before she had time to breathe a sigh of relief, she saw the giant snake that was far behind her jump in front of her in the blink of an eye. Fuck, I forgot that snakes can jump. Shenlili looked at the snakes behind her, curling their bodies, and then using their tails to shoot like springs. I cursed in my heart. What a beast without martial ethics. The giant snake, relying on its inability to understand human language, was so shameless that it ignored Shenlili's greetings to its ancestors. It raised its tail like a whip, and swept it towards the weak human. Facing the tail that was attacking, Shenlili quickly hugged her head and jumped forward. In an instant, the thick snake tail collided violently with the hard mountain wall, shaking the whole cave a few times. Shenlili, who was sitting on the side, looked at the wall with a deep pit in horror, and her pupils couldn't help trembling. Then, she jumped up and ran towards the cave entrance. Seeing that they couldn't hit anyone, countless giant snakes were angry at the same time. Now they don't want to eat any delicious cakes anymore. The giant snakes no longer held back, and the fangs on their upper jaws stretched out, squeezing out countless extremely poisonous venom, forming a series of poisonous bullets, and shot at Shenlili. Since they couldn't defeat this human, they would poison her to death. The dense venom attack was full of advantages in this cave, and even if Shenlili wanted to hide, she couldn't completely avoid it. The mental barrier hit by the venom was instantly corroded from its original thickness. Shenlili looked at the map and found that the exit was not far away. She repaired the mental barrier again and continued to run forward with all her strength. Only a fool would stay here and fight them to death. Shenlili didn't know how long she ran, and finally a few beams of light came from the distance. She was overjoyed and quickened her pace, and finally stepped out of the cave. After running for about a few hundred meters, Shenlili suddenly stopped, and then she didn't plan to escape. He turned his head and smiled kindly at the giant snakes, saying, "You must be tired of chasing me. Now it's my turn to repay you." As soon as he finished speaking, Shenlili raised his hands, and in an instant, his mental power materialized into countless murderous arrows in the air. Then he waved his hands forward, and the arrows attacked the snakes like a heavy rain. Hiss! The attacked snakes screamed and screamed, and the giant snakes in the front line were killed and injured almost instantly. Unfortunately, the ones in front died, and the ones behind came up again. Seeing that the snakes did not intend to retreat, Shenlili did not want to fight, and ran away after fighting this wave. After all, the goal this time was not to kill these strange beasts, but to reach the end alive. Her current location is about 25 kilometers away from the finish line. Shenlili ran while dodging the attacks of other beasts. Originally, Shenlili was not prepared to fight them to the death, but the pursuit of the snake group also attracted the attention of other beasts. As a result, the team chasing her is gradually becoming more and more spectacular. Shenlili looked back and saw that the group of beasts chasing her had all kinds of beasts, and the species were so complete that they could open a zoo. The most important thing was that among this group of beasts, there was even a group of alpacas. Shenlili rolled her eyes speechlessly, not understanding why these herbivorous beasts came to join in the fun. As time passed, the group of beasts became larger and larger, and their strength became stronger and stronger. Shenlili also began to be unable to resist. Although her body was not injured, she had to dodge attacks and run at the same time. Even though she was in good physical condition now, she couldn't help feeling chest tightness and shortness of breath. This won't work. Shenlili gritted her teeth. It seemed that she could only use the ultimate move. After making a decision, Shenlili slid into a bush, and the strange beasts behind her followed in. But after getting into the bush, Shenlili's figure completely disappeared. The strange beasts that came in were instantly dumbfounded, and they looked around for a long time, but they still couldn't find Shenlili anywhere. Ah! The strange beasts were unwilling to circle in place, and some even started to dig the soil, thinking that she had drilled into the ground. But after working for a long time, they couldn't find anyone. Just when the strange beasts were about to give up, a little white tiger with wings appeared from nowhere. It raised its cute paw, pointed to the position in front, and whimpered for a while in a baby voice. Although the intelligence of the strange beasts around was not high, they soon understood what the little cub meant. That human ran forward. "Ah!" the beasts cried excitedly, and then followed the direction pointed by the little tiger. The little white tiger, Shinlili, who was still there, finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the beast that had escaped. Then her forepaws softened, and she collapsed on the grass, not wanting to move. What a pity! I didn't expect the second level to be a battle royale. No wonder the previous classmate was bitten like that. Amen. Chapter 257. On the other side. In the meeting room of the military academy, representatives from the military academy and the corps were sitting together at the conference table, discussing the selection competition. The head of the military academy was the principal Song Qing, and several freshman school mentors sitting behind him. The head of the corps was the chief selection officer Shinkayu, and his two adjutants. At this moment, the representatives of the military academy and the corps were watching the every move of all the students on the virtual screen. When seeing a student perform well, the representatives would involuntarily praise him. Xiaonan and Xiaoyu, brother and sister, although their backgrounds are tainted, their talent and strength are second only to Shinkayun and his sister. I think they have a great chance of winning this time. The one called Zhang Xiaoxiang is also okay. Although his combat power is not the highest, his escape skills are simply amazing. He is very suitable for reconnaissance. Well, Chenzhe is not bad either. Not only is his talent the best among this batch of freshmen, but he is also hardworking enough. With his current strength, he will definitely be in the top 5 of the whole grade. However, the best one is Shinkayun. Whether he is beaten by a group of monsters or fighting alone, he can end the battle unscathed. This strength is indeed worthy of being the top freshman. A mentor on the military academy side looked at Shinkayun, who was killing enemies in blood on the virtual screen, and couldn't help but praise him. The other mentors and Legion representatives also nodded in agreement with Shinkayun's outstanding performance. He's excellent, but a bit of a spendthrift. Song Qing looked at the strange beasts that died tragically at the hands of Shinkayun with heartache. Although these beasts are not valuable, they need to be caught from the battlefield to the training ground. The labor and transportation costs are also a considerable expense. Moreover, the beasts in the military academy training ground are mainly used to train students to escape. Who knew that encountering a beast like Shinkayun would become a training of the beast's escape ability? Several military academy instructors couldn't help laughing at the painful expression of their principal. Shinkayu looked at Shinkayun, who was deliberately showing off on the virtual screen, and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Then he looked at the virtual screen where his sister was. But after a long while, he didn't see Shinlili. Shinkayu frowned slightly, and a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. The other instructors also noticed this and asked in confusion, "Where is Shinlili?" She seems to have disappeared after entering the bushes. The other few people's expressions also became serious when they heard this, and they were all afraid that Shinlili would encounter some danger. It can be said that anyone present could get into trouble, except Shinlili. All the representatives in the conference room mobilized all the nano-flying cameras in the 99th dimension arena at the same time, and then they nervously searched for Shinlili together. But after searching for a long time, no one was found in the 99th dimension training ground where Shinlili was. Did classmate Shin get eliminated? One of the instructors couldn't help but doubt. Impossible, my sister won't be so weak. When Shinkayu heard this, he immediately subconsciously refuted. But he seemed to have thought of something, raised his hand and operated on the optical computer for a while, and then a fainted little white tiger soon appeared on the screen of the 99th dimension training ground. When they saw the little white tiger, everyone realized where Shinlili had gone. They almost forgot that there was an orc bloodline in their military academy. Don't mention it, Shinlili looks cute as a little tiger. After Xiao Chuanjin relaxed, she couldn't help but hold her face with both hands, looking at the little white tiger on the virtual screen like a cat pancake. The little white tiger was silly and cute, but the golden totem on her forehead made her look more noble and mysterious. The area around her eyes seemed to be painted with golden eyeshadow, making the little cub look not only sacred, but also more delicate and cute. Indeed, even real cubs are rarely so cute. Song Qing also nodded in agreement. The fur seems to be very soft, I wonder what it feels like. Another instructor said infatuatedly. Shinkayu didn't say anything, just looked at his sister lovingly, but the slightly raised arc at the corner of his mouth still showed his good mood. Dimension training ground. Yawn! Lili suddenly sneezed loudly, and then rubbed her nose with her paws in discomfort. For some reason, she always felt that someone was talking about her. Lili rubbed her nose in confusion, and began to fly towards the finish line. After changing back to her beast form, the second level was like a child walking alone through a busy city for Lili, although it attracted the attention of many strange beasts. But no strange beast attacked her, so Lili reached the finish line easily. But before leaving the finish line, Lili pressed the button on the bracelet, and then a layer of invisible film appeared, hiding her furry body. The bracelet is specially used by the Imperial Orcs, mainly used to prevent the orcs from exposing themselves when they change back to human bodies. When Lili transformed into a human body, and put on her clothes, the invisible film on her body disappeared automatically. After confirming that there was no problem with her body, Lili stepped out of the finish line of the second level with confidence. Special reminder: the nano camera has a privacy function. Once the target person goes to sleep, changes clothes, or takes a shower, the screen will automatically go black. Chapter 258. As soon as she came out of the dimensional training ground, Lili saw the selection officer holding a drink, waiting at the exit of the finish line. When he saw Lili, he handed the drink to her. Lili looked at the familiar scene in front of her, looked up at the selection officer, and finally both of them were silent. After all, the psychological shadow of the last person who gave her the drink has not disappeared yet. The selection officer seemed to see Lili's suspicion and silently dialed Shinkayu's video. Soon, Shinkayu's handsome and warm face appeared on the virtual screen. Brother? Lili didn't expect the selection officer to be so sincere, so she looked at the brother in the video in a daze. Little sister, the third level is special. This drink is specially made for you. You have to drink it before you can pass the level. Shinkayu smiled dotingly. Okay, I know. Lili took the drink helplessly, and drank it in one gulp. After drinking it, she smacked her lips. It tasted like peach, and I didn't expect it to be quite delicious. Seeing Lili drink the drink, the silent selection officer said goodbye to Shinkayu. Then he hung up the video, raised his eyes, and said to Lili coldly, "Follow me." "Okay, sir." Lili nodded, and then followed him obediently. After a while, Lili followed the instructor to a small room. At this moment, there was a selection officer in a white coat in the room, but when he saw that the student who came was Lili, his expression collapsed immediately. Then he asked the cold selection officer with a headache, "Did she drink that?" The cold selection officer nodded, and said indifferently, "Drink it." The selection officer in the white coat heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, leave her to me, you go take the next student." "Okay." The cold selection officer turned around and left after saying that. Lili was left alone, standing there in a daze. "Student Shin, come and lie down." The selection officer in the white coat said gently with a smile on his face. Lili only felt that this third level was a bit strange, but she didn't think much about it, and lay down on the dental chair obediently. Seeing Lili lying down, the selection officer in the white coat praised softly, "Very good, now please close your eyes gently." Lili closed her eyes as he said, "Very good, now relax your body, and adjust your body to the most comfortable position." In the hypnosis, Lili had vaguely understood what the selection officer wanted to do. But she didn't have any secrets, and with Ahua and the others around, she didn't have to worry about anyone doing anything bad to her. So Lili deliberately let her consciousness go, and gradually fell asleep under the hypnosis of the white coat selection officer and the effect of the drug. After Lili was suspected of being hypnotized, the white coat selection officer tentatively asked the first question. "What's your name?" The white coat selection officer asked in a gentle and slow tone. "Lili." The unconscious girl replied unconsciously. The white coat selection officer nodded with satisfaction, and it was confirmed that Lili had entered a hypnotic state. "Admiral, you can come out." The white-coated selection officer turned his head and looked at Shinkayu, who was hiding on the side in silence. From just now, the Admiral had been looking at him with murderous eyes for no reason. The stage of hypnotizing the selection students was obviously your army's idea from beginning to end. What does it have to do with him, a weak, innocent, and pitiful hypnotist? Alas, some pots always come out of nowhere. Dr. Huang, you have worked hard. Shinkayu lifted the invisible state, and then coughed awkwardly. He knew that he was a little angry at this innocent hypnotist, but he saw his sister being hypnotized by him without any defense. God knows how much willpower Shinkayu used to suppress the urge to keep him away from his sister. Dr. Huang waved his hand and said in a somewhat lame way, "My job. Besides, please ask quickly." Shin Lily's mental power is too strong. I can only hypnotize her for 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Shin Kaiyu nodded to show that he understood, and then looked at his younger sister seriously and asked, Little sister, who do you like more, me or my second brother? Shin Lily, who had her eyes closed, frowned when she heard this question. She hesitated several times, and seemed to be about to wake up. The corners of Dr. Huang's mouth twitched, and he quickly changed the question to make up for it. What is your eldest brother's name? Shin Kaiyu. Shin Lily's eyebrows relaxed, and then she answered honestly. Dr. Huang breathed a sigh of relief, then glared at Shin Kaiyu with anger in his eyes, and said, General, please do not ask such crazy questions to the hypnotized person. The most taboo thing for the hypnotized person is to ask such questions, such as if your mother and your girlfriend fell into the river, who would you save first? Or which came first, the chicken or the egg? Not only will the effect of hypnosis be discounted, but it will also cause premature awakening. Shin Kaiyu touched his nose guiltily and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, Dr. Huang, I was wrong. Dr. Huang rolled his eyes at Shin Kaiyu unhappily, and then warned, There are only 10 minutes left for hypnosis. Admiral Shin, please ask some questions you should ask. Okay, I understand. It was the first time that Shin Kaiyu was disliked so clearly. Then he didn't dare to delay, and quickly asked the questions that should be asked at this level. Shin Lily, will you betray the Federation? Shin Kaiyu stopped joking and said seriously. No. Shin Lily said with her lips slightly parted. If killing an innocent person can save 100 people, what would you choose? Life is priceless, as long as you have a clear conscience. Is it hard to be a military school student? It's hard. Why don't you give up? There are people I want to protect. Shin Lily, whose consciousness was hypnotized, didn't know how many questions she had answered. When she woke up, except for a little hoarseness in her throat, she was just like she had slept. Awake? You passed the 3rd level. There is a special selection officer outside to pick you up. You can go with him, Dr. Huang said, with the same gentle expression as always. Shin Lily responded softly, and walked out of the small room. Looking at Shin Lily's back as she left, Dr. Huang was relieved and prayed silently in his heart. I just hope that I will never meet this brother and sister again in this life. Chapter 259. As soon as Shin Lily opened the door, she saw a federal soldier outside the door. As soon as he saw Shin Lily, he nodded gently and said, Come with me. After that, he led the way in front. Okay. Shin Lily responded and followed him. After a while, the federal soldier stood at the door of a meeting room and knocked 3 times. Come in. Shin Kaiyu's voice came from the room. Shin Lily was a little surprised. She didn't expect that her elder brother was here. She remembered that her elder brother was not the chief selection officer. Did she pass the selection? The selection officer who led the way didn't know what Shin Lily was thinking. After opening the door a little, he nodded to Shin Lily and said, Go in, you are the only one missing. Shin Lily, ? What does it mean to be the only one missing? Shin Lily, who was confused, nodded in confusion, and then walked into the meeting room alone. After entering, Shin Lily instantly understood what the selection official meant. In addition to the representatives of the military academy and the Corps, there were 5 other military academy students in the conference room. If she was included, the number would reach the quota for this selection. Little sister is here, sit down. Shin Kaiyu smiled at Shin Lily lovingly. Shin Lily nodded obediently, and then saw that Shin Kaiyu had sat with 2 other military academy students she didn't know. She had no choice but to sit next to Qiao Anan and his sister. Ollie, you really passed. Qiao Anan came over excitedly, and took her arm when she saw Shin Lily. Well, it seems that only the 4 of us have passed. Shin Lily looked at the several military academy students in the conference room. Except for her second brother, Qiao Anan and Qiao Yu, the other 2 military academy students were all unfamiliar faces. Qiao Anan nodded and said with some regret, It's a pity that brother Zixiang and brother Xiaobo did not pass the 2nd level. The 2nd level is indeed a bit difficult. Shin Lily looked curiously at the 2 unfamiliar military academy students opposite while speaking. The 2 military academy students were one tall and one thin. The thin one looked like a Persian cat with curly hair and beautiful facial features. The tall one exuded a cold aura all over his body, with a straight and strong, handsome face like a sculpture, which made him more imposing, reminiscent of a pack of wolves pouncing on prey on the tropical grassland, full of danger. But for some reason, Shin Lily always felt that she seemed to see 3 animals in them. One is a noble and lazy kitten, the other is a fierce wolf, and her second brother is the husky sitting in the middle. Shin Kaiyun just smiled and waved to her, and the whole person looked even more full of breath. Shinlili's mouth curled up slightly, and then she also waved to her second brother. Shinkayu, who was sitting in the main seat, coughed lightly when he saw that everyone was there. Then he looked at the military school students with a serious face and said, "First of all, congratulations to the juniors for successfully passing this selection competition. From now on, you are a member of the Federal National Mecha Team." After speaking, Shinkayu took the lead in applauding. The other adjutants and instructors also applauded out of respect. The 6 military academy students were a little shy in the applause of their instructors and superiors. After the applause, Shinkayu continued to speak seriously. Although you have passed the military academy selection, don't slack off. There are only 10 members of the National Mecha Team who will officially participate in the war. After the 5 major military academies passed the selection, there were a total of 30 military academy students selected, so there will be 20 military academy students in the later stage, and the ending is to become alternate members. In public and private, I hope that everyone who is a student of our 5th military academy can become a formal combat team member, so I hope you will also work hard and don't let us down. After hearing this, the 6 military academy students looked at each other, and then nodded solemnly to Shinkayu and said, "Okay." Shinkayu looked at the confident expressions of the students, and finally smiled at the corners of his mouth. "Okay, you will have a day off today and tomorrow. Meet at the school gate at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. During these 2 days, remember to say goodbye to your families. You will then undergo a 6-month special training. Your family members cannot visit you during this period, and you will not have a day off. I have given you all the instructions. Now let's disband." Shinkayu finished speaking, and took his 2 adjutants with him, and stood up to leave the conference room. When he passed by Shinlili, he gently touched her head. "Little sister, I'm leaving first." Shinkayu smiled dotingly. "Okay, goodbye, big brother." Shinlili waved goodbye obediently. Shinkayu smiled and nodded, and left with his 2 adjutants. After a few words of encouragement from the principal Song Qing, he also left with the corps representative. In the end, there were only 6 cadets left in the conference room. After introducing themselves, they said goodbye to each other. First, the young man Zhang Xiaoxiang, who looked like a Persian cat, waved goodbye and said, "I'm leaving first. See you the day after tomorrow." "See you the day after tomorrow." Chen Zhe nodded coldly and left. After saying goodbye to the 2 new alumni, Shinlili looked at Xiao Anan and asked, "Anan, what are your plans for the next 2 days?" Xiao Anan shook her head, looking a little lonely, saying, "My brother and I don't have any relatives to say goodbye to. To prevent accidents, we should stay in the room for the next 2 days." Xiao Yu comforted his sister's head and nodded to the 2 of them. Shinlili thought for a while and asked tentatively, "I'm going to the garbage planet these 2 days. Anan, if you have nothing to do you want to go with me?" Xiao Anan suddenly became energetic, looked up at Shinlili with surprise and asked, "Is it okay? Can you take me with you?" "Of course. It's more lively with more people." Shinlili smiled and nodded. Okay, then I play with you these 2 days." Xiao Anan hugged Shinlili's arm and said in surprise, "Well, let's go, come home with me first. My mother will definitely like you if she sees you." Shinlili happily took Xiao Anan's arm and walked outside, completely forgetting Shinkaiyun behind her. Xiao Anan also happily took Shinlili's arm and discussed Shin's father and mother together, and also forgot her own brother. The 2 brothers who were ignored behind them looked at each other silently, and there was a trace of the same helplessness in their eyes. After a while, Shinkaiyun took the initiative to put his arm around Xiao Yu's shoulders, and said with a hearty smile, "Let's go?" "Well, let's go." Xiao Yu rarely stopped being cold and said in a normal tone. Shinkaiyun's smile deepened, and then the 2 of them left the meeting room like good friends, arm in arm. Chapter 260. Because time was short, Shinlili took Xiao Anan and his sister back home, and then went out directly under Shin's mother's instructions. Then, they took the spaceship to the garbage planet, and finally arrived at the destination before the sun set. After coming out of the spaceship hall, Shinlili looked at the surrounding buildings, and couldn't help but be stunned. She remembered that when she first came to the Interstellar, even near the spaceship hall, there were mountains of garbage. But now, the smelly garbage mountains are gone, and they have become new high-rise buildings. "Ollie, what's wrong?" Xiao Anan saw Shinlili was in a daze, so she asked with some concern. "It's okay, I just feel that the changes are so big. I remember that there were garbage mountains around here before." Shinlili looked at the surrounding environment, and felt a strange feeling. It was as if her house was renovated by someone else. The moment she saw it when she entered the door, she almost thought she was in the wrong place. That's right. If you hadn't said before that this was a garbage planet, I would have thought it was a tourist planet. Xiao Anan also looked around in surprise. I may know why, Shin Kai-yun said with a smile on his face. Now everyone looked at Shin Kai-yun, including Xiao Yu, who was not interested in anything. This planet has changed so much because of you, little sister. Shin Kai-yun looked at Shin Lily and smiled. Shin Lily was confused and asked in confusion, what does it have to do with me? Looking at the curious eyes of several people, Shin Kai-yun's smile became bigger, and then he stopped keeping the secret and said, little sister, sometimes you underestimate yourself too much. Maybe you don't know it yourself, but you are a household name on this planet. Shin Lily got goosebumps from being praised, and then she said with disdain, although I like the feeling of being praised, can you be more realistic? Xiao Anan listened with great interest, and began to urge, Shin Kai-yun, continue. Shin Kai-yun saw that his sister still didn't believe him, and immediately said unconvinced, I'm not bragging. You should know that you first passed the military academy, and then refined the mental healing potion. The most important thing is that you have stayed on this planet, so some superstitious people will think that this planet is a feng shui treasure land, and finally choose to settle here. Then as long as more people settle here, the economy of the garbage planet will naturally improve, and slowly it will become what it is now. Shin Lily felt that Shin Kai-yun had some truth in what he said. But he couldn't help it, looked at him with some suspicion and said, why do I feel like you are making up a story? Shin Kai-yun pretended to be helpless, shrugged his shoulders and said, little sister, regardless of whether you believe it or not, as your brother, I advise you to leave here now. What do you mean? Shin Lily's face was full of question marks. But the next second, Shin Lily understood what Shin Kai-yun meant. The crowd around who had only dared to observe secretly seemed to have confirmed something, and their voices gradually became excited. That's the goddess Lily, right? It's her, it's her, it's her, and she looks exactly the same as the information on the Star Network. Li Bao is so beautiful, I want her autograph. The voices became louder and louder, and the crowd got closer and closer, just before Shin Lily was about to be drowned. Shin Lily shivered with fear, and quickly turned on the stealth mode on the bracelet, and then disappeared in the spaceship hall. Hey, where is the goddess? Shin Lily is missing. Go to Grandma Win's orphanage, Goddess Lily will definitely go there. I don't know who in the crowd came up with this idea, and the entire spaceship hall was empty in an instant. In the end, only Xiao Anan and his sister and Shin Kai-yun were left in the hall, standing there in disheveled clothes. Xiao Anan straightened her hair that had been squeezed into a mess just now, and then said with some vicissitudes of life, it seems that Ollie is really popular. Shin Kai-yun laughed gloatingly and said, just get used to it, my sister is popular everywhere. Xiao Anan rolled her eyes at Shin Kai-yun, and then silently hugged Xiao Yu's arm. Compared with the two brothers, Ollie's second brother is really a bit hard to describe. Ollie doesn't even know where she went now, and he can still feel at ease here to gloat. Trash brother. Despise? However, thinking of the missing Shin Lily, Xiao Anan asked worriedly, Ollie is alone now. I wonder if she will be in danger? Xiao Yu also frowned worriedly. Only Shin Kai-yun was not worried at all, and silently took out a fur ball from his arms. What is this? Xiao Anan and his sister looked at the little ball in confusion. They didn't seem to notice the existence of this ball just now. This is my sister? Shin Kai-yun explained to the two, while rubbing the little white tiger with his face in satisfaction. Shin Lily howled at the shocked two people, and then quickly pushed Shin Kai-yun's stinky face away with her claws. Xiao Anan, Xiao Yu, Finally, Shin Kai-yun took out the hovercraft with a cat face. He took 3 people, oh no, 2 people and 1 beast, to the orphanage together. In the hovercraft, Xiao Anan carefully hugged Shin Lily, her eyes full of joy, and said, Ollie, you look so cute like this. The little white tiger raised its chin proudly, and whimpered in a baby voice. Although Xiao Anan didn't understand what Ollie was saying, she was still moved by her cuteness. Only Shin Kai-yun, who was driving in front, took the time to look back and said disdainfully, little sister, although I admit that you are cute, you are definitely not the cutest in the world. Awoo. Shin Lily glared at Shin Kai-yun with her round tiger eyes, and her little tiger teeth were exposed. Xiao Anan also glared at Shin Kai-yun unhappily and said, Ollie is the cutest in the world. Seeing that he had angered the two ladies, Shin Kai-yun could only compromise helplessly and said, right, my sister is the cutest in the world. Humph! Shin Lily and Xiao Anan hummed with satisfaction, and then continued to blow each other's rainbow farts. Shin Kai-yun looked through the rearview mirror at the two girls, who were chatting enthusiastically even though they could not communicate with each other. He shook his head and laughed. Then he continued to drive seriously. Chapter 261. Not long after, the hovercraft arrived at the destination. Shin Kai-yun looked at the dense crowd outside, and did not open the door immediately. Instead, he turned back and asked Shin Lily and the others, "To prevent these people from recognizing us, should we disguise ourselves before getting off the car?" Xiao Anan and Xiao Yu looked at each other, and saw from each other's eyes that they were still in a state of fear. Without much thought, the brother and sister looked at Shin Kai-yun together, and nodded in agreement at the same time. "What?" Shin Lily raised her paw and asked. Shin Kai-yun reached out and rubbed Shin Lily's little head and said, "You don't need to disguise yourself. Just keep this form for the time being." "What?" Shin Lily nodded obediently. Not long after, 3 teenagers, who wrapped themselves tightly and covered their faces with a pair of big sunglasses, got off the car holding a little white tiger. Shin Kai-yun put away the hovercraft and then made a gesture to move forward. Xiao Anan and Xiao Yu nodded, and then followed Shin Kai-yun to the gate in a low-key manner. The 3 people's sneaky appearance also attracted the attention of others, who thought it was Shin Lily. However, when they saw that Shin Lily was not there, someone immediately rolled his eyes in disgust and said, "Why are you dressed like this in broad daylight? I thought it was Goddess Lily who came. Maybe you dressed like this on purpose to attract the attention of Goddess Lily." An old lady next to him said contemptuously. "Too cunning." The people around couldn't help but say jealously. Amid the contempt of a bunch of Shin Lily's fanatical fans, Shin Kai-yun and the other 2 finally succeeded and arrived at the gate of the orphanage. The orphanage security guard thought it was another fan looking for Shin Lily, so he waved his hand in annoyance and said, "I've told you that Miss Lily is not here. How many times do I have to say it before you believe me?" "Yeah, we know we believe it." Shin Kai-yun nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the orphanage security guard was a little surprised and glanced at Shin Kai-yun. It was rare to meet a fan who listened to him. So he also had a little patience and asked, "Then what are you doing here?" "Let me make it clear first, I won't let you in." No, we are here to see Grandma Wen, and then we can go in by ourselves." While saying this, Shin Kai-yun took his sister's light computer and swiped it on the access control. After the system automatically recognized it successfully, the door opened in the surprised eyes of the security guard. Then Shin Kai-yun politely nodded to the security guard again, and went in with his 3 companions. And the security guard looked at the 3 people who walked in openly with a confused face. Just in case, he quickly checked the access control records on the computer. What came into view was Shin Lily's name and avatar. It turned out to be them. The security guard put away the computer with sudden realization. Then he recalled carefully that there seemed to be a girl among the 3 people who were covered tightly just now. Maybe that person was Shin Lily. Before the security guard could think more, the crowd outside who saw Shin Kai-yun and others in person went crazy. "Why can they go in, but we can't?" "That's right, they are dressed in a sneaky way. We are all fans, so are we still engaging in class privileges?" Seeing the fans who started to make noise again, the guard picked up the loudspeaker and shouted rudely, "Noisy, noisy, noisy. You bunch of fake fans. The one who just came in was Miss Lily. You can't even recognize your idol, and you still have the nerve to say that you are a fan." As soon as the guard finished speaking, the crowd fell into a dead silence. Then there were constant sounds of "wow." Shin Kai-yun led everyone to the orphanage, came to the director's office, and then knocked on the door gently a few times. "Come in." A gentle and kind voice sounded. With a click, the door was gently opened. Shin Lily, who was crawling in Xiao An's arms, looked up excitedly. Sure enough, he saw a white-haired old lady in the room. The grandmother was over 60 years old, with gray hair on her temples, wrinkles on her face, and a pair of reading glasses on her nose. "Who are you?" Although Grandma Wen didn't know the 3 teenagers in front of her, she still had a kind smile on her face and asked. "What?" Shin Lily flew out of Xiao Anan's arms, and after transforming into a human body in midair, she flew directly into Grandma Wen's arms. "Grandma, do you miss me?" Shin Lily's white little face rubbed Grandma Wen's arm affectionately. My grandma was stunned for a while, then touched Shin Lily's hair in disbelief and said, "Ollie, is it Ollie?" "It's me." Shin Lily raised her little face and smiled brightly. Okay. Grandma Wen held Shin Lily's little face excitedly, stroking and looking at it non-stop, as if she couldn't see enough. Shin Lily also smiled and let Grandma Wen stroke her, as if she would never get tired of being touched. Xiao Anan looked at the warm scene in front of her, and couldn't help feeling touched and envious. But she also has her most cherished ones, and the ones who cherish her the most. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look up at her brother, and just found Xiao Yu looking down at her. Xiao Anan's mouth suddenly curled up a bright smile, and she took the initiative to reach out and hold his big hand. Xiao Yu looked at his sister with doting eyes, and then rubbed Xiao Ainan's hair with his big hand. Wait until Shenlili and Grandma Wen finished talking about their thoughts. Grandma Wen remembered that there were 3 people next to her, and hurriedly said with a smile, "You are Ali's friends, come and sit down, there are snacks on the table, take them if you want to eat." "Thank you, Grandma," Shen Kaiyun said respectfully. Whether it is because of the elders, or because of Grandma Wen's care for her younger sister for 10 years. In Shen Kaiyun's heart, his respect for Grandma Wen was no less than that for his own grandfather. Xiao Ainan and his sister also thanked politely, and then sat on the sofa next to them. Shenlili, who was still nestling in Grandma Wen's arms, almost forgot to introduce everyone. So she quickly stood up and introduced everyone. "Grandma, this is my second brother Shen Kaiyun, this is my classmates Xiao Ainan and Xiao Yu. Ainan, Xiao Yu brother, second brother, this is Grandma Wen, you can also call Grandma." "Hello Grandma Wen," the 3 shouted sweetly. Okay, you are all good children, haven't you had dinner yet? Come with me to the cafeteria to eat." Grandma Wen smiled happily. "Okay, thank you Grandma." The 4 got up obediently and followed Grandma Wen to the cafeteria together. Chapter 262. During dinner, Shenlili met enthusiastic little fans again. Shenlili spent the whole night hugging this one, hugging that one, giving gifts to this one, giving gifts to that one. Even Shen Kaiyun and the others had their space button shrunk a lot because they were sweetly called brother and sister by many cute kids. In this way, the few people stayed in the orphanage until the next morning before they began to prepare to leave. When they parted, Shenlili stayed in Grandma Wen's arms for a long time before she was forced to get on the hovercraft by Grandma Wen, who pretended to be angry. "Grandma, I will come back to see you when I am free." Shenlili waved reluctantly in the car. "Okay, let's go." Grandma Wen smiled softly. "Goodbye, Grandma." After the 4 said goodbye, the hovercraft started. Grandma Wen looked at the car going away, and her gentle and smiling eyes gradually became more complicated. She knew that the current Li was not her Li. Originally, Grandma Wen was a little worried that Li was in danger or was harmed by the current Li. But after a night of getting along, she was sure that the current Li was a very kind child, and would not take the initiative to harm her Li. But if that was the case, why didn't Li come back to see her grandmother? Grandma Wen stood at the door of the orphanage in disappointment, her eyes full of worry and loneliness for Su Li. "The orphanage is still there, but where are you, Li?" Just when Grandma Wen was sad and worried, she suddenly received a message on her light brain. Grandma Wen was slightly stunned, then clicked on the message, and the sentence that came into her eyes made her eyes wet instantly. "Grandma, the old Li is back home." Shenlili and the other car put away the virtual screen after sending this message. She vaguely felt that Grandma Wen seemed to have noticed something, but Shenlili was afraid that she was wrong. So she sent this sentence for some reason. If she was wrong, Grandma Wen would just think that she was sighing about the past. If she was not wrong, Grandma Wen would naturally understand the hidden meaning of this sentence. Shenlili sighed slightly. Whether Grandma Wen noticed it or not, it was better than making random guesses in the future. After all, she had no confidence that she could deceive Grandma Wen, who had taken care of Su Lili for 10 years. "Ali, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so worried?" Xiao Ainan looked at the sighing Shenlili, and couldn't help asking with concern. "It's okay, I just feel a little reluctant." Shenlili found an excuse and smiled. After all, this matter is not suitable for a heart-to-heart talk. Fortunately, Xiao Ainan didn't think much about it, and just thought that Shenlili was reluctant to leave the orphanage. So she hugged Shenlili comfortingly and said, "It's okay, I come back with you later." "And me?" Shen Kaiyun also took the time to turn his head and replied. Xiao Yu also looked at Shenlili and nodded. Shenlili felt warm in her heart, her eyebrows slightly curved and smiled. "Thank you everyone." "No need to say thank you, we are partners aren't we?" Xiao Ainan took Shenlili's hand and smiled. "Yeah." Shenlili nodded with a smile. "Little sister, where are you going next?" Shen Kaiyun took the time to ask while driving the hover car. "Yeah, there is another uncle. We will go home after visiting him. Second brother, I sent you the address." As Shenlili spoke, she sent the location to Shen Kaiyun's light brain. "Okay, let's go." Shen Kaiyun glanced at the address, memorized it in his mind, and then drove faster. Soon, Shenlili and the others arrived near a garbage dump. "Little sister, is this it?" Shen Kaiyun asked uncertainly. "Let me take a look." Shenlili leaned on the car window and looked down. In the end, she didn't find the house, but saw the person she was looking for being chased by several zergs. "Second brother." Open the car door quickly. Shin-Lili shouted anxiously. Oh! Okay. Shin Kai-yun opened the door of the hovercraft without hesitation. Ollie, what happened? Xiao Anan brushed away her hair that was messed up by the wind and asked nervously. The person I'm looking for is in danger. Shin-Lili didn't have time to explain, and directly transformed into a beast, flapping her wings and flying in one direction at a high speed. Ollie! Little sister. Shin Kai-yun gritted his teeth, turned the direction of the hovercraft, and quickly chased after Shin-Lili. On the other side, a middle-aged man was dragging his severely injured thigh and stumbling to escape in the garbage dump. From time to time, he picked up rags from the ground and threw them at the Zerg behind him, trying to delay time. Unfortunately, rags are rags. The Zerg just raised its forelimbs and swung it, cutting it in half. He Dong's face was solemn, but he was not panicked. He still calmly fought a guerrilla war with several Zergs. Although he was just a veteran of the Federation, he would never fade even if he retired. Sizzle! The Zerg didn't care whether you were a veteran or not. They raised their two sharp forelimbs and attacked the already seriously injured prey. Facing the attack, He Zhong twisted his waist and barely avoided it. But the violent movement also made the injury to his thigh more serious. He Zhong groaned, gritted his teeth, and endured the severe pain, then got up and ran forward. But the continuous bleeding in his thigh made his body gradually heavy, and his consciousness began to be dizzy. Bang! Because of his severe dizziness, He Zhong accidentally tripped over the garbage and fell heavily to the ground. But he still gritted his teeth and struggled to get up. No! He can't fall down now. He hasn't brought the news of the Zerg's sneak attack to the 5th Legion. Can't fall down. He Zhong bit his lips and bled, but still desperately insisted on crawling forward. Unfortunately, he defeated himself, but couldn't defeat the Zerg chasing behind him. The reality that he couldn't escape still gave him a fatal blow. The sharp insect limbs ruthlessly passed through his abdomen, and the surging blood instantly dyed his abdomen red. It also dyed the originally dirty and stinking soil red. Chapter 263. Looking at the prey in hand, the Zerg hissed excitedly. It lifted He Zhong up with its forelimbs and began to put it into its mouth impatiently. Ah! The angry and sad tiger roar suddenly resounded throughout the garbage dump. A white light in the distance rushed over like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Zerg's forelimb that was originally strung on He Zhong was torn off by Shin-Lili's claws. Then Shin-Lili quickly transformed into a human body and quickly caught the falling He Zhong. You? Who are you? He Zhong raised his head with great effort, trying to see who Shin-Lili was. But his vision had been stained with scarlet, and his mouth was spitting blood uncontrollably. Before Shin-Lili could answer, He Zhong seemed to see something. His eyes suddenly widened and he shouted, "Be careful!" But the next second, He Zhong found that his worries were unnecessary. I saw a layer of mental power barrier, which quickly protected the two of them in the barrier. No matter how the Zerg outside attacked, the mental barrier could not be moved at all. Uncle He, I'm Lili, don't move. I help you heal your wound. Shin-Lili's mental power materialized into a long knife, first cutting off the Zerg forelimb outside the wound. When she was about to take the next step, her wrist was held tightly by He Zhong. Don't worry about me. Quickly notify the 5th Legion. The Zerg is about to attack the garbage planet. They have successfully established 3 wormhole channels 10 kilometers ahead. When He Zhong knew that the person coming was Shin-Lili, he breathed a sigh of relief and said anxiously. Shin-Lili's breath was choked immediately. She was already exhausted by a wormhole. Now there are 3. Shin-Lili did not dare to delay, and immediately contacted her grandfather with the optical brain. Ollie, how come you have time to look for Grandpa? Are you in danger? Are you injured? Shin Mujiang originally thought that his granddaughter was looking for him to chat, but he saw the figure of the Zerg and He Zhong who could die at any time. Grandpa, I am on the garbage planet. This veteran is Uncle He. He said that the Zerg is about to attack the garbage planet, and has successfully established 3 wormhole channels 10 kilometers ahead of me. Shin-Lili suppressed her nervousness and reported clearly. After understanding the meaning of her granddaughter's words, Shin Mujiang's eyebrows jumped, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. If there was only one wormhole, Shin Mujiang would not be so nervous. Because the person in power on the garbage planet usually has a Klein stone in his hand to prevent the crisis of wormholes. But now, a mere garbage planet has 3 wormholes at the same time. If the wormhole cannot be closed, or it is closed for too long, then this garbage planet will be doomed to fall. At that time, everyone will become the food of the Zerg. Thinking of this, Shin Mujiang's face became more solemn, and he immediately told Shin-Lili seriously, Ollie, protect yourself. I will send troops to support you immediately. Okay. Shin Lily nodded with a serious face. Be careful, Shin Mujiang said worriedly, and then reluctantly hung up the video. Watching the 5th Legion receive the news with his own eyes, the seriously injured He Zhong finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then fell into a coma completely. Uncle He? Shin Lily looked at He Zhong, who was on the verge of death, and did not dare to delay any longer, and immediately performed a debridement operation. At this time, Shin Kaiyun and his team also arrived. The three of them tacitly did not disturb Shin Lily, but immediately launched a counterattack against several Zergs. Not long after, Shin Kaiyun and his team easily solved these arrogant Zergs with overwhelming strength. What happened to my little sister? Who is this person? Shin Kaiyun put away the spear that materialized his mental power, and several Zerg blood stuck to the spear fell off. Shin Lily removed the mental barrier, and while treating He Zhong, he explained to Shin Kaiyun and the others, "This is Uncle, he who recommended me to the military academy. In addition, second brother, you should quickly inform the planetary governor of this planet. The Zerg have built 3 wormhole channels 10 kilometers ahead of us. I am afraid that the Zerg army will launch an attack at any time." Okay. I understand. After listening, Shin Kaiyun did not dare to delay, and immediately used the family authority to notify the planetary governor of the garbage planet. However, the planetary governor, who had already received the notification from the 5th Legion, when he knew that Shin Kaiyun and the others were also on the scene. Instantly, he wanted to vomit blood 3,000 feet. Originally, he could barely keep calm against the sneak attack of the Zerg, but now, he was almost scared to death. Shin Kaiyun, the heir of the 5th family, was here, but he didn't expect that even Shin Lily was here. If something happened to Shin Lily, how would he explain it to his superiors, and the people of the Federation? No matter how much he wanted to complain, the planet commander immediately sent troops to support Shin Lily and the others. Finally, he specifically told the rescue troops to bring the people back safely. After arranging Shin Lily, the planet commander and the major general of the corps stationed on the garbage planet deployed all the pre-war preparations in advance. The first thing was to open the energy shields of all cities on the garbage planet. After the fall of the garbage planet, there was a last line of protection to resist the Zerg attack. Then all the federal people on the planet were arranged to hide in the military air raid shelter. Finally, all the troops were ordered to form an encirclement to stop the Zerg invading from the 3 wormholes. One instruction after another was clearly and accurately conveyed from the battle command room. All of a sudden, all the cities on the garbage planet sounded the Zerg attack alarm at the same time. Hearing the Zerg attack alarm, all the ordinary people on the garbage planet instantly fell into panic and confusion, until soldiers and policemen in the crowd kept shouting with loudspeakers to follow him. The crowd was gradually calmed down, and then followed the large army to move together. Chapter 264. On the other side, with the sound of the alarm over the city, Shin Lily put He Zhong, who was no longer in danger, on the hovercraft. Then he set the address of the orphanage, and let the hovercraft drive to the input address automatically. After sending He Zhong away, the 4 young boys and girls nodded to each other without hesitation and took out an SSS mecha each. I didn't expect that the SSS mecha that I rented from the school just in case would actually come in handy, Xiao Anan said with a bit of laughter. Anan, brother Xiao Yu, if you can successfully save the garbage planet this time, I can apply to the military for the right to use 2 SSS mechas that belong to you, and the loss of the mecha can also be reimbursed. Shin Lily knew the situation of Xiao Anan and the others, so she made a very tempting proposal. The right to use means that except for malicious damage to the mecha, all losses will be borne by the military, and there is no need to rent. The mecha will not be taken back by the military until you have your own SSS mecha. Xiao Yu and Xiao Anan, shock. Now, not to mention Xiao Anan, even Xiao Yu's eyes could no longer maintain their aloofness. Xiao Anan even threw herself directly at Shin Lily and asked in surprise, Ollie, is it true? Originally, Xiao Anan and Xiao Yu were having a headache because they had no mecha to participate in the competition. Although the brother and sister could rent a mecha from the military academy, they simply couldn't afford the rental and maintenance costs. But if they could get the right to use the military's SSS mecha, it would help them solve a big problem. Shin Lily nodded affirmatively. If the military didn't give it, she could use her merit points to exchange for the right to use 2 SSS mechas, and give them to Anan and others to drive. Anyway, she had enough merit points, so it was useless to leave them there. Xiao Anan was almost excited to get Ali's affirmative answer. She couldn't wait to enter the cockpit, and excitedly shouted in the mecha channel, "What are you waiting for? Let's go!" Shin Lily's mouth curled up a smile, and when she was about to get on the mecha, Shin Kai-yun next to her suddenly threw a coquettish eye and said, "Little sister, is there anything for me?" Shin Lily's smile disappeared, and then she smiled and said, "Please leave without stopping." After that, Shin Lily didn't bother to pay attention to Shin Kai-yun, and directly boarded her own Shinshin mecha. Shin Kai-yun curled his lips and whispered, "If there is no, then there is no. Why are you so fierce? You are becoming more and more like a tigress." Shin Lily, who had already entered the cockpit, saw Shin Kai-yun still there, and immediately raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Second brother, what are you dawdling about?" Shin Kai-yun was so scared that he shuddered all over and dared not to complain anymore. He immediately boarded his Bing-1 mecha and set off with everyone. When they were about 5 kilometers away from the wormhole, Shin Lily and his team were stopped by the original garrison troops on the garbage planet. "There is a worm tied ahead. Except for the Legion, please turn around and hide in the air raid shelter immediately." The federal colonel who led the army drove the mecha and blocked the 4 mechas with heartache. For SSS mechas, these SSS-level soldiers, if they help to resist the Zerd together, their chances of winning will be much greater. Unfortunately, they do not belong to the Federal Legion, so even the colonel himself cannot let them go privately. The 4 people who didn't expect to be stopped also looked at each other in confusion. "Second brother, what should we do now?" Shin Lily asked in her mecha team channel while pressing the wireless headset. "It's not a big problem. I communicate with him," Shin Kai-yun said, and pressed the loudspeaker button. Then he said to the federal colonel righteously, "Sir, we are military academy students of the Federation. We have the obligation to participate in the battle. Moreover, the situation is so urgent now. Why should we be so clear? Don't you think so?" The federal colonel nodded involuntarily, but shook his head quickly and said, "Since you are military academy students, you are my juniors, so I can't let you take risks. You should go back." After another round of wrangling, the federal major still refused to let them go in. "Second brother, let me do it," Shin Lily suddenly interrupted. "Okay, you try it." Shin Kai-yun was speechless about this stubborn federal colonel. Shin Lily coughed, attracted everyone's attention, and then said, "Hello, we want to go in." Shin Kai-yun, This seems to be worse than him. The federal colonel was also annoyed by them, and directly refused coldly. "I said no, it's no, you should go back quickly." Shin Lily was not angry, but continued to say lightly, "We are SSS mecha soldiers." The federal colonel hesitated. Shin Lily saw that there was a chance, raised his eyebrows, and continued, "We are 4 SSS mecha soldiers." The federal colonel was shaken. Shin Lily took another strong medicine and said, "We are a single soldier with 4 SSS mechas." "Stop, stop, stop! No need to say, I go ask the commander." The federal colonel collapsed. "Okay, thank you, sir." Shin Lily blinked her innocent eyes, and said obediently, "Federal colonel, This is the devil." After shaking his head, the federal colonel reported the current situation to his superior, the highest person in charge of the Legion, the federal major general stationed on the garbage planet. When the federal major general heard that there were 4 SSS mecha soldiers, he agreed without thinking. "Those who disagree are fools." After receiving the reply from his superior, the federal colonel had no reason to disagree. After registering the information of the 4 people, he waved his hand, and signaled the 4 people to go in. Shin Lily and the other 4 were instantly delighted. After nodding to each other, they drove the mecha together and rushed in. Chapter 265. On the other side, the planet commander in the battle command room saw that the federal major could still laugh, so he asked curiously, "What happened? What makes you so happy?" "Oh, it's a good thing. Just now, a few SSS mecha cadets wanted to go to the warning range of the wormhole to help. I saw that they were so enthusiastic, of course I couldn't bear to refuse, so I agreed directly." The federal major general smiled proudly. But the planet commander felt a jolt in his heart when he heard it. Military cadets? Oh my god! Could it be the cadets he knew? That old song, "Please pass the information of the 4 cadets to me." The planet commander seemed to have thought of something and said nervously, "What's wrong with you? You look so flustered?" Although the federal major general didn't understand, he still passed the information over. The planet commander didn't have time to pay attention to him at the moment. He quickly clicked on the information and almost died instantly. "Damn it, Lao Lin, don't scare me. If you fall down now, what should I do?" The federal major general saw his partner slumped in the chair with a look of despair on his face, and he instantly became nervous. He quickly grabbed the planetary commander's shoulders and shook him vigorously. He was already too sad, and was shaken to death like this, adding new hatred and old hatred to anger. Finally, the planetary commander could no longer bear it, and punched this brainless federal major general hard. After being hit on the head by a punch, the federal major general named Lao Song immediately asked pitifully, "Why did you hit me for no reason? Why did you put those ancestors in there?" The planetary chief asked even more aggrievedly. "Major General of the Federation, ? Isn't it just a few military academy students? What's so shocking? Sooner or later, they will have to face these Zergs," the Major General of the Federation said with a look of ruthlessness and unreasonableness. The planetary chief sighed deeply, then gave up struggling and said with a headache, "The military academy students you mentioned, one is the future martial successor of the 5th Legion, and the other is Shin Lily, the future hope of the Federation. Do you think we can get away with it if any of them gets into trouble?" Hearing this, the expression of the Major General of the Federation froze instantly, as if he was struck by lightning. After a long while, he suddenly reacted, and then he collapsed, hugged the planet chief's thigh and cried, "Lao Lin, save my life." The planet chief chuckled, and didn't want to think at all. The whole person was like a salted fish and said, "I'm tired, destroy it." "No, I think it can still be rescued." The federal major general cried with an expression of "Don't give up, I can still be saved." The planet chief glanced at the pitiful federal major general, and finally sighed deeply. "Since they have been allowed in, it is impossible to drive them out. Go and notify your soldiers and let them protect the 2 little ancestors." Although the federal major general wanted to arrest these ancestors directly, but he pondered for a while about the feasibility, and finally found bitterly that there seemed to be no better way than this. Finally, the federal major general sighed, and conveyed the matter to his men. On the other side, as soon as Shin Lily and his team entered the warning range of the wormhole, they were shocked by the overwhelming Zerg and the battle between humans and Zerg. Thousands of military mechas were fighting with the Zerg in the encirclement. On the surface, the military now has the upper hand and successfully prevented the spread of the Zerg. But the Zerg also prevented the military mechas from approaching the wormhole. If the 3 wormholes in the central position of the Zerg continue to emerge from the Zerg, the military's hope of defending the garbage planet will become increasingly slim. The military's leading combat commander naturally realized this. Now they only have one Klein stone in their hands, although they can't close all the wormholes. But as long as they can close one wormhole, the military's winning rate can be increased by more than 20%. But the problem is that the Zerg is now strictly guarding the military's mechas. Let alone approaching the wormhole, they can't even break through the periphery. Damn it, it would be great if there were a few SSS mech soldiers at this time. The commander stared at the wormholes with hatred, and the anger in his eyes was so strong that he wanted to burn through them, but his tone was full of helplessness. The Federation is so big, and SSS mech soldiers are basically on the front line or important planets. For a garbage planet like theirs, there is only one 2 mech soldier at most, and even so, they feel very lucky. It is estimated that these despicable Zergs took advantage of this, so they dared to attack the garbage planet. If he was not the commander, but an SSS mech soldier, he would have wanted to go up himself and teach these Zergs a lesson. Just when the commander was getting more and more desperate, suddenly a strange mech channel applied to join the military mech channel. The commander didn't think much about it, thinking that it was reinforcements sent by the military, so he agreed to the request of this strange mech team. "Hello, sir. We are SSS mecha soldiers. We request to join the battle." Shin Kai-yun said seriously while pressing the wireless headset. He also saw the current situation of the war. If it drags on, this garbage planet will fall soon. When the commander heard that it was an SSS mecha soldier, he was stunned for a second, thinking that he had heard it wrong. "SSS mecha soldier?" the commander asked in disbelief. Could it be that God has mercy on him for being single for 30 years, and he has devoted his whole life to serving the country, and shed his blood for the Federation? So whatever he wants will come true. Chapter 266. Shin Kai-yun didn't know the commander's train of thought. Thinking that he didn't hear clearly, he repeated it again seriously. "Yes, SSS mecha soldiers, and there are 4 of us in total." Okay, you came just in time. I will give you a task now. The task requires you to send this Klein stone into one of the wormholes. I know this task is difficult, but for the people of the Federation on the garbage planet, I can only ask you to do it," the commander said solemnly and pleadingly. "Understood. We must complete the mission." Shin Kai-yun saluted directly and agreed without any hesitation. "Okay, thank you on behalf of the people of the garbage planet." The commander also saluted solemnly. After that, Shin Kai-yun switched the mecha channel back to his team and repeated the content and risks of the mission to Xiao Anan and the others. Xiao Anan and the others naturally understood the current situation and also agreed without hesitation. Shin Kai-yun looked at the few people with some emotion, then went to the commander alone and got the Klein stone. After returning to his team, Shin Kai-yun held the Klein stone in his hand and began to arrange the next battle plan. "Little sister, you take this Klein stone and be responsible for sealing the wormhole." Shin Kai-yun handed the Klein stone to his younger sister. Shin Lily did not question it at all. After taking the Klein stone, she nodded vigorously and agreed. After explaining the most important Klein stone, Shin Kai-yun continued, "I will be responsible for the lead in a while. Qiao Anan and Qiao Yu will assist my younger sister. If there is no problem, we will set off now." After Shin Kai-yun finished talking about everyone's arrangements, his mecha solemnly extended a hand, and then looked up at the mechas of the other three. Shin Lily glanced at her second brother, and firmly attached the hand of her mecha to Shin Kai-yun's hand. Qiao Anan and Qiao Yu's mechas looked at each other, and also put their hands on without hesitation. Finally, the four people who held hands together nodded at the same time as if to encourage each other. Then they raised their hands, and waved them down vigorously, and the four boys and girls drove the mecha together, and rushed towards the sea of insects without hesitation. Facing the overwhelming attack of the sea of insects, the four people rushed forward in a triangular formation. Shin Kai-yun held a spear, and led the charge at the front, and Qiao Anan and his sister fought, and finished off the Zerg on the left and right. Shin Lily in the middle was not idle either, but watched the three people carefully, and once anyone was in danger or had a flaw, he would help in time. The other mechas that were fighting naturally noticed this mecha team. Seeing their ferocious appearance like a killer, they immediately caused a cry of surprise. "Oh my god, is this an SSS mecha soldier? This killing power is too terrifying. Who are they? How come these SSS mechas have never been seen in the army? That? I seem to have seen them?" The two SSS mechas on the left and right seem to be mechas that can be rented by the 5th Military Academy, and are usually only rented to Military Academy students. So they are still students? At this moment, all the federal soldiers were shocked, and then they began to speculate about their identities. Because of the addition of Shin Lily and others, the commander, who was much more relaxed later, didn't care whether Shin Lily and others were military school students or not. In times of disaster, even if they were his own children, he had to go to the battlefield. What's more, military school students are the future federal soldiers. When the people of the Federation are in trouble, it is even more urgent. Just after thinking this, the commander's light brain suddenly received a message from his superior. The commander, who was still commanding the battle, was afraid that his major general had important things, so he immediately clicked on the message. As a result, when he saw the first sentence, he was a little unhappy. "What do you mean those military school students, two of whom are the marshal's children? They must be protected. At this time, what is the difference between high and low? The marshal's children are children, then the children of their garbage planet are grass." The commander curled his lips and looked at the second line again. The boy is Shin Kai-yun, the future successor of the Marshal of the 5th Legion. Seeing this sentence, the commander finally felt a little upset. Although there is no distinction between high and low, if a genius who has talent and strength but has not yet grown up is allowed to die, such a stupid behavior is no less than killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. The commander swallowed his saliva with trembling eyelids, and then looked at the second sentence. "The girl is Shin Lily, you must protect her and stop her from going to the battlefield if necessary." Commander Yama was stunned. At this moment, a sentence was replaying in his mind. "The girl is Shin Lily? The child is Shin Lily? Is it Shin Lily? Shin Lily? Lily? Lee?" If Shin Kai-yun just made the commander feel that it was not good to let him experience the cruel war in advance, then Shin Lily made him regret it. Shin Lily, the one who invented the healing potion. Shin Lily who saved countless interstellar people and his comrades. He actually arranged the most dangerous task for the future hope of the Federation with his own hands. Is it too late to reincarnate now? The commander collapsed and held his head with both hands, and went crazy for 3 seconds. When the commander looked up again, there was a hint of madness in his eyes. He resolutely pressed the wireless headset and said to all the mecha teams, "Brothers, there is good news and bad news." The military mecha team, ? Although they were confused, they still listened carefully to the voice of their commander in the headset. The commander took a deep breath and said, "Everyone knows Shin Lily, right? The military mecha teams just thought that their commander had taken the wrong medicine today? Anyone who is a member of the Federal Army knows the name Shin Lily. If it weren't for her existence, the casualty rate of their army would have increased by at least 10%. It is precisely because of the existence of the mental healing potion invented by Shin Lily that the probability of their comrades being sacrificed can be reduced by 10%. Chapter 267. Don't underestimate just 10%. You have to know that the Federation Legion has at least several billion soldiers. This small 10% can save hundreds of millions of Federation soldiers. Especially Shin Lily, who came from their garbage planet, so some local Federation soldiers on the garbage planet. They even believe in her like a god. The commander knew that his question was stupid, so he didn't waste any words and directly told the good news. Shin Lily is here, and she is on the scene. Hearing the commander's words, the Federation soldiers were shocked and surprised, and only had surprise. Some Federation soldiers have even started to think that they will go to Shin Lily for an autograph after the war is over. But before they can be happy for a few seconds, the commander's next bad news comes. See those 4 SSS mechas. Shin Lily is inside. Sorry, I thought they were the people sent by the Legion to support us, so I assigned them the most dangerous task and asked them to seal the wormhole. This is my fault. I will be punished after the war. Please protect them now. As soon as the commander finished speaking, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield was dead silent for a few seconds. Then, there were constant wow sounds. It was only a few seconds, but the atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed completely. All the Legion mecha teams were like crazy, and their combat effectiveness suddenly exploded. At this moment, they had only one thought, that is, to kill all these damn Zergs and never let Goddess Lily get into danger. And that damn commander, after the war is over, they will definitely skin him alive. On the other side, the closer Shin Lily and his team got to the wormhole, the crazier the surrounding Zerg became. Originally, the Zerg were scattered, but as they gradually approached the wormhole, all the Zerg on the periphery, as if receiving an order, gradually gathered towards Shin Lily and his team. Seeing that even the sky was about to be covered by the Zerg army, Shin Kai-yun had to grit his teeth and summon a Su. But even so, the endless Zerg still made them exhausted. Especially on Xiao Anan and Xiao Yu's mechas, the dense scratches, bites and marks made people shudder. Now even Shin Lily had to join the battle, otherwise the 3 of them alone could not hold on. Seeing that the wormhole was just 100 meters ahead, Shin Kelly and his team could not get close at all. Moreover, the more time dragged on, the number of Zergs increased instead of decreased. Shin Kai-yun and his team were even forced to retreat several meters by the Zergs. Just when they couldn't hold on any longer, the military mecha team suddenly became brave and aggressive. The momentum of killing gods and killing Buddhas was just like a crazy fan seeing a goddess and a gangster. Kill whoever stands in the way. The Zerg had to disperse their firepower and start dealing with the military mecha team behind them. What happened? Why do the military people suddenly seem to be on drugs? Xiao Anan panted, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and couldn't help but ask curiously. No matter what happened, our chance has come. Little sister. It's up to you. Shin Kai-yun finished roaring. He sent all his mental power into the spear, then gritted his teeth and veins popped up, and used all his strength to swing forward. A 100-meter-long spear chi light blade, attacking the last 100 meters of the long road. Second brother, don't worry. Shin Lily said firmly, and the Xingqian mecha followed closely behind the gun chi light blade. The gun chi light blade was in front, and the Xingqian mecha was behind. One blade and one armor, like a beam of sunlight at dawn, instantly penetrated the darkness of this world. Let all the darkness, dampness, and turbidity dissipate under the bright yellow light. No matter how many years later the scene is recalled, it is still as beautiful and thrilling as it was at the beginning. The military mecha team that saw this terrifying attack from a distance couldn't help but be shocked. If they hadn't known in advance that the people in front of them were just military academy students, I'm afraid they would have mistaken them for generals who have been fighting on the battlefield for many years. Because only such existence can have such terrifying strength. But Shin Kai-yun, who used all his strength, didn't have the strength to see these. After he swung the gun, he spit out a mouthful of blood, and then the whole person fell into a coma. The Bingwan mecha also had to fall from the sky because it lost the control of its master. Seeing this, Xiao Anan and his sister quickly caught Shin Kai-yun and killed the Zerg, who took the opportunity to attack. At the same time, they looked at the Xingqian mecha that was following the Dao gun chi light blade with hope. Ollie, come on! And Shin Lily's situation was not as easy as everyone saw. At this moment, she was gritting her teeth and desperately following the light blade. In front of her was her brother's all-out attack, and the Klein stone in her hand was the future and hope of everyone on the garbage star. No matter which one, Shin Lily did not dare to relax at all. She was afraid that if she fell behind the light blade, she would be counterattacked by the Zerg, causing her brother's hard work to go to waste. Just before the gun-chi light blade disappeared, Shinlili used all her strength to pounce forward and finally sent the Klein stone into the wormhole. The wormhole, which was still generating suction, suddenly stopped for a few seconds, as if the machine was stuck. Then the wormhole began to generate suction in reverse, and the hole was also shrinking rapidly under this reverse attraction. Shinlili watched the wormhole gradually close with her own eyes, and finally showed a relieved smile. Success? Great! The second brother's efforts were not in vain. But Shinlili was happy for less than 3 seconds, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Next, how would she go back when she was exhausted? Shinlili swallowed in horror, and then looked behind her in despair. She saw countless ferocious Zergs attacking her in an overwhelming manner. Chapter 268. Ollie! Goddess Lily! Little ancestor! At this moment, everyone present screamed in fear. Everyone rushed to Shinlili's position like crazy. But because of the distance, Xiao Anan and his sister and the military mecha team were unable to provide timely support. In the end, they could only watch as countless Zergs submerged Shinlili's mecha in an instant. Ollie! Xiao Anan looked at the place where Shinlili was submerged by the Zerg, screaming in despair. Perhaps the more desperate you are, the easier it is to recall the past. At this moment, Xiao Anan's mind was full of every bit of her time with Shinlili. My 2 classmates, I think you seem to be blackmailed. Do you need me to call the police for you? Don't judge right or wrong without experiencing the suffering of others. Since they have joined the military academy, you are classmates now, and will be comrades in the future. In my impression, only the weak will point the knife in their hands at their classmates. So are you weak? It's all in the past. I believe in it will be very happy in the future. I'm going to a garbage planet these 2 days. And then, if you have nothing to do you want to go with me? Well, let's go home with me first. My mother will definitely like you if she sees you. Why? Why must Shinlili be sacrificed? Xiao Anan regretted it. She shouldn't have agreed to Shinlili and the others to get involved in this kind of thing. She shouldn't have given these 2 idiots a chance, and would rather sacrifice herself to save others. What does it matter to her if more people die? She doesn't want to be a hero. She just wants her friends, and it's enough to be alive. So Shinlili, don't die. Don't die. Xiao Anan tried her best to run to the place where Shinlili was drowned, and shouted to the front with bloodshot eyes, Shinlili, come back. Do you hear me? Come back. As soon as Xiao Anan's desperate roar fell, a fur ball suddenly rushed out from the sea of insects. Obviously, that fur ball was like a sesame seed in the sand, and it would have no sense of existence if you didn't pay attention. But it attracted Xiao Anan's full attention at once. She was stunned for a second, and then suddenly she was ecstatic, threw Shin Kaiyun to her brother, and started running toward Shinlili. Ollie! Here! Xiao Anan shouted loudly. Shinlili naturally noticed Xiao Anan, and after a howl, she ran towards her with all her strength. 1 second before the Zerg caught up with her, Shinlili finally succeeded and threw herself into Xiao Anan's mecha arms. Because of the exhaustion of both physical and mental strength, Shinlili felt that she was safe, and she couldn't hold on, and fell into a coma. Xiao Anan didn't have time to care about her situation, and hugged Shinlili, who was lost and found. The whole person was like a whirlwind, desperately running towards the army. Seeing his sister pick up Shinlili, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief and began to run back with Shin Kaiyun in his arms. In this way, Xiao Anan held Shinlili and Xiao Yu held Shin Kaiyun, and the 2 of them ran desperately towards the army under the pursuit of countless Zergs. Fortunately, Xiao Anan and his sister may not be as good as Shinlili and others in fighting, but if it comes to running away, Xiao Anan and his sister are still better. In addition, the military mecha team has always been very powerful, and Xiao Anan and his sister were protected by them after running for a while. Wait until everyone is completely safe. Xiao Anan and his sister relaxed, and then they both climbed out of the mecha cockpit exhausted. As soon as they came out, the brother and sister lay on the ground weakly, gasping for breath. After a long while, Xiao Anan and Xiao Yu finally had the strength to turn their heads and look at each other's arms. At this moment, the brother and sister were holding Mao Taozi, who had fainted at some point, in one of their arms, and Shin Kaiyun, who had already fainted in the other's arms. Xiao Anan and Xiao Yu both cared about the comatose Shinlili and her brother and sister, and confirmed that they were safe. The brother and sister were completely relieved. Then Xiao Anan and Xiao Yu smiled at each other, as if they were relieved inside. In the end, they both fell into a coma. When Shinlili regained consciousness, she woke up in a ward. She supported the bed with her elbows, and wanted to get up and look around. As a result, she saw Shin Kai-yun, who was still sleeping, and Xiao Anan and her brother and sister next door. Shin Lily did not disturb them. She got up by herself and quietly checked their bodies. After making sure that everyone was safe, she walked out of the ward with a sigh of relief. As she expected, she saw 2 federal soldiers at the door. "Miss Shin, you are awake. How are you?" one of the federal soldiers asked in a concerned voice. "Well, I am fine now. I just wanted to ask if the wormhole problem has been solved. And are all the people on the garbage planet okay?" Shin Lily looked at the federal soldiers expectantly, but asked with some concern. Although one wormhole was successfully sealed, there were still 2 wormholes at the scene. With the military strength of the garbage planet, even if it was successfully stopped, I am afraid the cost would be very high. Speaking of this, the 2 federal soldiers looked at each other, and then saluted Shin Lily together. Then the taller federal soldier said gratefully, "Miss Shin Lily, don't worry. Except for the normal casualties, the cost this time is actually very small. It is thanks to the 4 of you who successfully sealed a wormhole first, and finally we were able to succeed and wait for the support of the 5th Legion." "Really? That's good, thank you for telling me this." After listening, Shin Lily immediately relaxed and smiled. After that, the 2 sides flattered each other for a few more words, and Shin Lily said goodbye to them. Then she returned to the ward and waited for her little friend to wake up. However, the little friend had not woken up yet, but the big brother with a dark face came first. Chapter 269. Looking at the murderous Shinkayu in front of her, Shin Lily knew that her elder brother already knew without any guessing. Suddenly, she felt that her elder brother was more terrifying than the Zerd before. However, Shin Lily, who was already scared, did not dare to say anything. Her lips trembled and moved for a long time. Then she tried to say carefully, "Brother, let's talk about it nicely. If we can avoid fighting, we should not fight, okay?" "Heh." Shinkayu smiled with his eyes narrowed, then he used both hands to pull up his sister's cheeks and said, "Are you scared now? Where is the courage to break into the wormhole before?" "Big brother." "Oh, I'm wrong, I'm scared." Because she couldn't close her mouth, Shin Lily, who was a little sloppy when she spoke, quickly begged for mercy pitifully. Fortunately, Shinkayu didn't have the heart to continue to torture his sister. He snorted coldly and let go of her hand, saying, "If you dare to do it again next time, I will break your legs." "No, no." Shin Lily covered her cheeks with both hands, and nodded frantically, fearing that her elder brother would torture her again. Shinkayu then touched Shin Lily's head with satisfaction, and then looked at the 3 beds next to her. He said with some amusement and some unkindness, "Don't pretend to sleep. Get up when you wake up, especially you, Shinkai-yun, with your eyes so wide open. Are you afraid that others will find you awake?" As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Anan and his sister in the bed next to him half laid down a little embarrassedly. Shinkai-yun was even more embarrassed and coughed, "Brother, why are you here?" It was at this time that Shin Lily realized that the 3 of them were actually awake. It turned out that, when she was being scolded by her elder brother just now, they were actually watching the fun. Shin Lily, who understood, immediately looked at the 3 people with resentful eyes. When sacrificing teammates, wouldn't your conscience hurt? Shinkai-yun naturally noticed the resentful look in his sister's eyes. But compared with the terrifying elder brother, it is better to sacrifice the younger sister. Although he felt a little guilty, who let the enemy be Shinkai-yu? Seeing that his elder brother was scared, how could he dare to say anything? Anyway, the sister would at most be like this, being pulled by the elder brother. But if he was discovered by the elder brother, he would be skinned. It seemed to confirm Shinkai-yun's guess. Shinkai-yu really lived up to Shinkai-yun's high expectations, and a big chestnut hit his younger brother's head. It hurts, elder brother, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it next time." Shinkai-yun was so spineless that he began to admit his mistake timidly with a huge pain in his head. And to win sympathy, he howled loudly. If you don't know the truth, you might think that Shinkai-yun is some poor little abused kid. For example, at this moment, the 2 federal soldiers outside the door began to persuade quietly, "Major General, if you have something to say, please talk to them nicely. They are just children, and violence can't solve the problem." Yes, Major General, it's the interstellar age now, and the feudal patriarchal way is no longer popular. Another federal soldier was also worried, and persuaded Shin Lily and the others. "Thank you for your concern, I understand." Shinkai-yu replied gently to the outside, glared at his drama-minded brother, then shook his head helplessly, and walked to the side of Xiao Anan and his sister. Shinkai-yun, who escaped the disaster, stopped howling immediately, and made a face at Shinkai-yu's back. Shin Lily looked at her second brother with disdain, and then looked at Xiao Anan with curiosity. What did the eldest brother do? Could it be to let Anan and the others have a wonderful childhood? Thinking of this, Shin Lily raised her eyebrows, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up a gloating arc. She also stretched her neck to watch Xiaoan and the others' good show. Unfortunately, Shin Lily was disappointed that Shin Kaiyu not only did not scold Xiao Anan and the others. There was a gentle smile on his face, and even his tone was very kind. You are Anan and Xiao Yu, right? Thank you for saving my useless brother and sister. On behalf of the Shin family, I sincerely thank you. You're welcome, Xiao Yu said indifferently as always. Brother Shin, you are too polite. This is what we should do. Xiao Anan also waved her hand quickly, smiling with an awkward and cowardly expression. After seeing the miserable state of Shin Lily and her brother and sister, Xiao Anan felt that Ali's brother was so scary. If possible, you really don't have to come over to thank me, that would be the biggest thank you to me. Shin Kaiyu didn't understand the fear on Xiao Anan's face, and thought they were just too shy. So after thanking him, he naturally took out 2 cards from the space button and handed them to the confused Xiaoan and his sister. Brother Shin, is this card that? Xiao Anan vaguely guessed what this card was. He immediately asked in disbelief. Shin Kaiyu looked at the little girl in front of him, who was the same age as his sister, and thought of the previous experience of the brother and sister. He couldn't help but soften his tone and said, yes, that's it. But Xiao Anan listened and touched the card silently. Then, with a firm look, he handed it back and said, thank you, Brother Shin, this card is too precious, you should take it back. Xiao Yu didn't say anything, just handed the card back like his sister. Shin Kaiyu looked at the 2 cards handed back, and was slightly surprised. You know, these 2 cards are no less valuable to the brother and sister than 2 SSS mechas. But they were not tempted at all and returned them. Chapter 270. Confirm that Xiao Anan and his sister are not joking. Shin Kaiyu was silent immediately. For a long while. Shin Kaiyu still did not take the card back, but raised his hand to rub their heads like a brother. Then he said with a distressed sigh, take it, this is not a reward from my Shin family, but from the military. Military? Xiao Anan and Xiao Yu looked at each other in surprise, and then looked at Shin Kaiyu in confusion. Shin Kaiyu nodded very affirmatively. But the brother and sister were even more confused. They knew that this time, they stopped the Zerg from invading the garbage planet, and there might be rich merit points. But it was not so terrible that they could be exchanged for 2 official identity cards of the Federation. If ordinary people immigrated to the Federation, these merit points would certainly be no problem. But who made them brothers and sisters? They were born in the Sin Star. If the people of Sin Star want the official identity card of the Federation, each person must exchange it with at least 5 million merit points. Xiao Anan and Xiao Yu together have a terrifying 10 million merit points. And stopping the Zerg from invading the garbage star can only earn tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of merit points at most. So even if they rack their brains now, they still can't figure out what the military means. Why did they give them 2 official identity cards of the Federation worth 10 million merit points? However, if you don't understand, ask. So the more cheerful Xiao Anan took the initiative to look up, looked at Shin Kaiyu in confusion and asked, my brother, and I didn't seem to do anything. Did Brother Shin know to announce it? Why did he give us 2 identity cards? Shin Kaiyu smiled and didn't say anything, just looked at his sister. All of a sudden, everyone in the ward seemed to have sensed something and looked at Shin Lily. Shin Lily? ? Me? What does it have to do with me? Shin Lily didn't expect to eat melons on herself, so she pointed at herself in a daze. Shin Kaiyu saw the cute expression on her sister's face, smiled more deeply and nodded and answered, because they saved you. After hearing this, everyone, let alone Xiao Anan and the others. Even Shin Lily pointed at herself in shock and said, am I so valuable? I get 10 million merit points for saving once? Yeah. Shin Kaiyu responded cutely. Everyone in the ward was shocked instantly. Shin Kaiyun couldn't wait to say, next time my little sister is in danger, let my second brother save you first, and then I will give you half of the merit points. This annoying remark was just said, and before Shin Lily could give her second brother a knife in the eye, Shin Kaiyu used his mental power to hit Shin Kaiyun's head mercilessly. Fuck, it hurts, brother, I was just joking, I can't bear to let my little sister get into danger. Shin Kaiyun touched his swollen head, and complained aggrievedly. Shin Kaiyu rolled his eyes at his brother, who was asking for death. Then he ignored him and looked at Xiao Anan and his sister and asked, can I accept it now? Xiao Anan, who hadn't seen the good show yet, let out a confused ah before she realized the official ID card. Although she still didn't understand why her sisters were so valuable, after knowing how the ID card came from, Xiao Anan took it without hesitation, as if she was afraid that Shinkayu would regret it. Shinkayu looked at Xiao Anan with amusement for a while. She had just avoided him, but now she looked like she was afraid of being robbed. After shaking her head and laughing, she asked in an inquiring tone, "You have the ID card, but you are still minors, so you need a guardian. Do you have a suitable candidate?" Xiao Anan looked at Xiaoyu after hearing this question. In theory, Xiaoyu is actually her guardian, but he is only 17 years old this year, and the Federation has to be 20 years old to be considered an adult. So he can't be a guardian. But it's okay, after all, Xiao Anan doesn't want Xiaoyu to really become her guardian. In that case, some of her little thoughts may be sunburned before they see the sun. However, in some special cases, minors can be guardians. For example, raising the other person personally for 10 years. Xiao Anan, who has been raised by Xiaoyu since birth, has a chance of successfully making Xiaoyu a guardian at a terrifying speed. Thinking of this, Xiao Anan was afraid that Xiaoyu would have a brain attack and become her guardian, so she immediately asked Shinkayu, "Can we not have a guardian? After all, we didn't have any guardian since we were young. No, minors must have a guardian." Shinkayu ruthlessly rejected the proposal. Xiao Anan, She had a mother's criticism, but she didn't know whether she should say it out loud. Shinkayu didn't hear the damn guardian. Xiao Anan's resistance to the guardian was that the brother and sister just didn't have a suitable candidate. So he, who was kind and enthusiastic, tentatively gave a suggestion. "I have a candidate. I don't know if you are willing to let him be your guardian." Shinkayu asked kindly. Yes. Xiao Anan didn't care who the guardian was, and she couldn't wait to agree. Xiaoyu was a little surprised and glanced at his sister. Xiao Anan doesn't care about her own behavior, as long as her brother is not the guardian. Even if he is a pig, it's fine to be their guardian. Anyway, if he doesn't want to, he can take the initiative to terminate the relationship when he becomes an adult. And seeing that Xiao Anan is willing, Xiaoyu doesn't object to Shinkayu. He smiled happier than the siblings and said, "That's great, you will be my cousins from now on." Xiao Anan, ? Xiaoyu, ? What the hell is this sudden surge in family affection? Chapter 271. Hearing that Xiao Anan and the others would become the eldest brother's cousins, Shen Lily could not help but ask in surprise, "Big brother, Anan and the others' guardian, wouldn't it be our second uncle Shen Xiaoxiong? Teacher Shen?" When Xiao Anan and his sister heard that the guardian was Shen Xiaoxiong, they could not help but look at each other in surprise. Xiao Anan and Xiaoyu naturally knew Shen Xiaoxiong. After all, he had been their single soldier tutor for a month. And he was famous for his double standards, so it was hard not to know him. Thinking of the classmates, who were tortured to death because of Shen Xiaoxiong's double standards. Then thinking of this person, who was about to become their nominal father. Instantly, the expressions on the faces of the brother and sister could not help but become wonderful. "Yes, it's our second uncle Shen Xiaoxiong." Shinkayu looked at his sister with appreciation and smiled. "But isn't the second uncle still single? Can a single person be a guardian?" Shen Lily tilted her head and asked curiously. "Ahem." Shinkayu coughed awkwardly. Then he went on to explain. "Although it may sound a bit impolite, people who are over 35 and still single in the Federation can adopt children without guardians." "I see." Shen Lily touched her chin and nodded in sudden realization. After answering her sister's questions with great effort, Shinkayu turned his gaze to Xiao Anan and her siblings. As if he was afraid of scaring them, he asked in a much more gentle tone, "Anan, Xiaoyu, if there is no problem, I will let my second uncle handle the adoption procedures remotely, and you can just confirm it on your computer at that time." If they didn't know that the guardian was Shen Xiaoxiong, Xiao Anan and her siblings would not have thought it mattered. But now that they knew their guardian was Shen Xiaoxiong, Xiao Anan and Xiaoyu began to hesitate. If they could be adopted by Shen Xiaoxiong, it would be a great thing for them. But because it was too good, the brother and sister both felt unreal. If they had to describe it, their mood at the moment was probably like a worker with a monthly salary of 1,500 who suddenly won a lottery of 300 million. There was surprise, but more of it was confusion and denial. After all, with their origins in the Sin Star, were they really qualified to let Shen Xiaoxiong become their guardian? After a while, Xiao Anan and his sister still hesitated to make up their minds. Shen Lily didn't know whether they were anxious or not, but she and Shen Kaiyun were much more anxious than the eunuch. After a while, Shen Lily and Shen Kaiyun, who finally couldn't hold back, looked at each other meaningfully. The brother and sister came over together, one hugged Xiaoyu, and the other held Xiao Anan. In the surprised and inquiring eyes of the two, Shen Lily first sweetly called Xiao Yu cousin. Then she winked at Xiao Anan playfully, and said in a coquettish tone, "Can Anan be my cousin in the future? And Xiao Yu brother, you can be my cousin in the future, so that I can have an extra brother and sister, okay?" Seeing Shen Lily acting so coquettishly, Xiao Anan and Xiao Yu could no longer hold back. The two who were a little hesitant at first immediately wavered. As long as they thought that they would have such a lovely cousin in the future, there was still the slightest hesitation, and both nodded in agreement. Seeing that Xiao Anan and his sister agreed, not only Shen Lily and Shen Kaiyu were happy. Shen Kaiyun also cheered in surprise, and then called them cousins twice with great enthusiasm. Especially when calling cousins, Shen Kaiyun stretched out his tone in a mean way. But this annoying voice not only failed to successfully bring them closer. Instead, Xiao Yu's expression, which had finally brightened up a little, was instantly covered with dark clouds. Even Xiao Anan unconsciously moved back a little, trying to stay as far away from Shen Kaiyun as possible. The disgusted and unwilling expressions of the brother and sister made Shen Kaiyun feel cold in his heart. He was seen holding his chest in a dramatic manner, complaining with tears in his eyes. "Look, I just shouted, and my cousins acted like this. Forget it, I was too talkative." Sob. "Shen Lily, I must have done something wrong in my previous life. So Shen Kaiyun became her brother in this life, so that it is convenient for her to be killed at any time." Xiao Anan, "Lao Su, do you want a cousin or not? As long as you open your mouth, I will send it to you later." Xiao Yu, Silence is Cambridge tonight. Shen Kaiyu was not only speechless to his own dramatic brother, but also shook his head in anger and smiled. Okay, stop acting. No one will give you an Oscar certificate. Let's talk about serious things next." "Serious? What is more serious than beating up Shen Kaiyun?" "Unfortunately, there is really something." Shen Kaiyu continued, "You have slept for a whole day, and it is too late for the special training. Get up and pack up now. I will take you directly to the special training base." After being reminded by Shen Kaiyu, Shen Lily and the others remembered this. The four of them could not sit still immediately. Everyone got up quickly and packed up neatly. "Brother, let's go." "We are ready," Shen Lily urged. If they were late on the first day, I am afraid the chief instructor would peel their skin. The Legion is not a place where reason and excuses are given. If you are late, you are late. There is no excuse. Shen Kaiyu naturally understood the anxiety of the four people, so he did not delay, and took the four people to the military warship. Then they went to the mysterious special training base together. Chapter 272. Military Battleship Restaurant. Shen Kaiyu had a mission to complete, so he took his brothers and sisters to the restaurant and left with an adjutant who came to pick him up. Shen Lily and the others said goodbye to their eldest brother, and then went to the buffet counter to get some of their favorite food. In the plates of several people, except for Shen Lily's lunch, which was a combination of meat and vegetables. Shen Kaiyun and the others were completely like carnivores, filling a large plate with various barbecues. Even Xiao Anan, who looked fragile, had a mountain of barbecue on her plate. After the few people found a seat and sat down, they saw that there was only food on Shen Lily's plate that was not enough for them to fill their teeth. "Ollie, do you have a bad appetite today?" Xiao Anan asked with concern. Xiao Yu also noticed Shen Lily's plate. This amount of food was indeed too little. Even Anan, who was a child, might not have enough to eat. So he also looked at his newly born cousin with concern. "No, I don't eat much, these are just right." Shen Lily shook her head and smiled. She was a Chinese medicine practitioner in her previous life, so she was used to controlling her diet. Although there is no need to worry about overeating in the interstellar era, there is nothing wrong with this habit, so she has never changed it. After listening, Xiao Anan didn't say anything. She just looked at the pitiful amount of food on Shen Lily's plate with some awe. If someone gave her this plate of food as lunch, Xiao Anan would definitely sue him for abusing the future flower of the Federation. Shen Kaiyun was used to his sister's appetite, but it was a habit, but he still couldn't stand Shen Lily eating so little. Especially when he saw that Xiao Anan had the same amount of meat on her plate, he felt that this was the amount of meat his sister should eat. However, Shen Kaiyun also knew that one cannot become a fat man in one bite, and raising pigs naturally takes time. So he only took a piece of the barbecue from his plate, and then put it on his sister's plate without rejection. That expression seemed to be saying something important, and he said in a firm and serious tone, "Eat it, and if you can't finish it, give it to me." Shen Lily looked down at the plate, which was enough for her to have another meal of barbecue, and then looked up at Shen Kaiyun, who rarely had a serious face. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. Seeing that his sister did not refuse, Shin Kai-yun nodded with satisfaction, and then began to eat actively. When the few people had almost finished eating, the topic could not help but turn to the special training base. Shin Kai-yun, you are the heir of a big family. You should know the situation in the special training base, right? Can you tell us? Xiao Anan was used to being cautious, and couldn't help but ask in advance. Cousin Anan, according to seniority, you have to call me cousin. In addition, whether in name or in law, you and Xiao Yu are the children of my second uncle, so my family is also your family. Shin Kai-yun did not answer first, but put on the dignity of an elder brother to educate. Although it was said to be education, Xiao Anan knew in her heart that Shin Kai-yun said these because he truly recognized her and her brother. Although she was very touched, Xiao Anan still pretended to be reluctant and said, I know, cousin, can you tell me now? Shin Kai-yun was immediately delighted by the call of cousin. If he had a tail, it would have been shaking like a hot wheel by now. It was pleasant, but he still had to actively answer the questions of his new cousin. So he coughed and began to introduce the special training base seriously. As the name suggests, the special training base is actually the place where the army selects special forces. I don't need to tell you how cruel it is. You should be able to guess it, so I hope you will be mentally prepared in advance and be prepared for a life worse than death in the next 6 months. Shin Kai-yun had visited the special training base before, so he knew clearly how cruel the special training base was. It can be said that compared with the training at the special training base, the training at the military training base is just like a child playing house. Is it so exaggerated? It's to the point of talking about life and death. Although Xiao Anan didn't believe it, she was indeed a little scared. Shin Kai-yun shrugged and didn't argue with Xiao Anan. He just reminded her to help everyone build up their mentality. As for whether to believe it or not, that was not his business. After listening to her, Shin Lily also silently hugged Xiao Anan's arm. In her previous life, she was a student at the Military Medical University, so she had the opportunity to visit the training of special forces. Those nominal trainings didn't seem like training at all in her eyes, but more like torture. Although Shin Lily didn't know how the special forces in the interstellar era were trained, she thought it was similar to the previous life. I think so. Shin Lily inexplicably felt like crying for the future. What was going on? Whether it was true or not, Shin Kai-yun's reminder successfully made the other 3 people start to be more vigilant about the special training base. So much so that when Xiao Anan and Shin Lily returned to the lounge together, they were still discussing this matter. Ollie, do you think the special training base is really as scary as Shin Kai-yun said? Xiao Anan took Shin Lily's arm and walked together in the aisle of the battleship. You know my second brother's temper. You can believe his words, but not all of them. Shin Lily comforted. That's true. When Xiao Anan thought of Shin Kai-yun's unreliable appearance, the fear in her heart was inexplicably reduced. Shin Lily was amused and smiled with her lips covered. Suddenly she remembered something. She asked with a malicious smile on her face, Anan, I remember you said that after leaving the Sin Star, you would confess to cousin Xiao Yu. Have you decided when? Sure enough, when this was said, Xiao Anan's mind was no longer about the special training base, and her face turned red like a monkey's, but... Ahem, I'm not yet an adult. It's too early to say these things. Xiao Anan coughed awkwardly. Didn't you say that when you have enough merit points, you can confess to cousin Xiao Yu? Shin Lily blinked innocently. That's because I originally thought that it would take at least 20 or 30 years to accumulate enough. If I dare to confess now, guess, my brother is more likely to accept me or beat me to death. Xiao Anan swallowed timidly. Shin Lily nodded in agreement, inexplicably feeling that it made sense, but always felt that something was strange. People in love can be so smart. No. Rational? Thinking of this, Shin Lily looked at her sister suspiciously. So Anan's love for Xiao Yu, can't it be the kind of brother-sister love? Chapter 273. Shin Lily seemed to have figured something out, and her eyes twitched. But these were just her guesses, so Shin Lily would not say anything more, and just wait and see. After all, she was not familiar with this aspect, and she would help Anan with reference when she had experience in the future. The time on the warship passed in a flash. When it was almost dusk, the warship that Shin Lily and her companions were on finally arrived at the planet, where the special training base was located. On the way, they passed through countless checkpoints before Shin Lily and her companions successfully arrived at the gate of the special training base. After getting off the warship with her brother, Shin Lily could not help but look up and look at the special training base out of curiosity. The special training base was actually a bit like the base of the Legion, with the same dozens of meters high walls, and the end of the walls could not be seen. But after looking for a while, Shin Lily was somewhat surprised to find that the scale of the special training base was not only not inferior to the previous Legion base, but even more high-tech. For example, there was no energy shield above the Legion base before, but there is one above this special training base. Brother, why is there an energy shield at the special training base? I remember there was no energy shield even at the Legion base. Shin Lily asked curiously. Xiao Anan took a look at the shield and couldn't help wondering. I seem to have heard that there are high-level beasts in the special training base. Could it be to prevent high-level beasts from escaping? After all, there are many flying beasts among them. I think this energy shield is to protect us. After all, those who can enter this base are the future pillars of the Federation. Shin Kaiyun proudly flicked his hair and said proudly. Xiao Yu did not speak, but looked at the three people gently, and then looked up at the giant energy shield with a dark blue glow. Facing the speculations of his brothers and sisters, Shin Kaiyun couldn't help laughing at first, and then smiled meaningfully. Neither. What is that for? It can't be to protect us, right? Shin Kaiyun asked stupidly. Who knew that his casual question would result in Shin Kaiyun nodding and saying, yes, it is to prevent someone from escaping from inside. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Shin Lily and others froze. Needless to say, they all guessed the deep meaning of this sentence. If they can force special forces to become deserters, then you can imagine how cruel the life inside is. Shin Kaiyun swallowed his saliva and asked his eldest brother uncertainly, Brother, can I still see you alive in half a year? Don't worry, brother, I am the deputy coach of your special training this time, so I will never let you die, and most you will be half dead. Shin Kaiyun's eyes were as gentle as they could be, staring at his stupid brother. Shin Kaiyun, I wanted to escape, but I couldn't. Looking at his brother with a numb expression, Shin Kaiyun raised his mouth in a good mood. Then he led his brothers and sisters to the instructor's office with a happy expression. After completing the student information and receiving the supplies, several people said goodbye to Shin Kaiyun and prepared to return to the dormitory. Shin Lily first looked at her dormitory card number, then looked up at the three people and said, Second brother and cousin Anan, my dormitory is in Building B, 8th floor, 505. Where is yours? I'm in 402, 3rd floor, Building D, Xiao Anan said with regret. She didn't live in the same dormitory with Ollie, and she lost a lot of happiness in an instant. Oh, I live in the same dormitory with your brother. Shin Kaiyun raised his lips and smiled happily, while holding two dormitory cards. Xiao Yu pushed away Shin Kaiyun's hand that was hooking his shoulder again, but it was hooked back in less than a second. He stared at this arm without a sense of boundaries, and finally sighed deeply and stopped struggling. Xiao Anan didn't notice her brother's little move, but was pissed off by Shin Kaiyun, who was showing off proudly. She snorted and walked away angrily with Shin Lily. Shin Kaiyun laughed proudly, turned around and was about to put his arm around Xiao Yu's shoulder again, but he dodged her. Hey brother, what are you doing? Isn't it just to hold my arm? Is it as if you are being a hooligan to me? Shin Kaiyun felt that Xiao Yu didn't treat him as a brother, so he said with a little temper. I'm gay, Xiao Yu said indifferently. Because his expression was too cold and serious, Shin Kaiyun didn't react for a while, and asked stupidly, what to give? Give what? Xiao Yu looked at Shin Kaiyun deeply, and finally sighed in compromise. My sexual orientation is male, do you understand? The air was quiet for several seconds. Shin Kaiyun's expression was surprised for a while, and then he pointed at Xiao Yu distortedly, and then pointed at himself, and finally covered his chest with a face of regret and said, it's over, my second uncle will have no descendants. Xiao Yu, Is this the focus of concern at this time? Xiao Yu couldn't help biting his back teeth, although he had guessed that Shin Kaiyun would be outrageous. But he didn't expect that his brain circuit still made him feel strange. With a deep sigh, Xiao Yu ignored Shin Kaiyun and walked directly towards the boys' dormitory. Seeing Xiao Yu was leaving, Shin Kaiyun stopped making trouble and quickly followed Xiao Yu. Fearing that he would feel inferior about his sexual orientation, Shin Kaiyun patted his shoulder to comfort him and said, It's okay, brother. It's not a big deal to like men. I remember that in the Luoan Empire, they were all men, and they still married and had children to reproduce. Xiao Yu glanced at Shin Kaiyun and said, They are also divided into 3 genders, Alpha, Beta, and Omega. They are not all men, so why are they divided into Omega, Alpha, and Beta? Shin Kaiyun pouted and muttered. Xiao Yu couldn't help biting his back teeth again. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Shin Kaiyun and directly quickened his pace. Hey, why are you running again? Wait for me. Shin Kaiyun, who was a little behind, hurriedly caught up. Chapter 274. On the other side, Shin Lily and Xiao Anan reluctantly said goodbye at the gate of Building D. Lily didn't go to her own dormitory until she saw Xiao Anan enter the dormitory building. Building D is not far from Building B, and there is only one building in between. So it didn't take a few minutes for Lily to arrive at the 505 dormitory on the 4th floor of Building B. Before entering the dormitory, she knocked on the door 3 times politely, and then used the key she had just been issued to unlock the door of the dormitory. As soon as she entered the dormitory, Lily saw a girl of the same age looking at a laptop on the sofa in the living room. The girl also looked up at the moment she opened the door. When she saw Lily, she was not very enthusiastic, but just nodded politely. Lily was not surprised by the cold attitude of her new roommate. After all, in a sense, they were actually competitors. It's already a blessing if we don't trip each other up. Lily nodded in response, then turned her gaze back to the living room and opened the bedroom with her name on it. The bedroom was not big, only about 15 square meters, and the furniture was only a simple bed and desk, as well as a small wardrobe. Originally, Lily wanted to let Ahua and the others come out to play, but she thought of the 4 little ones, who were now showing off their love in the spiritual space every day. Lily was speechless and decisively canceled the idea. She had been feeling very full recently, so she decided not to have extra meals. After sighing with exhaustion, Lily began to tidy up her bedroom. Daily necessities, toiletries, bed sheets, quilts, and clothes. After tidying up one by one, Lily was about to lie down on the bed for a while, when she heard a knock on the door. Lily raised her eyebrows in surprise, walked over and opened the door, and saw a strange girl standing at the door. The girl in front of her was not the one she had just seen in the living room. Lily estimated that she should be one of the other 2 roommates in dormitory 505. However, her facial features were unexpectedly delicate and beautiful, and she was a head taller than Lily, and she also had a rare neutral beauty. But her expression at the moment was a little strange, as if she was a little fan of a star, looking at Lily obsessively and fanatically. Although Lily liked the girl's appearance, she didn't like her aggressive eyes. It was as if she was her property, full of perverted possessiveness. Lily frowned a little unhappy, but still asked politely, "What's the matter, classmate?" Hearing Lily's question, the strange girl reacted as if she had just woken up from a dream. Then she raised her chin high, as if giving alms, and said condescendingly, "My name is Leisure. I live in the bedroom next to yours. I like you very much. Let's be friends." Lily looked at the girl and said, "It's your honor to be my friend," and her brows furrowed even tighter. She was wondering if the girl in front of her had any serious illness. After being speechless for 3 seconds, Lily took out the best education in her life, smiled politely, and refused. "Sorry, my mother doesn't let me make friends with strangers." Hearing Lily's refusal, Leisure did not feel embarrassed, but said with an expression that she had expected it, "You still like to refuse like before, but I am not asking for your opinion. So Lily, remember, I, Leisure, will be your friend from now on." Without giving Lily a chance to refuse, Leisure went straight back to her bedroom next door. Lily, what kind of operation is this? Can you force yourself to make friends these days? Although she was a little speechless about being tricked by this new roommate, Lily didn't think much about it, and prepared to go to bed after closing the door. Special training will officially start tomorrow, so you have to conserve your energy tonight. As soon as Leisure returned to the bedroom next door, she impatiently picked up the light computer that had been ringing, and then looked at the boy with blue hair and red eyes on the virtual screen with a bad look. "Hades, you are annoying, do you know?" Leisure said impatiently with a murderous look on his face. Hades didn't have time to retort, but he was stunned for a moment by his disguise. Then he remembered something and his expression suddenly became excited. "Ares, have you changed your sex?" Hades asked with anticipation in his voice. "If Ares becomes a woman, he can become the crown prince of the Zerg." Put away your little thoughts. This crown prince is just a temporary disguise." Ares, no, that is, Leisure, looked at the boy on the screen with sarcasm. Hearing that it was only temporary, Hades said with regret, and then asked in a strange way, "Shouldn't you go to the boys' dormitory? Why are you running to the girls' dormitory? Even if we are on a mission, there is no need to sacrifice so much," Hades said while looking at Ares' female dress with a face that was hard to describe. "It looks good, but it's a bit embarrassing for the Zerg royal family." Chapter 275. You know nothing. How can you come to the girls' dormitory if you don't dress up as a woman? How can you have the chance to be roommates with my Ollie if you don't come to the girls' dormitory? The Zerg crown prince complained in his heart with pride. But he was not stupid, so he would not say his little tricks. So Ares cleared his throat and said solemnly, In addition to the group of military school students, most of the special forces also live in the boys' dormitory. There are fewer people in the girls' dormitory, which will not only facilitate my actions, but also make our plan go more smoothly. Hades looked at Ares suspiciously, and then had to admit that it seemed to make sense. Although their main task this time was to find an opportunity to get rid of this group of military school students participating in the mecha competition. But Shinlili in the girls' dormitory was the first target to be eliminated by the Zerg. If Ares was in the boys' dormitory, not only would it be inconvenient to move, but it would also be easy to alert the enemy. If you think about it this way, the girls' dormitory is indeed better than the boys' dormitory. Okay, then you should be careful to hide your identity. Once you are exposed, the chess piece that the Queen has planted in the upper echelons of the Federation will also be destroyed. I don't think you want to bear the Queen's anger. Hades was persuaded, but still reminded him with some concern. After all, his crown prince is unreliable, and has a history of being unreliable. If Ares hadn't strongly wanted to participate in this plan, Hades should actually be the best candidate for this mission. I know, when has this prince ever made a mistake? Ares raised his chin disdainfully, and then hung up the light computer without giving any face. Hades, the distant Zerg Empire, looked at the virtual screen that had gone dark, and rolled his eyes in disdain, saying, I hope so. The next morning, Shinlili was dressed neatly, and just opened the bedroom door. She saw the girl named Leisure again. Treat her as heir, treat her as heir. Shinlili was Pua herself, and she passed by Leisure blindly. Hey, why are you ignoring me? I've been waiting for you at the door for a while. Seeing Shinlili ignoring her, Leisure quickly stopped in front of her, complaining with a wronged look. Shinlili felt that she had given all her speechlessness in this life to this girl named Leisure. Are we familiar with each other? Why should I care about you? But thinking that they were roommates living in the same dormitory after all, Shinlili still suppressed the complaints in her heart, and said with a fake smile on her face, My classmate, are we familiar with each other? We were not familiar with each other yesterday, so we should be familiar with each other today. Leisure said lovingly with an expression that she couldn't do anything to you. It's like the expression of a poop scooper when his pet is messing around. Shinlili, help, I want to hit someone. Leisure, who has a narcissistic aura, didn't notice Shinlili's constipated expression at all, and kept smacking his lips. Shinlili, it's your honor to be friends with me. Others want this opportunity, but I'm not willing to give it to them. So you have to cherish it, understand? Shinlili's mouth twitched, and she walked out of the dormitory with a wooden face in the sympathetic eyes of the other two roommates. When there were more people around, Leisure seemed to have taken something into consideration and stopped talking. Shinlili immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly walked towards the training ground. It doesn't matter if the special training is a little scary. It's better than staying with this roommate. Training ground. When Shinlili arrived, in addition to the military academy students of the National Mecha Team, there were also many federal special forces, who were also in special training. At this moment, they were curiously looking at the group of little guys next door, who had not yet left the campus. Of course, it would be better if their eyes were not full of sympathy. And the military academy students also looked at the group of majestic and upright special forces next door with admiration, looking forward to being like them in the future. Shinlili naturally couldn't help but look at the special forces over there. What surprised her was that there was a person among the special forces who didn't care about the military academy students here at all. How to say it, it's like a sunflower in a group of sunflowers, but with its back to the sun. Not only conspicuous, but also successfully aroused her interest. Ollie, who are you looking at? Leisure asked sourly. As he spoke, he followed her line of sight, and saw a special soldier from the Federation who was different from others. After all, he was the only one among the special soldiers who was not interested in the students of the Federation Military Academy. He must have done this on purpose to attract Ollie's attention. Shameless. Leisure's eyes instantly turned cold. He looked at the special soldier with a yin and yang look for a while, and then maliciously speculated, he must be ugly, so he dare not show his front. Shinlili looked at Leisure speechlessly, who was sticking to her like a dog-skin plaster. After shaking her head, she retracted her gaze and looked ahead, waiting for the coach of the National Mecha Team. I don't know what their coach will be like. Chapter 276. The Special Forces soldier on the Federal Special Forces side, who caught Shinlili's attention, was still standing at attention, with no emotion on his straight and elegant face. Instead, his comrade-in-arms next to him patted his shoulder in an ambiguous way and said, Yin, there was a beautiful girl looking at you just now. She must be interested in you. Do you want to go over and ask for a computer number? Su Yin, who originally didn't want to pay attention to his bad friend, heard the last sentence and immediately frowned and looked at his friend solemnly and said, "They are just military school students. Don't make dirty jokes about them." Jingmu looked at his friend's serious expression and knew that he was serious. So he quickly admitted his weakness and begged for mercy. Okay, I was wrong." Su Yin nodded slightly, then retracted his gaze and continued to stand at attention. Jingmu, who escaped a disaster, also breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't admitted his mistake in time, his friend would definitely have nagged him about military rules again. TSK, if it weren't for his friend's high appearance. Jingmu felt that with his old-fashioned personality, he would definitely not be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Well, even the kind that can't find a boyfriend. It's a pity that Jingmu can only dream about it, because such a thing will never happen in reality. Who let his friend have a face that can make a living with it? Su Yin naturally noticed his friend's gaze, but he was used to it and didn't take it to heart. The only thing that made him feel strange was that from just now, it seemed that there was a murderous gaze that had been staring at him. Su Yin didn't take it seriously at first, but as he stayed longer, he finally couldn't help but look back. I saw a girl with delicate and pretty features and a neutral beauty, looking at him fiercely. Seeing that he had discovered her, the girl raised her eyebrows in disdain, and then made a gesture of wiping her neck in a bad way. Su Yin was slightly stunned. Could this be the girl that Jingmu said was interested in him just now? Well, it seems that she is indeed interested in him, but why is it more like the kind of person who is interested in his corpse? Facing the provocation of the girl, Su Yin did not care, and nodded politely in response, and then retracted his gaze. But this action that Su Yin thought was polite became a provocation in Ares' eyes. Damn man, not only did he want to steal my Ali's attention, he also dared to despise this prince. Ha man, you successfully attracted my attention. In Ares' heart, when a certain man was cut into 800 pieces. The coach of the national mecha team finally came to the playground with Shinkayu. Without the coach saying much, the students automatically lined up in 3 rows according to height, with a total of 10 people in each row. Shinlili was not tall. After saying hello to Lin Cece, she stood with Xiao Anan, who was about the same height as her. Ares was probably the only one who stood first in the girls' team with a dark face and a look of resentment. Arse mistake. Ares himself did not expect that what separated him and Shinlili was not the instructor or talent, but height. Looking at Shinlili, who was at the end of the team because of her short stature, Ares could not help but roar in his heart. How can it be corrected? Shinlili looked at Ares standing at the first place in the team, and she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Then the corners of his lips could not help but curl up slightly, and Shinlili began to look at his coach in a good mood. The coach was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and his vicissitudes of life did not weaken his temperament, but made him look even more fierce. At this moment, he stood in front of everyone, staring at them for a long time, even the military academy students who dared not breathe. After he knew what was going on, the coach began to introduce himself with a stern face. Hello, students, I am your instructor Jiang Huai, and the one on the left is your deputy instructor Shinkayu. After introducing the names, the military academy students clapped their hands sensibly. Facing the students' obviously flattering applause, Jiang Huai's face did not show much emotion. After raising his hand to suppress the applause, Jiang Huai then said coldly, "First of all, I would like to congratulate the students standing here, because this means that everyone here will be a member of the national mecha team." The military academy students, who heard this, proudly straightened their chests. After all, every student who can pass this election is a top talent in the Federation. But before they could be happy for long, Jiang Huai's stern shout suddenly rang out. "But? Don't relax just because you are here. Students, don't forget that there are only 10 participants in this competition, so 20 of you will become substitutes, but even if you are a substitute, we will only keep 3 to participate in the competition. As for the remaining 17 students, they can only regretfully withdraw from the special training, withdraw from the national mecha team, and finally return to their respective military academies." Jiang Huai said ruthlessly, like a hunter. Most of the students panicked when they heard that they were going to be sent back to the military academy. Now that they are here, it would be so embarrassing if they are sent back again. "Coach, we don't want to go back." Finally, a student took the pressure and spoke up first. After the first one, there was the second one, and the students expressed their unwillingness to go back. Jiang Huai also listened for a while in a rare good temper, then made a gesture to silence him and said, "I see your determination. I hope that the following training can be like your determination, to be a strong person in action, not a king in words. Classmates, tell your instructor, can you do it? Yes. The young men's tender roars resounded throughout the playground. The special forces next door were also attracted by the student-like roars, and then they applauded enthusiastically as if they were joining in the fun. Jiang Huai glanced coldly at the special forces next door, who were making trouble, until they were scared. Then he looked at the students who were roaring until their faces were red. Well, not bad, it seems like they are serious. Jiang Huai nodded with satisfaction in his heart, and began to announce today's training. Chapter 277. The content of the special training is quite simple. Wear the weight ring specially customized by the coach, and then run with the Special Forces soldiers. A total of 50 kilometers back and forth is enough. Although it sounds scary, it is a piece of cake for students whose physical fitness has reached the ceiling. So the Special Forces soldiers were in front, and the Military Academy students were behind. Everyone entered the Dimension training ground together. Except for the Special Forces soldiers, who had an inexplicable expression of despair, every Military Academy student was full of confidence and set off. The instructors and coaches looked at the excited students with a joking look on their faces. I hope this expression can last a little longer. After all, they haven't seen so many smiling faces for a long time. Shen Lily has been tricked by the dog repairing instructors, so she kept alert while running. Sure enough, not long after the departure, those Military Academy students, who were not alert, either fell into the pit or had one foot tied to a tree and hung up. Fuck, where's my classmate? How come he's so big? He suddenly disappeared? Damn, I'm afraid of heights. This here is. Before he finished speaking, the unlucky military school student fell to the ground. There were some enthusiastic students who wanted to help, but the coach increased the weight ring by 10 kilograms. The hands and feet had a total of 40 kilograms more. Although this weight is not a big deal, don't forget that there are still 50 kilometers to run. Coach, my weight ring seems to be broken. The confused military school student immediately reported the problem to the instructor. But faced with the big doubts in the student's eyes, Jiang Huai scolded him directly and bluntly. Don't worry, it's not broken, it's your brain that's broken. Listen to me, put away your saintly heart. Your classmates are in training, and don't need your self-indulgent rescue. Coach, this is not saintly heart, we are classmates, we should help each other. The student, who was transferred to the heavyweight ring, argued unconvinced. Jiang Huai almost laughed out of anger after hearing this. He crossed his arms and said coldly, Hee, do you think you are helping him now, really for the good of your classmates? No. You are wrong, not only wrong, but also very wrong. You are harming him with your stupid kindness. If they don't train crisis awareness now, when will they train? Wait until they are on the battlefield, and then train after they die? The scolded student turned pale, and finally realized his mistake. Yes, if you shed a drop of sweat now, you can shed a drop of blood less on the battlefield in the future. The instructor was right. His behavior was not helping his classmates, but was slowly harming his classmates. I'm sorry, coach. I was wrong. The student realized his mistake, and bowed his head in guilt. Well, that's it. Let's keep running. Jiang Huai's face showed no emotion, but it was obvious that his tone was a little bit kinder. The student nodded heavily to the instructor, and then began to train hard. The instructor of the special forces on the military hovercraft smiled, and teased Jiang Huai beside him. Poor thing, you killed another kind child. Jiang Huai raised his eyebrows and sneered. If you like the Holy Father so much, I send Liao Qingde to you another day? As soon as he heard the name, the instructor of the special forces turned pale. After all, this person was a big shot, who almost caused the annihilation of a mecha team with his kindness. Ahem, well, I didn't say anything. The instructor of the special forces honestly shut up. TSK, Yi Gong likes dragons. Jiang Huai snorted disdainfully, and then looked at his team members. In the huge crowd, the military academy students were basically lagging behind, and the special forces were far behind. Only a few military academy students could barely keep up with their pace. Although the special forces were more experienced than the students, the talents of these military academy students selected from the 5 major military academies were better than those of the special forces. It can be said that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Jiang Huai frowned slightly, although he did not expect these students to be comparable to the special forces. But the gap visible to the naked eye still made him start to worry. It seems that he is too kind. Let's double the training next time. Jiang Huai, who was still worried, suddenly saw that several military academy students were extremely fast, almost faster than special forces. Especially the 2 girls in the front, they were running forward as if the floor would burn their feet. The relationship between these two is quite good. Jiang Huai looked at Shenlili and Leisure, who were chasing each other, and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Shenlili didn't know what her coach was thinking, otherwise she would be even more upset now. Ollie, you can't get rid of me. Leisure avoided another trap, and then proudly showed off to the girl on the left. Don't call me Ollie, and stay away from me. Shenlili didn't wrong herself, and she was clearly disgusted. Aries didn't care at all, and even thought that the angry Shenlili was more lovely and charming. Ollie, you look even better when you're angry, as if you've put on blush. Aries looked at Shenlili with fascination and enthusiasm. The heat in his eyes seemed to want to eat her up. Chapter 278. Su Yin and Qing Mu, who were passing by, looked at the two of them strangely. Don't blame them for gossiping, it's really Aries' lines, which are too easy to be misunderstood. Qing Mu, who seemed to have thought of something, even whispered to Su Yan's ear, "They are not the kind of relationship I think, are they?" Su Yan looked at them speechlessly. His mind was full of friends of that kind, but he didn't have time to say anything. The girl who had been clinging to him suddenly stared at him with a wary face and said, "It's you. Why are you following us?" Su Yan, ? Qing Mu, shock. A Yin? Do you know her? Qing Mu asked curiously. No. Su Yan shook his head hesitantly. Although he was quite impressed by the girl who wiped his neck, they really didn't know each other. Shenlili didn't care whether they knew each other or not, and ran away immediately when she saw a chance. The speed of running away was as if there were Zerd chasing behind. It must be said that Shenlili, who was obsessed with looks, was forced to stop being a fangirl. It can be seen how big the psychological shadow of Aries was. Ali. Aries was immediately unhappy when he saw that he was abandoned. But before he left, he glared at Su Yin fiercely, and then continued to chase Shenlili. Su Yin was slightly stunned by Aries' glare, and then looked at the girl who ran away with a blank face. Is this girl so hostile to me? But have I offended her before? And do I know her? A Yin, you are not nice. The girl has taken the initiative to wink at you, and you still say you don't know her. Qing Mu raised his eyebrows, and said ambiguously. Su Yin glanced at Qing Mu speechlessly. If the murderous seductive eyes were also called seductive eyes, then it would be better to throw them to the blind. However, he couldn't complain about girls, so he could only look at Qing Mu strangely and asked, I really don't know her, but didn't you ask me to ask for her optical computer number before, so shouldn't you have known her for a long time? Qing Mu, ? A Yin, did you make a mistake? Qing Mu finished speaking doubtfully, and then explained, I was talking about the little fairy who left first, not the little hot pepper behind. Hearing that it was not Leisure, Su Yan's eyes flashed, and finally he said lightly. On the other side, Shenlili was so happy after getting rid of Aries. She breathed the free air, and now even looking at the traps feels a little beautiful. These traps are not trying to trick her, they are clearly just trying to play with her. But before she was happy for 3 seconds, another voice came from behind, which made Shenlili's whole body shudder. Ollie, wait for me. Aries easily avoided the electric net trap above his head, and then shouted at Shenlili with a squeaky voice. But his voice not only did not make Shenlili stop, but made her run faster as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Aries snorted a little in anger, and then also increased his speed. The chase of the two also attracted the attention of others. The special forces were okay, but they just thought that the 2 military academy students were quite powerful. But Lin Cece, who was on the military academy side, suddenly saw her little sister running so fast, and she couldn't help but get excited and shouted, Sisters, are you running a race? Then add me. Shen Kaiyun naturally noticed his sister, who was running with a little girl, but he thought they were just playing. So when Shenlili passed by him, Shen Kaiyun waved to her and shouted, Little sister, give me some space. Hearing this, Shenlili turned back and glared at her second brother fiercely. After gritting her teeth for a while, she decided to run first and settle with her second brother later. Sometimes, if you don't push yourself, you don't know how much potential you have. In the 50-kilometer obstacle race, Shenlili not only beat all the students in the military academy for the first time, but even ranked in the top 10 among the special forces. Not bad, not bad, classmate Shen is awesome. Even my special forces can't compare to you. The special forces instructor said with emotion. I have been a coach for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen a team member as hardworking as you. Jiang Huai must have given a thumbs up. Amid the compliments from the instructors and coaches, Shenlili was so tired that she almost couldn't breathe, but she was still happy. Thank you, coach, instructor, this is what I should do. Shenlili scratched the back of her head, and smiled without any defense. Jiang Huai was even more satisfied with the humble and hard-working team members, and even his next words were much gentler. Since classmate Shin has completed the warm-up exercises, let's start the formal training. Jiang Huai raised a fatherly smile on his face. Shin Lily, who was about to rest in place and wait for everyone to go back to the dormitory together, froze the smile on his face when he heard the coach's words. He was confused for a while, then he swallowed his saliva and asked in surprise, "Coach, the wind was too strong just now. I think I heard something wrong?" Jiang Huai's smile remained unchanged, but gradually became gloomy and said, "Student Shin Lily, don't doubt your ears. The 50 kilometers just now were just warm-up exercises. Now it is the official start of special training." Shin Lily's pupils trembled. No wonder Aries, who ran faster than her just now, disappeared at the finish line inexplicably. It turned out that the 50 kilometers that almost cost her life just now was just a warm-up exercise. "Student Shin Lily, are you ready? Do you want to go in by yourself, or do you want me to send you in?" Jiang Huai pointed to the dimensional training ground next to him. Shin Lily couldn't help but take a step back and asked in disbelief, "Coach, you must be joking, right?" "Haha, no, you go last." Jiang Huai sneered, like a villain, and kicked Shin Lily directly into the second dimensional training ground. After that, the military academy students who reached the finish line were all sent to the second training ground one by Jiang Huai as if they were concocted. When the students learned that it was just a warm-up, their desperate wails were so miserable that anyone who heard them would feel sad and anyone who saw them would cry. Only the special forces had anticipated this, so they accepted the reality and took the initiative to walk into the second training ground. Coming to the army for special training and only wanting to run 50 kilometers, such a good thing can only be done in dreams. Chapter 279. As soon as Shin Lily landed at the dimensional training ground, she stared at countless strange beasts. The strong sense of crisis made her dare not act rashly at this moment. But after being stunned for a while, the strange beasts roared excitedly, and then couldn't wait to open their fangs and bite Shin Lily. Roar, roar, roar! Ah, ah! The excited roars of the strange beasts in front, and the terrified screams of Shin Lily in the back. Fortunately, after so much training and fighting, Shin Lily's sense of crisis is still good. After dodging the attack, Shin Lily wanted to take out the weapon from the space button as soon as possible. But after a while, let alone the weapon, Shin Lily couldn't even take out a chicken feather. The air was silent for 3 seconds. Shin Lily realized that this damn dimensional space actually disabled the space button. After secretly cursing the coach as a devil, Shin Lily could only drag her already exhausted body. She used her mental power to materialize a long knife and slashed the beasts vigorously. Killing and fleeing at the same time, Shin Lily thought she could easily get rid of these beasts. But reality slapped her hard again. It was as if these beasts had installed radar on her body. No matter where she hid, they would find her quickly. If Shin Lily hadn't reacted at the beginning, she would still be easily found by them after hiding so many times in a row. Shin Lily knew without thinking that it was definitely related to the devil Jiang Huai. But what's the use of knowing it? Can she put a sack on him and beat him up now? Shin Lily gritted her teeth, cursed Jiang Huai 800 times in her heart, and could only accept her fate and play the game of mutual obstruction and killing with the beasts. When it was evening at the Dimension training ground, the beasts suddenly took a few steps back as if they were controlled by something, and then turned and ran away. Shin Lily was panting heavily, and her hand holding the knife was shaking constantly. She was exhausted physically and mentally after escaping death countless times in an afternoon. Without time to treat the wounds on her body, Shin Lily fell asleep on the grass. When she woke up again, it was already late at night. Shin Lily sat up uncomfortably, then touched her hungry stomach, got up and walked to the pile of beasts she had killed, and picked up one at random. She went to a small river nearby and simply treated her wounds. Then she started to skin the beasts and remove their internal organs. After cleaning, Shin Lily built a fire again, roasting the beasts while thinking about some problems. We killed a monster in the whole afternoon today, but no classmates saw it, if she guessed correctly. Everyone was either not in the same training ground or too far away. But Shin Lily thought the second one was more likely. It was unknown how big this training ground was, and the chance of gathering together to fight monsters was probably not high. Thinking of this, Shin Lily was no longer entangled. With her strength, even if she didn't form a team, she could definitely survive these 7 days safely. The chance of gathering on Shin Lily's side was not high, but Aries met Su Yin not long after he came in. "I told you not to follow me," Aries said angrily to Su Yin behind him with an impatient look on his face. The beast tide had just ended. After an afternoon of fighting, Even a strong man like Ares was in a mess at the moment. What annoyed him the most was that there was a lingering man behind him, following him all the time. Classmate, let's team up. You saw the beast tide in the afternoon. It's safer to be alone, Su-yin said in a good-tempered manner. But the arrogant Ares snorted and said disdainfully, Who wants to team up with you? You are so weak that you are not worthy of being my opponent, let alone my teammate. After saying that, he raised his proud chin high and looked at Su-yin with contempt. He is the noble crown prince of the Zerg. A mere human wants to be my teammate. You are not worthy. Only 10 minutes later, Ares leaned against the tree and swallowed his saliva, his eyes occasionally sneaking glances at the barbecue on the fire. Don't say this lowly human, although his strength is not very good, but his barbecue skills are indeed good. Su-yin picked up a few skewers of fragrant barbecue, glanced at Ares, who was still leaning against the tree pretending to be cool, and asked with a slight smile, Would you like a few? Ares swallowed his saliva, covered his rumbling stomach, raised his neck and said with disdain, Humph, Leisure, even if I starve to death today or get killed by a strange beast, I will not eat your skewers. Are you sure? Su-yin smiled even more. After a while, hunger finally overcame reason. Ares sat down by the fire obediently, silently took the skewers, and then wolfed them down. Su-yin was amused and laughed, afraid that he would choke if he ate too fast, and hurriedly said, Eat slowly, there is still a lot of strange beast meat. After Ares was full and drunk, he lay on the grass humming and looked at Su-yin, who was still grilling meat for him. After curling his lips, he said, as if he was showing mercy, Hey, you, I reluctantly agreed to team up with you because you're good at grilling meat. Su-yin paused while flipping the meat, then smiled slightly with the corners of his lips. Okay. Ares snorted, but it was rare that he didn't sneer, but closed his eyes and fell asleep. Before going to bed, he was still thinking that he should finish the task as soon as possible. The special training base of the Federation is not a place for insects to stay. Su-yin took care of his stomach and was ready to rest. But after seeing Ares' thin sleeping face, Su-yin silently took off his coat and gently covered him. Then he found a tree and leaned against it and fell asleep. Ares' eyelashes trembled in his sleep, and finally he quietly hugged his coat tightly. Chapter 280. Perhaps it is because he is a man who has eaten someone's food and is not willing to give back to others. Since that barbecue, Ares has not disliked Su-yin these days, and even saved him several times in time when he was in danger. In fact, Su-yin's strength as a Special Forces soldier is not weak, but he always subconsciously wants to protect Ares, so he can always attract most of the firepower of the alien beasts. Su-yin, be careful, what if you hurt your hand while grilling for me? Ares helped him block another alien beast, and then cursed angrily. Yes, it's my fault, I will pay attention next time. Su-yin has also figured out Leisure's temper these days. No matter right or wrong, it's right to coax him. Hearing Su-yin's assurance, Ares snorted arrogantly, and he was no longer angry. It must be said that Ares' temper is so annoying that only Su-yin can stand it. If it was Shinlili, she would probably just say to Ares forever, Please go as far as you can. It was almost dusk, and the strange beasts that had besieged Su-yin and his men seemed to be controlled by something again. They took a few steps back as usual and turned around and ran away again. After confirming that the strange beasts had left, Ares and Su-yin breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. After a day of fighting, it was time for the food show. In addition to various barbecues, Su-yin also picked several kinds of fruits for Ares, and even used leaves from some trees to make a cup of tea for Ares. When he brought the fruit plate and tea to Ares, Su-yin also filtered out the tea dregs in the wooden cup, and even peeled the fruits. Ares, like a big shot, enjoyed Su-yin's service as a matter of course. Fortunately, Su-yin didn't care, and even left all the delicious food for Ares. Well, it's okay, the barbecue is a little bland. Ares ate the barbecue happily, and took the time to say a few tough words. Su-yin smiled gently, and then promised to put more salt in the next skewer. After eating and drinking, Ares was ready to go to bed, compared with the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed a few days ago. The living environment of the two people these days is not bad. Su-yin even found a cave for Ares to live in. Otherwise, if he was alone, he could just find a tree. The environment in the cave is dry. It is estimated that it was prepared by some strange beast for its own cubs, but it was requisitioned by these two people. Su-yin, as always, gave Ares his coat as a blanket, and then found a corner to sit down and sleep. But when he was half asleep, Su-yin suddenly opened his eyes, and looked at the shadow in front of him vigilantly. He looked up with cold eyes, and saw a scene that surprised him. Aries was panting with a flushed face, but his expression was definitely not friendly. What did you give me to drink at night? Aries glared at Su Yin with gritted teeth, but because his voice was hoarse and low, it was really not intimidating. Seeing Aries with a wrong expression, Su Yin was confused for a while, and then replied with a puzzled look, "Clove knot, this can refresh and relieve fatigue." Aries looked at Su Yin for a while with an unclear expression, and finally gritted his teeth and walked out of the cave with difficulty. "Leisure, what's wrong with you?" Su Yin didn't care about the doubts and hurriedly followed him worriedly. "Get out, don't get close to me," Aries shouted angrily. "You can't even stand steadily now, how can you tell me to get out? What's wrong? Tell me, I help you solve it." Although Su Yin didn't know what happened, he vaguely felt that it seemed that it was because of him that Aries suffered this. "Heh, you help me solve it? But I don't want it." Aries glared at Su Yin fiercely, wanting to curse, but holding back. He couldn't tell this human that the clove knot was equivalent to a drug for humans for their Zerg. If Su Yin was a girl, Aries might have gone with the flow. But the problem is that Su Yin is a man. He is a Zerg crown prince. He can't be like this to a grown man. "Leisure, what's wrong with you? Tell me quickly." Su Yin's forehead was sweating as he looked at Aries, and his eyebrows were almost twisted into a knot with worry. Because of excessive worry, Su Yin didn't notice anything unusual about himself. But Aries had expected it long ago, so when he saw the human's cheeks gradually turning red, his brows furrowed even deeper. When male Zergs are in heat, they will produce a gas similar to aphrodisiac, a bit like Omega's pheromone. Although the effect is not as great as Omega, it is not much weaker. For example, at this moment, Su Yan's hand holding Aries gradually tightened, and his eyes began to blur. "Fuck." Seeing that the situation was not right, Aries kicked Su Yan away, and then struggled to the door. If he drags on, he will be dirty tonight. Aries doesn't want to be forced to meet a man or be met by a man tonight. Although the clove knot will cause him to be in heat, he can get through it by soaking in the lake. It just so happens that there is a lake not far from their cave. As long as he goes there, his chastity can be preserved. Unfortunately, he underestimated the influence of the clove knot on him, and underestimated Su Yan's strength. The man who had always been considerate and gentle suddenly became strong and hugged Aries from behind. Being held in the arms of a man like a little bird, Aries couldn't stand this insult, and was about to turn around and curse. Su Yan held the back of his head with his big hand, and lowered his head to kiss him. Aries' eyes suddenly widened, and for a moment he didn't know whether to save his crooked neck first, or to stop the invasion of Su Yan's tongue in his mouth. Chapter 281. Just when Aries was stunned, he was pressed against the wall by Su Yan without knowing it. Then a big hand with warmth slowly explored upward from his lower abdomen. The part of his clothes lifted by the thick arm revealed the slender and strong waist and abdomen of the boy. It was also because of the chill on his waist that Aries woke up for a short while. It was just that his blurred eyes just had a little spirit when he saw the tall man who was wantonly doing things to him. Aries was shocked and shuddered. After realizing what happened, he bit him hard in anger. The pain on the tip of his tongue made Su Yan, who was still addicted, groan, and finally let go of the lips and teeth of the man under him. As soon as Aries' mouth was free, he kicked the dog man on his body away without mercy. Bang! Su Yan was hit hard against the wall, and then fell to the ground again. The pain in his body finally sobered him up from his confusion. Su Yan looked up in a daze, and saw Aries with disheveled clothes. He realized what he had done just now. The girl's disheveled clothes, the purple marks on her neck, and the red and swollen lips burned his eyes, like iron evidence. Su Yan looked at Aries in surprise and self-blame. For a moment, he didn't know what to say to make up for the harm he had caused to Leisure. He forced Leisure. And Leisure was still a minor. "I'm a beast." Su Yan suddenly raised his hand, and slapped himself hard. If he had a gun, he would probably want to commit suicide right now. Aries, who was originally furious, was stunned for a moment by the slap. But then he realized that it was none of his business whether he hit him or not. Aries snorted coldly, and continued to walk out of the cave. It was just that the weak steps of his legs made Su Yan tremble with fear. He was afraid that Aries would fall to the ground in the next second. Regardless of whether the girl would hate him or not, Su Yan went forward and picked up Princess Aries. If the knight held a princess in his arms, it would be extremely romantic for a real girl. But for the strong Aries, this was simply a great humiliation, and he was so angry that he trembled. "Su Yan, let me go! I can walk by myself." Aries cursed. "Where are you going? I take you there." Su Yan ignored the girl's struggle, and said with a firm expression, But fearing that she would misunderstand, Su Yin explained carefully, I am sober now, and I will not do that to you again, don't worry. Aries wanted to say that I am a man, and I am not afraid of you, but he took his identity into consideration, and finally shut up. In the lake, put me in the lake. Aries, who was speechless, finally closed his eyes, too lazy to look at this annoying human. Okay. Su Yan's mouth curled up slightly, and then he gently hugged Aries in his arms, and ran quickly to the lake. After a while, Su Yan put Aries in his arms into the lake, and specially picked a place with bluestone for his body to lean on. Aries was also very satisfied with Su Yan's consideration, and the cold lake water extinguished the heat in his body at once, and the whole person moaned comfortably. Aries, who closed his eyes and enjoyed himself, didn't notice that he was humming comfortably. The man's face on the shore was so red that it seemed that red liquid would flow out in the next moment. Su Yan lowered his eyes shyly, and turned his back in a panic. But he couldn't help but recall the scene in the cave just now. The girl's rosy cheeks, blurred eyes, the blending of lips and teeth, and the saliva. Pa! She's still a child. Su Yan. You can't be a beast and even let the child go. Dad, Mom, or I'd better die, I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to be a human. Su Yan blamed himself again, and slapped himself viciously. The ruthless hand strength scared Aries, who was soaking comfortably in the lake. He glanced at Su Yan speechlessly, and couldn't help thinking in his heart, this person might have a serious illness. Torturing yourself? Slapping yourself? TSK. Humans are indeed more perverted than us Zerg. After complaining, Aries rolled his eyes and looked away. Then he lazily climbed on a piece of bluestone and looked up at the stars in the sky. I don't know what Ollie is doing at this time. He must be thinking about me. Aries smiled sweetly, and couldn't help but play with water happily. Chapter 282. Lily, who was worried about Aries, had a rough dinner for herself, then found a place to sleep, and fell into a deep sleep. After the tossing and turning of the past few days, her condition was not very good. Basically, the old injuries were just healed, and new injuries were added the next day. In addition, because the space button was disabled in the training ground, the pile of advanced healing potions in her could only be used as decoration. Lily wanted to find some herbs to heal her wounds at first, but she couldn't find any after searching for a long time in the training ground. In desperation, Lily could only simply treat and bandage the injuries she had suffered these days. It was just some shallow wounds, or slightly deeper ones. Lily could heal herself with a little treatment with her SSS physique. But those wounds that were deep enough to see the bones, and the blood hole that pierced the entire shoulder. Even if Lily had tried her best to treat and bandage them, once she exercised vigorously during the day, and there was a lack of medical supplies. Finally, those serious injuries not only did not heal, but also began to become inflamed. Lily was not sleeping well because of the pain from the wounds, and she could be heard groaning from time to time. After making sure that Lily was asleep, the three little ones and Xiao Bai Zai sneaked out of the spiritual space together. Then, they squatted in a row, looking at Lily with distressed eyes. Wow, Ollie has many wounds on her body, and it must be painful now. Ahua leaned against Xiao Bai Zai uncomfortably, and her round eyes turned red from crying. Ahua, and Xiao Bai Zai were not in a good mood. They wanted to help countless times in the past few days, but they were rejected by Lily. Just because this special training is something that every military academy student and special forces soldier have to go through. If she relies on AMU and others to get through it, what is the difference between that and cheating? Faced with Ollie's firm refusal, AMU and others pretended to be convinced, but when Lily fell asleep, they still ran out secretly. AMU, move gently, otherwise Ollie will find out. Ashui, who turned into a blue-haired beauty, said nervously with a serious expression. Although Lily's space button was disabled, AMU and others could still use it. So they took out some healing potions from their own space buttons, and wanted to secretly feed them to Lily. Well, I know. AMU, the green-haired beauty, took the potion and nodded solemnly, as if he was going to do something big. Ashui nodded with relief. Amu was the most gentle person among them, and he was the best person to feed the medicine. If it was him, Ashui or Xiao Bai Zai, they could probably feed the dead back to life. Just as the little ones were sneaking around, Lily, who was still sleeping, suddenly sighed. Then he gently held Amu's wrist, as he was about to feed her the medicine. Ollie, you're awake. Amu looked at Lily, who had opened her eyes, and said in a panic. Lily nodded, and then looked at Ahua and the others. They quickly looked away, all too guilty to dare to look at Lily. Ahua was even more frightened and hid behind Xiao Baizhe. Just when everyone thought Shenlili would be angry, unexpectedly, they heard the girl's sincere thanks. Thank you. Shenlili did not blame everyone, but looked at them tenderly and thanked them. Shenlili naturally knew that Amu and the others were worried about her, so she would never be angry with them. Ollie, are you really not angry with us? Awo carefully poked his head out from behind Baizhe and asked with a pitiful face. Shenlili was not angry at first. When she saw Ahua's aggrieved expression, she was so distressed that she said, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. I know you are all doing this for my own good, so how can I be angry?" Ahua patted his chest and said, that's good, Ollie is not angry." Seeing that Shenlili was really not angry, Ahua became bolder and took the potion from Amu and handed it over, saying, "Ollie, drink the potion quickly. You are seriously injured." Shenlili also wanted to drink it. She had been tortured by the wounds on her body and was half dead. But as a human being, she had to keep some bottom lines, so she sighed, pushed the potion back and said, "Ahua, take the potion back, I won't drink it." "Why? I can feel that you are in pain, why don't you drink the potion?" Ahua blinked in confusion, with a puzzled expression. He even began to doubt whether Ali's brain started to become stupid because of the inflammation of the wound. Seeing Ahua's caring eyes for the mentally retarded, Shenlili was speechless but patiently explained, "Ahua, it's not just me who can't drink the healing potion, but now everyone can't drink the healing potion. If I drink it without telling everyone, I'm cheating and will be hated by everyone in the future." Ahua always felt that he understood, but it seemed that he didn't understand, so he looked at Ah Shui for help, waiting for him to make a decision. Ah Shui was silent for a while, and finally sighed, "We know, Ollie, if you can't bear it, call us." "Yeah." Shenlili nodded obediently. Ah Shui touched Shenlili's head with heartache, and then disappeared on the spot. Amu and Xiao Baizhe saw this, and they also gave instructions for a long time before reluctantly returning to the spiritual space one by one. After seeing off Amu and the others, Shenlili looked at the sky, which was already early in the morning, and stood up without any complaints. Then she materialized a long sword in her hand, and began to prepare for the new day's wave of strange beasts. Chapter 283. Another day of the beast tide ended. Shenlili calculated that as long as she could hold on for another day tomorrow, she could go out. As usual, she went to the river to clean the wounds on her body, then picked a bear-shaped beast, chopped off 2 bear paws, cleaned them, and roasted them on the fire. After enjoying dinner happily, Shenlili yawned a little sleepily. "I don't know why, I feel sleepy today." Shenlili didn't care, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. But unlike the past, she actually dreamed tonight. Don't ask her why she realized that she was dreaming. The scene in this dream is really not scientific at all. In the dream, it seems to be in a 5A scenic spot, and the surrounding scenery is like a beauty highlight, which is pleasing to the eye. The scenery is normal, but the animals and plants that appear are like the creatures in the classic of mountains and seas, all kinds of them. There was a small meatball without a head, but with 2 pairs of wings, a familiar little fox with 9 tails, a little red bird that looked like it was on fire, and a bird with a human face. At first, Shenlili looked around curiously at the various strange animals around her, but after looking for a long time, she realized that these animals were the strange beasts in the classic of mountains and seas. The headless one was Dijiang, the one with 9 tails was the 9-tailed fox, the one that looked like it was on fire was the little phoenix, and the one with a human face and a bird body was Yuqiang. Shenlili scratched her head and felt that she had a rich imagination. She could dream so realistically. "Ollie." A familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. Shenlili turned her head in surprise, and saw Guanjing in a priest's uniform. "Brother Guanjing?" Shenlili didn't expect to dream about Guanjing, and she shouted in surprise. Guanjing nodded, then opened his arms, and looked at Shenlili with a smile, as if waiting for Shenlili to enter his arms. Shenlili felt that her body was a little out of control, and she seemed to instinctively want to run into Guanjing's arms. But this was a dream after all, and it was normal to be out of control. Therefore, Shenlili didn't think much about it, and let herself in the dream throw herself into Guanjing's arms. But at the moment of entering his arms, Shenlili suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She looked down in disbelief, and saw that Guanjing's arm had passed through her chest. "Who are you?" Shenlili's mouth and chest were bleeding, and she looked up with difficulty at the man in front of her, who looked like a banished immortal. This person was definitely not her brother Guanjing. Although Guanjing's eyes were also cold, they were definitely not like his, and there was no human touch at all. He was like a god who had cut off his love roots, high above, and untainted by dust. In the dream, Guanjing did not speak, but gently touched Shenlily's temples. Then he whispered, "Bai Zai, you should come back." Shenlily did not understand what he meant, but felt a dizzy moment, and then her consciousness fell into darkness. Just when Shenlily in the dream died, Shenlily in reality also began to breathe weakly, as if she would die at any time. On the hovercraft that supervised the military cadets, the light computers of the coaches and instructors issued a piercing alarm at the same time, and Shenlily's name suddenly turned blood red on the virtual screen of their light computers. What's going on? With Shenlily's strength, how could her life be in danger? Jiang Huai looked at the red name on the virtual screen and shouted in shock and disbelief. Could it be that the system failed? It's night now, not during the day when there are strange beasts. Although the instructor was also panicked, he still maintained a little rationality. Whether it's true or not, let's go over and take a look. If Shenlily is really in trouble, the consequences are not something we can afford, Jiang Huai said with a serious face. Okay, I know. After the instructor finished speaking, he immediately turned the hovercraft around and flew rapidly in the direction of Shenlily. On the other side, at the moment when Shenlily was about to die, the blue gem necklace in her clothes on her chest suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Then a powerful force surged out of the sapphire necklace, and quickly wrapped up the dying Shenlily. The power of the sapphire was not only protecting Shenlily at this moment, but also fighting fiercely with another white force that wanted to take Shenlily's life. As time went by, both forces began to weaken. In the end, the power of the sapphire was slightly stronger, and it completely swallowed the white energy in one gulp. But then, the necklace representing the protection of the beast god also slowly changed from a blue crystal gem necklace to a gray transparent stone. At the moment when the gem turned into stone, Shenlily's originally weak breathing began to gradually return to normal. At the moment when the protection of the beast god turned into stone, Bai Zhou, who was still sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Then a golden totem appeared on his forehead, and in the blink of an eye, the boy who was still childish suddenly turned into an adult version of Bai Zhou, who had a pair of majestic golden eyes, and his short hair turned into long white hair. The man's face, like a god, was now carrying a touch of chill. He walked barefoot to the small balcony on the second floor, and his golden pupils glowed. Then, with a warning tone, "Don't touch her, this is the last time." After doing all this, Bai Zhou turned back to his 15-year-old body, and then lay back on the bed like a puppet. In a distant space, there was a god as cold as a lonely moon, slowly wiping the corner of his mouth, and then he sneered with a mocking expression. "Ha, it's rare for the son of God to be angry." Chapter 284. At the same time, Guanmon of the Imperial Beast Temple suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his originally ruddy face quickly aged a bit. But he had no time to care about his own body, but hurriedly looked in the direction of the Federation, and whispered worriedly, "Ali." After a while, the old priest wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then walked out of the Beast Temple, and came to his usual resting place. As soon as he entered the room, he took out the optical computer from the drawer, and gave it to the daughter he had always owed. Guan Yu's figure quickly appeared on the virtual screen, but she seemed to have expected it long ago, looking at it with panic and anxiety. The father on the virtual screen said, "Ali, is there something wrong again?" The reason why it is again is because the same thing happened 10 years ago. Her daughter, who had been jumping around, suddenly fainted without any signs. With her breathing getting weaker and weaker, her life is in danger at any time. At that time, all kinds of rescue methods were tried, but none of them worked, until this father she had never met suddenly appeared beside her daughter's bed. Guan Yu also recognized this man as her nominal biological father by the high priest's clothes he was wearing. She still remembers that the man's face was neither sad nor happy, and he was not even moved because the person dying on the bed was his granddaughter. I only remember that he glanced at the little girl on the bed, and then looked at his daughter Guan Yu. She shouldn't exist in this world, Guan Monsong said coldly. Guan Yu, who was still wondering what he was doing here, was furious when she heard this. She looked at her nominal father with an angry face, and said angrily, "Ali is my daughter. I gave birth to her after 10 months of pregnancy. Why shouldn't she exist in this world?" Guan Monsong didn't explain too much, but gave Guan Yu 2 choices. One is to let nature take its course, and let Shenlily die normally. The other is to send her soul to another world temporarily, and she will come back naturally when the time comes. Faced with these 2 choices, Guan Yu didn't want to choose either one, but looking at her daughter whose breathing was getting weaker and weaker, she finally gritted her teeth and chose the second one. Sure enough, the next day, her daughter returned to normal, and everyone looked at Shenlily, whose temperament had changed drastically. They just thought that the little guy had gone through the gates of hell and became quiet. Only Guan Yu herself understood that the soul in her daughter's body was not her daughter at all. So even if Lily disappeared later, she was not very anxious and still lived a normal life. Retracting her distant thoughts, Guan Yu looked at her father on the virtual screen and began to question uncontrollably. Hasn't you sent Ollie away 10 years ago? Why is she in danger now? Facing his daughter's anger, Guan Monsong said calmly, the one who wants Ollie to die is too powerful. I can't protect her anymore. The only way now is to find someone else to protect Ollie. Who? Guan Yu didn't doubt it, because her nominal father, although not a good father, was indeed the strongest man in the world. If even he can't protect her, Guan Yu doesn't dare to think about who else can protect her daughter. By Zhou, the crown prince of the empire, as long as Ollie gets engaged to him, their fates will be entangled together, so Ollie's life can be protected. Guan Monsong's tone was serious, not joking at all. But Guan Yu's first reaction was that Guan Monsong was crazy, Ollie is only 15 years old now. This is the only way to protect her, otherwise Ollie will die this year. Guan Monsong's tone was very serious and heavy. Guan Yu on the other side of the virtual screen was silent. After a long time, she asked in a hoarse voice, is there no other way? Guan Monsong closed his eyes and shook his head. The one who wanted Ollie's life was a real god. In addition to Bai Zhou, who was also the reincarnation of a god, Guan Monsong couldn't think of anyone else who could protect his granddaughter in the hands of a god. I know, thank you, father, Guan Yu said, and then hung up the virtual screen. Guan Monsong, who was called father for the first time, was stunned for a moment, and then laughed excitedly. But soon he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and after coughing for a long time, Guan Monsong recovered, and then stared at the blood on his hand, and said in a hoarse voice, time is running out. After Guan Monsong sighed, he wiped off the blood without care, and then looked up at the starry sky in the night. Xiaoxing, wait a little longer, a song will come to you soon. Guan Monsong's old face was smiling, from his deep blue pupils. It seemed that he saw two childhood sweethearts, the little white tigers, running and playing under the night sky. Chapter 285. When Lily woke up again, she was told a piece of news that she could not accept. Lily, I'm sorry, your body is not suitable for participating in this freshman mecha competition, so you are eliminated. Jiang Huai looked at the girl on the bed, and said coldly and cruelly, Coach, didn't you praise me before? Why did you suddenly eliminate me now? Lily was still a little scared because of the previous dream, and now she was directly diverted by the instructor's words. It's not that Lily is too narcissistic. If it was her previous self who was eliminated, it would be possible. But with her current strength, Lily is confident that she can rank in the top 5 among the 30 candidates. Student Shin, do you really remember nothing? Jiang Huai looked at Lily suspiciously, with a hint of doubt in his tone. What do I remember? Didn't I just sleep and wake up, and have a nightmare during the period? Lily looked at Jiang Huai in confusion. Jiang Huai looked at Lily with a strange look, and then asked tentatively, you were almost dead at that time, do you really not remember it? Coach, stop joking, how could I die for no reason? Lily didn't believe it at all, and even thought the coach was joking. Jiang Huai didn't explain too much, just took out the recorder at that time, and then projected it on the holographic screen. The girl in the video was lying on the ground, dying, as if she would die at any time. Lily was also surprised to see the girl in the video, who looked exactly like her. Then she seemed to have discovered something wrong, and pointed at the girl in the video and said, this person is not me, my necklace is not gray. As she spoke, she took out the necklace from her chest, but when she saw the necklace, Lily was completely speechless. The blue gemstone on the necklace had turned into an ordinary transparent stone. How could this happen? Lily looked at the necklace in disbelief. This was indeed her necklace, but why did it suddenly change color? Suddenly Lily remembered the heart-piercing pain in her dream, and then looked at the necklace that had lost its color in her hand. A terrible thought emerged in her mind uncontrollably. Wasn't what happened before a dream? So was the protection of the beast god to protect her and make her like this? Just when Lily was confused and entangled, Jiang Huai sighed and said, in addition, this elimination was also your parents' intention. I won't say much about other things. You should have a good rest now. Someone will come to pick you up from the special training base in the afternoon. Hearing that it was also her parents' intention, Lily, who wanted to persist, instantly became depressed. Once Shen Tian and Guan Yu intervened, the matter was no longer something the instructor could decide, so Lily no longer made things difficult for Jiang Huai. She would wait until she saw her parents, and then see if she could discuss it herself. I understand, thank you, coach. Shen Lili finally compromised. Jiang Huai sighed, with some regret in his eyes. If Shen Lili had no problems this time, she would definitely be able to participate in this competition with her strength. Unfortunately, there is no if. Jiang Huai shook his head and left the ward without hesitation. After the coach left, Shen Lili lowered her head and held the necklace on her chest, with a complicated expression on her face. Brother Guanjing, is that you? After looking for a while, Shen Lili put down the necklace and closed her eyes tiredly. The people who came to pick up Shen Lili from the hospital in the afternoon were, as expected, Shen's father and mother. When Shen Lili saw the couple, she did not immediately mention continuing to participate in the competition, but hugged the two of them and hummed and acted like a spoiled child for a long time. Mom and Dad, why did you come here by yourself? Shen Lili snuggled in Guan Yu's arms and asked sweetly. When she said this, Guan Yu's face, which was still smiling, instantly sank. Then she asked her daughter, with a serious face, Ollie, what happened? Why did I hear from the coach that you almost lost your life? Shen Tian's eyes also flashed coldly, but he did not have a father who was a high priest, so he did not know the real reason, and thought that some scoundrel was going to harm his daughter again. Looking at the murderous couple, Shen Lili was moved to rub them. Then he shook his head with a puzzled look and said, I don't know either. If the coach hadn't told me, I would have thought it was just a nightmare. But I guess it was this necklace that protected me. Shen Lili said, lowering her head, and showing the broken necklace in her hand to Shen Tian and his wife. What is this? Shen Tian, a member of the Federation, didn't recognize this necklace. But Guan Yu, a member of one of the 5 major families in the empire, recognized it at a glance. The protection of the beast god is said to be the protection given by the gods to the direct descendants. This necklace is called the protection of the beast god. It is a good thing to save your life, but I remember that only the crown prince of the empire has it. Ollie, did Bai Zhou give it to you? Guan Yu's eyes flashed when she mentioned Bai Zhou. Shen Lili didn't expect that her mother knew about it, so she looked up at Guan Yu in surprise and said, well, Zhou gave it to me. Really? Then he must be very good to you. Ollie, what do you think of Bai Zhou? Do you hate him? Guan Yu asked casually. Shen Lili quickly shook her head and denied it eagerly. How could I hate Zhou? He is my best friend. Just a friend. Guan Yu murmured with some regret and some ambiguity. Chapter 286. Mom? What's wrong? Shen Lili looked at Guan Yu, who was deep in thought, and asked with some doubt. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but Shen Lili always felt that her mother was a little strange today. It's okay, Mom was just asking casually. After Guan Yu fooled her precious daughter, she changed the subject and said, Ollie, if you are fine, we will be discharged from the hospital. Hearing that they were going to be discharged, Shen Lili hesitated again. But she still mustered up her courage and said to Shen Tian and his wife, with a firm face, Mom and Dad, I want to stay and participate in the competition. No, I object, my dear daughter, if this hadn't happened, Dad could still rely on you. But if you continue to stay here, what if you encounter danger again? Before Guan Yu said anything, Shen Tian was the first to object fiercely. There are enough heroes who have sacrificed and haven't sacrificed in the Shen family, and there is no need to add another little daughter. Seeing that her good-tempered father was so angry, Shen Lili didn't dare to say anything anymore, and could only look at her mother carefully. But she opened her mouth, but didn't dare to say anything in the end. But Guan Yu agreed uncharacteristically. If Ali wants, she can stay and continue to participate in this election. Mom? Is it really possible? Shen Lili's eyes sparkled with surprise. You? Shen Tian shouted in a rare reproach. Guan Yu patted Shen Tian's hand to comfort him, then looked at her daughter with a smile and said, but I have a condition. Mom, just say it. I agree to all 10 conditions. Shen Lili patted her chest proudly. After all, she is my mother, and she won't hurt me, so why should I be afraid? Very good, Mom wants you and Bai Zhou to get engaged immediately. Guan Yu said happily. No problem. Shen Lili, who was still surprised that she could continue to participate in the competition, suddenly realized that something was wrong. Then the smile on her lips disappeared, and she looked at her mother in surprise and said, Mom, are you kidding just now? Guan Yu shook her head and explained patiently, Ollie, Mom is not kidding, and will not joke about such an important matter. But Shen Lili didn't expect that she would encounter an arranged marriage. You know, she is only 15 years old now. Mom, do you think I eat too much? So you want to find an excuse to get me out? Shen Lili pulled Guan Yu's sleeve aggrievedly. Ayu, it's really too early, Ollie is only 15 years old this year. Shen Tian also disagreed. Guan Yu was reluctant to hug her daughter, and then touched her little head. Suddenly, she couldn't help but burst into tears and said, "Ollie, Mom doesn't want to, but some people say that if you don't get engaged to Bai Zhou this year you will encounter such danger again. Mom really doesn't dare to take the risk. Please forgive me? Mom." Shen Lily wanted to refute, but when she saw Guan Yu's tears, she lost her voice in an instant. Although the reason was absurd, Shen Lily vaguely felt that her mother's words might be true. Are you sick? Why are you talking nonsense? Although Bai Zhou is the crown prince of the empire, our Shen family's status is not bad. How can we not protect our own daughter? Although Shen Tian felt sorry for his wife, he couldn't give his precious daughter away. How can we protect her? Even Ali's grandfather couldn't protect her. Guan Yu cried even more sadly. If there was a way, how could she bear to let her daughter get engaged to someone else so early? Hearing that Ali's grandfather couldn't protect her, Shen Tian's face suddenly became solemn. Others don't know, but the top leaders of their federation know clearly that the high priest of the empire is almost half a god in a sense. And even the one from the Zerg is afraid of his existence, so he dare not tear his face with all humans. If even he can't do it, then no one can protect Ali. Ayu, is this the only way? Shen Tian asked with difficulty in his hoarse voice. Shen Lily also looked at her mother, and clenched her fists nervously. Guan Yu cried, and nodded silently. The atmosphere in the ward fell into silence instantly. After a long time, Shen Lily reluctantly smiled and said, "Mom, this is too absurd. Besides, I don't want to sacrifice other people's happiness for my own sake. If there really comes such a day, just take it as fate." Guan Yu burst into tears again, but she still wanted to persuade her daughter. Just as she was about to speak, a firm voice came from outside the door. "What if I am willing?" Shen Lily, who heard the voice, looked up at the boy at the door in disbelief. "Zhou, why are you here?" Shen Lily said with some surprise and some complexity. "You are in trouble. How can I not come? If I didn't come, how could I know that you would be so stupid?" Bai Zhou walked in from the door, and then touched Shen Lily's hair with heartache. "You are stupid. How am I stupid?" Shen Lily pouted unhappily. "Yes, you are not stupid, you are just simple." Bai Zhou rubbed her hair harder with annoyance. Shen Lily hummed, but didn't say anything else. After coaxing Shen Lily, Bai Zhou looked at Shen's father and mother again, first respectfully performed an imperial salute, and then humbly said, "Uncle and Aunt, I have something to talk to Ali in private. Can you give me some time?" Shen Tian and his wife had received the news when Bai Zhou entered the Federation, so they were not surprised by his appearance. The couple looked at each other at this moment, and after confirming that they all agreed, they nodded to the boy together, then looked at their daughter, gave a few instructions, and left the ward together. Shen Lily smiled and watched her parents leave the ward, then looked at Bai Zhou a little embarrassedly and said, Zhou, just pretend you didn't hear what I said just now. I won't let you sacrifice your own happiness." Bai Zhou finally couldn't help laughing. He suddenly grabbed Shen Lily's neck and kissed her forcefully and domineeringly. Shen Lily, shock. After a long while, Bai Zhou let go of the frightened Shen Lily. Then he put his forehead against Shen Lily's forehead and said in a hoarse and satisfied voice, "You didn't even ask me. How do you know I would be unwilling?" Chapter 287. Shen Lily, who was kissed by force, had her brain shut down. Not only was her body stiff, but her eyes were also wide open. Even after the short kiss ended, she had not recovered from the shock of being kissed by force. Bai Zhou couldn't help but smile at Shen Lily's cute reaction, then knelt on one knee, took Shen Lily's hand with a pious look, and kissed her gently. Then he looked at Shen Lily seriously and said, "Ali, I like you. I have liked you for a long time." Shen Lily finally recovered and heard Bai Zhou's confession again. She swallowed her saliva in shock and confusion, and then timidly tried to test. Zhou, we are still minors. It's not good to fall in love." Bai Zhou was really irritated by the stubborn Ali. He closed his eyes for a while because of the headache, and then smiled and coaxed, "Okay, then we will get engaged first, and then fall in love when we are adults." Shen Lily, ? I suspect you are making up excuses, but I have no evidence. Bai Zhou couldn't help laughing again, stood up and looked solemnly, staring at Shen Lily's beautiful eyes and said, "Ali, I swear in the name of the royal family that I will only love you in this life, so marry me, okay?" Shen Lily was shocked by Bai Zhou's actions, but her remaining rationality still made her quickly refuse. Zhou, but we are still children. Isn't it too early to talk about this? Whose child weighs more than 100 pounds? Bai Zhou said unhappily, then rubbed his eyebrows, and smiled in a compromising manner. "Okay, we can talk about marriage later, But the engagement is also what my uncle and aunt want. You can't refuse me again. When it comes to engagement, Bai Zhou's tone becomes much tougher. After all, this matter concerns Shen Lily's safety. So no matter whether it is true or not, and no matter whether Ali is willing or not, let Bai Zhou be mean for once. When it comes to engagement, Shen Lily did not refuse immediately, but she hesitated because of some concerns. Shen Lily did not rush to make a decision, but looked up at the boy in front of her. Needless to say, Bai Zhou has always been special in her mind. Not to mention his appearance. Since she met Bai Zhou, Shen Lily's love affair has been like a special medicine. It cannot be said to be cured, but it rarely happens again. The only thing that worries her is that they are still too young now. So the relationship and future that the two of them are talking about now, no matter how perfect and serious they are actually like a castle made of sand, vulnerable. In addition, Bai Zhou himself is very good, and it is difficult for Shen Lily not to guarantee that she will not really like him in the future. But because of this, if Bai Zhou meets someone he really likes in the future, will she be willing to let Zhou go at that time? When she thought that Bai Zhou was going to run away with someone else, Shen Lily felt sour in her heart. It's not that she has deep feelings for Bai Zhou now, but she is depressed by her own imagination. Just like those readers who read novels and watch TV, they bring into the emotions of the protagonist and share the protagonist's sorrow and joy. Shen Lily, who was still immersed in her imagination, didn't realize that because of her depressed and resistant emotions at the moment, the boy who only had her in his heart misunderstood. Bai Zhou's eyes, which were originally expectant, gradually began to dim and sad as the silence between the two of them. He looked at the girl with a dull and dead look on his face. His heart seemed to be bleeding, and he thought hard. So Ali didn't even like me a little bit? Even if it meant death. She was unwilling to get engaged to me? Bai Zhou, who thought he had guessed right, felt a sweet taste in his throat, and his face turned pale. But he still wanted to give himself one last chance, so he pretended to be relaxed and joked, Ali, am I that bad? You have to think about it for so long. Huh? Shen Lily was confused for a while, and then suddenly came back to her senses, and then hurriedly smiled embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Zhou. It's not because you are not good, but because you are too good, so I hesitated. Is that so? Bai Zhou's cheeks turned from white to red, and the whole person suddenly came alive again, as if he had received a shot of adrenaline. Shen Lily nodded very affirmatively, and then hesitantly expressed his concerns. Zhou, you are good-looking and have a strong background. If you get engaged to me, will you be at a disadvantage? And I hope you can be happy in the future, rather than being forced to be tied to me. Shen Lily said this, lowering her head with some self-blame. Being forced to get engaged to her, in the end, it was Bai Zhou who suffered. And at this moment, Bai Zhou felt that he almost had a heart attack. I am worried that you don't want to, but you are worried that I will suffer? Bai Zhou was numb, completely numb. He really wanted to knock on Shen Lily's sleeping heart to see if she was pretending to sleep. In the end, Bai Zhou couldn't bear to do it, so he could only sigh silently. Then he held Shen Lily's shoulders with both hands, and said in a very firm and serious tone, Listen, Ali, I like you, and I can get engaged to you. I am too happy to be happy, but I am worried that you will not be willing. If one day in the future, you regret it and want to leave, I will also let you free. Bai Zhou didn't know what kind of mood he was in before he said the last sentence. Compared to satisfying his desire for exclusive possession, Bai Zhou hoped that Ali could be happy, free, and do what he wanted. However, Shen Lily, who was treated affectionately, understood that if Bai Zhou wanted freedom in the future, he would let him go. So Shen Lily, who felt that she had taken a great advantage, nodded without hesitation and agreed readily. Chapter 288. So, by some strange coincidence, the engagement of the two was determined with great difficulty. Shen Tian and Guan Yu had been in a complicated mood after knowing this, especially when they saw Bai Zhou's mother, who was almost smiling like a flower on the other side of the virtual screen. They even felt a heart attack inexplicably. Because the two people who decided to get engaged were the only Bai Zhou crown prince of the Sirius Empire, and Shen Lily, who was praised as the hope of the Federation. So it seemed to be just a simple engagement, but in fact it was almost the same as a marriage between the two countries. This not only involved many forces, but also a series of issues about how the two strongest countries in the galaxy should get along in the future. So even if everyone couldn't wait, the engagement ceremony of the two would not be held until half a year later at the earliest. Just when the top leaders of the Federation and the Empire rolled up their sleeves and fought a war of words in order to keep the two in their own countries. Shen Lily and Bai Zhou were reluctant to leave, and said goodbye at the gate of the special training base. Bai Zhou is the crown prince of the empire and cannot stay in the Federation for long, so after finishing his work, he prepared to return to the empire. Originally, Bai Zhou wanted to take Shen-Lili to the empire to play, but Shen-Lili refused Bai Zhou with a resentful look in order to continue the special training. Zhou, the mecha competition will be held in half a year, and you are the leader of the empire mecha team, so you can't just play. We all have to work hard now, so that we can get a good result in the mecha competition together in the future. Shen-Lili encouraged with sparkling eyes, and clenched her fists. Bai Zhou looked at Shen-Lili's stupid appearance, sighed, and let it go. Forget it, at least he has a name now, and as for the feelings, there will be in the future. After sending Bai Zhou away, Shen-Lili held the blue gem necklace on her chest in a daze. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall that Bai Zhou just bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the pendant. Then, this gem necklace that was originally scrapped turned blue again, at a speed visible to the naked eye in Shen-Lili's confused eyes. Retracting her thoughts, Shen-Lili looked at her fingers, and couldn't help but feel a little eager. I don't know what will happen if her blood drips on it. Fortunately, Shen-Lili still knows that she is afraid of damaging the protection of the beast god, so she gave up this idea. After putting the necklace away, Shen-Lili turned around and returned to the special training base. She went to the instructor's office first, reported to her eldest brother that she was safe, and then returned to the second training ground. When Jiang Hui saw Shen-Lili coming back, he seemed to have known it for a long time. He smiled with relief and said in a gentle tone, "You are back. Are you okay?" "Yes, thank you, coach. I am fine now." Shen-Lili thanked him politely. After Jiang Hui nodded slightly, he looked at the exit of the second training ground. Today is the last day of the 7-day special training. I don't know how many students are still alive. After a while, the exit of the second dimension training ground suddenly fell out like dumplings, and a bunch of special forces and military academy students fell out. At this moment, each of them looked like they had gone to the wilderness to survive, and came back after a whole month. Not only were their clothes the same as rags and sacks, but they were also covered in wounds. Some were even missing arms and legs, with their intestines exposed. The medical robot that had been waiting for a long time saw this, and quickly stepped forward, then carried away all the seriously injured people as if they were carrying goods. As for the slightly injured, the medical robot only needed to take out the treatment device, and after a while, they would be able to recover. There were actually quite a lot of injured people. Shen-Lili was not sure about the special forces, but the military academy students had lost 3 people. Shen-Lili estimated that they probably didn't make it through this special training, so they were probably eliminated by the coach. Shen-Lili didn't feel sorry for them. After all, she herself was almost eliminated. Then she looked at the crowd carefully, and saw that her friends were all healthy and had intact arms, and she was relieved immediately. Shen Kaiyun also started looking for his sister as soon as he came out. After searching for a while, he finally saw Shen-Lili, who was neatly dressed and had a good life, next to the coach. Shen Kaiyun? ? It seems that his sister came out early. Was she eliminated? Thinking of this, he walked to Shen-Lili with sympathy, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. Sister, you were eliminated, don't worry about it. It's just a game. Wait for your second brother to win you a championship. Shen-Lili glanced at Shen Kaiyun inexplicably, always wondering if his illness had recurred. Seeing that his sister had not answered, Shen Kaiyun thought he was right and sighed heavily. Shen-Lili ignored him, but Jiang Hui, who was watching the excitement, suddenly showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and then said in a gloomy tone, I heard it. If there is no championship at that time, I will definitely give you a private guidance for half a month. Shen Kaiyun widened his eyes, looked at the coach in shock and said, Coach, why are you still eavesdropping? It doesn't matter whether it's a corner or not, the most important thing is that I heard it, and I took it seriously, so classmate Shen, I have confidence in you. Jiang Hui patted Shen Kaiyun's shoulder with joy, who was as disappointed as death. After teasing Shen Kaiyun, Jiang Hui reminded him to gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and then left the training ground with the Special Forces instructor. Shen-Lili was also ready to leave, but when she saw Shen Kaiyun who had turned into stone, she kindly explained, Dear second brother, and I haven't been eliminated. Oh! Afraid that he didn't hear clearly, Shen-Lili emphasized the tone of each word. Shen Kaiyun trembled all over, looked at his sister with disbelief, spit out the last mouthful of old blood, and then fainted on the ground. The medical robot next to him saw someone fainted, and immediately came over to carry Shen Kaiyun away. Shen-Lili looked at Shen Kaiyun, who had fainted from anger, and finally touched her nose with a guilty conscience. Ollie. A voice suddenly came from behind, like a devil's call. Shin Lily's face suddenly changed with fear, and then she ran away in fear. Hey, Ollie, why are you running? We are in the same dormitory. Let's go back together. Aries was still shouting in confusion. Shin Lily, who heard the voice, not only did not slow down, but ran away even faster. Chapter 289. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 5 months of special training have passed. In the past 6 months, Jiang Huai has used the capitalist way to explain what special training is. No matter if you are missing arms and legs or exhausted. As long as you have a breath left, you have to get up and continue to practice. Under such high-pressure training, the military academy students, who were originally immature, and would be in a mess when encountering strange beasts. Now their combat effectiveness is not inferior to that of the special forces of the Legion. For example, at this moment, Shin Lily is driving the Xingchen mecha and knocking a special forces soldier who challenged her off the ring without any pressure. Good, good. Jiang Huai clapped his hands vigorously, and then continued, next, continue. As soon as the voice fell, another special forces soldier driving a mecha boarded Shin Lily's ring. Fuck, come again, coach, can I apply for a break? Shin Lily made a bitter face, and begged while pressing the wireless headset. She had already fought 2 special forces soldiers just now. If there is another one, her small body can't bear it. Hearing this sentence in the headset, Jiang Huai's face, which was still smiling, instantly turned into a stepmother's face. Why are you taking a break? The donkeys in the production team dare not be as lazy as you. Stop talking nonsense. If you say one more word, I will challenge another one later. Jiang Huai said in a threatening and cold tone. Shin Lily, Seeing that she couldn't dodge, Shin Lily rolled her eyes, and took the lead in controlling the mecha to attack the special forces soldier. This attack was full of resentment familiar to social animals, which made the innocent special forces soldier opposite Shin Lily swallow a mouthful of water inexplicably nervous, and then quickly dodge by controlling the mecha. After successfully dodging the attack, he raised the energy gun skillfully, and fired at Shin Lily. Facing the terrorist attack, Shin Lily had a calm face. His fingers steadily controlled the keyboard, driving the mecha to move quickly on the ring. This professional and flexible mecha operation allowed Shin Lily to easily dodge the endless bullets behind him. After a few rounds, Shin Lily finally caught the opportunity, and instantly went behind him, and slashed back fiercely on the special forces mecha. The mecha under attack did not want to fight at all, and decisively pulled away directly, and then, there was another round of fierce fire. Shin Lily, who originally wanted to kick him off the ring, sighed regretfully and began to flee quickly again. Compared with the past when he was almost beaten into a sieve, Shin Lily can now dodge most of the attacks without the help of the mecha's energy shield, just by operating it. Jiang Huai watched the two fight carefully for a while, then nodded with satisfaction. The progress of the students in the past few months is visible to the naked eye, especially Shin Lily, who gave him a lot of surprises. Jiang Huai originally thought that although Shin Lily had good talent, her combat effectiveness should not be as good as her brother Shin Kaiyun in a short period of time. But he didn't expect that in just half a year, not only did the gap in strength narrow, but her combat awareness was also much stronger than most people. Be wretched when you should be wretched, and go up when you should go up. Very good. After Jiang Huai's satisfied comments, he looked at the other students' arena again. The first thing that caught his eye was Shin Lily's brother Shin Kaiyun's monkey stealing peaches. Jiang Huai, He rubbed his brows with a headache. He really couldn't understand where Shin Kaiyun, who was obviously a child of a military family, learned these shady moves. The most important thing was to steal peaches from the mecha. What peaches to steal? Does the mecha have peaches for you to steal? Jiang Huai had 10,000 grass mud horses in his throat. He felt that this move was not only useless, but also too embarrassing. The key was that it was his people who lost. But unexpectedly, the mecha on the opposite side saw this old shady move and didn't react for a while. The body instinctively wanted to avoid it. As a result, in the moment of turning around, Shin Kaiyun unfortunately caught the flaw and finally took the opportunity to knock him off the stage. Jiang Huai choked for a while in silence, and finally looked at other students with a twitching mouth. Forget it, as long as I can win, I won't admit that I taught him in the future. Fortunately, except for Shin Kaiyun, who was a bad boy, the other military academy students were all very good. Although Tang Donghuang was suspected of being a Krypton Gold player, at least his moves were not insidious and vulgar. Overall, Jiang Huai was quite satisfied, so after the special training, he praised all the students in a rare gentle tone. Not bad. If you continue to maintain such combat effectiveness, then our Federal National Mecha team will definitely get the top 3 in this competition. The Military Academy students were also excited, and some of them began to imagine how they would brag back to the Military Academy after they won. Jiang Huai looked at the remaining 20 or so Military Academy students, making them happy for a while, and then continued. The competition is only half a month away, so Deputy Coach Shin and I have decided to officially select 10 contestants and 3 candidate players the day after tomorrow. All Military Academy students are requested to be ready and gather here at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow to participate in the final selection. Now disband. After speaking, Jiang Huai left the training ground. After the instructor left, the cadets, who were already on their last legs, did not want to stay in the training ground any longer, so they left one after another. Shen Lily was also exhausted physically and mentally at this moment. After saying goodbye to her friends, she planned to go back to the dormitory to have a good sleep, and then get ready for the selection the day after tomorrow. Chapter 290. The day of the selection competition arrived soon. Before the gathering at 8 o'clock, the Military Academy students had basically arrived. While the selection had not yet begun, some Military Academy students could not help but start discussing. Do you think this selection will be a competition of mecha or mental strength? An outgoing Military Academy student took the lead in guessing curiously. I think mecha is the most likely. After all, it is a formal competition, and mecha must not be weak in this aspect. Another Military Academy student nodded pertinently. I also think the most likely one is mecha. Since it is a freshman mecha competition, mecha must be the most important. Other Military Academy students also followed suit. Shen Lily, who heard the conversation of her classmates, nodded in agreement. During this period, she also specially looked at the competition materials of previous freshman mecha competitions. It was indeed the same as what her classmates said, all of which were based on mecha. So the chance of taking the mecha test is definitely the highest at present. But everything is possible. Shen Lily just needs to eat melons quietly. When it was close to 8 o'clock, the coaches finally arrived belatedly. This time, in addition to Coach Jiang Huai, the person in charge of the selection was Shen Lily's elder brother Shen Kaiyu, and the base director of the special training base. After the 3 of them sat down on the rostrum, Jiang Huai asked a special forces soldier to give each student a Zerg crystal core that matched their level. Some students, who were not born well, had received such a precious thing for the first time in their lives. In addition to being confused, they were more nervous and at a loss. Some students even began to guess that this Zerg crystal core would be a pension for them after they died in the selection competition. Compared with the confused students, Shen Lily raised her eyebrows in understanding, and then looked at the Zerg crystal core thoughtfully. Oh no, it should be Mu Lijing. It seems that the coach should be preparing to let all the Military Academy students awaken their spiritual bodies. Yes, after all, having a spiritual body is equivalent to a cultivator having a second Dantian. 1 + 1 = 2 combat power. The coach would not want them to awaken unless he is stupid. Although this is the truth, Shen Lily still couldn't help but sigh that the federal officials really spent a lot of money on the Military Academy students this time. You know, the price of a high-level Zerg crystal core is not cheap in itself, and it is also carved into a Horcrux. If it were an ordinary small family, it would probably not be able to afford one even if they spent all their wealth. Only our official father can take out more than 20 high-level crystal cores at once. However, I guess only Uncle Tang in the whole Federation can make such a bold move. Shen Lily touched her chin and guessed. A distant capital star. Tang Shuiqiu was gnawing on a steamed bun bitterly. Yes, the president of the Federation, today's meal was pickled mustard and steamed buns. The presidential assistant on the side looked at his own president speechlessly. Although the cost of paying the Military Academy students the Muli crystals was indeed not small, don't forget that the Tang family is the richest. No matter how poor, they can't fall to eating steamed buns and pickled mustard, right? After all, they are still worried about their own president. Eating like this will cause malnutrition. The assistant can only try to persuade, Mr. President, even if we save money, we can't wrong our bodies. Otherwise, I asked the kitchen to send a chicken leg? No, I've been spending too much recently. Only by eating like this for a few days can I heal my heartache. Tang Shuiqiu cried in his heart while eating. He spent dozens of high-level mealy crystals at once. Even Tang Shuiqiu, who was born in the richest family, couldn't help but feel heartbroken. But as long as he thought about this competition, all countries had invested heavily, so as the president of the Federation, he naturally couldn't be too stingy. Tang Shuiqiu ate the steamed bun fiercely, and cursed those Krypton Gold Kings. A good and healthy mecha competition has become a Krypton Gold competition this year. On the other hand, after all the Military Academy students got the Muley crystals, Jiang Huai began to officially announce the selection method. The selection method this time is quite special. We are not competing in mechas and mental strength, but in mental bodies. Jiang Huai looked at the students with sharp eyes, and said in a very solemn tone. Hearing that it was a competition of mental bodies, except for Shen Lily and the heirs of the 5 major families, who were a little surprised, the other students were immediately anxious. Because they have never heard of this thing. Coach, is the spirit body a new type of mecha? We have never heard of it. Hearing that it was not a spirit power in mecha that they were more familiar with, most students became anxious. It's like working hard for half a year, but the test paper has nothing to do with the questions. It's good enough that you didn't go crazy. Yeah, you are kidding me. We have trained hard for half a year, but we got an exam that we have never heard of. The other military school students also began to complain. I feel that our federation is finished in this freshman mecha competition. This must be the idea of someone who has a stable job and doesn't shit. Looking at the military school students, who were as angry as little chickens, Jiang Huaixian made a stop gesture. After the students calmed down, he continued, Okay, stop the conspiracy theory. Look at the Zerg crystal core in your hand. This is the key to awakening the spirit body. Now, do you still think I am kidding you? Hearing the coach's words, the students choked in their throats and calmed down a lot. Yes, although they still don't understand what the spirit body does at this moment. But taking out dozens of high-level Horcruxes at once and paying such a high price can't be a joke. The cadets who finally figured it out all quieted down and began to wait obediently for the coach to continue speaking.